that's there, yeah.
Okay, that's only through no fault of their own. That wouldn't include most Jews today.
Well, I guess it sort of depends on what is meant by not knowing Christ through no fault of your own.
Yeah, I was wondering how they would define that.
Yeah. So I think there's some wiggle room there. And then 848 says, although in ways known to himself, God can lead those who, through no fault of their own, are ignorant of the gospel to that faith with which it is impossible to please him. The church still has the obligation and also the sacred right to evangelize all men. So that explains the attempts to proselytize, I guess.
Because without that, you would assume it's better not to proselytize.
Yeah, or at least it's not necessary. Whereas this is it literally says that without that faith, it's impossible to please God. So yeah, if you have that knowledge, I guess you would want to share it with others, which is very different from the Jewish position. Judaism does not.
Well, that one is very similar, except for the proselytize part. But
the Jews do not claim exclusivity to salvation.
No, but that passage, that one that you just read, if someone does not know the message through no fault of their own, and they try to do good, then they will be saved.
Oh, right. But what they don't claim is that it's through a communion with Judaism or the Jewish faith or God. Like they openly acknowledge that there can be a path for others to the world.
Your model is totally different. It's a personal relationship. Even if you are in communion, it depends on your personal relationship. The works, like seen by your works, is the point of it also. This idea.
Yeah, by your faith, though. Seen by the works by your faith.
Judaism would argue with that. If you're just doing the motions and not having any meaning behind it, then now you can't judge somebody because you don't know their thoughts behind it. But God will judge them, and that'll have very little to no benefit.
Well, that's what the Catholics.
Well, we're saying Christ will redeem them, and then they will be judged.
Yeah, the debate isn't like whether or not the thoughts are the most important. Both sides agree that the thoughts are important. The question is whether or not, if the thoughts are important, do the actions matter not at all then?
So, and the crux of that dispute is if it's a personal relationship or part of a communion. So if it's a personal relationship, then yes, actions get you to have better thoughts. That's like today in psychology, very proven.
Yeah, but there's a division amongst Christians, right, where some say that works, I don't know how they phrase it, but that, you're not saved through works, and others think that there's some sort of...
Judaism doesn't really argue with that. Judaism just says that works gets you to a better faith.
No, I didn't say Jews. I'm saying amongst Christians.
Yeah, but all Christians agree that there's some type of punishment transfer, which just doesn't fit into the Jewish model at all. Doesn't make any sense with the whole Jewish model. Like you can't transfer the crucifixion and resurrection.
Oh, okay.
Like a transfer of your punishment. It doesn't make any sense in the Jewish model. It doesn't work. It doesn't even have a start.
So are you trying to suggest that Judaism got it right?
And I did not what I just said. I mean, if that's your question, obviously.
No. You're out. I think what's going on here is that after the 1500 years, they're going to turn, the Protestants turn around. Well, now you are the Catholic Church. You're the Pharisee now. You're making us do these works, these sort of sacraments to then be saved, right? And then that this is where kind of like now the Catholic Church is. Now the Protestants are, doing what this was doing with the Pharisees, calling us the Pharisees.
Yeah, that's
now it's works-based. Now it's works-based, right?
Oh, but that's happening now, right? You've got a lot of Protestants that denounce the church.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that they're That's the way they're looking at it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I've been in rooms at Clubhouse where Protestants like thoroughly denounce and trash the Catholic Church, like with it.
Yeah, but we're saying to them, like, we're saying, all right, well, we venerate the saints, okay? We're taking communion every time we go to church. We venerate Mary.
Well, they don't accept.
We have relics. We have relics in the churches.
Yeah.
We're just we're holding to these small, minute things that they're holding to us to be like something so, and this is all biblical. Like, I could give you the verses, Faris.
Oh yeah, I know.
Venerating the saints.
I can tell you the three things I hear from Protestants the most when they object to Catholicism. You can probably
we're open to it, though. We're open to the objection, and Christianity itself is designed to have a lane for atheism. You know, we're open to the ideas, the secular view, which I think is from the very start of even Jerusalem. Like,
are you open to constructive criticism?
We're open to really ugly bloodbaths. Like said, they come in and they just desecrate Christ.
I mean, your Christian Protestant brothers have some notes.
They do,
it's 100% constructive. Right? Under your model, they're 100% trying to help and proselytize, like, constructive criticism, right? You don't have to just say they're all atheists that are non-believers rejecting all of your teachings. That'd be insane.
Yeah. We would use them as research and development.
I can tell you the three things that the Protestants object to the most. 1, transubstantiation. 2, the Immaculate Conception. And 3, the infallibility of the Pope.
While in his seat.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that they.
Yeah. So there's a council of people behind it, like, you know, that voted for him to be there.
No, I know. I know it's often misunderstood too, but I'm saying a lot of Protestants object to that. They object to transubstantiation. They don't, they don't want to believe that that transformation takes place, and
let me just appeal to some embarrassment. So there was a time where this position was so hidden and so sacred that actual woman was a pope, and they found out that she was a woman. So for the time after, they designed this chair where every pope that was in, they would have a boy come in and check to see if he was a man. You know, stick his hand, and then the boy would, say, yeah, it's a man. They had this practice that went on for so long. And there's others too. There was a time where there was no pope, and they wanted one person to be the pope, and he didn't want to be the pope. And the moment he became pope, he made the rule that if a pope doesn't want to be the pope, he can leave his seat.
Yeah, and you had a time with three popes, and then you had a pope that killed someone else who was saying he wanted to be pope or something. It's pretty wild.
So I accept the good with the bad. I mean, the systems probably have failed.
Well, Megatron, do you? I don't know if you want to do this, but
they're at least reformed now.
Do you want to explain transubstantiation in case there's people that don't know what it is?
It's just to read. Just read John 6:51-58. That's it right there.
Right, and some Protestants.
And if the language is too tough, then you can just walk away from Christ.
Right, and what some Protestants say is that that's all symbolic, or not real.
A literary device.
That's what some Protestants maintain.
Right.
Catholics reject that.
For their metaphysical, theological, rational reasons.
Yeah, they claim that the bread and wine become the body.
Right. The Catholics are big on that one. They don't want you to say that it's just bread and wine.
Because then now, like, you're taking away his real. So in other words, then before you know it, we're just going to go right back to the heresy.
It's just a meal.
Docetism. Just Docetism.
The concern is that it's just a meal.
The Protestants started doing it once a week. Now they do it once a month. Now they do it twice a year. Now they only do it in Christmas and Easter. It's just becoming. It just becomes.
They're not a fan of your ritual.
Of the ritual.
Yeah,
I would say
meaning similar to
After
how
1,500 years, it's tradition.
Okay, so is Judaism. Similar to how if a Jew came to you with side locks and tzitzis, you would ask him to cut them both off. The Protestant feels uncomfortable with the rituals of your church.
But that part would just be trying to identify what it would be to be a Christian. That's all that's.
I mean, it is a ritual, and you're like criticizing them for being lax in their performance of works in your
the works
pre-designed
to be
ritual.
A Jew is way more difficult than it is to be a Christian. It's easier to be a Christian than it
That's
is.
fine. I'm simply highlighting that within Christian ideology, a rejection of ritual as a mindset, specifically because salvation comes through, the heart and alternative means. How could you expect a Christian of a different era to always accept the rituals of Catholicism? I'm not shocked at all that there are Christians that object to the ritual of Catholics.
Yeah, but I think the Catholics are saying it's more than just a rejection of the ritual. They're saying that there is some mystery where there's a miracle performed. And
something special happens. The Protestants object.
And they're saying the Protestants are rejecting the reality of that miracle.
The whole point of me saying the things with the tassels was I didn't want to identify heresy. I wanted to identify a Christian and what a
it's perfectly fine. And all I'm highlighting is that the discomfort of the rituals of a different culture are the same objections that the Protestants are lodging against the Catholics when it comes to communion. Aside from the metaphysical arguments about transubstantiation and what God does and does not do.
Well, I'm not expecting you to. Well, if you want to read the New Testament, I guess you could just read all the rabbinical writings about the Messiah. I mean, they have.
I don't want to read the New Testament. The Protestants do. I'm simply highlighting that the Protestants come out with a different conclusion from the church.
All the conclusions of the prophecy of the Messiah are basically almost the writing style. The idea is all Pauline and New Testament.
Let me sort of put it this way:
language.
Is it plausible? Is it plausible for Jesus to have started a church and died in the amazing sin? Right, the works are written, and then that is the production. Every Christian later that attaches to that takes or leaves whether the Catholic's interpretation is the correct Christian interpretation. Right, there's still individuals choosing whether to go to the Eastern Orthodox or the Catholics. Or the Protestants or the Anglicans, right? Each individual Christian is still interpreting the lessons. They're just arguing that the Catholics are wrong and they're growing in number, that they disagree.
Correct. The Catholic Church leaves its door open. Anybody could come and do communion. I'm not like the Eastern Orthodox. They would notice that they would ask you, and then if you are a Catholic, you can't receive it at the church, at the Catholic Church.
I thought the church makes you be a state.
I mean, if you're really open,
you have to confess first.
Yeah, but if you walk in, Eastern Orthodox is a little different when it comes to.
Yeah,
so I have to tell you that the Jewish understanding of Messiah doesn't fit at all in the New Testament writing. Like it's so far. Even the term.
I understand what they say. But the
writings don't match up at all. I've read both. It doesn't come to me.
What I'll do is I'll post a book for you. I'll put it in the chat, and you tell me if this is any understanding of these writers reading the New Testament.
Well, I'm not able to read an entire book right now, but I could take it down.
So, Mayor, I didn't quite understand your position. What are you saying doesn't match up with what?
the understanding of what Messiah is and what Messiah does, even the term Messiah is wrong to be used. The term Mashiach means the anointed one, and that term didn't come into place until after the destruction of the temple, because the next anointed king will be the final king.
So you're
So
saying
it's not even.
So if I understand you, you're saying the understanding of Messiah is different from Jews to Christians? Is that
Totally off that you can't even read
Oh,
the
yeah,
two
yeah.
I think you're wrong.
Like,
I think you're wrong about that.
okay. I'm saying if you can't even read the two side by side without knowing that you're reading.
So that's what a lot of Christians actually have been doing, because Jesus was Jewish and so was Paul and so was many of the disciples.
Yeah, but the
and
fact
people
that they were
followed him.
Jewish doesn't change
They
the
were the
fact
ones
that
who wrote these things too.
Yeah, but the
So
fact
you
that they
look
were
at the
Jewish
time.
doesn't. Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, the fact that they were Jewish doesn't change anything I'm saying. They were Jewish, but their concept was not Jewish. That's why they were rejected by Jews, because they didn't fit into the model at all. Not only that, the words being used
Who
are
decided
so.
that?
Mayor, I'm not sure that that's true. I think
Who decided that? Look at history.
well, I think it's true for Paul, but I don't know that it's true for Jesus.
Completely true for Jesus.
How do you mean?
What the Messiah is does not fit into the concept at all. Now you listen, if you want to take the Christian view and go into Old Testament writing and say that this is what it meant, that's what it meant, you can go line by line and talk about it. If you want to think about it conceptually, it's completely foreign. The Christian idea is that there's some entity called Messiah that's going to come and do stuff. The Jewish idea is God's going to save the people himself and anoint a new king, and he will be the anointed one.
Yeah.
And that term anointed one only came into term after the destruction of the temple, and the next anointed king will be the final king.
Yeah.
That's idea. That morphed into the term Messiah. Even the term Messiah
Sounds like Christianity had something to do with that.
had something to do with
No, the Jews had an idea of Messiah
No,
before
had
Christianity.
something to do with what?
Well, your whole idea. They would have to stamp their approval, because before that, there probably wasn't a complete canon. But now, since Christianity is on the rise, and they're using the same text to come to this conclusion, the rabbinical Jews are identifying heresy.
Well, Probable is doing a lot of work there, and there was a full.
Oh no, we have the evidence. There's evidence of this. There's the trifo. There's
What you have evidence of is that Christians said something, Jews rejected it, Constantine took it, and now you're claiming that the Jews.
that has
really
nothing to do with
accepted
Constantine. You probably don't understand what I'm saying.
but even
That's
according to
probably
your
why.
story.
Can't believe you mentioned Constantine. That came much later.
Exactly, and that's what. And Christianity didn't take off until then.
No.
Even according to your story, let's go through your story. Who in Judea rejected Jesus as being the Messiah?
Who was it?
It's a great question. Maybe it was
you
just a
mentioned it
small
now 5 times
movement.
at the
It was
start,
just
that's right.
possibly a small movement of people.
A small
the time-
movement? There was like a crowd that didn't like him?
There
Wait,
was.
There was no rabbi? No one with a name? Like, what about Josephus? A
No,
Kohen somewhere?
I just want to discount him as much as possible and just call him this criminal that was espousing blasphemy and was put to
Well,
death.
1 second.
We don't
One
even
second.
have to go into what his movement was. We could just say this guy that people wanted dead. Why did they
Wait, Megatron, now
want
you're
to
being
get rid of him?
dishonest. You said it 5
I'm not being
times.
dishonest. I'm reducing him. If you want me to,
Who
preach
wanted
the
him
New
dead?
Testament
Give us a name.
and deify
Who
him,
tried to kill him?
One
Who
second.
issued a
I'll do
verdict?
that with pleasure.
So you said in this conversation multiple times, the Pharisees, right? So do you agree that the Pharisees did not accept Jesus' teaching?
I said he was refuting the claims of their traditions. Yes.
Okay. And the Pharisees rejected it. Now let's analyze what Pharisees are. First of all, the term Pharisees comes from the Hebrew word pirushim. They were the ones explaining the text as opposed to
Interpreters,
interpreters,
translators, commentators.
as opposed to the Sadducees that were taking the text at face value. Read
Text only.
Josephus.
Quranists, you could think of them.
Well,
Read
Sadducees.
Josephus says
Literalists.
that the Pharisees were the most
Literalists. There you go.
The vast majority of the state were Pharisees. The Pharisees were the ones following the learned class, the rabbinic class, and they wholesale rejected it. That's your story. Then that continued until Paul started selling to Gentiles. It did not take off in Judea amongst the Pharisees. It took off a little bit amongst criminals, and more amongst the Sadducees, which was the elite class who studied in Rome. They were Roman. They were Jews, but they subscribed to the Roman idea.
They were secular. At first, they were Hellenized, then they were Romanized. They just wanted to interact. They were cosmopolitan city dwellers.
And up until Constantine, and then became a global religion, it was not accepted by Jews for generations. I'm not saying anything outside of your story. This is your story, exactly.
Yeah, you're claiming the Jews were not interested, but you're also claiming the Jews consigned to death, and I'm not sure who you're naming there.
And then when I'm showing you that the ideologies don't line up, like, no, it really does.
Pontius Pilate.
Pontius Pilate isn't Jewish. You're saying the Romans killed the kid.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I thought it was Pontius Pilate.
No, but they absolve Pontius Pilate. They say his hands are clean. They say they accept his forgiveness. It's the crowds that they condemn.
Well, I don't understand that. Why is Pontius Pilate forgiven?
Great
Who
question.
cares about Pontius Pilate right now? My point is, you can't say the crowds were the evil ones, and Jews really fit the doctrine, but the Pharisees, which was the majority of the nation, and the rabbinic class, all the studied ones, really understood that Jesus was a Jew. Like, you have to pick one.
So, which of the Jews accepted him?
The ones who wrote about.
Basically, Christians.
You're talking about like a
Did you post
small
the book, by the
movement.
way?
You're talking about a movement. You're talking about a movement of people that was like a small cult, maybe like a dozen, maybe 20, that Josephus like barely deigned to comment on. You're not talking about the big movements of the Jews. You're not talking about the Zealots. You're not talking about the Pharisees. You're not talking about the Sadducees. You're not talking about the Essenes. You're talking about a small cult that Josephus leaves one line to say, and there was a cult of this kid that thought he was a Messiah.
No, could be that talking about the
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
read
so
Josephus,
I don't even know why they brought him up. Why did you write him into history?
I'm saying Judaism treats him as almost irrelevant.
He's almost irrelevant.
So
They're
who
writing
accepted
about
him? Listen, I'm saying in Josephus.
It could have been
Very simple. From Josephus's predictions, from his characterization.
One was on the cross.
Barth.
No, we don't know.
Barth.
We don't know. There's two stories.
Many people were crucified, Barth. He wasn't the only kid crucified, Barth. Slow down.
So you have multiple stories. That's amazing. Which one is it? Why?
My question is, if Jesus was either condemned or accepted, how does that explain Josephus treating him literally as a footnote?
Megatron, the point is he's not written in. He's written in by Christian writings, and Jews only respond to it when challenged by Christians. It's not
a Christian. There was no Christian then.
Whatever you want to call him, it's only written by
the followers of the kid calling himself Christ.
They were right.
You don't find any. It's not like he was written about them.
Sounds like they were Jewish to me. I don't know.
Josephus is the only guy that writes about him, and it's a footnote. There was not a large Jewish response to his move.
There was not a large.
That's just a fact, dude. Zealots were relevant. Essenes, though indecipherable and mysterious, are more relevant.
The Eastern were not that relevant, and it could be Jesus had a stint with the Eastern, but they weren't. They were pretty small, and they killed themselves out because they had no belief in the future.
Yeah, they kept dying in Rome.
He's not even irrelevant. I don't even know why they still bring him up. I'm trying to figure it out. The Jews. He hasn't done anything for.
He's a footnote.
Jesus.
He's just a footnote. Exactly.
No, but I don't know.
And then all of a sudden,
the Jews don't bring up Jesus.
After the destruction of the Second Temple, there has to be a conversation to be had as to what is logos.
What is what?
Logos. What does that mean?
But that conversation was had well before.
No, ask him. Ask him. No.
That conversation was had well before destruction. Destruction.
So now there's these Jews in the synagogues that believe in Jesus, and now in the synagogues they're identifying what it is to not believe in Jesus.
That was before the
So now
destruction.
these people stopped going to, then they stopped going. Okay, so then they were Jews because Jesus is this he's not
once
important.
again,
Remember?
you have
I don't
to
know
respond
why
to
you're
what I'm
mentioning
saying.
about this small cult of people, this guy that had supposedly died. They don't know his name.
1 second. You're,
So if they keep bringing him up, then he must be
keeps bringing
important
him
to
up?
the Jews. The
Who
Jews.
keeps bringing him up? Okay, so you can't keep
Jews.
saying
It's
Jews.
just these non-significant people. This is what I mean.
You
Like,
can't
what
keep
did
saying
Jesus
Jews.
do that made them have a conversation about it? That's the question.
Again, the conversation was barely had up until Christianity became ubiquitous and Jews lived amongst them. This is you can rewrite history if you want, but you have to respond to what I'm saying. What I was telling you that at the time of Jesus, which was 40 years before the destruction of the temple, there was a group of people that followed him, and they were very small and very insignificant based on your own writings. That's what you claim. Then after the destruction, when the Sanhedrin moved to Yavne, and the conversation was had well before the destruction, how Judaism will look after the destruction. It was prophesied by Moses himself. It was prophesied by Jeremiah. It was told that this will happen.
I'm just gonna opt out. I'm gonna opt out of this conversation. Okay.
Did you post the book?
I did.
In the chat.
I did.
Roll up.
Okay, I got it. I'm just gonna put up the iFile because I can't read this on the phone.
Cool.
Should the book into the ChatGPT, and when you do that, you can ask it questions about
Okay,
the book.
that's an interesting idea. I might do that, but I would like to see references. Maybe ChatGPT could answer the questions.
Oh, there's references every time someone is quoted, and it has a reference in the back of the book.
Yeah, so I'll have to play with my prompts to get ChatGPT to give it to me, but that's a good idea.
All right, we'll give you 15 minutes. That seems like enough time.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing, bro. It would equal the same type of person.
Okay, by the end of
That's
this
all. That's all I'm saying.
Same type of person as what?
discussion,
I
I
don't know.
expect
Yeah, it's in other words, we're using the same text.
so by the end of this discussion, I expect everyone to start the path to either convert to Judaism or convert to Christianity.
Yeah, I would say commit to go to Judaism route. Like,
Converting to Christianity seems kind of
You want like
irrelevant.
Christ.
The atonement already
You want like
happened.
Christ.
Just repent.
you can live like how Jesus lived. And that's what I love about rabbinical Judaism. It reminds us about who this person Jesus was under Torah law.
Yeah, because that is making the economy argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta admit, you gotta like Jewish food. Unless you're French or Italian, the Jews got you beat on food.
Yeah, I mean, they even misquoted Jesus, the Gentiles. What is it, Mark?
Well, to be fair,
7:19.
many of our ranks were enslaved to the Italians for many generations, so we're pretty good at their food, I guess.
Oh no, I'm saying Jews food is good. I'm just saying like the
We learn from the best.
Yeah, I'm saying the Christian world outside of Italy and France might as well just be eating
Well,
Jewish food.
Europe, because you're calling Christian food Europe, but if you go back before Muhammad conquest, you will have Constantinople and Jerusalem. They probably had food that you would like better.
Right?
Europe has pretty bland food.
Harsh, but fair.
It's a cold climate. The trade wasn't as strong as it is today. They didn't have much spice.
I like European food. I think it gets too much flack.
No, actually, there was
like
a time.
French and Italian food.
Yeah,
I also like German cuisine.
okay, that's arguable, I guess. No, but there was actually a time in history where English cuisine was ahead of French cuisine, so that they yeah, and this is a long time ago, obviously, but they just took divergent paths, and the French continued with food and perfume and fashion and all these wonderful stuff, and the English decided to go down the pragmatic route. Like, doesn't matter what you eat, you know.
So I
Wait, when
conceded
was
to
this?
the argument earlier, right, about the church saying that it needs to be saved. It needs to be through the church, right? That's what it says. I'm saying that's what it says. Yeah, it's through the church. We're gonna say that.
Through the church, but it feels like only the existence of the church. I don't actually have to really join it.
Well, that's saying that there is this this council of people that upholds these traditions, then, right? So that everybody has the right idea about Christ. We're writing
Yeah.
heresy.
No, Barth. That is the strongest moral justification for their church. They're not saying that you need to join. You will be saved regardless because of their great merciful God. But they are members of the church because they want that message to be maintained forever. That's a justification to maintain a religion.
So I don't understand why people are so obsessed with the idea of Gentile salvation. Like if you read the book of Jonah, it already talks about Gentiles being forgiven for their sins by God.
Yes,
repentance, right?
yes, you're right. And I do agree with this objection. I think that Christianity is inventing a problem that then has its own invented solution for, which is why it's a nice little closed circle and you can walk away and they'll still say that they're saving you.
Oh yeah, Judaism is quite clear, I think, on the issue that salvation is open to other people.
But for whatever reason, people want to have quote unquote Jewish salvation, but they don't actually want to like do what the Jews are doing. So they are like creating a legal fictional loophole to like get around the Jewish problem.
Yeah, that's like saying I want to be very strong, I don't want to exercise. The two are correlated in an essential way. You don't have the strength without the exercise.
Well, aren't they claiming?
Wait a minute. You could argue that even from a Jewish perspective, the whole concept of salvation, it doesn't get crystallized until you have Christianity and then later Islam. Islam just crystallizes it even further, gives you descriptions of heaven and hell. So what does salvation even mean according to your paradigm? What does it mean to be saved? Do you believe in a
It
paradise?
means to join God, and it says in the Old Testament many times that he was gathered up into his nation. The concept of individuals, because Judaism is completely individualistic, being accepted into God's realm of the afterlife is extremely prevalent well before Christianity. But it's part of your fiction if you keep saying that. You have no evidence of it.
Yeah, and it was very explicit about the world to come, and saying that non-Jews do have a place in the world to come, so that they don't make any exclusivity claim. So it's very clear.
Actually,
but as far,
1 second, Euro, you'll really like this. There was a controversy based off of a printer's error in Rambam's Yad HaChazaka.
yeah, I prefer this.
Yeah, Yochanan likes pointing it out, where
Exactly.
it talks about that if any non-Jew were to accept the 7 laws, right, not the 613, upon themselves, because God revealed the Torah to Moses at Har Sinai, he's promised a portion in the world to come. And then he goes with a thought experiment at the end. But if the non-Jew, through his own wisdom, conclusion that he shouldn't do these 7 things and he just follows those laws, but doesn't because of the revelation at Sinai, the printer's error splits the difference. What the Rambam actually said was, but he is among the wise of the non-Jews. Whereas the printer's error changes it to, and he is not even among the wise of the non-Jews. Very harsh change.
Yeah. Why not simplify things? Okay, so when it comes to Jewish belief, do you believe in a heaven and a hell? And according to the Old Testament, what is Sheol? Do all humans go to Sheol, or do only certain humans go there?
Okay, Jews definitely accept a heaven and a hell. The concept of hell is very different in Christianity. I don't know what Sheol is.
What's Sheol? Sheol is the
Shiloh.
Yeah, Sheol is kind of a nether realm that is referenced in the text a lot. It implies death, It doesn't imply destruction. It doesn't exactly imply punishment per se. I'd say the closest comparison is the Greek notion of the underworld, where the dead are there and kind of just like boring, almost maybe a purgatory, but it's not left fully defined, and it's been interpreted a few different ways.
It's very vague. Exactly to my original point, which is that the later religions come along, such as Christianity and the later Islam, crystallize this idea, solidify it.
When you say crystallize, what does that mean?
Right.
The Jewish
So the idea,
They got more
you can't
detail.
point to me. Listen, I would challenge you to find me in the Old Testament the idea of hell.
Okay.
There is
No,
this
Ain.
concept of hell.
Yeah, but
Ain.
that's a very bad.
No, it's not. What you're saying, what you're saying is not completely incorrect. You're right that the Christian notion crystallizes their notion of the afterlife far more than the Jewish. But I would push back hard against you saying that A, there weren't existing Jewish interpretations that were contrary to that at the time, which there were, and B, I push against the notion that it should be crystallized. I think that was left kind of ambiguous and grew and developed in different.
And there's a theological problem in everything you're saying. The entire Old Testament very clearly leaves things ambiguous, and how to fulfill the commandments is ambiguous. What exactly happens is ambiguous, and that was done in order to create teachings and have an oral tradition of teachings. So now you're picking on one thing, and you're saying it didn't start until I started it. We have absolutely no evidence of that. And to claim that Christianity crystallized hell is a very poor argument, because the Jewish concept of hell is very different than eternal damnation. So if it did crystallize it, crystallized it.
But wait a minute. Your comrade just said that Jews definitely believe in a heaven and a hell. So there are this dichotomy there.
Maintain that Jews definitely believe in a heaven and a hell. But the hell that Jews believe in.
I would ask you to elaborate what you mean by those things.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Okay, I'll elaborate. There's two phases to heaven. There's a holding place, which is enjoyable until the world to come, which is very minorly discussed in text at all. But if you look closely, there are writings. That is what you would call heaven, a place where you get to enjoy the goodness and understanding of God, and you could actually, the ultimate is you actually point and say, this is our God. And hell is a cleansing process for sins that were committed to people that were mostly good, but need to eradicate some of their sins so they can fully enjoy heaven in the ultimate final heaven. So hell is a temporary holding place that is going to be a cleansing process to get rid of your sins. There's no eternal damnation. Exactly, it is spoken about in terms of fire. Exactly what that fire means, going through a river of fire, that's not clear, nor needs to be clear, because it's a spiritual hell.
Yeah, that's in Revelation. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's all New Testament stuff.
Yeah,
Samir,
I'm not claiming that any of the Christian like afterlife ideas are unfounded or unsourced within Judaism. I'm saying they develop and grow in every era. Jews have differing ideas about the afterlife, and they develop them differently based upon each generation of Jews. I think it's a problem to publish one era's version of the afterlife. I think that breaks a bit of their notion of it.
Yeah, Samir, I thought it was the world to come that matches with their idea of paradise.
Well, then it could be I had their idea of paradise off, but this their idea of paradise in the throne room, maybe you could try to. I'll have to think about that and probably read their idea of paradise a little better.
Megzed might know.
Their idea of purgatory matches our hell in a certain way, but eternal damnation doesn't show up anywhere in Judaism. Doesn't make any sense to have an eternal damnation.
And what about limbo?
Limbo is purgatory.
Eternal limbo also doesn't make sense.
No,
for a while doesn't make sense.
Well,
Unless they misunderstand purgatory.
What's the difference between limbo and purgatory?
Purgatory is for a long time, but not forever. If it's forever, it makes no sense.
I think the church just recently, like within a year or 2 years,
Distinguished?
No, just the opposite. They renounced the limbo distinction. But prior to that, there was.
So what used to be the distinction between limbo and purgatory?
The way I understood it was purgatory was sort of a thing that was merited somehow, or lack of merit, however you want to.
Yeah, I thought that I understood purgatory to be there were a whole bunch of good people that like were worthy of atonement, but
Right, but
before
they-
Jesus they were stuck in a holding room, and that was their purgatory. And
Yeah.
seemingly also anyone that dies post atonement, they go to purgatory until they accept Jesus, which they can do like in the room, right?
Yeah, I think that my understanding of it at least was the old idea of limbo was the idea of like babies that die before they had a chance to be baptized. So they're essentially.
Oh, interesting.
You know.
So there was a holding room for. Wait. So what about people of different generations? Wouldn't they also be in limbo then? Because they weren't baptized, right?
Possibly, but that was sort of the idea, like.
Well, they collapsed the distinction anyway.
A difference between people that somehow by their own actions put them into a questionable state versus those that basically through no fault of their own didn't manage to get through salvation. And I think my understanding is, and it's very recent, I have to look up how recent, but it's not more than a year or two old. The church is in a position now is that those people
are just the ones without salvation yet.
No, they can be saved, but they have, what's the term they use? They have hope or confidence that they're saved by God's grace.
Right. So meaning both of them are in the category of people who are not worthy of paradise. And within that is people who are not worthy by their own merit, people not worthy through inaction, and then they collapse that distinction, and now it's just people who are not worthy. This is their waiting room.
So the people that are not worthy still go to purgatory.
Right.
The babies that before some people believed went to limbo don't go to limbo.
Oh, so no more purgatory; they go straight to heaven.
They believe that they have hope that they are saved by God's grace.
They have. I don't know what that means. They're saying.
I think that's the word.
Sounds like a punch.
In other words, that they can't state like specifically that's the case, but they believe that.
Yeah, we have the age of accountability. The age of accountability is when you can confess your sins and receive the Eucharist, and then after that date, you get confirmed, and then you're an adult. So from that point out, but before that, you're under that umbrella.
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, I think it is very unfair to hold children to the same standard as a more developed mind, right?
Yeah.
Especially if we're talking about eternal damnation.
Yeah, that's why we baptize at a young age and circumcise.
Yeah, but a lot of Protestants won't baptize till much older. Like 8 or 12 or 13 or whatever.
Don't some Protestants ignore baptism altogether? They consider it also a work, and you don't really need that.
Yeah, they have all. They're divided on everything. Hi, Andrew.
They're just ignorant, so they'll be saved on their ignorance. That's how we say it.
I mean, if ignorance is going to save you, you should really stop learning.
No, we just say that they're not taught the right way.
You can't be willfully ignorant. That's a contradiction.
I know. They have a specific word for it. I forget what it's called.
No, I mean, you could say that about Protestants, but you can't say I'm going to stop learning and be willfully ignorant. That wouldn't make sense.
So Megatron.
No, he's just being silly.
Will the Protestants be brought back into the fold at some point?
Well, they are a sect of Catholicism. So yeah, it started because it's a protest.
Right, but can they come back? Will they come back?
Well, we're just identifying. It's like a checks and balances. I mean, I think the Reformation was a good idea. I'm not against it. I think it was a good idea.
But you think it helped sharpen the ideology of the church? Is that
Yeah.
why?
Yeah. It's like another checks and balances.
I agree.
America started.
But now it's time for them to come back.
Well, American Protestantism is different than European Protestantism.
Well, a lot of those churches,
Right.
those prosperity churches and stuff, they're selling salvation. They're selling salvation, and that's the reason why they don't keep their members.
But expand on that. What do you mean by selling?
That sounds
You know,
like
they want you
the
to be-
original
they
Protestant
want you to be
objection to the
saved.
Catholics.
Yeah, they want you to be saved.
You're not a big fan of the prosperity church?
No, my sister's part of it in Florida. She loves it. She's singing with them all the time. She loves it. Bro.
Yeah, man, it's a show. It's a party.
I think
She
the American
loves it.
Protestants are especially egregious because they were the Protestants that even the European Protestants didn't want.
Yeah, they don't like him. Well, I think the Queen of England liked Fowler, didn't she?
Oh, I don't know.
Jerry Falwell, right?
Oh,
She met with him.
Oh,
Well,
Jerry Falwell.
Well, prosperity, was he? Or maybe he was. I think of people like, what's his name? Joel Osteen or whatever?
Right. The Jumbo Jet players.
Yeah.
I think
there's one.
Did you watch that show?
Compared to that stuff, like we have a calendar made up for like the next 5 years. It's going to be the same exact thing every time you come in. So I think a lane for these churches to be open is there. I don't think it's not bad.
Has anyone here seen The Righteous Gemstones?
I have not seen that, but
My God, Barth, have you seen it?
But I think I may have seen something
No.
that maybe comes from.
Guys, you will love it so much. It's Danny McBride as like the lead with John Goodman as the patriarch of a little family running a megachurch.
Oh,
It's so funny. It's so good.
but you know what I was thinking of, and maybe you've seen this. I've seen YouTube of this Protestant preacher, I guess he is, and he gets criticized in some circles because he's very ostentatious with
Right.
and one of his big things is jets.
Yep.
And and he literally brags about
Jets
it.
for Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it's the same guy. Yeah, he brags about it and stuff like that. It's like wild to watch him. But I guess it's common in the prosperity. A lot of them brag about their possessions, like how expensive their homes are and how they have expensive watches and jets and all that stuff.
Well, that was part of the like social Darwinism that popped up after the Protestant Reformation and like the objections that they were just chasing wealth.
It's God's gift to them, right? If they wouldn't have it, if God didn't want
Yeah,
it.
so that's why they brag about it, because it actually, for them, it's a vindication of their thing. But the thing that's really, that I find really objectionable is they tell these people that they should be donating money to the church because they're going to get 10 times back. And some of them will tell them explicitly, like, even if you don't have money and you can't afford it,
Borrow
you should
against
go
it.
out. Get this, yeah, borrow against it. Don't worry. Max out your credit cards, borrow against it, because you're going to get paid back 10 times. Just send it in.
Oof. That's some predatory lending.
It's really rough when I hear that. I was like, wow. Because you can imagine how many people are probably in desperate conditions because of that. And how is that even consistent? If having a lot of wealth is a sign of God's reward and that you're good, then why should poor people give up the little wealth that they have and borrow to give it to people that are very wealthy?
Well, you got to buy into the logic. If the guy promises you 10x return, then yeah, you borrow against it.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, you're going to become
It
rich.
sounds like an act of faith that you may be rich because you're successful, and I'm unsuccessful and poor. But by an act of faith, I can get rich also. I would have to see exactly what they say, but that's my assumption.
It seems heartless, though.
I mean, yeah,
I'd say-
assuming that it's a scam, it's pretty hard.
Right. It seems heartless to you because you don't believe it. If you buy into it, and probably the guys that are at the top believe it and self-deceives themselves to genuinely believe that yes, every single person that sends them $1 gets back 10. So why should they not borrow against it?
Yeah,
What,
but-
18%? Who cares?
Do you think they really believe it, or they're just profiting off of it?
I'd say that the ones that are most successful are probably sort of manufactured true believers, similar to politicians, right? The politicians we have truly believe their positions, but they're selected by the donors that have the positions they want. So they're true believers, but they're manufactured because someone selected these true believers to put in front of us.
I'm assuming they can showcase you success stories of people that started their business and gave tithings even when they were making very little money, and now they're multimillionaires. So
Well,
I'm sure to the like heads of the charlatans, they believe themselves as proof of giving away 1, getting back 10.
except they're on the receiving end. They're not giving away their millions.
Yeah, they're on the receiving end now because they had previously given so much.
well, if they don't give 10% of their earnings, then they're hypocrites.
I'd assume they don't. They're tax deferred, right? Like
They don't do that.
they're tax free. That's part of the moneymaker of it.
Yeah, but if you're asking people
Not
that
really.
or to
Not personally.
borrow against money they don't have, that's not 10%, is it? That's
Yeah, no, I'll outperform that if I give them a 10x return.
The 10%, no. Because the point is, if you made $50,000 this year and you spent 49 of it, so now you're $4,000 short with your tithing. That's what I thought you were saying. If you're saying something different, then I don't understand you.
I don't know. All I know is that there are people that are so poor, and they tell these people just borrow, max out your credit cards, and to make these donations.
Because they're trying to help them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's what you find so perverse. Because you're looking at the logic and going, no.
Yeah, it seems crazy to me, but okay. I mean, it's kind of like a pyramid scheme. It's pretty good.
100%. By the way, I've been thinking that in my head, how
Yeah.
much of a pyramid scheme it
It's
is.
pretty good if you get it in the beginning.
Exactly. Imagine the early donors to the church. They become the inner circle. They get like nice padded, nice lounges to hang out with, and they're best friends with the charlatan at the top. They're living on top of the world. It's pyramid.
Yes.
Okay, can I ask you two a question? The two Jews, right? And forgive me, I'm not.
Which two Jews?
Questions similarly to Catholics earlier. I'm not looking for.
I think we got 4 on
I'm
stage.
not trying to be
Wait.
polemical,
Okay, how many Jews are on?
but I'm curious to know what the Jewish interpretation is of this, right? So, for example, I've had, I think it was even Metatron, forgive me if I'm wrong, who was arguing for a young earth because based on his interpretation of the Old Testament. The reason that even came up was because I pointed out that when I read Genesis, the descriptions of the descendants of Adam, and one of the near descendants of Adam is somebody called Tubal Cain,
Right.
who is the inventor of all things made of iron and copper and
Metallurgy. Yeah.
bronze.
So
Yeah.
So before anyone answers, I'm going to just tell you one saying is if you ask two Jews their view, you're going to get 3 opinions.
And we've got 4 in here, so we're likely to get at least 6.
But I'm interested to know what their opinion is, though. So I've heard the Christian view. Well, it's not forgive me. It's not the Christian view. It's just the view of what I've heard. I think it was Megatron that was arguing that the Earth is 8,000 years old, or 10,000 years old. And that basically putting all of what we know scientifically into disrepute, basically, right?
Well,
Curious to know how
I'll
you
cut to
assess
the
it.
chase. I'm an Orthodox Jew. I have heard rabbis explain the deepest, most sacred truths of the Jews. They've never argued with me about the age of the Earth and what the scientists hypothesize. They think that's
fine.
accurate.
So I'm sure you would agree. That, do you also agree
In terms of the chronology, they will
Yeah.
count the 6,000 years from the formation of Adam, which they'll say happened 6,000 years ago, and they'll say that was like maybe an animal or something that was fully created with the final
Adam
sixth
was-
day of creation.
even if Adam was 6,000 years ago, according to your beliefs, right? What I'm getting at here is that there seems to be a historical inaccuracy here, because we know we divide our historical periods based upon our utilization of these metals. So
Okay.
we have the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and we know that the Iron Age comes after the Bronze Age.
Correct.
But this passage is telling us that there's an individual who is the inventor of these things. He was crafting iron objects.
Yeah, it's saying he was a metallurgist.
Yeah, but we look at the archaeological record, we find all kinds of stone tools. We don't find metal tools like that. So
Okay, but at some point in history, first of all, real metallurgy was more of a global event. It involved the different trade routes between Egypt and the different communities. But there would have had to have been one first alchemist, I guess you'd call it, from that era, playing with metals. Somebody did it. Somewhere between the rocks and the Bronze Age was some metallurgy.
No. So it seems to be I'm not a layman person, of course, I could be wrong, but from what I understand, is the consensus view of archaeology, right, is that the Bronze Age predates the Iron Age. We utilized iron after the trend of
No. Okay, now you're misunderstanding the historical progression. For one thing, bronze involves metallurgy. Iron does not. Iron is an element. The reason the Iron Age comes after the Bronze Age is because of something called the Bronze Age collapse. There was an apocalypse. Those trade routes that I referenced, Egypt being able to trade with Assyria and get tin, all of the elements they needed to pull together bronze, when certain civilizations fell, those trade routes broke down, and making bronze became impossible or impractical. You'd have to travel around the world to get the materials. That's why iron comes after bronze, because of the apocalypse.
Yeah, iron comes after bronze. But are you suggesting that there was a time in history where this knowledge was extinguished effectively, so that we had the utilization of iron, we had iron tools, but this got lost and it was rediscovered later? Is that what you're thinking?
I don't posit that the knowledge of iron was not had at the time that they were playing with metals and creating bronze. They went with iron after the Bronze Age because they couldn't make the bronze.
No, they couldn't make it. So why don't we find evidence of iron?
Looks like you're following my model of 10,000 years old.
Look, there's a very simple answer to this, and Migzed is right about the collapse. The reason is because iron smelting requires higher temperatures and it requires more advanced furnace control. So until you have the Bronze Age collapse, you don't need to do all those additional things.
So this is all feeding into my original point.
Yeah, I don't think you're answering his question. So one second, can you back
the
up?
descendants of Adam was utilizing with the inventor of iron. So we didn't harness this ability according to what the textbooks tell us. The textbooks tell
One
us
second, let me articulate your question.
we didn't create iron tools prior to 1500 BC. And there is no evidence to the contrary.
You notice the category error, right, Euro? He's using the Bible as a science book. I mean, we would go to science if we want to know science. This is about God. This is about God. Yeah,
but I want to understand the question.
Book is about God, my friend.
Is your question that according to the chronology of the Bible, iron and copper became ubiquitous through Tubal-Cain, and you're saying that doesn't fit the chronology of our
Of the Iron Age coming after bronze.
Yeah,
That's his question.
It doesn't. So I'm sure you would agree, okay, that Tubal Cain, he predates Noah. So obviously this
Tubal
predates
Cain
Abraham,
predates
this
Noah
predates
by
these
a
biblical
little bit.
figures. So when these figures are expected to have existed, for example, Abraham is expected to exist in 700 BC, and then the time of Noah, God knows
What?
that is. But the time of Tubal Cain
No.
predates that, according to the Bible.
No one says Abraham is 700 BCE.
Yeah,
Absolutely no one.
You're too late. Abraham will be
Nobody
earlier
says
than that.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Abraham will be earlier than that.
So this is what I would say as
You want
far
me to
as I
figure out
can,
the
this is what I would say as far as I can understand your question. The Bronze Age definitely came before the Iron Age by about 2,000 years, so it's like not even close. As far as my understanding of Judaism, and I suspect I should say most people's understanding of Judaism, it doesn't conflict with history, but so I don't know of Jews that have a problem with history reconciling with Judaism.
Yes. So first of all, Abraham lived in the year negative 1800, not 700. But either way, your question is a decent question, and most Jews are going to say something like, "We don't know exactly. We don't know," because close to what Bart said, it's you're in a realm error. The point of that verse is talking about Tubal Cain making weaponry and smelting metal, the other one hoarding wealth by making cattle, and the third one making music and leisure. And the sister was Nama, which means pleasant. So that's like the point of the verse.
Well,
The exact chronology is, I don't know.
well, Mayor, can
It's
you
an
explain it to
issue
me?
by that.
Because I don't even understand where there's a tension.
Genesis, yeah, I'll
The
explain.
tension is
Genesis
clear.
4:21.
Listen, you guys have
Let's
no
read
problem
4:21.
with pointing out historical inaccuracies within Islam. You see, why is the
How so?
Quran talking about why is it talking about Haman and the Pharaoh? You point to these historical
Yeah, 'cause that's wrong.
problems. Right, yeah, exactly. So when you talk about a recent descendant of Adam, the first man
Like the Kaaba
is being the
built,
inventor
that's
of
also
tools that are iron,
wrong.
belong
All right.
the bronze and iron. Why can't we corroborate this through the artifacts that we
Yeah,
have?
I'm not-
Is this like a suicide?
I'm not
define these historical periods.
Oh my God, Ain, I'm not objecting to what you're saying. I'm trying to understand it. I don't
Okay,
understand
I'll understand.
what we're talking is.
I'll explain to you. Genesis 4:21 says, and I'm driving, I can't read it exactly.
Did Tubal Cain exist?
He's forcing me into whataboutism.
Yeah, this is
No,
a
he
very-
wasn't in the Iron Age.
Or did he
Okay,
predate the
and
He
Iron
was
Age?
before the Iron Age.
He's before the
we're
Iron Age,
respecting
exactly.
your question.
He's
Explain it to Euro.
credited with the invention of forging iron tools. Why can't we corroborate this with the archaeological record that we have? Don't you find this to be an anomaly, similar to how you would find an anomaly between the Muslims describing Haman and the Pharaoh?
No,
No, that's not an algebra.
it's not the same anomaly because one's a contradiction. The other is a question for more information.
Correct.
Well, I'm
One
asking for an
is
answer.
a realm error. One is wrong in its own text.
You're saying, meaning, like, let me put it this way: your question best expressed is, "Can you bring me evidence of Tubal Cain?" And I'll say, "No, I don't have anything. It's probably out there. You can go find it."
You don't need to show
Whereas
me
your
evidence
other, whereas the
about
question
Cain.
about the Muslims is,
You don't
they
need
say
to
there
show
was
me-
an evil
why not?
advisor for Pharaoh named
Nobody's-
Haman
Big
that
Dad,
tried to kill all of the
nobody's-
Jews. And the
Nobody's
Jews look at that and they
asking
say,
for
"Well,
evidence
that's
about Cain.
identical to a different story with
We're
a different
asking
guy named
for-
Haman."
We're asking for an explanation for why Tubal Cain, a figure who, according to the Bible, predates far before what we know to be the Iron Age.
No, it doesn't. He
Even
predates
predates
Iron
what we
Age.
know as the Bronze Age.
No, it doesn't. Iron.
Okay,
No, it'd be
this
like
is
shortly before the
time
Bronze
of
Age
Noah.
collapse.
No, Iron. When
This is before the time of Noah.
Iron.
Okay, so this
forget
even
bronze. There's no
predates-
bronze in the Bible.
This
And
even
why are you
predates
ignoring the
Noah.
Copper Age? The Copper Age comes before the Bronze Age.
It says two things. It says copper and iron.
Why are you
It doesn't say
avoiding
the
the clear point I'm making? I'm drawing a
I'm-
point.
What
I'm sorry.
age comes before the Bronze Age?
Iron.
Irrelevant because
Iron.
the Bible-
Why is that irrelevant?
Stony?
Tubal Cain predates both the Bronze Age
Iron. What
and the
time?
Iron
What
Age.
time
Yet
period
he
do you
is
think?
a-
Yeah,
was
this
Iron
is
Age?
why I said the
Invention
world was
of
10,000
bronze
years
and iron
old.
tools.
And I
Why
just,
can we not find artifacts of bronze and iron tools for the time of Tubal-Cain.
There's no
Anything that
bronze in
predates
the
Iron Age.
Bible. It never existed once. So let's get your question to ask it actually correctly. When do you think the Iron Age existed?
The Iron Age doesn't predate 1500 BC.
I didn't ask you if
I
it
would challenge
predates.
you
When
to
do
find
you
me
think it
iron
existed?
tools that predate this. That's a very simple request.
Have you
Can
ever
predate
heard
iron
of the
tools that predate this?
Chalcolithic Age, otherwise known as the Copper Age, which
Yeah,
occurred at the
copper.
end
Iron?
of the
Yeah.
Stone Age before the beginning of the Bronze
Does the Bible
Age?
passage talk about copper? No, it talks about
It does.
bronze and iron.
It does.
Tubal-Cain is the forger of iron and bronze tools. He's
What?
the inventor of bronze
No,
and iron tools.
no, Ian, no, Ian, you have a good question, but you're wrong. No, Ian, listen, you're wrong.
Therefore,
What the verse
it seems to
says
be a
in Genesis
historical
4:21 is that Tubal-Cain created iron and copper. There's no bronze anywhere in the Bible. So no, you're wrong. Now you still have a good question, but
Maybe
you
because
can't
you're
argue-
taking the Bible as a historic document?
Well, he is. That's what we're trying to tell him.
Oh,
He's
okay.
asking
Yeah.
a question on the historicity of a claim
If
about
you are a
descendant of
Bible
Noah
believer,
that played
Okay,
with
how-
copper.
how does the belief that a person who predates the Iron Age and the Bronze Age is the inventor of all tools, created iron and bronze? Why can't we corroborate this through the archaeological evidence? Why do we not find any evidence?
Okay, Ian,
Suggest-
I don't know what is wrong with you. When do you think was the Iron Age? Give me a date of the Iron Age.
Prior to 1500 BC, there was no Iron Age. Iron
When
tools
was
were not
the freaking
prevalent. We
Iron-
had bronze tools.
You're not very intelligent. When was the Iron Age? Give me a BCE. Why is it so hard?
Well, after 1500 BC. After 1500 BC, you had the Iron
After
Age.
1500 BCE. Very good. That's we'll go with 1500 because you can't.
But did
it's more like
Tubal-Cain
1200.
exist prior to 1500 BC?
When do you
The
think
Tubal-Cain.
When was
When
the
do you
Copper
think-
Age?
Ian, when do you think Tubal existed? Date.
He didn't exist 1500 prior to 1500 BC.
Would 3300 BCE be acceptable?
Okay, let me try it this way because you're not very intelligent. This year is 2026, right?
According to Jesus Christ, yes.
Yeah,
Great.
for like 11 hours,
And
maybe.
how many years ago was the world created according to theists that have a young Earth? And when was Adam? Forget about young Earth. When was Adam? How many years ago do you think it was?
A little less than 6,000.
Okay, you think let's 6,000. That's in the year negative 3970.
It doesn't matter what kind of
Right into the
mathematics you
Copper
employ.
Age.
Whether
How
you-
interesting.
listen, if you took- if
Sounds
you
like
took
he's a
literalist-
young Earth creationist.
If you took a literalist, young Earth creationist interpretation of the Bible, you still cannot fit Tubal-Cain in with the Iron Age. It
You
doesn't-
can fit it in the Copper Age.
I'm trying to get you to get me a
The verse
date.
mentions iron. Not
Okay.
No!
copper and-
It mentions
Iron and
copper.
Read it to us right now. Genesis 4:21. Read it.
Iron. So address
Iron.
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 It was utilized
Guy's an idiot.
post 1500 BC.
Yeah.
Not
Ian,
iron.
read.
That is just a fact of history.
Ian,
I
read.
had this conversation a long time ago. You guys want to explain it? to
He's
me.
not very intelligent.
Genesis 4:21. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all those who played the lyre and pipe.
Okay,
This
one
is
more
what the
verse,
Catholic
22.
Church talks
So one
about
more
with
verse,
the
I agree with
ignorance.
you.
Like, we can't judge this person. Why does he deserve hell when he's just so
I
sick?
agree with you, by the way.
You know what I mean? So we go to this, ignorance thing.
God's
God
grace.
bless us.
You're read 22. It's the two verses together. Read 4:22.
Requiring
It's all nonsense.
extra work.
The Tubal-Cain is the inventor of things that are
Zila also
iron.
bore
That you've got
Tubal-Cain.
Jubal is the inventor of music. All of this is all nonsense.
I
It's
guess
not
if anybody
all-
wants to
Okay.
know what purgatory is going to be like, this is purgatory. This is purgatory. Yeah, this is what happens. These are the
Wait, yeah.
conversations
Give
happening.
the same conversation over and over. And
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it
Listen,
is.
you call me stupid, but you basically worship.
I didn't say that, brother. I said that.
You did.
I just
I'm
said you're
joking.
gonna have
I'm
a tougher
sorry.
time getting out of
I did. I called you stupid because you can't carry a logical. I wasn't even denying your question. You just couldn't go across it and ask it like a normal person.
Man, it's not rocket science. You don't need to call me stupid.
So then why can't you answer the question? Let's try this again.
Okay, look.
Well, that makes sense. You said rocket scientists, and there aren't many Muslim rocket scientists. So that actually, that's probably the reason why you don't understand it, because of this deficiency in your worldview.
Esoteric mystery that needs to be solved. The Bible talks about a figure called Tubal Cain.
Ian, I heard your question too many times. I'm not going back to the purgatory.
Humanity is 8,000 years old.
Okay, Ian, let's do this.
It talks about a figure that is the inventor of all.
Why does Islam have a space program?
Until fairly recently.
Why don't they have like this space program
You're beating yourself. You're making yourself sound smarter.
In the Bible.
I mean, not even
So
the
Ian, let's do
satellites.
this. Let's do this. Let's see if I can get Megatron on board. Let's do this. According to you, because your story is so completely convoluted and contradictory, you found a archaeological question which you can't even define the question properly. So, is this a suicide mission? Let's throw out the Bible and the Quran. Now you're happy?
Look, it's not. Look, I don't know why you can't wrap your head around this problem.
I wrapped my head around it and I admitted to you immediately.
Historically,
Okay, so
to be the
dumb.
Iron Age. Do you agree? Listen.
Do I agree on what?
Don't call me dumb. Why don't you just try to engage with what I'm saying to you? I'm not looking for an argument. Just think about this. Tubal Cain is a figure described in the Bible. He's described as the forger of things. He's the first forger of things, iron, and if you want to call it copper or bronze, he's the inventor of things copper. Now, look, do you or do you not agree that from what the academic consensus with regards to what is referred to as the Iron Age, this is something that comes
I
after
agree.
time
Okay, so now you ask your question.
Yes or no?
Are you done?
Why don't you answer me? Does this come after?
But you don't shut up long enough to let me answer you. I'm trying to answer you. Yes, I
It's
agree.
straightforward. Okay, yes, you agree. So
I agree that. I agree that. This is why I call you stupid. You don't listen. I agree that Tubal Cain came prior to the prior to the Iron Age, although it's during the Copper Age. So your question is, if we take the Bible literally with its dates, why don't we find two earlier, when our inventor puts it earlier, which is not a very good question, because you don't necessarily find things there.
Okay, I can give you my answer to the question. Because
So
I was
Tubal
not.
Cain does not correspond with the Iron Age as we
It
understand.
doesn't need to.
Exactly. Case closed. Case
It
closed.
doesn't need to, but okay. Yeah, Gero,
I
what's your
rest my case. All right, bonehead.
You never
Okay,
made a
I'll tell you.
case.
Okay, you heard Mayor's
Cases in the Bible is historically inaccurate.
Apparently, somebody
Perfect.
scared McZed away. So I will say this, because I was not aware of this problem. So it's a new problem for me. Thank you for sharing it. I did look it up. I understand the tension that you're pointing out. So my understanding, reading this text, is there is a reference to iron and either bronze or copper, and this is made as
It's circle and copper. Look at the tools of the tabernacle.
Forget copper. Forget copper. It mentions
I know.
iron.
Look,
It mentions
I
iron,
know,
which
I
is the
know
relevant
that.
point.
I'm just granting the possibility that because of linguistic reasons one could argue.
Does the verse mention iron?
There's arguments for the word bronze or copper.
As if it has any significance. Does it?
It does. Well, let your own finish, because
Did you want to hear my answer? Or you're not interested in my
I would
answer?
only like to hear Gero's answer. Okay, can you mute up long enough that we can hear you?
Okay, thank you. So what I was trying to say was, look, I wasn't familiar with this problem previously. I understand you're raising a legitimate point that there is, at least at a surface level, some degree of tension that needs to be resolved. And that tension is that this refers to a historical period well before the Iron Age. I don't think anybody's disputing that. And it makes some reference to iron and either bronze or copper. And so the question that I think you're raising is, well, how could you have a reference to iron if it's prior to the Iron Age? So I think there are several possibilities. One is that iron did in fact.
Wait a
exist.
minute. You know, before this point, nobody has answered the question. Only you now starting to answer it.
Okay.
And be respectful.
You obviously
Why
don't
is
listen
why
very
everybody-
well.
Why are other people calling me stupid and nonsense like that?
So-
I didn't call you stupid.
No, I did.
No, I know you did.
The way you was responding to
Oh my god. Okay, can we let him finish, and then I'll tell you why I called you stupid. In my defense, it's only because you're stupid. But let Euro finish.
Yeah, I'm
No,
trying to
you have to respond appropriately. If you don't have a response, then don't
Okay.
respond.
And what I said to you over and over, but you don't listen, is I agree with you. There's a tension here. I want to hone it down to the years, and you had a nervous breakdown.
Euro has a response. He's
I actually
summarizing.
so let Euro talk, idiot. That's why I call you stupid. Let him talk.
Okay, so I can't be responsible for other people's answers. I'm going to give my answers. It might be similar, it might be different. You guys can decide. So, as I said, there is that surface tension. Now, there is the term iron there that is being used at a time period well before the Iron Age. That's clear. Now, there are three possible solutions that I think exist to explain that. The first one is that iron existed before the Iron Age. So the Iron Age marks the time when there is widespread routine iron smelting. The Iron Age does not mark the period where iron first appeared. We have meteoritic iron that was used as early as 3,200 BCE. We found beads, daggers, prestige items from that time.
Wait a minute. How do people utilize metals? They use it for practical benefits. Don't you agree? So when it comes to these peoples, they will be using them for their weaponry, using them for their tools, using them for their armor. But we don't find any evidence of this. We find evidence of copper. We find evidence of bronze. We don't find evidence of iron that predates a certain period. Why is that the case?
So I just
tells us otherwise.
Well, I was trying to answer that. So I'm saying that we have found evidence of iron used very early, 3,200 BCE, and the specific examples are beads, daggers, and other prestige items. It was rare, it was symbolically charged, it was not industrial. So, in ancient language, they often use the same word for a meteoritic and smelted iron. So iron can exist in the Bronze Age setting. So that's a possibility. Now, of course, Genesis 4:22 presents a more complicated problem because it talks about forging tools. Okay, so that first explanation doesn't solve it completely. Another possibility, like I said, is literary retrojection of later knowledge. So Genesis is not a technological chronology. That's not my understanding. That's not my understanding of the way most Jews would interpret it. So
why do you think then that? So if you tell me that there are like artifacts that predate the Iron Age, iron artifacts, and you find jewelry, you find this and that, daggers, you said, right? Okay, so that's fine, right? But what's the explanation for that? So when the Bible says that he is, like you said, he's forging tools. What is forging? When you forge something, you're heating things up, and this is metals. This is what we're talking about. So when it comes to the Iron Age, utilization of iron tools, when it comes to the real, I mean, why isn't 3000 BC described as an Iron Age? It's because iron wasn't forged. It didn't lay.
iron certainly wasn't.
So this is perhaps they've harnessed from a meteorite, and the greatest utility from this is distinct from what we refer to as the Iron Age. When you create iron tools, they surpass the ability of the bronze and the copper tools that predate them.
Yeah, that was the distinction that I just raised. The difference between the meteoritic iron and
exactly. So the problem still has to be solved then. So it hasn't been.
That's what I said.
I don't deserve to get labeled stupid for asking this basic question.
Okay, you're right. I should have told you
I
stupid.
never-
The
I
reason
never- I
why you
never labeled- I
deserve
never
to get
labeled you
labeled as stupid because you did, and you then repeated. No one answered my question when I was trying to, but every 3 words in, you started screaming.
Yeah, and
So if you'd like to hear an answer, and I should have called you stupid, but you were acting pretty stupid by
yeah, and I never
arguing with things that weren't being
I
argued
never
with.
labeled you stupid, and everything you just started repeating was repeating what I had just said.
Okay,
So
so I
didn't
could give you
like-
my answer, which is not that far
Well,
off
should
from
I
yours.
answer? No.
Oh, I thought you.
No, not at all. I got interrupted. So it sounds like you're tracking what I'm saying. So this literary retrojection, like I was saying, Genesis isn't a technological chronology, and the author or the final redactors of these texts lived in a world where iron was normal, and they used Tubal Cain as a symbol of metallurgy as a whole. And this is very common in ancient literature. Bronze and iron are often paired. Generations are sometimes compressed. We see this. And culture appears suddenly fully formed. And so I don't think that Tubal Cain is represented here as the first iron worker, but he's just an archetypal metal worker. And then the third reason is kind of similar. This would just go to composite authorship and editorial updating. So those are my explanations.
Okay. What I tried to say was that the question was, how would Jews answer the question? So the first answer Jews would say is, we don't know. Everything after this is guessing, and we're not very bothered by the problem because you're in a domain error. So it's not supposed to be historical chronology. Although we accept everything to be true, doesn't mean you understand it. It wasn't written in a way that you have to understand it. So you have a paradox. That's fine. Paradoxes exist. So it's not very terrible question, and it's not on the same par as putting Haman in the wrong century. So it's not a very big question.
So
You can argue with that.
Before you continue, would you agree with the answer that I gave? Or
Well, your second answer your third answer of editorial and I'm not sure what you mean by that. So let me give my answer. Maybe you're agreeing.
well,
or
what
maybe
about the
you're
first
really
two?
No, the first two is I would accept, and there are very few by biblical terms for metals. I mean, there's copper, silver, iron. There's not much more. So we don't have to be strong to say that iron is iron and not bronze. It also mentions copper there. It does put them both in the same time period. So you still, you can still have that question. The Iron Age and the Bronze Age or the Copper Age all happen in one fall swoop. Again, so that is still a question. So my introduction is that it's not a very difficult question. So let's just give guesses, and anyone can give their guesses. All I was trying to do was get to the exact years. It's off by about 1,000 years. Now let's go through the story as it says it and see how bad the problem is. The story says that Tubal Cain was the first one to do metallurgy. It throws two different metals together, and his brother was the first one to herd and basically accumulate wealth, and the other one was the first one to start music and recreation. It's talking about societal development. Right after that, it talks about how society collapsed and got utterly destroyed. So whatever he created was completely destroyed. How much archaeological evidence do we expect to find of it is anyone's guess, but it was completely destroyed. So you're going to have a rebirth of whatever Iron Age you have, according to the text of the story.
Okay, so isn't that what stops you guys then from believing, all of this stuff about, Atlantis and ancient technology and all of this kind
I'm
of stuff,
saying-
because you're talking about a time where, all of our advances were wiped out.
Well, I'm not
But
sure
this
the
creates
connection. Who's denying Atlantis?
Okay, so I don't know, do you believe in Atlantis as well?
I never studied Atlantis, but I don't. If
Do you believe the pyramids were built with, technology that we don't know about?
Pyramids were built with a math that we don't understand how the ancient Egyptians had. That's all I can say. What technology was it built with is anybody's guess. We don't understand. The pyramids are a mathematical question of how the ancient Egyptians did it, but we don't know. Like science doesn't know, history doesn't know. So I'm not really
We know
this
that
is
they
a
did
complete domain error.
We know
This
that
is
they did it.
But this is a complete domain error. I'm not sure how you put the two together. But Tubal-Cain is very irrelevant to the ancient Egyptians.
Why? The ancient Egyptians.
Because he has nothing to do with it.
pyramids, the Giza. Because when did Tubal-Cain exist? According to you, man.
Let's work back. Let me get that to you. How old do you think? When do you think? I don't want to talk about Earth. How long ago do you think Adam lived?
No, forget what I think. I'm asking you. You're a Jew. You're a Bible believer.
Okay, so let's go.
What do you
Let's
think?
go with
Tell
that.
me what
Fine,
the
let's go with that.
belief is.
Fine, let's go with that. The Christian year right now is 2026, right? As of today. The Jewish year is 5786. So let's take 2026 and minus 5786. Right? That takes us to negative 3760. Tubal-Cain is about 1,000 years in. I didn't count it all. You could, if you go through the verse in Genesis, count it exactly. So about negative 2760.
Okay, so that's when the Giza pyramids were built.
700 BCE is not 2760 BCE. I don't remember when the Giza pyramids were built. Let me look that up.
I think it's roughly around 2600, 2700.
Okay, so it's about 1,000 years after Tubal-Cain. So what's your question?
Tubal-Cain is what year?
You have to do the perfect math to see when it is from creation, but
So give us the perfect
negative
math.
3750.
Tell us.
I said negative 3750.
Yeah, so that would be 1,000 years before, if that's the case.
So are you saying Tubal-Cain existed 3,700 BCE?
Approximately. I didn't do the exact math. You can. It's written right there in Genesis. I just didn't do it. So it says it's the chapter there, the 3 or 4 says how many years Adam lived and what year it was when he had his first son. Then how many years Seth lives. And this is actually the line of no, not Seth. What's his name? Cain. It says exactly how long Cain lived and how his son was. And
Okay, look. I'm going off on a different tangent, but what do you make of then, for example, like the fossils that we find? Like we find human remains.
Okay.
Only recently,
So we have
this year.
Okay, so I'll answer you.
Of Morocco, modern humans that date to 300,000 years ago. What do you make?
Well, they're not modern humans 300,000 years ago, but okay, that's irrelevant. There's some sort of sapient, not Homo sapiens. Either way, you're pointing
No,
to...
they say it's Homo sapiens sapien. It's modern human.
Okay, I didn't say that. That's fine. That's fine. If you
that's what the
here was that one. Is that true?
That's what the conclusion is.
I really don't know what we're discussing here. I mean, don't you have the problem that you're pointing out? If it were true, doesn't that problem also exist for Muslims?
Wait a minute. Forget that the remains in Morocco that are 300,000 years old. Do you not think that we can find human remains that predate this early Earth?
No, what I'm saying,
we can't find modern human remains. We can't find bones of a modern human like 20,000 years old.
Okay, where's Megatron? We are in purgatory. You've got to respond to what's being said. No one's denying that. We're recognizing the paradox.
What I'm saying is,
the question to you is, why doesn't that affect you just as much?
What do you mean? You're not answering the paradox. I'm presenting you with this
didn't
paradox.
answer the paradox.
You're the one that's suggesting that human beings only existed. Adam, the first human, was 6,000 years ago, according to the Bible, right? This obviously conflicts with science. And it doesn't require a genius to understand that, right? Now,
and does it
on the
correct
side.
That's why none of us are arguing.
I'll build that, though.
So
prove your case.
Yeah, so there's an obvious tension you're pointing out And my question is, doesn't that obvious tension also exist for Islam?
Who cares? What's the
Well,
relevance?
I thought it cares because you were a
It doesn't
Muslim.
matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter because what we're talking about is we're talking about your paradigm. We're not talking about anybody else's. We're talking about yours. That's what's in question. You don't
Yeah,
need to
but
the spotlight somewhere else.
yes, it's true, and I'm going to answer you. I hope, if you don't repeat yourself too many times. But if you have a paradox in the general relativity and how it relates to quantum mechanics, and I come up with an alternative version with the same problem, I didn't solve anything. And you have the right to say to me, I know I have a paradox, but you got the same paradox, so you cannot. That's not an alternative explanation. So the question here is, what are you doing right now? You're just asking, how do you resolve it? Are you admitting that you have the same problem, or you do not? What's going on right now?
He won't admit it because he says it's not relevant to the point he's raising.
It's completely irrelevant, honestly. Because what does it matter? You don't even, first of all,
You know why it doesn't matter? Because this makes
you
Islam
make a
true.
presumption.
This makes
You make a
Islam
presumption
true.
that I come from
Doesn't
Islamic.
matter.
Where are the
You don't know what my position is. Number two, it's irrelevant
We'll
to
start
the question being asked. The question is with regards to
if you
your
want.
paradigm and the biblical understanding. That's all. So you have a figure called Tubal Cain. He predates the Iron Age. Now, I don't know why we even have to discuss things such as the Iron Age and things like that. We don't need to get scientific because you get science when you believe that the Earth existed for 6,000
I mean,
years.
you make so many assumptions.
So you don't even
It is science.
you don't respect
Yes, I
science.
agree.
You don't respect the scientific evidence. So
I don't know.
why
You
would
just
do
made
that?
that up.
I
Right now.
respect
Absolutely.
science, so
Right?
I don't know.
I completely respect scientific evidence. So you just made that up.
Do we not have scientific evidence that we have bones that are identical to your bones and my bones? They are human beings.
Yes, we
They're not
do.
monkeys. They're not different hominids.
But
They
dude,
predate
we have
6,000 or
evidence.
10,000 years. Yes.
Hey,
The
we
predate
have.
the time you see Adam existed. Yes.
Yes. Did anyone? I just want to ask you. I want to ask you a question now.
Not
Did
Cro-Magnon,
anybody?
not
Did anybody this
Australopithecus,
morning? Did
modern
anybody
Homo
this morning deny
sapiens.
that? Did anybody this morning
Yes.
deny that we have?
Yes.
Who denied it?
Yes, you deny it when you say that Adam is the descendant of mankind and was born 6,000 years ago. Or,
Okay, but you
10,000
asked
years
the
ago,
question.
or even 20,000 years ago.
But you asked the question, and before you were able to get an answer, someone asked you, why isn't this attention on your side, which you refused to answer?
When
But
did Adam
but
exist?
immediately,
When did
but
Adam exist?
immediately, when everybody
Listen, I can
discussed
play
this
devil's advocate
question,
with you, and I could argue that from a Quranic paradigm, there is no genealogy there. So they don't have the same dilemma that you have with all of this genealogy. With you can do the mathematics and come to the conclusion that human beings have been existing for a certain period of time. The Quran doesn't give you that dilemma. Neither does the Hadith. Like, so I don't know what point you're trying to make here. It's not the same problem for Muslims.
it was a question. So your
to the
argument
Bible.
is, that you can have the Quranic belief that say that the Earth is 16 billion years old. Well, the universe is 16 billion years old, and that's not a contradiction to Islam at all. That's your argument.
It's not.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Thank you for taking 15 minutes to answer your question. So you finally got your answer. His claim is a 16 billion year old universe is not a contradiction to Islam.
Yeah, but you could have asked that question to Google or ChatGPT. I don't know. So what's the relevance of asking me? You're making a presumption of what my position is. I could be an agnostic atheist for all you know. You don't know what my paradigm is.
That's why the question has to be to
I could just
you.
so happen to be exceptionally knowledgeable about, or more knowledgeable about Islam than other religions because of my background.
You are an agnostic
my
atheist
position.
because you don't believe in the books.
You
that
don't know
Allah
what my
revealed.
position is. I haven't
You don't
described what
believe
my
in the
beliefs
books
are.
that your
All I've
God
done so
revealed.
far
So
is point
you
out
are
the
an atheist.
inconsistencies.
So there, I'll give you the real answer later.
Wait, I'm asking ChatGPT what Ian believes about the age of the universe. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a literalist interpretation, then there are certain things which are going to be inconsistent with science.
Yeah, and that's the same for anything. You can say the same for the Quran, the same for the Bible. But it just seems like
no, I understand that, but I
field day with it.
I don't take the position that we should be interpreting these things literally, but there are other people that do.
And don't you think that people that do are having beliefs that totally unscientific?
These things are literal.
And it's purely
literal. These are literal things that happen.
I don't know what people that take things literally do with science, because I'm not talking to any of them. But I do take Genesis a lot more literal than Euro does, and I do admit that there is contention with science, and I also accept that any proper scientific evidence we should accept. Now you do end up with contradictions and points of tension, and they have to get worked out, and that's not a scary place to be. Like, you didn't come up with a major torpedo. If I stay within science and only science, I end up with multiple contentions that we don't know the answer to. So we don't know the answer. So what?
Yeah, and I would argue the tension is far, far greater with literal interpretation of the Quran.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
Like the moon splitting in half, crazy stuff.
You told us the answer. You said that according to the Bible, humanity is 6,000 years old. Case closed.
I never said that.
Okay, that's what we are saying.
It's not bad.
Okay, so when you do the special mathematics, which is what I have verbatim reference to, special mathematics, according to the Bible, you do biblical mathematics, you come to the conclusion that humanity doesn't.
You tell me where in the Bible says. Can you quote the verse in the Bible that says the age of the universe? I'm just curious.
Yeah, the problem that you have.
No, it's not a verse. You need to do special mathematics. That's what one of your Christian buddies says. So you need to
do all the mathematics. Do all the mathematics.
Yeah, and that gets you to that conclusion.
I mean, no. When you get to
what do you think the youngest theories are based on? I mean, what do you think is based on exactly?
I don't think you got to talk to a young. I don't know. You got to talk to a younger Earth theorist, and you got to let them answer the question.
I don't think it's as cut as dry as you're trying to present, because
you're the one that you disputed this. You called it I highlighted the Moroccan fossils, 300,000 years old. You said they're not humans. You doubted that.
What I said was,
you
have to listen. What I said was,
you don't listen. You don't let people finish sentences.
Ian, what I actually said was, and I asked Euro to verify it because he's more knowledgeable than me. My understanding was 300,000 years ago is prior to Homo sapiens, and it's a different.
Okay. So keep yourself up to date with recent events. So recently, they discovered remains in Morocco that are more than Homo sapiens sapiens. That has extended, is completely changed what we understand.
So therefore, can you?
100,000 years.
Okay, can you provide that, because I am unaware of it, like I said multiple times.
No,
and
I
that
can't provide
am I
that. Do your research.
It's there. Okay, I will do my.
It was headline news. It was headline news only recently, so I'm sure you will find that information very easily.
I will look it up, but my doubt came from most of the things you said were untrue, and it was completely within only the realm of science that I wasn't sure if you were saying was accurate. That has nothing to do with theological belief. Nothing.
Okay, so prior to this discovery in Morocco, the established, duration of humanity was in the hundreds of thousands of years. So although now it's been extended to 300,000 years, prior to this it was around 200,000 years. We have plenty of human remains of 100,000 years old, 50,000, 70,000. None of these dates correspond with the young Earth, creation.
I tried to give you an answer.
The idea of Adam, the first human being.
Look, I tried several times to give you
I'm
an
done.
answer.
Megatron, you started a room thing, man. I'm done.
I tried several times to give you an answer, but you don't want to hear the answer.
Nobody's disputing that. Nobody. So I'm not sure who you're arguing with.
You guys are all over the place. My argument is so straightforward. The Bible talks about a figure called Tubal Cain, one of the recent descendants of Adam, which predates
So
the
these
Iron
don't
Age.
repeat it.
The origin of Iron
So
Age.
Aim,
That is a historical
So, Aim,
analysis. Plain
how
and simple.
how
The authors of the Bible, the author, an obvious explanation for this is that the authors of the Bible, when they wrote it down, they had no idea that iron wasn't utilized in its common effects until recent times. You know, it wasn't something that existed at the time of the descendants of Adam. You know, Tubal Cain, you've said it predates the Iron Age. So not only are you unscientific with regards to, you know, the age of the human race, even with regards to this, because you're talking about the Iron Age, even doesn't correspond with the time of Tubal Cain. You said something about 3,700 BC. I don't even know what you based that on. That's one of your biblical mathematics, I guess. But you guys keep referring to this stuff, and you can't deny that there are people like you that claim that humanity doesn't go back that far. You even have people that believe that humans were walking around with dinosaurs, right? And they call it to distribute all the scientific methods. When it comes to carbon dating, for example, they doubt that question and say, no, it's all a falsehood. You know, we can't date anything prior to 10,000 years. And you can't deny these are beliefs that are commonly expressed on Clubhouse. And you guys aren't immune to it. You can take the higher moral ground, but you're still, you know, guilty of the same things you criticize. You want to poke holes in the Muslim argument, but the same thing can be thrown back at you multiple. And there is clearly a historical inaccuracy here in the Bible. You know, the Iron Age, if you want to explain it away with the flood, Noah's flood destroyed all evidence, then fine, that's fine. Okay, it sounds very mythological. You have a figure who's responsible for the creation of bronze and iron. You have his brother is the descendant of, is the creator of music. Then you've got the creator of agriculture, etc., etc. It just seems very mythological, don't you think?
Gigger, are you there?
who are you asking?
You.
I
Megatron
need
started.
an opportunity to answer. So.
No, Megatron started a room. If you would like to give a real answer.
Oh, yeah, that could possibly work. I was hoping to see if Andrew or Bob were around.
Andrew's often not around when he mods rooms.
Well, that's fine, but then he should mod somebody else.
Yeah, whatever. He might come back. I'm not saying it's criticism. I'm saying it's a fact.
Yeah. I'm just saying that in general, it's good. Like when there's very few mods that they're not going to be active, to mod somebody else so that there can be some continuity going. There's a lot of people in the audience I would love to hear from, for instance, and I don't know if they have an opportunity. Oh, Andrew is here.
I think someone did that to him. Is that you, Andrew?
Oh, somebody did that to him? Oh, okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I misread this.
It didn't go around it in the regular way, but I don't know if you could do that to yourself.
That's what threw me off. It was.
Yeah, me too. But I don't think I think he would talk. I mean, he's not shy. I've told him many times.
How can I do that to put the? Well, maybe there might be a reason why you can't talk, for instance.
That's true. But if that's true, Andrew, you can put it in the chat.
But do you know how I can put a fire in the center?
I don't know how I did it. Whoever did it.
So yeah, there's a lot of people in the audience who I think are knowledgeable and.
Oh, he's not. He's there. He just gave a thumbs up that he's there. He just can't talk. Okay.
So Andrew, can you? Oh my God! Look who he made a mod. Okay, that's fine. At least he did make someone else a mod.
I don't see. I can't. It's not.
He made. Oh no, he took it away. So yeah, Andrew. Look, I don't have a problem if you don't want to make other people mod, but can you bring some people up? Because there's a lot of interesting people in the audience. Some of them left.
Well, now you're a mod. Bring up whoever you want.
Well, he left. I could try to invite them and see if they
Well,
go.
Megatron made a room. You can invite him back if you're not going.
Well, it depends if you want to carry on with this. Aim or not. Well, Aim left. Oh no, Wynn's here.
promote they play, I don't want shame, no. The bitch me straight up out that 8, I got my change. Pull up bounce, how about catch me ducking, bustin' like my name. They gon' say they come from money, they ain't grateful, I can't blame. Transform, caught up in the law, bitch, you know my name. Money took them on some fake elimination. When they're right for definition,
Well, that was helpful. Well, I guess everybody left. Let's see, I can invite Michaela up. She's very intelligent. Let's see. Carlos is intelligent. CM is intelligent. Who else is intelligent?
I have to go to church. I'll be back in an hour.
Okay. Well, I invited someone to. Mayor, do you see anybody in the audience that I should invite up? Oh, Sully's intelligent.
All right, much better now.
I think Sally's the only person I recognize. Actually, I recognize the person I just know with the Israeli flag, but I don't know if I ever spoke to him. Yeah, I don't see anyone else that I recognize.
I don't see anybody with an Israeli flag.
Ruben.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, never mind. Should I invite him up then?
I don't remember if I ever spoke to him. I think it's a him. I don't even know if it's a him.
Okay. Well, I invited up the people that I recognize have had things to say in the past.
The end that I know. Oh, Samson. Somebody should. He's very intelligent. Show him up.
So Simpson. I mean, it's much better when you invite.
Rob is very intelligent. Although,
oh yeah, but
very atheistic, but very intelligent. And
Yeah.
there's a few good people known him.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't care if they agree or disagree, as long as they're intelligent, they should come up. Rob, since you're here and you're a good judge of this type of thing, is there anybody else in the audience that we should be inviting up?
Carlos is there. I don't know everybody in the audience.
Yeah, I already invited
CM, Ruben.
Yeah, I invited CM. I didn't invite Ruben yet, so let me fix that. So yeah, I invited CM, Samson, and Carlos, and and that's it so far.
What's the topic?
Oh God, do you ask Mayor or ask me?
The topic was supposed to be scientific tension between the Bible and I guess science, but it was being led in a very bizarre way.
Okay. Carlos says he's out food shopping.
Jiro, do you want to answer the question or are you done?
I don't even want to answer because it's too confusing, but it should be like the question of tension between science and the Bible, and I assume we're talking about literal interpretation of the Bible, should be so clear and obvious that, I don't know. I probably would discuss it, maybe Rob.
No, I think we can move on. I don't think anyone denies that there's tension. You can either deny science, you can deny the Bible, or try to synthesize them, but you can't deny the tension.
You can, just typically you try to protect and manage science, kind of like what the Muslims do. But, I think many of us don't accept that sort of reinterpretation.
Well, that's what caused a big argument in this room, because I had suggested at one point, or I answered as a question actually. I said, wouldn't that same exact tension exist with an Islamic literalist interpretation of the Quran? And then that caused a big argument, just asking the question.
Yeah, the literalists have to reinterpret or deny science. That's the other option.
I think I can speak more from the Islamic side as an ex-Muslim. We have confronted also this tension. We can see this tension, especially during a period recent period, I think it's the 80s, 90s, petrodollar was flowing and they were starting to sponsor one particular kind of individuals, which are assumed to be doctors, PhDs in physics, in sciences, who will take verses from the Quran and will twist them and give them a scientific meaning and will tell you in the end, oh, look, science discovered XXX and it was already in the Quran, therefore it is a miracle. So, spoiler alert, it backfired because science is a changing endeavor. It's experimental. By its very nature, there is no absolute truth. So once the scientific theory has some modifications or some, let's say, changes at least in its explanation of the natural phenomena, and they find themselves in a dead end. I mean, what should they say now? Is the Quran wrong, or was their interpretation wrong? Or so that's called in Arabic al-Ijaz al-Ilmi, which means the miracle, scientific miracle of the Quran. I don't know how to translate it. It is dying right now because it got exposed a lot of times, but that was one of the attempts from, I'll say, Saudi petrodollar to spread Islam by using science. So yeah, there's something that happening in the Middle East and North Africa at least.
So are you trying to suggest that the Quranic explanation of how humans are formed from before infancy is not completely scientifically accurate?
Of course not at all. Yeah. At some point, it is clearly that it mentions that the skeleton forms first and then it gets wrapped with meat.
Yeah, and you don't,
that doesn't happen.
You don't believe that apparently. Okay. Yeah, and did you say you were an ex-Muslim?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And did you find the truth?
Well, lately, I mean, I'm an agnostic, to be honest with you. I'm not something that I want right now.
Yikes on your life.
Right.
Wallah.
Wallahi.
Would you say that you're an atheist, or you don't want to go that far?
No, I don't have an active claim that God doesn't exist. No, I don't have proof for that. Therefore, I'm not an idiot.
Not in that sense. But would you agree that you don't have a belief that God exists?
At least the Abrahamic religions or organized religions as it was pictured, I don't think so.
So would you consider yourself somewhere between agnostic and theistic? Theistic, I should say.
Theistic, I won't go that far. I won't go that far. Maybe purely agnostic, to be honest.
So you might be very close to the Hamza interpretation. Or at least open to.
What's that?
I said your viewpoint, as I understand it, might not be that far away from Hamza's viewpoint.
What, Khomeiniism? He believes, he didn't say Khomeiniism.
Yeah, baby.
Khomeini all the way. See what I'm saying? That's the rationalist view. Is the Khomeini is the rationalist view. You got to be very careful with these guys.
Well, I haven't gotten
they sneak in Khomeiniism.
I haven't gotten that far along. I've only gotten to the rationalist part.
Yeah, that
like
equals. Yeah, that equals Khomeiniism, which makes the rational part like its own definition.
They haven't taught me that you can connect them. They're holding back.
I think the Berbinsky fella, I'm just going to say Birds quicker. He's like part agnostic, part atheist. I mean, that's not the way it's typically used. You're either an atheist or you're an agnostic. Unless you're going to go with this, again, modern idea of being a local or global atheist. So either he's an atheist or he's an agnostic.
And that's okay, but explain that.
Rob, I think he's saying that he's agnostic, leaning heavily towards atheism, but he's not fully there yet.
Well, that's just, you
Put
can't
it
be
like
either
that.
of those.
Yep.
Agnostic means that you're not leaning towards atheism. It means you're undecided.
Okay, fine, you're right, but I mean,
But agnostics are confused. At least
Get him wrong.
What he means.
Leo, let Rob cook. Come on.
Yeah, but he explains what he means, and then fine. The rest is just
Is
that's what
he an atheist? Is that what he is?
He explained what he meant.
I believe atheism is the active, I won't say denial, but active claim that God doesn't exist. But I don't do that. I don't have a reason to actively claim that.
Right. Okay, let me ask you a question. This will help, maybe this will clear it up. With regards to the God proposition, you have three options. You can say it's true, you can say it's false, or you can say it's neither true nor false. Which one of those do you take?
The third one. Yeah, well, the third one.
Okay, then you're an agnostic, right? You're undecided.
Okay. Let's go with that.
That also means that if I ask you the not God question, you should be saying the same thing. It's neither true nor false. The not God world is false.
If I put them in the spectrum, I will maybe be more sure that organized religions are false. But again, does that mean that organization or how it was put was the right way to see God? I don't know. It's a historical phenomenon, I would put it like that. The Catholic Church, the Islamic institutions, the scholarship of Islam, etc. I see them purely as political institutions.
I'm not asking about the institutions, about the God claim. It's surprisingly see how many people are so it seems to be tricky for people. To me, this is crystal clear, but then it depends how people use these words. It's very clear. You can't be an atheist and an agnostic, at least in the traditional sense. When I say traditional, I mean like the Stanford Encyclopedia, if we're talking about belief frames. So if you're an agnostic, fine. You either believe that God proposition is true nor false, but then you can't be leaning one way or the other. Right? Then you're a fence sitter. To lean to me means that you have a foot in the God camp or the not God camp. So you're not leaning anywhere. You're just like a.
So, Robert, while I agree with you, you recognize that there are people that use the term atheist in different ways, whether strong atheism or this weaker.
He's not saying anything about strong or weak. He's
Well,
saying he doesn't actively believe God doesn't exist. So with regards to the God proposition, at least now saying, at least when I gave him the three options, that he neither believes it to be true nor false. Now, if you look specifically, because I'm now using that language because it's actually from a Stanford Encyclopedia, that's an agnostic, right? And it's a belief claim. So we're not talking about this whole thing that other people go around and say, oh, it's about knowledge. We're not saying anything about knowledge whatsoever. So he can't be an atheist. He must be an agnostic if he's using it that way. Unless he's again got some weird definition. So the better word to use there, my friend, is you just undecided. That way, now I know exactly what you are. You're a fence sitter. You still have to defend that claim. Now somebody can ask you, why are you undecided? And you need to give us a reason. Just like I'd have to give you a reason why I think God doesn't exist, and the theist will give you a reason why God does exist. You have to give us a reason why you're undecided. Bird, that's for you. Why are you undecided? You said you used to be not a Muslim, but you're an ex-Muslim.
Undecided about the existence of God itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I have enough evidence to either confirm or deny his existence. Sorry. So I think that's purely the reason. I think also it comes down to personal belief. The fact that I really don't wrap my head enough around this subject in my everyday life. And I don't believe that it would be of consequence to know if he exists or not. So that's maybe, you can put it on a psychological end, purely personal way of seeing life. Yeah. Sorry?
I mean, there is consequence. Presumably you want to care whether it's true or false, but at least in Islam and Christianity traditionally, there's going to be severe consequences if you deny something that is the case and you have access to it. Then there's going to be something like very unpleasant.
But he denied organized religion. So let's ask it this way: if God exists,
and he
then
even he did specifically say if God exists, he doesn't think it's the Abrahamic.
Exactly.
So now let me ask you this way: if the God that you're saying you're open to may exist, what's that God's connection to creation? More specifically, what's that God's connection to you?
Question. My question. So at least he will be, I don't know, giving purpose or giving a sense to our lives in that end. I can't stress enough that it might be a practical belief in God in that case. So that's why I'm undecided. That's it. I see the practicality of believing in God, but I don't think that's enough evidence to prove its existence. Its utility, it's not proof for its existence. I don't remember what it is called. Reason is called. So that's why I'm not decided in the side of saying that God exists. But on the other hand, I don't have enough evidence. I don't know the whole universe. I don't explore, or we don't have the capacity, at least scientifically, to know everything, to claim actively that he doesn't exist. I hope
And
that
what evidence
makes it
would you
evident.
require in principle to either accept that he exists or to deny that he exists? What evidence would you need in principle?
I've been asked this question before. I don't know. I mean, I think if he
But
can
that's
present
like
an evidence, he will
intellectually
be,
lazy, right?
he'll be wise enough, I would say, to know what evidence he would provide to me in that case.
Nah, that's intellectual laziness. No, my friend. Now you're just
Really
now you're
lazy.
just sidestepping it, right?
Because-
That's being intellectually lazy. If we ask anybody else on the stage, pretty much, I think they're going
Hmm.
to tell us what's going to be, at least in principle, whether they accept it now or not, would be evidence for or against God, right? And this idea that I don't know what it is and God would know and He should convince me, that's just being intellectually lazy. That's the Matt Delahanty business, and most of us take a dim view of that.
Yeah, I think I'm allowed to be lazy in that front because there's no incentive to actually look into this matter,
Well-
to be honest.
You said something else interesting, that you said you see the practicality of God. What would you consider to be the practicality of God that you see?
Yeah, so morality, for example, at least for the time being, it's hard to rationalize it, to be honest. So that's one first reason why you will need a metaphysical belief, I'll put it like that. Secondly, it's the unity under the nation state or political institutions that we have right now. We couldn't have had them without religion. And I mean all religions. You come from China with Confucianism to Hinduism, to Islam, to Christianity, all played a role. So I see the practicality. I see that it works. But
Well, that's
logically speaking,
religion.
that's not
That's
evidence.
not God.
Do you know? Sorry? Yeah, that's religion, exactly. That's organized religion.
So you're just saying,
But it means God,
practicality.
you know.
I thought you said
It's
that
not
if
so
there was a
imagine,
God, it would
yeah.
give you meaning. Did you not say that?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I thought you said that if there was a God, even without organized religion, that would give meaning. Did you not say that?
That will give meaning, yeah, at a personal level. I understand that for a lot of people, not for me. I mean, sorry if maybe I didn't explain myself well. Not for myself, but I understand that for a lot of people, for a lot of human beings. Yep, they need that purpose in their lives.
Okay, so you see utility to other people. You don't necessarily see utility in yourself, at least in that realm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, personally, I really don't need that.
I agree with Rob that some laziness here, but I respect that it's a full belief in your system. I mean, I think if we're going to go further, it's up to you. You would have to substantiate why you think it's unimportant. But most even deists believe that there is a reason to accept that belief, and you rejected it. So I think that's your verdict. But again, we can stop here with it.
It's fine. I love the discussion. I will just ask if you can repeat the question. I think I missed.
Well, the burden on you is the justification of your laziness. And I don't mean derogatory. It's being like honest. Like I think Rob's right. There's a laziness there that you're saying I don't have to delve into this question. Your justification, which I agree with you, is you don't think it matters because it doesn't matter much. I think your burden is to prove why it doesn't matter because most of the people, myself included, that are theists would say it does matter. So I think that's
Yeah, right. So I think that you will consider this even lazier, but it doesn't matter for myself. Yeah, for myself it doesn't matter, but I understand why it matters for others. So yeah, I'm not actively convincing or trying to convince anyone that it doesn't matter, to be honest.
No, I don't think you understand.
That's even more lazy, I guess.
No, I don't think it's more lazy. What you're saying is, which that actually I accept. Well, let's talk about. I apologize, Rob, if you don't like it, I can stop. But Rob is an ethical person.
I have
as far as
absolutely
I
no
know.
problem
No, I'm
with the
talking about Rob. As far as I
I
know, Rob is an ethical person, does things that I would consider moral, and is not a believer. So there are moral atheists out there. So that they exist. They're all over the place. But the point is, most theists won't tell you. Well, some will, but many theists today they'll tell you you have to be a theist for your own morality. There's other reasons. and you're rejecting that without delving into the question. So I think your burden is to explain why you believe that there's no afterlife, that there's no reason, that personal morality is all that matters. And
Really, I don't think he needs to justify that. It would seem to me like it seemed to me that he said that he posits the possibility that a God exists, but that God is an Abrahamic God. And I think there's a lot of versions of gods where one could argue that it's not that important whether you believe in that God or not. Especially if you have like some form of deism and stuff. Like, it doesn't change anything.
I mean, I think at the very least he's going to have to tell people, not so much me, but the theists on here, why it is that the Abrahamic gods don't exist if he's not going to go with, whatever other beings there are. But when he says it doesn't exist, I mean, what he really should be saying is I'm undecided whether it exists or not. But when you hear agnostics speak, they typically start to stray into the atheist camp. And so they should just really call themselves atheists, or they've got to be like really strict with their language and stuff, because he actually sounds more like an atheist than an agnostic. And I think people want to take the agnostic way because it's a way that you don't have to really defend your claim. So people hide behind the agnostic label. If he's an atheist, he just needs to say, look, I think God doesn't exist, or I lean towards God not existing. But then he has to give a reason for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in part, but the way I interpret what he's saying is that he clearly believes that the Abrahamic God doesn't exist, but that he's open to the possibility that some other type of God exists, like a deist type of God. And so he just hasn't reached a conclusion yet on whether that God exists or not. But I agree with you that he does. He would need to offer to the other theists like why the Abrahamic God doesn't exist.
Yeah, but then he's kind of a local atheist, and these sort of terms can become very grey area, because typically atheism is the belief that God or gods don't exist. And so now we have these ideas more recently. I don't even know if it's in the Stanford Encyclopedia. I have to go reread that part. A local atheist is, hey, I just don't believe in some gods. Well,
yeah,
now it seems like what that person now seems to be an atheist and an agnostic. It's typically understood you can't be an atheist and an agnostic. So when you start doing this whole thing, I'm going to pick certain gods that I don't believe in and call myself atheist, or I'm going to pick certain gods that I don't believe in and be agnostic and call myself agnostic. You see how you're now, we have these distinct categories, and somebody like this is just coming and running roughshod over this whole thing. And as much as I hate Darth Dawkins, this is probably where I would want to do this and hold these people to account. Either you believe God doesn't exist, you're an atheist, or you're undecided about all gods. Picking and choosing gods is not the way to do this. Then you're going to have some other label, and then you're just going to be outside of accord with what most people understand these terms. So this, I think, is people who are like trying to pick and choose. And I think that's not a good thing. It's not for these labels to have a global meaning, right? So now he's trying to do a local thing and be an agnostic and an atheist. I disagree with these ones, and I'm undecided on these ones. No, that's not how it's typically used. And I'm going to be very hesitant to accept that sort of reasoning and stuff like that, as are most people. And as far as I can tell, in the Stanford Encyclopedia, they don't allow that. Well, not like they don't allow it. It's just not used in that way. And they sort of frown upon people trying to do these sort of sly games, for want of a better word.
So, Rob, I would wholeheartedly agree with you on objecting to the use of a local atheist. So I was in a room 2 days ago with Benjamin where he made the claim that everyone was an atheist because everybody rejects, even theists, some other god other than their own.
That's a silly thing to say.
Yeah,
I think maybe he's heard that from a new atheist or Ricky Gervais or whatever. These people are funny, but they're not good here, and we shouldn't be following those sort of bad ideas. There's clear definitions of what these things mean, and so as people start using their own one, and then we get this sort of mess that's going on now.
Yeah, and that's what I pointed out. I said to him, obviously it's silly, and if we were to accept that, then of course the whole...
And everybody's an atheist, right? There's no theist.
Silly,
right? Or you're a theist and an atheist.
No,
a local theist and a local atheist or some nonsense like that.
Yeah, so there's no interesting distinction if you accept that. So I said, no, clearly, like one could potentially argue that there's a difference between an atheist who affirmatively claims that God does not exist and one that says simply, I don't believe that God exists. and one can understand that distinction, I think.
Sorry, what's that
simply
distinction? I missed that.
between one that affirmatively says that God does not exist. I believe that he doesn't exist, like it's not possible that he exists or whatever, and someone who simply says I lack the belief that he exists.
Lack of belief is like a bugbear for me. Because now the theists can do the same thing. These lack theists, as they're called, lack theist atheists, are going to be inconsistent, because the atheist who says I lack a belief, the theist can say the same thing. I lack a belief in a non-God world. Is the lack theist atheist going to accept the lack theist position? They're not, right? They're going to say, give me evidence. So this whole lack theist business, if they want to play that game, the theist can do the same thing. It's not going to help that. They still have to give a justification if they expect the theist to do so. So the lack theist is like a terrible, terrible thing. I wish I could persuade everybody to stop ever using that word. I lack a belief. This business is a hide and seek game. It's even worse than the other positions.
I'm just saying that there are people that make that distinction. I don't have as strong as an objection to it that you do, but obviously that's very different from the case we're talking here when someone says simply that they don't know, which is of course very different.
Yeah, but we're not asking whether they know something or not. We're asking what they believe, right? Not the knowledge claim, but the belief claim. But that's the problem with the knowledge claim as well. The layperson will say, I don't know. What they really mean is I don't believe. But they use the know in a very sloppy way. But I'm only interested in somebody's belief, not so much in the knowledge claim.
Right, but you would agree, wouldn't you, that there's a difference between someone saying, I don't believe God exists, and I believe that he doesn't exist? Or would you say that those are the same?
They're the same for being an atheist. I think it's going to be the same. I mean, there might be some nuance to it, but not, because both of those people are going to be atheists. That's the important thing.
Yeah, and I think that's how most people describe it. They describe it as two different flavors of atheism. That's why I said some call that strong atheism versus weak atheism.
Well, that's not what I understand strong and weak to be. But again, you see, that's different. I have to look up the strong and weak. That part I don't remember off the top of my head. But I just think a strong atheist is somebody who says, I know God doesn't exist. And a weak atheist is somebody who says, I believe God doesn't exist. And to me, that's very clear now. The one that says, I know, I'm going to expect a much stronger argument. The one that says, I believe, I'm still going to expect reasons, but maybe not as strong as the person who claims no.
How do you know God doesn't
exist? I guess.
Okay, Rob, do you know God doesn't exist, Rob?
Oh yeah, I know God doesn't exist, but
okay.
Most atheists are not going to say that. They're going to say, well, I believe
what are you using?
They're going to give some reason.
Okay, don't waffle so much. What are you using as an instrument to know, yes, I know he doesn't exist? What are you using?
Oh, yeah, the incompatibility of evil and God.
This entity is outside time and space, outside of the observable universe. So how do you know? The science hasn't been there. The science will never be there.
Don't need science.
He just told you.
Don't need science.
This God can be evil. That's fine. You can't say there's no God out there.
No.
You can say,
if this being is evil, it's not God, and then you're an atheist. Come now.
I mean, why would it be unreasonable to have an evil God, for example, a psychopathic God? Why would that be illogical?
Because God is the tradition of the greatest being.
That's it. You don't want him to exist the way we perceive him. That's a different story. You're telling people you're looking at the outside edge of the universe. You've seen God. There's nothing there. Oh, it's empty. I'm coming back home.
That's not what you have to. That's how you know God doesn't exist. Don't be silly, man. Come on.
He's citing the problem of the evil, the suffering of the innocent.
But Arvin, do you know that God exists?
You believe he doesn't exist. Stop saying you know. Nobody knows shit. No one has been at the outside.
Of course you can know something.
Wait.
To justify true belief or something.
You believe, Arvin, you believe God exists, or you know God exists?
I believe God exists. No one knows God exists.
Don't let Arvin. Don't let them flip it on you. You're questioning Rob.
What do you mean by no there?
Hamza knows.
He knows that God exists?
I think so.
Do you know your father is your father? Let's start with something that kind of is down here on us.
Oh my God.
Don't let them trick you, Arvin.
Let's calm down.
Anybody.
Let's define.
Father answer. Do you know your father is a father?
Can we define terms first?
Hilarious.
If we're going to have a conversation, let's define what is the word.
Does anybody here know if their father is their father?
But you're not answering my question, Hamza. Let's be scientific about it.
Can we do this like
Can we just relax? Do this in a
Yeah,
chill
let's
way?
do one thing at a time. I think
I
Stanley
want to
is
define
correct.
the term. I want to
I
define
want to say
term.
something, please.
All right,
we
but
need to
wait,
define
wait,
terms.
wait, wait.
Hang on now.
Stanley's still talking, and he's going to finish in 30 seconds. We're going to have a conversation on the subject. We're going to have to agree on what the terms are. Let's agree, first of all, on what the word know, what knowledge means. Can we all agree on that? What does the term know means? And then we can go on and discuss if we know or do not know. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, right? So
Okay,
typically,
so
like the beginning level, there's different definitions, but the typical one that most people use on here, or at least I've heard, is justified true belief. Right? So it's a narrow.
justified true belief. I'm going to use the word empirical. I think if we look at the
It doesn't have to
epistemology.
be empirical though. So
Oh,
No, it doesn't have to. Yeah.
No? Oh, that's new to me. Okay. Well,
and empirical is self-defeating anyway, which is why most people are not empiricists, strict empiricists at least.
empirical.
You don't want to go down that route probably either. But look, justified true belief is typically understood here, and even in the literature.
Do you know that in
etc.
most languages the word science is related to the word knowledge? Because
It's
it's
got to do with, yeah, but
because
that's
it
not
has
what we mean by knowledge in the philosophical sense. Yes,
in the philosophical sense.
because
Okay.
we're defining knowledge. We're not asking for
Yeah.
synonyms.
Knowledge.
Definition,
Justified true belief is a good.
That's
Wait,
good enough to
wait,
start
wait.
with. Mine's
No,
slightly
no.
different, but for the sake of this discussion, that's good enough, right?
Okay. See, I heard a priest once say, "Not believing, seeing is knowing." And what I think he was saying, if you already have some empirical kind of way to get there, it's not belief anymore; it's knowledge. I really am strong on this. And how do we distinguish between knowledge and certainty?
But we
Are they-
well, certainty is going to get you into trouble, so you don't want to go there. You're
What's
just going to
wrong with
overstep
trouble?
your bounds with certainty. So
What's
just
wrong?
stick with knowledge and belief, and those. But belief is a weaker claim. Knowledge is a subset of belief, which you must believe something to know it, at least in the sense that we're talking about, and it needs to be justified. So it's a stronger claim, and then you can talk about knowledge. But the point is that with what Arben wanted to do or go with, he's looking for this what's called infallibilist knowledge, and I think that's you're gonna have an extreme battle. I've never heard anybody give a sufficient argument that overcomes any sort of skepticism.
No,
Which means
Stanley,
that if you
though.
claim to know something such that you can never be mistaken in the epistemic sense, I just think you're not going to be justified in that claim.
Okay,
If
can we,
all we
Stanley
is
is right.
we know something but we could be wrong, I've got no problem. That's the way I use it. That's the way many other people use it.
but can we all agree?
Stanley,
that
you
there's
either know how to play a guitar. You can't just believe you know how to play a guitar. You have to know, and that's what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay,
Exactly.
but yes, but okay, the word knowledge seems to offend people. Can we agree that there's no empirical experience? None of us have any empirical experience of knowing that there's we haven't processed that empirically. Can we say
but
that?
empiricism is not the only way, and some people do claim to have empirical knowledge, i.e. that he's revealed himself in some empirical way. So some people do claim
No,
empiricism,
that's an
but it's not the only
interpretation.
way anyway.
That's an interpretation. We have to distinguish.
Yeah, but that's
No, Stanley. No. There are people who claim to speak to God.
so. I get what you're saying, Stanley. But that's true. That's true for any empirical statement, right?
The people who speak to God, does anybody believe that they spoke to God?
That's the question.
Other believers.
Yeah, they believe
They themselves believe it, or at least they claim to, and you can't defeat that. There's no way you can say that they don't believe it.
No. They believe it is one thing, but did they in fact to God?
That's their
but
claim,
now
and
you're
you have
asking-
no defeater on their claim because you can't empirically prove that they haven't.
Well, that's exactly the point. What cannot be proved with evidence can be disproved without
No,
evidence.
But it's still empirical.
Stanley,
That's
you're
not
going all over
true.
the show. You wanted to define knowledge. Hopefully we agree that it's typically like justified true belief.
No,
It's fine, we can do that. But the other guy who's left now, Arban, I think he was trying to point to like infallibilist knowledge, something that you could never be mistaken
what is
about.
justified?
That's
How do
like
we?
just-
Stanley, your argument doesn't work. I gave you a very simple example. You know, when people first started reporting about drafts, there was a large claim that it's not true because it couldn't possibly be true. So these people are just denying these people's experience. So all of this types of things of specific claims, like we can't know with any certainty what someone else saw or didn't see.
Wait a minute, we can't know with certainty. That's exactly my point. You cannot know with certainty.
So you can't say that they didn't.
Yeah, but then we don't. Then it's not a problem, Stanley. We can know without certainty.
But you
Most
can't
people
see the
accept.
right?
It's not a problem.
The existence.
Wait. We can know without certainty? Okay, I can see how we can kind of know. Is that what you're saying? We sort of know?
No,
We
I don't
do
think
it.
we
Stanley,
sort
can
of
we
know.
try this? Can we keep the level of knowledge the same as you run the rest of your life? Things. What would you do in other parts of your life with that level of no?
The level of knowledge?
There's many things that we claim to know that you haven't judged on your own. And we accept that. So we can have that level of acceptance. You take a medication, you trust in the authority, you cross a bridge, you trust it's going to go. You don't have full knowledge of that.
We believe when we take the medicine that it's going to help. We don't know that.
Okay, so let's call it. Okay, then everything's a belief. Then you don't know you exist. Maybe you're having a dream.
But when you see things, you were saying seeing is knowing. So to the extent that seeing is knowing, when these people see God, they know it in the same sense that you see a blue car across the street.
All right, but people saying, I know that there's a God because I saw the sunrise. I mean, we agree that is not knowing.
Well, that's
God.
different.
That's what?
That's different.
No,
That's
God
interpretation.
If somebody says that they know
Not
the God because they saw him and they
God.
spoke to him, that's a very different type of claim.
We have to make a distinction between interpretations and facts, right? I think that's important.
Yeah, but then we're going to get into what are facts, and obviously for you, knowledge is going to be certainty. I assume.
What? I can't hear you in the matrix.
We're going to get into the word facts, right? And I assume for you, your definition of knowledge is certainty.
Right now, let's say
Hold on, man.
that is a fact.
First, let me understand. Hold on, and I'm totally down to hear what you're about to say. But is that true though? For you, knowledge means certainty.
Knowledge means empirical experience for me.
Okay, so not certainty then. So do you know that the Earth is round?
I'm trying to do a fine-tooth comb here. There's a difference between knowledge and certainty. Absolutely.
What's it, Stanley? Do you know that there are exoplanets?
Do I know that there are other planets? Absolutely.
Exoplanets outside of our universe, outside of our solar system.
Well, I listened to enough of what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, but you have no empirical evidence of it. You're trusting the people that looked at Kepler to find them.
No, I'm just making the distinction between knowledge and certainty. What? Is it the Matrix again?
That is empirical evidence.
It makes a good point that you have knowledge.
It is empirical.
No, I'm relying on someone else's empirical evidence, and I'm assuming that Kepler is accurate.
You're getting look. When you talk to like the mechanic who knows more about the car than you, right?
Yes.
And he looks at the car, and then he tells you, "Yeah, I looked at the car," and you trust this guy from past experiences with the mechanic, and he's like, "I looked through the car, and this is the problem with the car," right?
Yeah.
That constitutes empirical evidence that that's what's wrong with your car for you.
Absolutely. Yes, I believe in
so
the
that's
mechanic.
a call to authority, which makes sense.
Once I drive the car, I don't know. Okay, well, there's potential. Okay, that when I start the car, it's going to start. Okay, but once I start the car and drive, I know the car is moving, right? Because I'm doing it. But there's a difference between certainty.
No. That wasn't the point of these.
Okay, let's stand
I'm saying expert testimony. If you have empirical reasons to think somebody's an expert in something, and then they tell you blah blah blah, you do have empirical reasons to believe that what they're saying is true.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just look. The whole point is if you want to have this atheist discussion, we can't going into the fundamentals of epistemology every time we have this conversation.
All right, okay, we won't go there then. I know you don't want to do that. Okay, got that.
It's just you don't do it with anything else. We don't do it with any other debate. It's we could have we're gonna have a debate about X, but first we have to talk about the fundamentals of epistemology every fucking time.
No, I just like clear-cut terms, but okay.
No, but Stanley, Sully has been going over this with you for a while now, and he is right. We always go back to the basics, right? And that's just such a huge waste of time, right? So we don't want to keep on going back to the basic epistemological terms.
All right. So what is the okay? A theist knows or believes, or he doesn't need empirical evidence to know that their God exists, right? Is that what you're saying? We can
No,
say
man.
we know God exists.
No, I wasn't saying.
Sully did not say that, sir. Sully did not say that.
He's talking about your definition of knowledge, man.
There can be empirical evidence like for or against God, and there can be like other kinds of arguments that are like
My
rational
problem with
arguments or
my problem with
conceptual
theists. My problem with theists is they say they know that God exists. Now they can say I believe with certainty that God exists. But once you say you know,
Brother.
that's what.
Wait, that's not true, Stan. Like, very few people are epistemic infallibilists. Like, I'm a theist, I'm an epistemic infallibilist, right? And yeah, I can say I know that God, meaning that the belief in the proposition that God exists has an epistemic property of warrant, right? So the belief can be warranted, it can be known, but fallibly, right? I don't.
Yikes, agnostic. Anyway, Stanley, can we just ignore Stanley? Because we don't even know.
Stanley on this. Stanley's right. We have belief.
Yeah, you guys don't even know if God exists, technically. Yeah. So for
saying that
you guys, for you guys, you don't even know. Maybe you're wrong. I understand what he's saying. Right, and it's fallible, so there could be a chance for you guys that God doesn't exist.
You believe in
your lives. Can we ignore
keep that on
Stanley?
the table, yeah, gotta keep that on the table.
Yeah, I certainly believe in God.
Yeah, that's sick. Who muted Hamza?
What did we say? Ignore Stanley?
Hello, why are you guys muted?
Right.
I don't know if anybody
Appreciate you, Cop.
muted yourself.
Thanks for pointing that out.
I did. Yeah, I did. You know, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Coptic. Please don't mute.
I'm not the one.
It's not Coptic. I know who it is.
I'm not muting him. Yeah. I don't mute people, by the way. I don't.
All right,
But
listen. I'm not going to bother you guys anymore. But just how do we conclude with this knowing business?
You, Stanley. What's your definition of knowledge? I still really haven't pinpointed that.
Again, I think that there's got to be some word that you, because if I'm going to talk to a believer, and one of the things that frustrates me is that when I speak
give
with
the
them.
definition. Don't change the topic.
Okay. What I'm saying is, when I speak with a believer, and they can't distinguish between empirical.
Stanley, knowledge is.
Knowledge is empirically improved that I know empirically. I have
Okay,
experienced
now that's a
it.
circular definition. That's a circular definition. You're stupid. Try again.
I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
You gave a circular definition.
Why is that a circular definition? I'm trying to. There are people who argued against it.
Because earlier you said that.
In terms of knowing.
Right.
Because you're defining knowledge.
Right.
In terms of knowing.
What am I doing?
Stanley, you're so stupid.
Okay, that's very kind of you.
It's like really stupid that I had to even explain this to you.
So Rice Cooker, which theory of warrant does Stanley hold to? Like, does he like
why are you a believer?
He doesn't know what warrant is because he's stupid and can't read.
Right, who's calling me stupid? Just by the way, who's got the guts to?
Andrew. It's Andrew R.
The Chinese guy.
Oh.
So he's
Okay, can I ask you a question? Are you a religious person?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'm not.
You're not a religious person?
No.
All right, that's good. Then we have the same kind of thinking then, because I'm not a religious person either.
Don't try to bond with him.
Your thinking is stupid, and you use circular definitions. And I'm not.
Why is that a circular definition? Because saying
Because
knowledge.
you use the definendo in the definends.
Okay. Well, elaborate.
Okay.
Hamza?
Well,
who's saying this? Who's saying this, and why is it?
Andrew. This is Andrew.
Rice Cooker.
So Rice Cooker, does he like that? Because proper functional theory of warrant. Do you like it?
I'm glad.
He doesn't know what any of that is because he's too stupid to read anything about the topics he talks about all the time.
What topics do I talk about all the time?
Well, knowledge, apparently.
I'm only talking about it in this room.
But they were saying that this.
Why
is
have I been rude to you?
Yeah.
When? Have I called you any names?
Today. No.
So why are you calling me names?
I don't like you.
Is that you don't like me?
Yo, I love this guy. Rice Cooker's hilarious.
All right. I love you because Jesus told me to.
What are you, a Christian,
Jesus
Stanley?
told me.
Nice one. Nice one, Stanley.
Good job, Stanley. That was a good one.
All right.
Is to love him.
You're a good man, Stanley. And I don't know why, Sasha, you always like to do shit up. Why do you? That's not necessary. I'm a scumbag, but at least I know I'm a scumbag.
Get him right.
Okay. Well, if you just mean I'm mean, then yeah, I'm mean. So I guess we're
Mean
good
would
there.
be fine. It's not mean, Sasha. Mean would be fine. You are unnecessarily cruel. There's no need to do that.
That's true.
I don't think I'm cruel by I don't think I'm cruel by calling this guy stupid on the internet. I think he can handle that type of cruelty anyway.
Well, you could also be the difference is you could be necessarily cruel as opposed to necessarily cruel.
But just come on, bro. Are you actually gonna say it's cruel to call some random guy stupid on the internet? Chill.
That's kind of an argument.
He's not a all that I've heard him in all the rooms that I've been with him, right, and witnessed, he's a good and decent man. He doesn't deserve to be treated like that.
I just had a question for Megatron and Hamza. You guys are saying you're
Careful there.
They're saying they're epistemic infallibilists, right? Oh, okay. Very few people have met them.
I am. Megatron's not. No, Megatron's not saying that. I'm saying that.
Oh, you're an epistemic infallibilist.
About knowing God.
Oh, so you're absolutely
about the knowledge of
wall based.
Oh yeah. Why would I believe it otherwise?
Well, you can still have
So
faith.
you believe it because you think it's probably true.
No, not probably true, right? So if I'm an infallibilist,
Why
I
would you
certainly
believe it otherwise? You would believe it because you would think it's probably true.
Oh, I see it.
That's why you believe it.
Yeah, true.
Without seeing
Yeah. No, Sasha's just saying if I wasn't infallible about it, I would believe it because it's probably true. That's true what Sasha's saying. But I am epistemically infallible about of knowing the existence of
wall based.
Wow. Okay. So rice cooker Sasha, Hamza's saying that he's absolutely certain that God exists. You want to question him on that, or?
Why don't you question me? Me and Sasha are
It sounds
friends.
like you do, Adam. It sounds like you wanna think on this.
No, Sasha, don't talk about it.
I think this topic, this is your wheelhouse. I don't know anything about this kind of stuff. Yeah, this is your woodshed, Adam. Your pyramid.
Poor Stanley laughed. I feel bad.
I mean, you can actually hold to you would say, Hamza, that God is if you're like a foundationist, you would say it's like a properly basic. It would be like a properly basic belief with like an intrinsic fear of defeater, right? In which the belief so the belief can never really be defeated or doubted.
Exactly.
I mean, you could take that view, but at this point, but the problem with this view is that you're not going to be really doing philosophy anymore. Like, okay, fine, you have a belief that can never really be defeated.
Why?
Then you're not. Because then any arguments that's going to be presented against God, you're just going to dismiss it and say, oh, there's this, intrinsic defeater for the.
No, hold on, that's not true.
God.
No, if you can give me, hold on. If you can give me a deductive agree with all premises, I'm prepared to believe that. Wherever truth takes me, I'm going to accept. Especially deductive proofs. Do you have a proof that's deductive that God doesn't exist?
Well,
Danny, you going to say something? Oh, because I thought you had. Well, the problem with that is then you're not really an epistemic infallibilist, right? Because then you're saying that your belief can actually be defeated, which means you're not really absolutely certain at this point. You can actually doubt the belief in the existence of God, right?
No, he thinks he has an argument that is solid and infallible.
I didn't listen to the last part, Coptic. It was rude of me. I zoned out. What was the last part you said?
No, I'm saying if you're saying that someone can provide you with a deductive argument against the existence of God, it means that the belief that you have about the existence of God can be doubted. So you're not really absolute. You're giving. So you.
But wallah, they won't.
I'm not. I'm just here. I'm just. Someone else. Someone said something.
Solly,
I'm just humoring you, bro. There's no.
Okay.
Solly, go ahead.
I was you.
Yeah, I'm just humoring the point, right? I don't. There's no deductive argument that there's no existence of God. There's a deductive argument that God does exist. Obviously, we have to go into the definition of what my particular God is, right? It's not going to be like the typical Judeo-Christian Abraham, right? It's going to be a specific kind of God, whatever God.
All right, so ready? Ready? If God possibly doesn't exist, then God doesn't exist. God possibly doesn't exist, therefore God
I agree. No, I disagree with the first premise.
Can you guys start calling him names and try to force?
Hell no, the atheist loves Megatron. There's a difference. There's a difference between me and you. The atheists love. Oh. Sully, the first premise I have a problem with. You have to provide.
Wallaby.
Well, the first premise was a conditional hamza. So, like, since God is a necessary being, right? That means if he possibly doesn't exist, if he doesn't exist in some possible world, then he doesn't exist in the actual world. Because he would be a necessary being. So, right?
So if he's a necessary being, he's not a possible. It's not that he possibly exists in one world, he exists in all worlds.
Hamza, run the contingency argument that you were running the other day. Why don't you? This is a good time for you to bring.
I'm not trying to like bore people. I've already ran it with Sully. I've already had the conversation with Rice Cooker. I don't want to like keep dragging on the. They know what I believe. Their opinion. They know what I believe.
I don't think you've heard this one.
Me and Sully and Sasha have discussed before.
But you would say that
Coptics asked
before. But Hamza, if you're saying that, would you say that it's like logically necessary that God exists?
Of course, it's the definition.
Atheism is a contradiction.
Yeah, atheism is magic, some black magic shit.
It's a conjunction. Atheism.
Yeah. Rob's a dark magician, bro. That's what he is.
From Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yo, Saxon, that's hilarious in the chat. Because I'm in Lebanon right now, so we only have like 2 hours of electricity, and then we have to switch the generators.
Can't you just say it's contingent upon the contingency of the set being contingent?
Ooh, the set argument.
It's retarded. It's retarded. I hate that stupid ass.
Like it.
It's retarded. I can't believe
I think we're like all very happy that stupid guy's family left. She was so stupid. Oh my god.
Wait, who is that?
Sasha doubling down.
Like some people, they were like very interesting. They'll be like, "Oh, you're being cruel." Like in their heart of hearts, they know it's a good thing. That stupid guy took his stupid shit elsewhere.
Well, it was a question of whether the cruelty was necessary or unnecessary cruelty.
There's no need to say some guy. I mean, if you want to go head on with me, Sasha, I'm down. I'll take that ride. I would rather not, but if you choose to do that, I'm game.
All right. I'll keep that in mind.
It's noted for the record.
I'll write it down in my journal. My people contact your people.
I think that's fair, Sasha. And I'll write it in my journal that I will pretend to care. So it's a win-win for both of us.
All right.
Oh.
So what is this guy Andrew doing?
Andrew, what are you doing? Sasha, she's asking about you, Andrew. Where are you?
Yeah, Andrew, please. Hang on, bud.
Andrew, stop running away, okay?
Please, Andrew. You need to give us an argument for God.
Everyone wants to take from Megatron's set argument.
You have to understand, Andrew is not ignoring us. He's just shy.
Well, I haven't spoken to Andrew since last year.
Which was only a few hours ago, right?
Same old crapola. Same shit, new year.
Oh, I'm saying I'm on the track running. Oh, he's running on the track, okay.
Running
so he's tracking.
just on tracking, right?
Oh, he's fulfilling his New Year's resolution to lose a little bit of fat and keep running every day. Okay, that's great, Andrew. You're doing it, man. You're doing the right thing, man. That's your first day now. Yeah.
A little passive aggressive topic. Schuldet?
Well,
Oh my god, but Kayla, you need to, like, Kayla, I hope your New Year's resolution is putting your wife in a menstruation shot.
It's so last year, Sasha.
It's funny,
It's your
Sasha.
last year.
No, that's such a last year. That's such a last year troll comment on me. Get more creative.
I haven't made this joke since last year.
Yeah, it's so 2020.
I know it's so old. Get something new. You're so boring.
It's a bit of a callback.
Yeah, it's just your lack of creativity.
It's called the running gag.
It's called boring.
Okay, let's you hit us with a joke. I think your people are supposed to be good at stuff.
I don't know that many jokes, to be honest. I don't remember jokes very well. That's the problem I have.
Okay. Well, let me tell you one. Do you know how to pick up
Here's
girls
one
at
joke I know.
Auschwitz?
I know one. Here's one joke I always remember. There's a
Okay.
panel. There's a panel of a Muslim, an imam, a priest, and a rabbi, and they're asked, "When does life begin?" It's a conversation about the beginning of life, and the Catholic says that's easy. The priest says, "When at conception, life begins at conception." And then the imam is asked, "Well, when does life begin?" He says, "That's easy. That's at first breath." And then he asks the rabbi, "When does life begin?" The rabbi scratches his beard, thinks for a while, says, "When the dog dies and the kids move out of the house."
That's funny.
It's not only funny, it's true.
Well, here's one, Caleb. Do you know how to pick girls at Auschwitz? You ask them for their number.
That's a bit awesome.
See, that's a funny joke that would play in Israel really well. That's like a very funny, dark joke, but like in mixed company, it's not a funny joke. But I get it.
Okay, that's good. As long as you get it, that's
I
good
get
enough
it.
for me.
I get it. It's a terrible, dark joke, and like one that I would not encourage non-Jews to tell. But sure, I get it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to tell that joke in the U.S. or Europe.
I'm in Europe right now.
Me too. Me, asking the question, why did Moses lead the Jews through the desert? The answer is because he was too ashamed to take them into town. That's funny.
That's good.
I know. There's two things that I know, right? Jesus must have been the black man. He was poor. He called everybody brother. And he never had a fair trial. Adam, on the other hand, can never be black because black men do not give away spare ribs.
Yes. Right. But like Jesus, evidence for Jesus being black is also that he got fucked by the Jews. It's like another.
Wow, that's even too harsh for me, Sasha. Wow.
Let's hear me. Like the Jews took advantage of the black community with like the rap industry.
Did you say with the rap industry?
Yeah. That's right.
In what way?
Are you really trying to understand this?
Do some reading on African studies.
There we go. Are you really trying to understand this guy? He's like a troll bait.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I thought he was trying to be serious.
No, you can ask ChatGPT about there are people who argue for that kind of stuff.
There are people that argue for all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, there's people that argue for a flat Earth.
Yeah, but it's like restricted quantification. You need to learn what that's. Like before we can talk, you need to give me your definition of knowledge, and you need to show me that you understand restricted quantification. Because otherwise we can't talk.
I thought you said earlier we shouldn't be going over epistemological basics every time.
No, that wasn't me. That was other.
Somebody was saying that. I thought it was you.
Yeah, well,
I think
just because
Sully
somebody
said that to
was
Stan.
saying it, that doesn't mean
Oh, it
that
was
doesn't
Sully,
mean I
sorry.
was saying it.
Yeah, no, I was
Yeah.
mistaken. It was.
Yeah, so that's embarrassing.
What did I
Andrew's
say?
probably gonna try to do is. It doesn't even bear repeating. But Andrew's probably gonna try to set up some shit conversation about psychophysical harmony. So I ran away.
Oh, she ran away. Oh.
Megatron, you still here? Mayor.
Sulking can be a form of protest.
Need 1 minute.
Yeah, I told you I'm painting, so continuing to paint.
Oh, right. I was just going to say, you notice how everybody runs away from your set argument.
Yeah, well. As if he understood it. I don't even think he understood. I was hoping maybe the really, really smart people in the room could explain to him, but
Megatron, you're at CAFA.
I mean, at least I'm not marked to death with my own people. Like you.
At least Marcus is showing up on stage.
Shut up, CAFA, Megatron.
Yes.
Welcome back, Andrew.
Thank
You're
you.
right. You
Mark.
called me. I can talk now if you want.
Folks,
I was just wondering if you heard the set argument or not.
I never heard the said argument.
Andrew, look how much the room changed.
Euro brings a crowd.
We were
It
down.
ebbs and it flows.
No, dude, we were down to 6 people and it was dying.
I know, but that's when I joined because I like it when there's less people. To be honest,
You
when
fix
Sully comes in,
everything.
I'm like, oh.
We got people on stage and we got people like Kamsa who know what they're talking about.
And we have CAFA like Megatron.
No,
Andrew, that guy was insufferable. I have to agree with that.
I hear you. I hear you.
Confused.
Well, let's
Doesn't
ask
know yet.
Marcus, are you there? Marcus Greek?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, brother. Hey, man. I can't remember. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not.
All right. A Christian?
I am not, but I have high respect.
Don't push your luck, Andrew. You're doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew. I brought up a mix.
Nice. Why do you believe God exists, Mark?
Well, it's because, and I think I've answered this before when we've spoken, but because everything that's within this universe and other universes that are out there, everything is created in a structure and within an order, because how everything correlates with each other. Nothing was just put here from a mysterious explosion. Now, some people can say that maybe a God has created an explosion for stuff like this to happen, but at the same time, nothing was just randomly put here.
and everything was by a particular design. Not now, evolution and spirituality can go hand in hand. But the thing is that how everything is within the universe and how things are set in motion and how morality is a thing, there is no way that there can't possibly be. I mean, you can't, well, I'm not going to say you can't. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions and what they believe, which is all right, you know. But at the same time, how things are, it's impossible to say that, this design is because it evolved from this. Okay, everything has an ancestor, yes. But there are some things that have a design that is very unique within its species of existence that no other species have. So I can pretty much say that everything is put here within an order and it's by design. Like exoplanets, for example. Those weren't just put there. Something created those to be set in the way that they are. Even if it may not have life that we may know of, but what if it does, but on a very small scale that we cannot see or can bring back in a petri dish?
Well, one thing I can say with a relatively high degree of certainty is it did not start with an explosion.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I thought you were saying it did start with an explosion.
No, I wasn't.
He's making an intelligent design argument that it can't be an explosion.
Yeah, but who's saying it's an explosion?
It doesn't. Don't get bogged down in that. He's making an intelligent design argument.
Oh, okay. So I would non-intelligent design argument and still say there's no explosion.
Yeah, because I've been hearing a lot of debates on YouTube and so forth about these exact topics. And of course, most people, when they refer to an explosion, of course, they're talking about the Big Bang of some sort.
Right, but just to be clear, the Big Bang was not an explosion.
Oh, I guess that was an exaggerated mark then. My apologies.
Yeah, no
it's
problem.
a misuse of the term explosion.
Yeah, it was actually the whole reason the term was created was sort of to mock the view.
Yeah, it was a theist saying that you think the universe began with a Big Bang, came the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, the guy who came up with the term was a big believer in steady state.
Which has been thoroughly debunked. I shouldn't say thoroughly. Pretty high level of certainty have been debunked.
But yeah, and
I'd be willing to say thoroughly debunked.
And there's been a lot of conversations about that I've heard of morality and good and bad and evil and so forth. Because there is good and there is righteous as there is evil. But some will argue to say that there is no such as morality. Well, if that's the case, then why is being helpful, being caring, being loving, and being able to know things that are good, why not just do something without expecting a consequence?
Those are selfish acts. We do things selfishly for the good, for ourselves. So you just do them selfishly, not for a specific reason. I choose to do good because I have my own reasons, my own selfish reasons of being good. Doesn't mean to match up with someone else's good.
So you're saying good is subjective, or is your good the ultimate good, or absolute good?
I don't know what is the ultimate good.
Okay, I'm asking you a question, right? So you're saying, like,
The
as you as a
ultimate good would
Christian,
have to
right?
come
I can't
from-
believe these answers.
No. The ultimate good would have to come from. It would have to be. It would have to be get from the nature of the ultimate goodness, which is God. Understand? So.
And how do you get it from that?
Like,
how do you receive it?
Like
From
your book, your God could not neither beget nor be
Oh,
begotten.
brother, I'll
So
throw
then
my look.
there's nothing intrinsic.
Oh, look, burn.
About
1 second.
About your
Burn
God
my book.
that's gonna
Burn
come
my
from
book.
him that
Burn
was-
my book and make kebab.
It's good. I've been burning your book for the last year, the whole 2020.
Yeah, burn my book and yeah. Burn my book. Burn my book. Now I'm asking you, like, how do you receive this from the ultimate good? These directions, right? This directive of like goodness and good acts. How are you receiving it from your God? From this ultimate good is what you said, not God. Ultimate good.
Yeah, he revealed it.
How are you receiving it? Okay, this revelation, what do you call that? Where is that? Your senses, but your senses could be fallible. What are you on about?
Of course. Believe it.
Okay, fine, Megatron. If you want to like put me in a corner, like, oh, I just believe it. Sometimes they're wrong. Okay, I guess you're right. Yeah, so sometimes you think something's good when it could technically be bad.
Correct.
Okay, so your intention really is what matters here.
Always.
I didn't hear you.
You said always, yes.
Okay, we have the same philosophy.
Virtue ethics, something Muhammad didn't teach. He didn't teach virtue ethics.
Yeah. Okay, the Muslims you speak to, my Muhammad did teach that. That's all he taught.
Really?
Brother. Yeah, brother.
Allah.
Good luck proving that.
Brother, if she commits adultery, you better laugh her. You better laugh her 80 times. You know what?
Hamza, can you prove that?
No, I can't actually.
Yeah, I know we can't.
Chill, don't you have it?
Time ago. Metaphysically.
And I burned yours. How about that, brother?
You're allowed to.
And I burned yours.
You're allowed to.
Well, I would never burn the Bible. I would never burn the Bible. And I respect that book too. You Catholic.
Said metaphysically.
Yeah, you would, Hamza. If you could, you would.
Well, I would.
Yazidi women. We all
What do you mean
know
I
that.
couldn't?
Come on, we know how you roll. Come on now.
I'm in a Muslim. Hold on. Right now, I'm in America, but now I'm in a Muslim country. You think I can't burn the Bible, dog? I respect the Bible. What are you on about?
Look, there's also Christians in Lebanon, so we all know that. We all know that.
Oh, trust me when I tell you, we're not scared of
You
that.
can burn a Bible in a Christian country.
Yeah. What is it? Christians are scared of us. They shouldn't be though. They love us. The Shias, not the Sunnis. Sunnis are terrorists. Some Christians hate us.
No.
James is always espousing oh, the Islam is hating. Sorry, Marcus, go ahead.
Islam. I have no reason to hate Islam. I don't hate anything or anyone. I don't do that.
Such a fucking liar. You can hate, bro. No one's gonna get fined.
I have family members who have converted to Islam. Do you think, in your wildest of dreams, that I would not defend my sister against any and all comers? That's 100%, regardless of her religion. If it makes her feel good, then I'm happy that she's happy. Islam is not a bad thing. It's not
So
a
you don't
good
hate
thing.
Islam?
I don't. Hating takes too much energy.
I didn't know that. Thank you for clarifying.
It takes too much.
Okay,
Are
good.
there things
I like
that I
that.
dislike about Islam and religion in general? Absolutely, but I don't hate them. No.
Oh, James is an atheist? I thought he was Christian.
No, I'm an agnostic. meaning I don't know
Oh,
or
you're
care.
like Rob would say. You're right. Like Rob would say, you're a fence sitter.
I mean, at the end of the day, being the dumbass that I am, for myself, personally, the only tenable position that I can posit in this dilemma is I don't know. I cannot prove to you that God exists, and I cannot disprove that I can't prove that he doesn't exist. I don't know. And I don't care. God doesn't pay my bills.
If you don't care, then why are you on stage? And most of the times I hear you trying to like prove like theists wrong. You never try to prove atheists wrong. But I think you always have this I don't want to say hate, but this bias towards theists.
No, I disagree. The reason why I don't attack theists, because I recognize logic, a pattern of logic. It doesn't mean that I necessarily atheist. I don't. But, at least I can understand a train of thought, right? Believing in something and then claiming knowledge of the aforementioned something that is beyond your understanding and your experience, to me, is ludicrous. If you knew it, there would be no, look, dude, if you knew it, if you had the knowledge, there would be no. Believing actually entails wanting something to be true.
That's where I stand.
But wanting something to be true does not necessarily mean that the aforementioned thing is going to be true. It's about your personal wants.
Yeah, I agree. But I know God exists. And then by your definition, I also believe God exists.
No, look, at the end of the day, if I had to ask you, you saying that you know God exists, if I had to ask you to demonstrate God's existence, how would you answer that question?
Why don't you just ask the question directly? It'll go quicker.
It's dead. Silence is deafening. As he consults ChatGPT.
I'm lagging.
You're not lagging. You're checking ChatGPT. You say you're checking ChatGPT. I know what you do.
What was the last thing? Wallah, I'm not. Wallah, my dad's in front of me. If you want me to make
I'm not as dumb as you
Max,
think I am. It's
Wallah,
all good. It doesn't matter.
I don't think you're dumb. What the hell? Calm down. I think you're an idiot. I don't think you're dumb.
Yeah, and
I'm lagging again.
That's
Wait,
much less worse.
Thompson, can you differentiate those two? That was interesting.
I'm lagging.
Can you differentiate between dumb and an idiot?
No.
You can't, because
Mir, why you gotta jump in and make me look bad?
Nah, dude. You know why the reason why you're lagging? You know why the reason why Hamza is lagging? Because the country is load shedding.
Why? Why am I running? Because my internet's poor. 3G.
It's lagging, but yet every time you speak, the clarity is, unquestionable. So I'm not sure how that's working out there.
Yeah, because God's on my side. How about that?
Hamza, you have a history of being dishonest. Your words mean nothing to me.
What a piece. Oh, now you're pissing me off. History of being an asshole on this app, not dishonest.
No, I'm being direct.
I don't know that as look. I have a history of being an asshole on this app, but not dishonest.
No, you have a history
truly
of
believe what I'm saying.
You have a history of not faith interlocutor. We both know that. Pretend otherwise.
So you usually raise the bar in every room that you go into. I mean,
Let me move to the next part of the house, bros. You're cutting off. You have a history of blah, 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 and you zoomed out and pretend is what I heard.
Oh no, I said that you always have this way of upping the bar in every room you're in, Hamza. And I appreciate that about you, that you're consistent.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Megatron. That's nice.
Based. Tell you that people invent good things to say about each other.
Oh, he's commenting on Megatron too.
So the real question will come: will anyone ever answer Megatron's set objection?
Fuck
On contingency,
objection, retarded objection.
Yeah. Really bad.
I haven't heard it.
I'm just stuck on 88.
It's fucking retarded, stupid bullshit. I don't know why Megatron's using it when someone like Sully should be using it.
So you're still asking things like, are things identical to its essence? Like you're still asking stupid questions like that. So it's like I can't take you serious.
Hold on, bro. I've heard myself on tape, and I don't sound.
What happened to Hamza? It keeps cutting out.
And I wonder because I've been doing this.
Like, are they?
I've been looking this up.
It's my internet.
He can't beget. God cannot. Allah cannot beget nor be begotten.
Can you hear me now?
So when Hamza asks questions like that, right? Like, it's identical to its nature or its essence or things like that.
It's like Verizon. Can you hear me now?
That's like violating everything that the Quran is
Megatron.
saying in chapter 112.
I don't sound like that. I've recorded myself and heard myself on tape, and I don't sound like. Oh, is this identical to the essence?
You say that all the time.
Hamza, I've heard you on TikTok. Did you know that?
Yeah, we've all heard you on TikTok about something being identical.
No, I mean in terms of a recording instead of live.
Now you understand, Hamza, why I don't like lying. It's too much fucking hard work. Oh. When you lie, you have to remember each lie that you tell.
Right.
So James, who
Look, I gave you 2 passes, or I gave you Hamza.
Yeah, he's cocking out. He's going in and out too much, Hamza. We're not going to be able to.
You can give me 2 passes, or I can confiscate Lebanon. I mean, which do you prefer?
Wow.
Yeah, Euro. So they have a big problem with the begetting thing. They just think it's biological or sexual begetting. But there's ontological procession, there's rational origin, there's generation, there's causal without time.
Oh, that's a good point, because Hamza does, in fairness to Hamza, he does claim ontological order. He's not talking about...
Yeah, he does. And I don't know how they always say this, but, we're not... God not being able to beget is a major, major flaw in their metaphysics.
Well, I'm still waiting for people to answer your set question.
Yeah.
Never heard.
Hamza tried. Nargis tried. Other people have tried.
Yeah, there's 2 implications with Allah not being able to beget.
And those are?
He cannot have an internal relation, origin. So that that Allah has no intrinsic relation. All relations must be created and external. So he becomes rationally dependent on creation to express love, word, self, knowledge.
Is there
it's a real dependency. There's no transcendence.
Is there a problem with the Holy Spirit or no?
Well, the beginning, you have to. Yeah, I mean, I'll send this to you. Here, I'll send this to you. Here, I'll send this to you. I'll send it to you in the back channel, and you read it, and you let me know what's wrong with it.
To be fair, boss, not most, but I've heard many Christians say what you said Hamza claimed. So it's not that controversial or shocking.
What did I claim? What did I? Because you guys keep cutting off, man.
Controversial is that he just doesn't understand basic philosophy under his, and he says they say they have this.
Get the fuck out of here! I don't understand. Oh, get the fuck! I heard that part. I don't understand basic philosophy.
Well, you don't know.
Get the fuck out of here! I don't understand that shit. You don't even know my belief on that shit.
No, but please.
His whole argument.
No, but we need to listen. No, but can I ask one question? Please,
Euro, did you check in the back channel? Just look at that and tell me what you think.
I just want to know, does the moon pray, yes or no? That's all I want to know. Please, can someone answer?
Only when I on we.
Not the eye. I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the moon, bro. So don't do that.
Who says the moon pray?
Say wallahi. Say wallahi, praise. Say wallahi, praise.
Whether it's the moon prayed or not. Why would that be relevant to anything?
Is there anybody that claims that the moon
No,
prays?
but I'm trying to understand the brother. Sometimes you have to forgive some brothers. They don't know who they're praying to. So I want to know, does the moon pray? Yes or no?
But that's a rhetorical question. You know that, and I know that. That's the reason why you asked it. But how is that question going to move this discussion any shape, size, or form forward? It's not.
But imagine Morocco, they believe the moon prays. Imagine in Morocco, they believe. They believe.
Good for them. I mean, that's what they believe, and if that's what floats their boat, who gives a shit? I don't. I let them be happy doing what they're doing or what they're not doing, as long as it doesn't affect me. If it doesn't affect me, I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, because you don't know. So that's why. So sorry about that.
I'm pretty impressed that you know what I don't know after speaking to me for less than a minute. So that tells that you don't know what you are saying, but you think it's nice to be heard, hearing your own voice. That's what I think, if we starting to be direct.
Okay, so let me just sum up the argument here, just so that we're on the same page. Saying God cannot beget is not just denying sex or bodies, right? It is asserting that God lacks the capacity for internal relation origin that collapses into
when
God,
I came in there,
a solitary monad,
about individuals.
makes
When I
his
came in
word
here,
and his
by
love
individuals.
dependent on creation, and introduces contingency into divine attributes. Begetting does not mean biological. It means origin from the same nature without division or time. Denying that is not transcendence is a limitation.
When I came here, you wasn't speaking about human beings.
now,
you were speaking about
The verse is,
So that becomes
he does not beget, nor is he begotten. This 112 verse 3. Now, they're only meaning this in a sexual way.
That's up to them.
They don't mean this in any other way.
That's up to them. But when I came in here, you wouldn't have, the stars, the moon.
This ontological procession would be origin of the same nature. So he doesn't have a word. He doesn't have
but
his
that's
mercy.
like me asking you, does the Quran sound like
He
music?
has none of these. He doesn't have
I'm
love
not racist. I'm not racist.
outside
Does the
of
Quran
his
sound like
creation.
music? Or does music
He is
make
dependent on his creation to have love, to have knowledge, to have his word to be spoken for anything.
We're not talking about the word. We're talking about the creatures, the little creeps. So the moon. These Muslims don't want to come around here and say, "Oh, no, the moon, the moon, like, come on, man. Does the Quran sound like music? No, this is not music. This is the way that you phantom. It's phantom. So, all right, let me compare it to this world that we live in, right? You have a Bentley, and then you've got a Phantom. You've got Ferrari, you've got a Porsche. What will you go for? The sound or the moon? Obviously, the sound. You want a phantom, but does it sound like a Bentley? No. That's what I was talking about. But yeah, I believe the moon phase.
Just give me 1 second, Luca. Let me just.
No, sorry. No, you.
Because the Muslims are coming in here and then they're just leaving because, oh, you want me to study format logic? All right, I'll give you the format logic. And you know what? I'm going to put it in the chat for you. Okay? Begetting, this is basically what you're saying about your God. Your God is reduced to an absolute monadic isolation.
We talking about beings. We're talking about beings. So
I'll tell you how it follows logically. Okay? I'll explain. You want me to explain? I'll explain.
I read it.
Yeah, but is it phantom?
You read it, right?
Yeah, but is it
phantom? Yeah, it points out how it results in a category error.
Oh, look at 3.
Did you see that? The end of step 2?
It's a phantom.
The end of step 2?
Yeah. I love
most people deny begetting only.
Jesus. I don't love you. But I love
results in a category error, not a refutation.
That's crazy. Yo, imagine the moon praise. Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, so you're saying it only means 1?
Yeah, the people that say that are making a category error.
You go suck your mom, you.
That's what I mean. So do you believe that 2 to 5 are in the definition?
I'm not sure Luca understands.
No, Luca doesn't understand.
I never thought that I would agree with anything Bart says, but
we're not here for agree, but we want to argue.
Okay, so who's the person? Let's see if Ahmed can understand this. What I'll do is I'll put this stuff in. Just give me 1 second. 1 second, brother Luca. Give me 1 second, Luca. Let me put these things in the chat for the guys who want to punch this in their chat GPT. For the logical, whatever the hell he said. So I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put this stuff into you, right? This is for Med. Okay.
Yeah, but
so if you read it, if begetting is denied as an absolute inability, the following deficiencies follow logically. So Allah is reduced to an absolute monadic isolation.
You see, he thinks.
And the result of this, logically,
you're one of them You're one of them pagans.
Right? You're one of them. If God or Allah, right? Let me give you the logical concept. If God has internal relational origin,
talk your mom to somebody, and you want to bring logical information.
Hold on, let me hear his argument. What's your argument, Megatron?
God, I'm putting it in the chat.
I want to know.
Putting it in the chat. God has no intrinsic relation. So his mercy, his love, he has nothing before creation.
Hold on.
He
when you say, when Megatron,
he is a contingent being which is reduced to an angel. Allah is a genie. I'm going to continue.
Okay, you said before
all
creation.
Relations must be created externally. I have to finish your argument, my friend. Okay? And then this Muslim in the audience doing is insulting, which means he has no argument.
No, I'm not here for this.
Yeah, doing is insulting me, which means he has no argument. And the conclusion here, right? This is the last one. The conclusion, okay? God becomes rationally dependent on creation to express love.
That's up to them. That's
word.
That's God. That's up to them, Lord. I'm talking about human.
I don't know what kind of knowledge this God has because he's just a dependent being on creation. So he's just as smart as his creation.
Oh wow! Yikes!
Nothing beyond.
Thank you. Please, can I talk? Please.
Yeah, Luca, the arguments in the chat.
2 minutes. Give me, please, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. So, obviously, you want to think, oh, boo, bye. I told him no.
Look at Ahmed's answer. You see, Euro, do you see Ahmed's answer in the chat? He doesn't understand what begetting and begotten means. He just did that. You see what he just said? Look what he said. He said, this relation... Let me take a screenshot of this. Let me take a screenshot of this first. Hold on one second. Let me show you.
Let me just hear what Lucas
I'm going to show you what being in purgatory actually means. This relation and God's attributes are all conceptual in his existence. You see that? So he's saying the same shit that Hamza says all the time, and he's literally contradicting himself by saying it's identical to his essence, right? So, in order for that to be identical to its essence,
hold on, let him answer.
One at a time. Luca, you gotta chill.
Let him answer, you fuck. Hold, you're annoying now. Let him answer.
Hold on, I'm reading.
Let Luca answer.
What is he answering?
Well, you don't have to. He was speaking to your first comment, bro, that he's a deistic God and there's no relation to his mercy and that he's dependent on his creation. Let him answer that shit first.
Did you believe?
Yeah.
Did you believe?
I'm explaining. I'm mentioning in the chat.
Forgive him. Oh,
Yeah, and after that, make an objection.
What was it?
Luca, chill out. He just started it, and he wasn't able to get it out.
Yeah, but can I please? Can I please? So, boom, bye, da. Did he pick up the book, or did he know the moon was with him, or did he think, oh no, the moon just doesn't pray? So my question is, do you not believe the moon? You know, that's where it started from.
Oh, hold on.
I'm not here to start.
Yo, 1 second, Luca.
I'm not here to stop things.
I understand, but Luca, I just want to make sure everyone knows. I don't know who this guy Luca is. I shouldn't have defended him. I thought he was going to say some rational shit, right?
I run your block.
My name is Luca. I live on the second floor.
Yo, I appreciate whoever sent him.
He had to be departed.
Okay, so now the
I was
response.
going to do that, but I thought you would object. So.
Yeah, look, Hamza, you have a response, Hamza?
Euro. It was just, he was getting kind of ridiculous to talk. Okay.
Yeah, Hamza, you have a response, Hamza, to the argument?
Right, so the first part is what I'm going to address. When you said that his mercy is dependent on his creation, which is something that's created external to himself, don't really care about that part, and that if the creation hadn't been created, there would be no mercy. So you insinuated that there was no creation before God created the first creation, therefore God had no mercy until that creation was created. Have I steel-manned it correctly so far, Megatron, so you know I understand what you're saying?
I'm trying to define what it means for a God to not be able to beget or be begotten. Correct. Nothing can come intrinsically from his nature.
Doug, I'm just going to ask you again, and that's fine. Did I steel-man your argument correctly so I can address it? First, I have to understand what you're saying so I can address the shit you're saying.
I put it in the chat.
Is that what you're saying?
Scroll up in the chat and read what I wrote in the chat. So if you scroll up in the chat, the first thing I said was
Megatron. All related.
The first thing I said, I'm going to tell you the first thing I said was, if begetting is denied as an absolute inability, the following deficiencies follow logically, and then all my premises follow from there. So that was the first one. It's
okay, so for me to understand exactly, I get that. I just, hold on. Because Megatron, I take begetting to be something that's a lower function of sex for animals. That's what begetting means to me. But it doesn't sound like that's what begetting means to you. This word begetting, can you give me a definition for it first?
No. That's the problem with the metaphysics in the Quran. That Quran only defines begetting as a sexual or reproduction. But that's not what begetting means. That's not my fault. Your God is all-knowing, all-knowledgeable, created all things. He should know what begetting and begotten means on every level. This is the problem with your Quran, not mine.
Hold on.
So he's all-knowing.
Look, begetting is the... Hold on. Dude, begetting is the lower animal functions of sex. If that's what the Quran's referring to, then that's fine. Me and you both believe God doesn't have sex. God forbid, right? We don't talk like that about God. If that's what the Quran's referring to, fine. It's right in that sense. But you're using the word begetting in a different sense. I'm asking you, in what sense are you using the word begetting, that he can't beget a creation? You define that for me so I can address your argument.
Used in the Bible. The way the word beget or begotten is used in the Bible. In the Bible, we explain this ontological procession within the Trinity. We talk about a rational origin, one subsistent relation originating from another, right? No change or division, right? That's rational origin. We're talking about eternal generation, right? And
but dog, in the Bible it says that the Holy... but the Bible says that the Holy Spirit came upon Mary and overshadowed her. Like what? You're trying to put a mental image in my head? Like how a bull overshadows a cow? Like, look, I don't want to talk about what the Bible's referring to when it says begotten son, because I know what it's referring to. That's not...
Yeah, I don't know what that meant with Mary.
Hamza, whether you like it or not, or whether you concede it or not, God impregnated Mary without her prior consent.
James, I'll get to you in a second. Yikes!
And this is not a problem for you?
The conversation.
Yo, James, hold on, Megatron. Hold on, Megatron. Let me just cook James real quick.
No, you want to run away. Run away.
I'm not. It will take one sentence if you both shut the front door.
Run away, please. I don't
Oh, okay, fine. Forget James, fine. I'm not running. Megatron, tell James to shut the front door. Megatron, I'm asking again.
Bye, boss. Bye.
Oh, I'm so pissed. Shut up, James. You atheist kafir. Okay, Megatron, I want to address your argument. You're saying God doesn't know mercy until he creates...
Coon that squats in the desert to take a dump. So tell me again, who's the kafir? I was raised using toilet paper.
Yeah, keep talking.
You were raised fucking using sand to scrub your ass.
Yikes.
No, yikes.
You're racist.
Hamza.
Oh, this guy's a racist. Okay, fine, James. Fair enough.
Wait, Hamza, you're against toilet paper?
Yo, the guy's a racist. Fine. Yeah.
Long time no see.
I've been around. James, are you done? James? Can I get back to with Hamza?
Megatron, I want to address your shit.
No, I understand you. I understand you, Megatron, Bart, whatever your name is. You hate being ignored.
I hate you for talking over me.
And
if you don't mind, James.
For the pain you experience through this injustice, Bart, my ass bleeds for you.
Yeah, but yo, my ass bleeds because you're a racist, and apparently because I'm Arab, I rub my ass with sand when I take a shit, right? According to you, you're racist?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. When you and your people live, grass is not a real thing. So you know, if you want to get rude, I can do that. It's not a problem.
James, why won't you let Hamza talk? What happened? Did I miss something? I'm sure.
James is not allowing any sort of conversation to happen. He just...
No, that's not true. I've been quiet most of the time. You've been talking to yourself for the last 35 minutes, Bart. Has it not dawned upon you that nobody is listening to you because they know that you're a critic?
So, James, do you want to say something and then let them move on, or not?
I think I said...
And shut this racist up so I can continue the conversation with Meg. And he left. Megatron left. Oh, no, he's right here. Okay, Megatron, I want to address your stupid argument without the racist cutting in.
Wait, which stupid argument?
The fucking first one, because there was like 3, and you're so right, Euro. The first one, that he said God can't have mercy because he's dependent on mercy of having it until the creation's created, then God has mercy. But I have such a clear fucking defeater for that. If I just tell Megatron, well, the creation is eternal with God, that means God's mercy is eternal. That's a defeater for him, isn't it, Euro?
No.
permission to speak freely?
Megatron says no.
Of course, shit. I don't know. I love your
Hey,
PTR.
Shake
So
go,
yeah.
let's Shake go. I mean, no, let's Shake go. I mean, it's only fair for everyone to come in and derail the conversation to save you. Go ahead, let somebody else do.
Yeah, let's be real.
No, you're right.
Megatron
No,
was
you
going
address it.
to destroy your argument, Hamza.
One second, Sheikh. I have to stop you. He's trying to say I'm running, bro. Come on, Sheikh. Don't let me get defeated. You know what I mean? Respect for Eddie Murphy.
No, you have to respect the
Megatron, address what I said. If
You
Zion,
said your argument
Megatron.
was wrong. You're trash.
Megatron, if I just claim that the creation is eternal with God, that means His mercy upon creation is eternal. That's a defeater for your stupid ass argument.
He said no.
If God cannot beget, nothing can come from His essence.
Euro,
His
help me.
speech becomes an
He's not
act,
addressing.
not an identity. Knowledge becomes something that God does. It is not. It not is. Introduces change and contingency, right? God was silent, then God speaks. You understand? There is no, for example, causal without time. So that means dependency without temporal sequence. So when we speak of the Trinity, right, we're talking about this ontological procession between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, or Father and Son that have the Spirit that spirates their love. We have this before creation, because the Father is begetting, the Son is begotten. It is the same nature.
Okay.
But when you just now explained, let me steel man you. So when you just now explained, no, because you're just going to say it wrong again. You're not going to get it. Let me just steel man you. When you just said,
you're right.
His
Go ahead.
mercy is his creation, because his creation is eternal.
I didn't fucking say that.
You said His creation is eternal, and because His creation is eternal, it's going to be part of His essence, which means that His justice, His mercy is has always existed because of the eternality of His creation.
Good.
Yeah, nothing can come forth from His
There it is.
eternality.
Now that's a correct
He cannot
steel man.
beget. He cannot beget.
I don't know what that
His
part means.
eternality cannot be from His nature. Nothing comes forth from Allah. He cannot beget nor be begotten. Verse 112, verse 3.
Blur it out of my mind.
Go ahead, Hamza.
Okay, am I audible?
Now you are.
Without lagging? God. Lemon suck. This guy said for like 5 minutes about spirating and blah blah blah. Like, look, I had a defeater for him. If I start cutting out, one of you guys needs to jump in and tell me, right? I had a defeater for him. I said, well, look, man, I'll solve that problem. If I say the creation is eternal, that defeats your argument that God couldn't have mercy on something that didn't exist. So He had no mercy. Then He creates the creation. Then He has mercy on the creation. So He's dependent on the creation for His mercy. I give you a defeater for that. I said, well, if the creation is eternal with God, then His mercy upon the creation is also eternal. You didn't address that. You steel man.
Wow.
Finally, at the end, you steel man.
That's a pretty good argument. I don't believe it, but it's plausible now.
James, James, you gave me credit there after hating me so much? Even James agrees that's a good argument.
Even manure can have acidity, you know? Look at it like that.
Yo, I love James forever now. Even James understands that Hamza has a good defeater for Megatron. Megatron now needs to address Hamza's defeater.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Bart is too limited to respond to you in anything that you said. Hence his, He's avoiding your question, or your argument, like COVID, because he knows he can't answer it.
Easy.
Yeah.
Check this out. This is so easy.
Actually, I answered him, and he's just not responding. I literally responded
James,
to him.
get him. James, get him. Did he answer my point?
So, Megatron, would you say that Hamza didn't answer because he's not tracking?
Yeah, because he doesn't. I'm trying to explain to him. His God says this in verse 112. Chapter 112, verse 3. Cannot beget, nor is he begotten.
You need to stop him, Euro. He needs to address what I'm saying. James, help me out.
No, you're right. The thing is, you are not answering Hamza. You are just deploying non-informative responses.
No,
Those are not answers.
Maybe he was cutting out. Maybe he was cutting out.
No, maybe you look, dude. This is the problem I have with you, Theus. You know what that is? Your fucking personal vanity.
I don't understand. I can't
want to admit that you could be wrong.
Fucking insane.
I don't care what you
I
want.
don't know. No, you're right. Yeah, James. One mic on James.
I was thinking we could take a slight side break, and I was going to show a nice hadith. This hadith is about if a woman does not take care of her husband, how can she take care of Allah? And basically, even if she's on a camel and her husband expects service on top of the camel, if that is not met, then she cannot serve Allah.
Well,
You want the hadith number?
No, that kind of makes sense, though, right?
Kind of. But it's like, where are you going to have the camel? You can't bring it.
I don't believe in hadith. I'm not addressing that. I want to address Megatron. No, fuck hadith. I want to talk to Megatron.
Okay,
you're Quran only.
So Megatron, can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
When you're answering Hamza, do you think that you're addressing the specific points he's raising, or are you giving a different argument?
Well, I did a steel man of his. And then James jumped in, and then I don't know why, but I just couldn't understand. He was cutting it out.
So I think
he said I properly steel manned him, and then he was responding, and then he cut out there. So I'm not even sure what he said after that.
Yeah. So Hamza, I think that's what happened. He started steel man your argument, and then James interrupted, and then you cut out. So maybe in fairness, you should give Megatron another chance.
No, Euro. If he starts blabbering about spiration and shit, you need to stop him and address my argument that my defeater is if the creation is eternal, then his mercy argument goes out the door. You understand what I mean, Euro? So if he deviates from answering that, you need to stop him.
Yeah, but why can't you stop him? Why do I have to stop him?
Because he can't stop on himself.
So he's saying that creation is eternally generated? Is that what he's saying?
Hamza, is that what you're
saying? Thanks, Sheikh, for the side comment. Megatron, the ball's in your court.
You're welcome, my brother.
Okay, so you're saying that. So let me properly steel man you. You're saying that the universe, as we know it, is
okay. So Megatron is conceding because he's staying on mute, right? So
wrong.
Megatron, I'm just gonna take that as a concession, right?
Mic, I don't know what
you
he's
don't
doing
unmute
here.
and explain yourself.
Hamza, I think you might be lagged.
Right, it says not a defeater. Then you're done.
So Megatron, I think in fairness to Hamza, I think he's probably just lagged.
Yeah, he's got to be lagging.
Because he thinks you're not responding, so I think that's from the earlier period when James was interrupting.
It's funny, he hears everything that James is saying, though.
Yeah, because he's like behind. He's like a minute or two behind, probably.
Are you saying based on technology or comprehension?
No, I mean technology. I'm saying. Okay. That's what I understood from his last sentence, because he was complaining that Megatron wasn't talking at a time when Megatron was speaking. At least that's how I
But we
understood.
did hear what he said, and he said that the creation it would be eternal. That doesn't solve the problem. That actually is the crux of the problem because he's ignoring what being begetting or what be begotten.
Okay, I think he's caught up now.
That means like he just doesn't understand 100% what it is for God to beget something.
Yeah,
And he's saying that would also be eternal with God. So then it is intrinsically part of the eternal generation of the universe. But God cannot have anything from his nature because he cannot beget. So he's again just proving that he doesn't understand. He thinks his God has this and he just doesn't have it.
Mayor, are you here?
Yeah, but I haven't been following.
Well, I was going to say, you're my theist expert, and I was hoping you could resolve the issue.
Want to lay it out in simple terms without shouting?
Well, Megatron and Hamza are doing it. So
are we repeating the two sides of the argument? Do you know anybody or no?
Megatron, do you wanna recap briefly the two sides of the argument and see which side Mayor agrees with?
So Mayor,
all right, I have a stable connection. Finally, have a stable connection. Okay, Megatron, can you? Okay, you've already stolen my shit, and I've steal your shit. You need to bro. You wanna
be created. If it's eternal, then it's intrinsic to his nature, but he doesn't beget.
The fuck are you? Yo, I'm gonna. That's what people call it, bro. Fuck, you're even saying anymore. I'm giving you a defeater for your.
I think this is a troll. I mean, honestly, doing this is ridiculous.
Resorting to insults is never the way.
Yeah.
No, I think what's happening, like I want to be kind of fair to him. I think his connection isn't stable, so makes it a little uneven.
Maybe he's taking it as a personal attack when he hears the gospel.
Yeah, and especially when he has to admit that the Trinity is intrinsic to God's nature and God himself, right? So in order for God to be God, number one, he must reveal it. And number two, he also must be triune. And Hamza is going to have a very, very difficult time, like, admitting these two things about God.
Well, that's why I wanted Mayor's take, because then I could have seen that this is just a pure logic question, or is this because of a Christian perspective?
No, this is because they want to say that Allah cannot beget nor be begotten.
Could you explain how you're using begotten?
Dude, am I cutting off? Hold on.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not trying to
Yeah, you are.
I know. Okay, am I clear right now?
The last two sentences, yes.
Okay, good. Good. Megatron, you need to fucking address the argument, dude. You told me that God's dependent on the creation for his mercy to exist. And you gave the reason. Because that one point in time, the creation didn't exist. So then God's mercy didn't exist upon the creation. I agree so far. Then God creates the first creation. Therefore, he has mercy on the first creation. I gave feeder for that. Look, man, I can just overlook that if I just make the claim that the first creation is eternal with.
Megatron, you have him stuttering.
Who said that? Because I'm gonna attack who the fuck.
It was said, brother.
Shit. You have Eddie Murphy, so I'm gonna attack you actually. Megatron. Oh, yo, I love you. Yo, I'm not even mad at you. Megatron, go ahead.
Norma, have you been tracking all this? Or
Fucking silence, bro.
I just popped in at the end of Hamza's last statement.
Okay, so the word begetting or begotten from here, okay, they want to say that it only means biological, which is the big, huge blunder in the Quran.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
But it also means, my definition is to tell them that there is no, we're not using it in a biological sense. No Christian is going to say that Jesus is the biological Son of God. It's an ontological procession, the origin of the same nature. No material, no temporal. It goes from the Father to the Son. The will and then the word. The mind and then the word. Then the mind, then the intellect. We're saying this is before creation. The rational origin. The one subsistent relation originating from another. No change, no division. That's rational origin. Ontological procession. This is what begotten means when we discuss it under the Christian worldview.
Can you paraphrase what you just said with using other words to make us know that you understand the words that you meant?
Yeah, I can. So now,
so for example, Esau says to Jacob, when he's hungry, he says, "Where'd you be getting that bowl of porridge?"
Where you be getting? I'm done.
So the claim that Megatron is making is that the begetting is not only should be taken physically, but could be meant in an ontological sense. At least that's what I understood.
But that sounds strange to me in the sense that something that has when we talk about an ontological reality of something, we're not talking about its reality as a created thing, right? So look, could we replace begotten with created? Is that the sense we mean it?
My question exactly. How is begotten different than created?
Now we're getting somewhere, because if that's one of the core differences between what Megatron is saying.
Very good. This is an excellent question, right? So now, in the Bible, Peter and many other places, God is love. In order for God to be love, he must possess love before creation, because God is intrinsic to his nature. So we have this love between the Father and the Son, and what unifies them and their love is the Holy Spirit before creation.
That's fine.
There is a perception of origin.
Wait, Bart.
I don't care. I'm gonna start. I'm putting it in the chat. I'm gonna put it in the chat for the people that are stuck in purgatory. Okay, this is for the purgatory people.
Look, Bart, you just keep repeating the same kind of like jargony phrases.
Fuck you, kafir. Fuck.
Oh, okay, cool. So, Bart,
Thank you, Caleb. Fuck you, Megatron. I'm back. Hold on.
Okay. Well, wait a second. Hold on. Thank you. Thanks for coming back. You just keep repeating these jargons, right? And I guess the question that I have about are you just trying to say like, okay, there's this existence with separate things, even though they're separate from God, but they're not really separate. And I'm just telling you that all this stuff exists, these relational axes, right, between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. All you're just doing is describing a Godhead before creation, right? That's all you're doing, right?
Yeah, but that's big
Not doing
because they
anything
don't
else.
think Hamza
Yup.
was that Godhead before creation.
I understand, but so like Barth's thing is actually like a little bit like, I don't know. It's a reverse engineering a little bit, right? It's not front to back. It's back to front.
Yes. Yo, Caliph gets it. Yeah, he understands exactly what Megatron's stupid ass plan is. And finally, I'm back with my shitty country internet.
Please give us your coordinates when you have a chance. When you come back.
Thank you. And turn on your pager to full volume.
Okay, I hate both of you. Can I talk to Megatron now? Fucking facts.
Norm,
I'm sorry. I'm done. Just give me a minute. Nick.
He gave you his
Superb.
coordinates. You could find the solution to his internet problem?
Yes, I will
just give me
Yeah,
one
fuck all
moment,
three of
please.
them. Talk to Megatron.
I can solve this problem.
The only
This motherfucker asked me. This motherfucker, look how pissed I am. Shut the fuck
They're
up.
just Muslim
Hold
Catholics,
on.
alright? Their God cannot
Fuck.
forget, nor can their God.
You're all you. 1 second, bro.
No, you're
All you
God
atheists,
is
Muslims,
God.
okay, hold on, not agnostic.
Straight up.
Sorry. Thank you so much, and wishing everyone over here a very happy New Year. By the way, Megatron, just to add a couple of things over here. When we speak about creation, I absolutely agree that there is a creator behind every creation. How no matter how minuscule it is, but when it comes to God, irrespective of the shape or the form of the name of the God, what really God brings is hope. It's faith. It's something that you actually like want to feel positive about.
I'm done. I'm done, Euro. I'm done.
Yeah, you're done.
Hey, fuck India.
Shut the fuck up, right, dog. This guy, I let you.
You're eating cow dung, okay?
Okay,
right.
Whoever
You're eating cow dung.
Okay.
In India, in your country, you're eating cow dung.
So, Ice, can I ask you a question? What does your avatar represent?
I moved him down.
What does his avatar represent? Does anyone know?
Andrew, do you have any opinion on this debate?
I can't even hear it. People are cutting out over talking to each other's insanity. Welcome, Justin. It's good to see you, buddy. El, good to see you. Happy New Year, guys. Sheree, Bushu, Hamza, Pookie.
I mean, just as a closing remark, just as a closing remark, what I feel is God is hope. Like, in a sense, hope within ourselves, and we wake up feeling, or rather, like wanting betterment, and that hope is, quite spiritual by itself. So, thank you so much.
It's amazing
I
when they
just think it's a
celebrate
shame that
New
there was
Year's
a
on
good conversation going on here, and we were making some headway between Megatron and Hamza, and then it suddenly somehow got derailed, and so that's just a shame.
It's also just that God doesn't have a shape or a form. It's it's ambiguous. It's
You believe in God, Shree? Is that what you're saying?
I believe in vibrations. I believe in positivity. I believe in
Well, that's not God.
That's not God. But then, see, I also believe that God is
no.
And you might have a very bad day, but then go get some good sleep, and then come back tomorrow and smash it out of the park.
No, we're talking
And that
about
is God.
a creator of the universe, brother.
Of course, I did accept that, where there's a creation, there is a creator, of course.
Okay, so you do believe in that God?
I do. Yeah, in a sense, yes.
in a sense.
I would never give it a shape or a form.
All right.
He was having a bad day on the 6th day, so he had to take the 7th day off.
Hamza, you already lost this debate. And what I'll do is I'll just explain it to someone else so that they could explain it to you because you obviously don't get it.
That's what I was trying to get you to do with Mayor.
Yeah, could we stick
Yeah,
on
yeah.
one
I
topic?
mean, it
How do
seemed
we
like
get to a shape of-
Rabbi jumped in, and I was going to explain it to him, and he knows the language that the Christians use about
Yes,
begetting
the
and
Rabbi
begotten.
would be good.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I wanted it to explain it to him. But I can't rewrite the same things in the chat, so I might just send in the back chat.
True, the chat though. Yeah, yeah.
Fuck you, Decepticon. Fuck you.
You said when there's a creation, there should
Okay,
be
can we do this without interruptions? Could Megatron explain the
It's
difference?
impossible in this room. It's not going to be
possible.
possible. I have to only do this in my own rooms because people. It just make this is they love to troll me. So even when I get a conversation going, they're just gonna derail again. They're gonna allow the derail. It's perfectly fine.
That's true. Everybody
Wait,
keeps
Andrew, we're not.
Yeah, they've been doing this for the last 40 minutes already.
What is
I'm
the
done.
argument that you're trying to make?
I don't even think we're up to an argument now. I'm trying to understand when he says begot, what that means and how it differentiates from created.
Yo, Sri, you said when there's a creation,
And they
there
keep
should
letting
be
guys
a
like this talk. I'm done.
So why is it
Okay.
necessary that the creator should be something supernatural? Why can't it be some non-theistic super intelligent being?
Okay.
Okay, Joe, that's a great question. That's completely off topic. So
Exactly.
Can we let Megatron talk?
This is completely why you can't have a serious conversation. These interruptions. It's not fair to Megatron. It's not fair to Hamza.
So Megatron, do you want to try again, or are we moving on?
Well, I will list them in the chat when I speak of begotten because I don't want to have to keep.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting.
I think they just want.
You know what's interesting about that word begotten, right? Like the way that I know that word is, and so begot so and so begot so and they were this many years old when they died, right? That's like where we got. That's the section of the begots, right? Which does seem to imply biological or material creation. It doesn't really mean the word translated when God created something else in Genesis. It doesn't use the word begot in English.
Yeah,
that might tell us something. That might tell us something, right, about the nature of what begot really means.
But Kalev, there is one reason I think that there's another meaning, because the Christians also say that Jesus is God's only begotten Son, and they certainly don't mean in a biological sense, right?
They don't mean biological, but they mean something. The relationship between biological stuff. They mean something approaching that, even though they don't mean biological.
Exactly, and I think that's what Megatron was trying to suggest. That there's some other meaning that's non-biological that he was calling ontological.
Okay, so Mark, what do you mean when you say so then, okay.
Ontological procession.
Okay, I know ontological. I know what those two words mean. I don't know what they mean together.
It's like one leads
It
to the
means
next.
origin
through the
from the
essence
same nature.
Origin from the same nature, which means which
Okay,
let me tell me if I get this right. Tell me if I get this right. Origin from the same nature, which would then mean not biological, because biological descendants aren't of the same nature. Is that the idea?
Well, to a degree they are. So I think they're saying that because it's made from your it's made from your materially and physically. Not exactly the same nature, but it's made.
There's a symmetry and a non-symmetry. The symmetry is nature and essential properties and things like that. The
Yeah, but it's
breaker is
non-material, non-temporal.
I got you. I think I understand.
Okay, so let me try to say it like this. Are you trying to say that begotten would mean in a similar nature, at least to some degree, and so that would be like creating another human being or God creating another part of the triunion, as opposed to created, which would be like making a cake, which has nothing to do with my nature?
Yeah, there's a verse in the Quran that speaks of this clearly, and it said and this is why I know they understand the word. It said, if Allah were to have a son,
Happy New Year,
Muhammad would be the first of
Happy New Year,
worshipers.
motherfuckers.
Captain, stop,
Okay,
Captain.
he would be the first of worshipers, right? So the Quran understands that if Allah did have a son, Muhammad would worship him because they know that he would be of the same nature of Allah and would be worthy of worship.
Okay.
Yes.
So now that we got to here, can you finish the argument? Now that Allah cannot be God, what's your?
Thank you, Mir, bro.
So when they say he has these things before creation, they are making a major mistake because he cannot have anything intrinsic to his nature like his justice. His justice has to be created.
Okay, but if I fucking
because
claim
he cannot beget. I just explained that to you. So his mercy that they're saying is intrinsic to his nature cannot be beget. It has to be created. It cannot be in the same. They can't say this thing like eternal generation.
Okay, I think I found
Eternal
it.
generation means begetting.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
think I
Eternal
finally
generation.
got it.
Hold on. Eternal generation can mean begetting. That argument that he was never just or he was never merciful, because if begetting means eternal creation, eternally just, and he's eternally merciful. I defeat your argument, Megatron. Fuck. I don't know why you're not just conceding, dude.
I didn't hear a word he said, man. He just keeps breaking.
The way I see a difference between your 2 points of view is that yours has a before to this creation, whereas his creation, it's part of the essence of the deity, and therefore it's eternal. But I could be wrong, but that's how I hear the difference between you two guys.
I'm exhausted.
And I think I just got confirmation because in the chat he said, "My creation is eternal."
Yeah, where does it say that?
Wait, Barth, I got a question for you. Why do justice and things like that have to be created? Why can't those be essential qualities?
Because his essential qualities.
They can't.
They can't. Because
they have.
Because
Right.
he can't beget them.
Because they. I'll tell you why.
Stop. One at a time. Wait.
I'll tell you why.
Okay, but wait. I don't think you. Excuse me. The way that you're responding to the question doesn't sound like you asked.
I'll tell you why. Why can't they be created? Because they have to be juxtaposed upon something else exterior to that which is just.
Why?
You can't be.
Why?
Hamza.
Right.
Why?
You have to be. I'll tell you why. You have to be I'll tell you why. You have to be merciful upon something outside of yourself.
No, I can be merciful on myself.
So
You're completely right. Look. I'll concede. Hold on, Euro, because Cal is based. He's right. I can be.
He's a little.
Calv is right.
Today.
That's fine. Calv is right. But I'm asking.
Am I cutting off? Can you guys hear me with clear sentences?
You were cutting off.
You're cutting it out.
Can you just confirm or tell me that that I characterized you wrong? If you heard
no, Euro, you never quote me wrong or categorize me wrong. Whatever you say is what I go by. But I want to. Yeah, you don't have to ask that question. You already know what I believe. Calv, you're right. I can be merciful upon myself. Completely right. We're not talking about that category. We're talking about everything exterior to oneself. So then, if we're talking about the category of something exterior to oneself, I can't be merciful to something that doesn't exist yet. That thing has to exist for me to be merciful.
Hamza, you've negated your point, because you've said that if we're only focusing on that which is external to us, but I'm not focusing on that. I'm saying there are capacities of the solitary God that are intrinsic. I'm just try this on, right? Regardless of whether there's something else apart from the God. God is all of those things all the time, even if there's nothing else, because God can always apply those principles to God's self.
No. Now let me throw you in a loop because you're right.
Wait, why not? Why not?
My worldview.
You just said. Wait a second. You just said no, but you don't say why not.
Right. Let me justify why. Okay. Look, now this is a weird interpretation of religion, especially as a Muslim. If everything is derived from God, meaning, look, I don't care who's in the room, and I'll tell you secretly, right? If everything is God, if he's merciful to himself, he's merciful to creation, which is quote-unquote outside of himself, yet it's begotten from himself. Do you get what I'm saying, Calv?
Nope.
Okay, let me explain further. You're right. Let me explain further. If everything is God and he's merciful to himself, if something were to take their interpretation, for example, I look at a glass and it's half full, but yet someone else says it's half empty. We're predicating the same thing to that which is predicated. We're both actually talking, even though we have different descriptions of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to be like hidden in my words. 1 second. Let me talk about Cal.
Look, if you're just trying to, if you're just trying to say like there's something out there that we both look at it the same way, and we both look at but we describe differently, that's just a linguistic convention. That doesn't mean that the thing is actually.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. You're not understanding. If I'm saying that.
Yes, I'm not. Yes, you are correct. I'm not understanding. Hamza, just slow down. Hamza. You're right. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding, but because I don't think you're being that clear.
Let me be blunt. Let me be blunt then, because I have to hide what I believe. If I don't, people send me death threats. So let me just be blunt real quick, because people are like goldfish. They're fucking donkeys. They'll forget anyways. If I tell you, Calv, that everything... So if God's merciful to his own self, it means he's quote unquote, that he's just... If everything is God, then he's himself, means he's merciful to us, right? 1 second.
You're cutting. Dude. Yeah, I'm missing every third word, so it's really hard to say. I really don't understand what you're saying. I'm just missing.
So let me speak slowly. All done. If God is everything, or well,
that's an if.
Obviously that's an if. Obviously, if God is everything and God is merciful to himself, then he's merciful to everything.
But all you're doing is, but again, that just means there is no such thing. There's nothing external to God in that case.
Correct. Right. But my premises still hold.
Wait, which is necessarily the case if one is predicating of this
for
God
me, not for them, Euro.
No, I'm just saying that when they talk about a God before creation, then God is necessarily everything.
And his attributes predate creation.
There's no such thing as his attributes because there's no predation of his creation, because if he exists... Okay, look, let me tell you. If Q, then P. So if God exists, then his creation exists. If God exists eternally, then his creation exists eternally. That's my belief, and I'm only talking to Cal. I don't care about anyone else right now, but Cal, I don't care what you think. I'm talking to Cal.
It's not what you think. It's in the Torah. It's what he created it at a certain point.
I don't give a fuck. Fuck Judaism and fuck Islam and fuck Christianity. You all have it wrong. I'm talking to Calv right now. I'm trying to prove my beliefs to this motherfucker. That's retarded.
Instead of
you have to explain that.
Yeah, instead of trying to prove your beliefs, just explain your beliefs. I don't care about you proving them, but you can explain coherently what they are.
Yeah, by explaining it, I'm okay. Now Calv's going against me for some reason, even though I'm showing him love. Fine, then
I'm not going against you. No, I'm not.
Everyone else but Calv.
Hamza, dude, I'm not trying. I'm not going against you. I'm simply in the process of trying to understand
what I believe. Right.
You're not doing a great job.
If everything is God.
Hamza.
Well, let me fucking try before you start clown. Everyone, shut the fuck up, bro. I'm talking to Calv, bro. Stop talking. I'm talking to Calv.
A piece of advice.
I don't want to wait. You shut the fuck up and you wait.
Number one.
I don't want to wait. You shut the fuck up. Let me talk to him. Then I'll talk to you, bro. No, not number one. Shut the fuck up.
You don't
Shut
have
your
to talk
mouth.
to me.
Thank you, dog.
If you,
Okay, fine. I'm trying not to,
really
but you
wanna,
keep talking to me.
If you want to use profanity,
I'm not trying to spread my message.
to
I'm just trying to
justify
shut your
yourself,
mouth.
you don't understand what
I'm
you're
not trying to just
asking,
joke.
okay? And secondly,
I don't care if you
explaining yourself again and again. You still don't understand yourself properly. And you don't even understand the concept.
Shut your mouth, dude. I'm talking to Calv.
Hey, hold
Stop
on.
using
I
profanity,
let you
dude.
say your 2 points.
Like,
Now
use
do me
constructive,
the respect of shutting the fuck up.
words. Use constructive.
Salah.
Hey,
Salah,
I think
Salah,
they
can you
have
tell me
a
to shut the fuck up?
conversation going back and forth. If you could wait for them to finish up and then you can chime in.
You're the best. That's why I love you. So I'm going to explain to you, Calv, right? If something... يا حبيبي فيك تسمعني؟ الله يديك حبيبي, thank you. I'm being loud. Now security's coming out in my apartment complex. Now, Calv, if I tell you that everything is God, and God is merciful upon himself, ergo, it must be that God is merciful upon everything else, because everything else is God. Right, Calv?
I mean, I understand you so far. Keep going.
Good. You don't have to look. You haven't asked me the reason as to why everything is God. That's a separate argument.
I don't care that.
I'm not addressing that.
I'm not asking.
I'm addressing the
I don't care about that. I know, Hamza.
Good.
You're a little hyper right now. Okay?
Good.
I'm with you. Just slow down. Just take it a step at a time. Slow down, okay? I get it. If everything is God and God is merciful towards God's self, God is merciful toward all the other things. Good. And continue. That's it.
Okay.
That's the
So
argument.
now,
That's not an
now
argument.
it's like hidden. No. Now, hold on, Calv. Now it's hidden language between me and you, because I think you're a rational person who understands what I'm about to say. I'm trying to hide my beliefs from everyone else because they send death threats, bro. Like, what am I supposed to? Muslims and Christians alike, they send death threats. So I'm not trying to talk to them. I'm trying to talk to you. If I believe, and I'll talk clearly, because they'll forget they're goldfish. They're donkeys, in my opinion. If I believe everything, I'm trying to. I don't know why you keep clowning, and I'm treating you mercifully, right? So, but just switch real quick if you keep clowning and shit. If everything is God, and God's merciful towards himself, then God is merciful towards everything else. That's
fine. You're repeating yourself.
What other argument you want besides that?
Yes. That's not an argument. That's fine. Is that the
Okay, you
entire,
agree,
I didn't
yes.
think we were
You said
discussing.
yes.
I didn't think we were discussing this issue. I thought we were discussing the question of begatting and whether God can create things that are separate from God's self. And you seem to think no.
I literally just fucking went over that.
You seem to think because since everything is God,
if God,
there is no such thing as like a separate.
Yeah, you know
creation
why?
That's all eternal.
You know why? I don't believe it. I'll tell you why. Hold on. I don't believe in.
Did I paraphrase correct? Did I
There's no
paraphrase?
such
Did I
thing.
paraphrase? Did I paraphrase correctly?
I didn't really listen. I'm trying.
Well, that's how we have a
just to
conversation.
fulfill the
Listen, Hamza. We would get a lot farther if when I paraphrase back and when I say something like, so what
Paraphrase
you're
one more
saying
time.
is.
I wasn't paying it. Fair enough.
Excuse me.
You're right.
I know. Okay,
You're right.
so because that's how we
Right,
advance
no,
the conversation. What I heard you say.
I'm about to fucking body you. Go ahead.
What I heard you say is.
You want to be arrogant in your speech? Then
I'm not. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm not being arrogant. I'm trying to have a real conversation with you. I don't understand why you're reacting this way. Honestly.
I take it back. Okay.
It sounds to me like you think that there is just that in the same way that God is eternal, all of creation is eternal. Is that what I'm picking up? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, that's actually a bad way to say it. That's actually a bad way to say it. We wouldn't say all of creation. We would just say all of existence. We wouldn't say creation. Is that an accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you believe? Okay, great. Thanks.
Very good. Yes. Okay, and why I believe that? Because I have a justification for that. My justification is I don't believe. There's a contradiction in someone stating the fact that there can be creation ex nihilo, which means for everyone else there can be creation from nothing. That's a contradiction. You can't have something coming from nothing. That's a contradiction. Ergo, it must be the case that something always comes from something. That means everything always comes from God, which means everything is God. Calv, I'm only speaking to you clearly now about my beliefs. I don't care what everyone else thinks, if I'm a kafir or whatever the fuck they mean, whatever they want to believe. I'm telling you what I believe logically makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. I think you're going to have a problem. Where you're going to have the problem is to figure out where does the first something come from. So that's like your burden. But I understand. This is a belief that I've heard many times. I understand. You've been clear about it now. Thanks. We made it. We got there.
I mean, no problem. And the first creation's always going to come from that necessary cause. A cause is always going to produce the effect. It can't produce it from nothing because nothing doesn't exist. Ergo, that something is the same thing as whatever is affecting it. I don't want to say too much, bro, because all these fucking religious people are always flipping out and shit. I'm always getting death threats, so I'm trying to calm that shit down.
That's sad to hear that you get death threats over ideas.
Saw that. What was your name before? Because you sound familiar.
Yeah, I'm Selah. We talked often.
Oh yeah, we did talk often, didn't we?
I know. I should give you the boot for not remembering.
And that's my bad. I apologize. Let's go so into me. I remember you. No worries.
Narius.
Calv, are you an atheist, by the way? Because you sound like atheists. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not.
What? What are you?
Jewish.
You're not Christian? Oh, he's my brother. He's my cousin. So, he understands me.
All these people were.
It's so weird. I've gone this whole life, and I've met like 3 Jewish people. I know, and now they don't want to talk anymore, so I have to like fill that space. You know what I mean? I've met 3 Jewish people IRL in real life, and they've always been the most intellectual people I've ever met in my whole life. I give that credit to Kitover as well. I believe he's an intellectual, and I'm very surprised to hear that he's Jewish. It just follows, this lived experience that I've had. Megatron, forever a dumb fuck. He'll always be a dumb fuck for the rest of his life. Isn't that right, Megatron, dumb fuck? I don't even know why your PTR is that hot girl with the hijab you're wearing. I don't know why you have that. Maybe you're trying to insult people who believe in Islam or whatever. You're a piece of shit, bro.
The last right. Stop using profanity and stop that.
Hamza,
Why? Does it hurt your feelings?
Hamza, are you a Muslim?
I'm not the kind of Muslim you like, but I am a Muslim, bro.
So you're Shia?
Dude, this is a...
So you're Shia, Hamza?
Even Shias don't like me. Even Shias don't like me. That's how special.
So what are you? What are you?
He's my kind of
I answered. Don't fucking make me repeat.
What are you gonna do now?
I'll tell you what I am.
We finally got here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Appreciate it. Do we want to go to the next level?
No one.
Yeah.
This conversation.
Hold on. Now it's Mir.
Just speak.
Let me talk
Hamza.
to Noah.
Speak.
He's a Muslim. Yeah, he's a Muslim Sunni. I'm about to fucking roast. So I'll tell you exactly what I am, Noah. I enjoy it. I'm a 12er Shia mystic philosopher. That's what I am.
Kafir. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, and yo, are you a Athari? Because you sound like you're.
Yes, I'm an Athari. Do you have a problem?
So you believe in 100 gods, don't you? You polytheist.
No, astaghfirullah. I don't believe in 100 gods.
Let me ask you: is Allah's hand different from Allah's face?
Yes.
who hates the Shia.
The point.
One second, I don't need help. I don't need help from anyone.
I think you need to let the other people.
Let me prove this guy's a.
Why are you nervous,
kafir, bro?
Hamza? Yes, you are a kafir.
Let me call it because the guy keeps cutting me off.
Yes, you
Right.
are.
So
you
let
are
me
a
defend
kafir.
myself. Let me now prove that you're a kafir.
You said you rest your case, and then you're gonna just.
Why is Sidi cutting in? Yo, Sidi, are you his lawyer? Are you his lawyer? You have to cut in. Let me now prove he's a kafir. He called me a kafir. Like, he's called me an infidel. That means by his standard, I should get my head chopped off. So now I'm going to prove
I didn't
say that.
Is that fair,
I didn't
Sidi,
say
if you don't mind muting?
I didn't say that. Just to a side note.
Noah,
I said you are a
Noah.
kafir. I didn't say that you should be killed.
So now let me prove that point. Noah, what's the ruling on a kafir?
Being a kafir is to be like to establish the hujjah upon that person, because we have conditions that we're gonna have to check whether it's عذر بجهل or like other إقامة الحجة, a lot of other conditions that has to be taken into consideration. But 12 Shias in general are kuffar.
Right.
Anyway, so go ahead with your recycled stupid Ashari.
One second. Let me finish. I didn't ask you what the standard of being.
Wait, you were asking me about God, right?
Let me finish.
God's
You
hands
cut
is
me
not
off
my
now.
God's face.
You cut me off
You've been
now.
trying to finish for the last hour.
You cut me off now. You see why, Noah?
You've literally been trying to finish for the last hour.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, bro. Shut your mouth. Let me talk to Noah. Because I'm more entertaining than you, Siri, to be honest with you. You sound boring. My dog. Noah, fine. I'll forgive the fact that you explained what's judged to be a kafir. I didn't ask that. I said, what's the ruling on someone that's already been judged to be a kafir? You ignored that part.
A kafir is someone who disbelieved in Islam.
I didn't ask
you. You were in the,
I didn't ask
yeah,
what the
you were never
definition of a
Muslim.
kafir is. What's the ruling
What do you
on
want
a
to know?
kafir? That you have to
What do you mean ruling on a kafir? What did that kafir do? Did he steal something? Did he kill somebody? What is
what
the
do you
like?
do
What do you
with a
mean? In which
kafir
context?
Stop.
Which
It's all the same.
which
It's all
context
the
are you
same.
talking about?
What
No,
is
it's
the-
not the same. You stupid fuck.
Let me clarify.
Like you don't know
let me
anything
clarify.
about fiqh,
Okay,
bro.
dumb fuck. Let me clarify.
All right.
Let's see if I do or
Listen,
not.
Hamza, can we can we stop
cutting me off?
emotions?
Why are you
Can
cutting
we
me
stop
off?
emotional arguments? Can we stop emotional arguments? Let's talk about God,
can.
right?
Let's go back to the regular. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I know it's
yeah.
Let's go
Let's
back to the regular.
let's go about
Fine.
God. Yeah, let's talk about
Fine.
God. Yeah.
Fine.
God's hands
Right.
is not his God's face. Yeah.
Allah's, okay. Right, you said there's a differentiation. So my next question becomes, Allah's hands and Allah's face, which there is a real differentiation between the two things, are they eternal?
Yes, they are eternal attributes with God. Yep.
Very good. Are they independent?
What do you mean by them independent?
They don't depend on anything else for their existence. The mere fact they are what they are, they exist.
No, they are descriptors of the essence. So we believe that God depends on them, and the attributes depends upon God. Something called counterfactual dependency. Do you know? Have you ever heard about it?
Fair enough. 1 sec.
Yeah. Okay.
I have, but
do you
there's
know
2
what?
points you brought up.
Yeah. What is? Okay.
Hold on.
Define counterfactual. Okay.
1
Define
second.
counterfactual. Define counterfactual dependency.
Hold on, let me
you
ask
said
my
you know
question
about it.
first.
Okay. Define
on.
counterfactual dependency.
on.
Just
Let
I
me
want to
first-
test your information.
Hold on, bro. Let me ask my first question, then we'll get to that.
Okay, what is a counterfactual dependency? Go ahead. Stop Googling it, bro. Come on.
Okay,
just say I don't know it.
Fair enough. If
Just say, just say I don't know it.
Google this. Let's say okay. You have to
Okay,
stop
here
talking
you're
for
gonna
me to
play
speak,
some
right,
mind
to
games
answer.
now. This is what the Shias are.
Are you gonna stop speaking? Are you gonna stop speaking so I can answer? I'm gonna answer your question. It's unfair, but I'll still do it so you can. So I'm gonna force you to answer mine. Is that fair? If circumstances were different, it would have been the reality. That's what a counterfactual is. Right or wrong? It's contrary to the facts. That okay, your quietness, I'm going to take it to mean that you believe I'm right in what
what I'm saying. This motherfucker trying to test me and shit. So let's continue now. Allah's face and Allah's hands are different from each other. I ask you, are they eternal? You say yes. Then I ask you, are they independent? And you have the gall to say no, they're dependent. Fine. Now this is a clarifying question. Allah's hands and Allah's face, what are they dependent? By dependent, I mean their existence. They can't exist unless they depend on something. What are they depending on for them to exist?
Yes, like I said, counterfactual dependency. So the attributes of God, like his hands and his face, these are intrinsic to God's essence, and God depends on them for his existence. And the attributes of God that are eternal also depends on God. So that's what we believe in counterfactual dependency. So this is exotically. Shut the fuck up, polytheist.
Talking about begetting. He's talking about begetting and begottenness, and they're saying
Silla, can you mute that guy? Like, this is a very important conversation here. It's about creed.
So thank you.
Just
ignore
Silla,
my point.
Silla, please mute that guy.
Just ignore him.
Don't read the Quran.
Okay, ignore him. Like, that's
Okay, let's do this. We said we weren't going to be emotional, but people are still calling each other names. And let's let like two people, have a back and forth for a little bit, and then we'll pause and get outside commentary so that other people don't feel like they're waiting too long. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. So, continue, Hamza.
All right, Habibi. All I understood from what you said, you correct me if I'm wrong. Allah's attributes, for example, his hand and his face, which are real ontological. By ontological for the audience, that means
what do you mean by ontological?
That exists in reality. Right.
Yeah,
something that exists in reality is not. I know. I know. Right. They exist in reality, and they're dependent on Allah's essence, is what you're really trying to say.
What? Did I say that?
Okay. I'm asking. It's a question.
No, that I didn't say that. I said Allah depends on his attributes for his existence, and his attributes depends on Allah for their existence as well. The attributes are intrinsic to God's essence. Hold on, let me finish. This is the Athari Creed, bro. All right? The attributes are intrinsic to God's essence, right? And they are not independent, meaning they are not really distinct from one another, like separated from one another. When I say really distinct, I mean they're not separated from one another. They are distinct conceptually. That's it.
Okay. When you say they're not really distinct from one another, but they're distinct from one another, that's a contradiction, my dog. But I know what you really mean. You mean that they're distinct from one another.
No. I explained what I mean by there are real distinction. That means that they are not separate from one another. They are not away from each other. That's what I wanted to say.
I don't know what away means, because that just means distance. I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
They are different from each other. Real difference.
Yeah, they are real different. God's knowledge is not God's power. Yeah.
Allah's hand and Allah's face really exist, and they're different from each other.
Exactly, yes.
Now, this is my question, clarifying question. They both depend on Allah's they both depend on Allah's essence, which means Allah's essence for them to exist. Okay.
I never said that.
So are they independent from... Okay, so are they independent from Allah's essence?
No, you're presupposing ADS. I don't hold to that bullshit. ADS is not in the Athari Creed, nor in the Ash'ari, nor in the yeah. So what I'm saying is, no, God is not his essence.
Let me ask a clarifying question. If that's cool with you, right? Allah, that word Allah, right? That word Allah is representing something in reality. It's just a word. Allah is what it means is Allah's essence plus his attributes. Do you agree?
Allah, exhaustively, you want to exhaust God and his attributes and his essence? His essence are intrinsic to the attributes.
I'm just going to re-ask the question. Allah
Like, you didn't understand
is a
what I'm saying.
reference.
Like, bro, that's what.
I know. That's why I'm re-asking. Allah is a reference to something that's being referenced in reality. When someone says the word Allah, it's a reference to Allah's essence plus Allah's attributes. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry. Hold on a second, because I'm not.
Solo,
hold
can
on.
we get in here real quick?
Hold on. We believe that the Allah exists with a real essence, with that, and Allah has like real attributes. Sifat. Hold on. We affirm what is appearing in the revelation, and we don't say that neither the essence of Allah neither identical to the essence nor separate from it.
Good. So let me explain to everyone what you just said. So the brother's actually agreeing with me. In very simple terms, what he's saying is, when someone brings up the reference word Allah, what they're referencing in reality, it can't be just Allah's essence. Why? Because Allah's essence has these attributes that are also, they have their own being. By being, I mean they have their own existence. For example,
ontology?
Allah's power, Allah's knowledge. Yeah, but they don't know the word ontology. I'm trying to describe to them Allah's power, Allah's knowledge.
I reject the
hand,
word. I reject the word ontology, by the way.
Okay, ontology for me just means something that exists in reality.
Okay. Well,
that's all ontology.
Okay. Continue.
Do you accept that definition?
Continue.
Good. He accepts. So when someone, for his creed, an athletic creed of Islam, Sunni Islam, when he says Allah, that's a referential to something that's being referenced. The reference is Allah's essence, but not alone. It has to be Allah's essence plus his real attributes that exist in reality, and each one is different from itself. For example, Allah's knowledge exists in reality, and it's different from Allah's power, which exists in reality, and that's different from Allah's face and Allah's hand. So I'm making the claim that this guy is a polytheist. Why? Because these attributes are eternal, number one. He said they're dependent. Now we have he should have said they're independent because it's God, but he made the claim they're dependent. So I have a different attack here. So Noah, your God is dependent. Why? Because he has attributes that contribute to what is being referenced. Allah is his essence plus his attributes, but his attributes are dependent on his essence. So your God now becomes dependent. He's not independent anymore.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I don't like to be interrupted, so I would appreciate it if no one interrupted me when I'm talking now. First of all, my God is not dependent. I said counterfactual dependency. If you are dependent upon something, then that means that you are dependent upon something that is outside of yourself. That is something that is separate from yourself. I said it clearly, Hamza. Listen to me, because I think you have hearing issues. I said the attributes are intrinsic to God's essence. Are intrinsic to God's essence. To God's essence. So that means that if you were to depend on yourself, that means that makes you independent. That doesn't make you dependent, right? So hold on a second. I'm drafting. That's number one. Number two, I say that I have 99. You want to say that I have 99 gods or whatever? That stupid argument of some sharmut. Fine, no problem. We say that the attributes of God are descriptors of the essence. They are intrinsic to the essence. They are not the same as God. What we truly believe about God is basically Allah is described by his attributes, and the attributes subsist in his essence. They are inseparable from each other in manner of befitting him. So without asking how, bila kayf, that's what we hold to. Now, someone like you who believes that he is God because you're created from God's light and God's light is eternal, and you can say that God's God is eternal and they are created. You believe that something is created and eternal at the same time, which is a contradiction. So it's really, really strange to come from someone like you, Hamza, to say that. Did you understand what I'm saying?
I did. I'm going to respect your question. I'm going to answer your question first. I'm going to address what you said. Because I respect your question. You asked me, is something that's eternal and created a contradiction? I would say no. Because for you, created means something that's not eternal. But I don't take created to mean that. My definition of created means it could not exist because of something else that doesn't exist. So something else has to exist. That doesn't negate time. If X, therefore Q. So if X exists, then Q exists. And that can be an eternal relationship. If God exists, then the creation always exists. It doesn't have to be in time. Now I want to address what you said. Did I answer your question? You want a follow-up on that?
I will follow up on that, but later on, continue what you wanted to say.
Okay, now my argument fucking kicks in. You said, oh, God's not dependent anymore because his attributes, you used the word, are subsistent within his essence. All that means to me is that they're dependent on the essence. You already said that before. So if I were to make the claim, when I refer to Allah, right, it's his attributes plus his essence. But I'm going to take away Allah's knowledge. That's one of his real attributes that exists. Now it doesn't become the Allah you're referring to. Because your Allah is going to be the essence plus the attributes. And one of those attributes is going to be Allah's knowledge. If I take that away, Allah's knowledge, it's not what you're referring to anymore. So that what you're referring to, even the reference itself is fucking dependent. Needs to have Allah's knowledge as an attribute included. Do we agree so far?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Okay, let me repeat it. Okay. Allah, when you say the word, it means Allah's essence. By essence just means what something is. And what Allah is a conglomeration of his attributes. For example, Allah has knowledge, Allah has power, and these two things are not the same thing, and Allah needs both for him to be Allah. If I were to take away Allah's knowledge, he wouldn't be the Allah you're referring to.
Yes, if you were to take my skin, my soul, I'm not going to be a human being, yes.
Correct. So Allah's dependent on Allah's knowledge for him to be Allah.
Yeah, counterfactually.
Let's take a let's real quick see if Nargis and a couple other people want to chime in, and then you two go back at it again. Just real quick.
Yeah, because he's just making claims and I don't see any arguments.
Pause it, bookmark just for a second.
I'm trying to justify, dog. She stopped me. Dog. Go ahead, Ned.
Megatron, Nargis, do y'all want to chime in before they go back at it?
No, I want Hamza to continue.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
Continue, bro. But can you just give me arguments? Because all I hear from you is just claim. You are explaining. Well, thank you for explaining the Athari Creed, bro.
It's not for you. I know you believe what you believe, bro. I'm trying to explain to all these people here, bro. I know I won't convince you, but I'm about to convince the shit out of them. Your Allah is dependent on something that's real. It's not an abstraction. It's not something made up in our minds. Allah has knowledge, and that's right. Allah has knowledge, and that's different from Allah's power ontologically for you, Noah, which means they both exist. They both, not one thing. They both exist in reality for Allah to be Allah. If I were to take away Allah's knowledge, it wouldn't be Allah anymore. And you conceded. You said, yes, it does depend on Allah's knowledge to exist for Allah to be who he is. So now my argument kicks in. Your Allah is dependent, at least on one thing, Allah's knowledge. You have to say yes.
Counterfactually, yeah.
They're also distinct, Noah.
When you say
Noah,
look how tricky the guy's being.
Yeah, see, you can insert words.
Look how tricky he's being.
I'm not. I said counterfactual dependency. Hold on, Nargis. He believes that He believes that we are created from God. He literally believes that God is. Yeah, because you believe as God. Your God is composite. You should never actually teach me anything.
No,
I don't. I don't
Yeah,
believe that.
all right,
I don't believe
no
that.
problem.
You don't believe
No,
the
that's
faith?
literally what you
I'll give
believe,
you.
Hamza.
To be fair, Noah, I'll give you the chance to attack me right after.
All right, continue
this.
then.
Wallah, you have the
Continue.
chance to attack me, and I'll answer.
All right, I know
So
I'm
this is
saying
my-
that to Nargis, not to you, Hamza. Go ahead.
Hamza, I mean, Noah.
Habibi. So now I'm gonna ask you.
Even though, one second.
Nargis,
Even though the
this is
descriptors
back and
are in-
forth.
one
You
second.
had a chance. You had a
Even
chance to
though-
talk,
no, I just want to
Nargis.
say one thing.
Nargis, you had a chance to talk. Still, I give you the chance to talk. So can you let Hamza speak? Go ahead,
I wanted
Hamza.
to like make a point.
Sorry, women don't talk, as Paul said, because you guys worship everybody.
And
but Allah.
I agree with Noah. And I agree with Noah on that point. But let's move. Let's move on. Look,
That's not
see,
fuck
Noah, we
faces.
have like things.
Fucking
I know we're pieces of shit.
Pieces of shit.
Shut up, Nargis. You said you are God, by the way, with lower G.
That is true.
That's true.
Yo, where Caleb? Do you have Caleb? Do you have?
That's true.
Hold on. Caleb, do you have stones or something? Do you have stones? I need stones here.
Caleb
Someone
and
is claiming
I
to be.
believe in the same.
I and Caleb are one.
Caleb does not take your school of thought.
Yo, Jews are monotheist more than you guys. Shut the fuck.
Caleb and I hold very similar views on God. So it is you who believes in 9,900 gods.
9,900?
99 or 100 gods.
Wait, what? Who's in charge with the education system in the United States, for fuck's sake?
Bro, go learn English first in Egypt.
Alright.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't speak God's spoken language, English. I'm sorry. So Hamza, like, have I answered all your questions?
God's verbatim speech, right?
Let me get back. Right, you've been very honest, right? You've been very like. So now I'm gonna let you question my beliefs, but now I'm gonna finish with this.
Go ahead.
So you've already agreed to everything I needed you to agree with. That God is dependent on His attributes for Him to be God. More. Why? Because of the word you used, counterfactual dependency. Is that the word you used?
Yes.
Right. So your God is dependent. My God is necessary. There's no way you can prove my God is dependent. He'll always be independent. My God holds a higher rank than your God. And now you can question me about my beliefs.
All right, so just to clarify one last comment here, that I said that you're going to be dependent on contingent if you depend on something that is separate from you. Something that is separate from you. That means that you're going to be dependent. However, God's essence and God's attributes are intrinsic to His essence. I said that 100 times. I don't know why you cannot just wrap your head around it. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that we're created from the light of Allah?
Allah's light is not a substance.
I'm gonna
Shut up, Nargis. Shut up, you kafira. Go ahead, Hamza.
Yeah. When you say light of God, I'm gonna take like an open view of what that says, and I'll agree. I'll say.
So, okay, is God eternal?
Yes.
Okay, how can something can be eternally created?
How can something be eternally created?
Yes, like Ahlul Bayt, for example. Do you believe that they are eternal?
I'll tell you.
Or, yeah.
Wait 1 second. Let me, hold on. One step at a time. You asked me a question, let me answer it. If I take the word created to mean something that's dependent on another thing, then we have no problem there. There's no time involved.
Time involved?
Fucking.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'll tell you again.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you. Do you believe that time is created?
Fuck no, that's a contradiction.
Okay, so was there a time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
No.
There was no time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
There's
So
no
God
such
didn't-
thing. When you say no, well, let me answer. Then you can ask your follow-up question. When you say there's no time, that's a contradiction. I don't know what that means. That's just gibberish to me. If
That's not
someone
gibberish. Was there a time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
When you say
yes
then,
or no?
isn't that I'll ask. I'll a clarifying question. When you say was there a time when God didn't create, when you say when, isn't that a time fucking referential?
Yes, because time is abstract, Hamza.
Hold on, Habibi. When you ask me there's no time, then you ask me when, you've contradicted yourself in your own question.
How?
Okay, when I say, was there a time when God, when is a referential to time, but the beginning of the statement already declared there's no, right, the beginning of the statement already declared there's no time. So how can I answer a question that refers to time and not time? That's a
Because yeah, I will tell you why. Because any action involves a temporal and post-temporal, right? So that what any action. Okay, hold on. So there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth, correct?
When you said when there's no time,
but it's a yes or no. It's a true dichotomy. It's a yes or no.
No, that's a contradiction. You're asking.
That contradiction. That's not a contradiction. You are saying that. Okay, so there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth.
When you say there's no time when, you've already referenced time when you said the word when. But I already thought you said there's no time. How can you use the word when? When is a referential to time. How can you use the word when in your question you've stated there's no time?
Okay, there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth.
When? Did you say when again?
Bro, oh my God, man.
Okay. What does when mean? Hold on, Habibi. What does when mean?
Yeah, referring to a time.
Okay, but I thought you already stated there's no time.
What? Yeah, I'm saying there was, before the creation of the universe, what I'm saying, before the creation of the universe, or before the creation of the heavens and the earth, there was no time.
Yeah. Okay, when you say
so
when,
the word,
you're referring to time.
I didn't say
then
when
you
now.
Me,
I didn't say.
When Allah created the heavens and the earth, was there no time? You said when in the question, bro. You have to rephrase it.
Okay, let me ask a question then. Better one. What was the first creation of God? What did God create it first?
Let's, for example, say we've got off subject, but I'll answer anyways.
No. From your 12-ver Shia perspective.
His will.
His will. God created His will.
Yeah.
So His will is not an essential attribute of His.
No, it's a creation.
So God's will is a creation. Alright, whatever, man.
Now after
Yo, even Christians were not to entertain this bullshit, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Let me finish. Now after everyone shut the fuck up.
This is just
1 second, Megatron.
You believe that God's will is created.
Yo,
bro.
you're
What the fuck?
censoring me now. You're censoring me.
I'm sorry.
Now after that, you don't have to say sorry to me ever. Now after laughing and ridiculing, you have to now ask, like, why are you laughing? Is there a problem there?
Yes, there is a problem because God affirmed an essential attribute of His, which is His will.
Where did He affirm it?
وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِلَّا أَن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ.
Where did He affirm it?
Bro, I just recited the verse. Do you understand Arabic? Do you read the Quran?
Oh, in the Quran.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. The Quran. Yeah. It's that corrupted book.
I thought even that verse doesn't negate what I'm saying, by the way.
Doesn't
translate
negate?
for the people. Translate.
And you do not will, wait, let me translate it because I don't want to butcher it.
Simply, no, you believe that God has a lot of contingencies, right? Like God enters time.
You do, I don't.
Bro, listen, time is abstract.
Right,
time and space are abstract. If you believe that God exists without time and space, then your God doesn't exist. You're basically an atheist.
You know Jake, the Muslim metaphysician?
1 second.
I know, yeah. He's a...
Ask him what time means. Noah, what's the definition of time? I know. Noah, what's the definition of time?
Hold
Look
on,
how
man.
he gets quiet.
I'm finding the verse. I don't have
Forget
multiple.
everything else. First refer to this because you referred to Coptic.
No. Hold on.
I'm gonna take that as a concession.
Listen. I don't give a fuck about Christians now. I give a fuck about you don't affirm in God's will. Shut the fuck up.
That's
Can
disrespectful.
I show you Jake the
I'm
Muslim
sorry.
physician saying God has contingencies? Here, I'll show you Jake the Muslim physician believing that, right? Can I show you that, Noah?
Inshallah. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, Surah Al-Insan. Surah Al-Insan. Verse number 30. And you do not. Yeah, and you do not will except that Allah wills. Indeed, Allah is ever known and wise.
That doesn't negate me saying that the first creation is His will. Coptic, can you take it from here, bro? Let me just go on break. I'm talking too much.
No, I'm talking to you, Hamza. I don't care about other kafirs, bro.
Maybe that doesn't look.
Oh, that verse, okay. ما تشاءون إلا أن يشاء الله إن الله كان عليما حكيما.
Yes.
Okay. What's wrong with this?
Yeah, he believes that the Mashiach of Allah is created. We believe that the Mashiach of Allah is an eternal attribute of God, and an eternal attribute cannot be created. That's what I'm saying. Would you agree with him or do you disagree with him?
Doesn't matter.
I believe that it's essential. Like I believe God has these
right.
So it's an essential property, and it's an eternal property. Is it eternal or created?
Yeah, you're both believers of more than one God.
Yo,
for you and him,
you got takfired by a Christian even. Like, oh my God, how ridiculous you guys can.
Is Allah's will, that's fine. Is Allah's will dependent on Allah's essence? He'll say, yeah, Allah has parts which are dependent, so your God's
all
dependent.
the attributes are subsist within the essence.
I win over and over.
Yeah, distinct and eternal, so 99 gods. Welcome to polytheism.
No,
that's what the fuck?
How do you now, Noah?
Okay, hold on.
How do you prove to Coptic that the Trinity is wrong? You believe in parts of God that are eternal, and they both depend on Allah's essence. So does he.
Yeah, so if you believe
Ahsan Coptic.
That's why I believe, but that's
Ahsan to Coptic. Coptic into Ahsan to brother.
Yeah, but Coptic's figured it out. Coptic's
okay, what's going to be...
Coptic,
hold on.
1 second, Nuggets. At least Coptic believes in 3 gods. Noah believes in 99, bro. I'd rather join Coptic than your...
It's 99 names. I don't know why they keep mixing the names with them. It's
because they're distinct attributes in the eternal Coptic.
Yeah, what do you mean by distinct? Okay, there will be 99. Nergis. Listen, women, you women, listen to me. There will be distinct...
Like that, man. Noah, you're nobody, bro.
I was just kidding. Okay, there will be 99 gods if they are separate from the one true God, right? They are attributes, eternal attributes that subsist. I'm talking, man. Come on. You said you want to take a break, right? You ran away. No problem. Go ahead.
They are identical and equal to the essence.
No. If I have knowledge, hold on, Nargis. If I have knowledge, myself, I am not knowledge. If I have power, that doesn't mean that I am exhaustively power itself.
All knowledgeable, that is what you are. Your knowledge itself. If you're all love, you're love itself. Therefore, God is love.
Yeah, they are eternal attributes with God. It does not exhaust what God is. You cannot just say that His knowledge is His power. That's just like a different, like,
you're saying something.
They are two different things.
You're saying blasphemous. You're saying blasphemous.
Bro, you're a kafir, bro. You're a kafir. Shut the fuck up.
Let me. Noah, you better be respectful.
Look at the beauty of this. Look at the beauty of what's going to happen, right? Okay, that's to affirm, like us Christians, that God has this uncreated essential will, right? That's essential property, okay? But hell, it's distinct from God, but you want to say it's inseparable, like we say as well. Hell, but yet it's distinct, but yet it's counted all as one God. That's relative identity. That's relative identity. Welcome to the Trinity because that's what
relative identity cannot be working. Yo,
you're a fucking Trinitarian, Noah.
Hold on.
Yet they're inseparable. The persons are distinct, but yet they're inseparable, and they're one God. That's relative identity. So you're basically going to be affirming the Trinity. Like you're not going to be be against the Trinity.
Okay, because now you are presupposing that the Trinity is logically coherent, right?
It is.
So which is it? Okay, so which law of logic am I contradicting if I said that the persons of the Trinity are 2 or 4?
Okay, I'll tell you.
No, I need Coptic to answer that question. Okay. Sorry, I need a better kafir than you. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying what again?
I'm about to fuck.
Which law of logic am I contradicting if I said that the persons of the Trinity are 2 or 4?
There is no law you're going to be contradicting there. I don't.
Am I not contradicting any law? So according to the law of identity and according to Leibniz law, that if A and B are the same, they possess all the essential properties, right?
No, so you made a mixture there between the law of identity and Leibniz's law. These are two distinct things.
No, I mean Leibniz law.
Yeah. So we don't apply Leibniz's law in the Trinity. We apply relative identity.
Yeah, so you do not apply logic. You apply relative identity, right?
You're gonna be in the same boat as us.
Hold on. Let me ask you. You don't apply the classical logic, right? Classical laws of logic to the Trinity because it's logically incoherent. You ever heard about the LPT?
No. You're mixing many things. So Leibniz's law is not the first law in classical logic, the law of identity. Right? Leibniz, people might be deceived by the word law when we say Leibniz. Leibniz's law is basically absolute identity, which is an explication of the law of identity. So when we say in the law of identity that A equals A, right? An explication of that is absolute identity, where you get the principle of reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity. So if A equals A, if you apply absolute identity there, then you have reflexivity. If A equals B, B equals A, that's symmetry. And then you have transitivity. If A equals B, B equals C, then A must equal C. But absolute identity and these three principles of reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity wouldn't be applied in the Trinity because we're applying relative identity, which is another explication of the law of identity. So that
who coined the term relative identity?
The term has been coined by modern day analytic philosophers.
It was okay. Let me answer you that on your behalf. It was by Peter Geach, and that was in 1967, right?
Right. Yeah.
So why again we can't apply? Why then we can't apply the classical logic to the Trinity?
No. So Peter Geach was a pure relative identity theorist. So he did actually.
I'm not talking about Peter Geach, bro.
Yeah,
why can't we apply the classical laws of logic to the Trinity?
No, but we do apply them. Because the relative
identity... We can, and we will find 3 gods in there. So that's why he doesn't want to say...
We'll find 99 in yours.
You're confusing between absolute identity, i.e. Leibniz's law, and the law of identity, right? Which is in first order logic, you have these 3 laws. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, right? These 3 laws do not conflict with the relative identity. It's only absolute identity do we not apply, but absolute identity is not part of classical logic. Right?
Okay, why then? Why we can't apply absolute identity to the Trinity?
So we don't apply. We apply relative identity because the Trinity says that, right? The Trinity says that the 3 persons are not 3 gods, but 1 God. Yet they're distinct. So there's the same way you're saying that essential properties are distinct from each other, yet they're inseparable.
Are they conceptually distinct?
Exactly.
Distinct?
Exactly. Coptic. That's the attack.
Bro, I'm talking with them. Hamza, I know you are a kafir. You said you're gonna take a break. So go take a break with your composite god. Anyway, Coptic, are the persons of the Trinity conceptually distinct or really distinct from one another?
Maybe. I mean, we'll say they're really distinct. You're going to say
just Coptic,
okay, what do you mean? Okay, hold on. Really distinct from one another? Now, therefore, you have 3 gods. Thank you so much.
Just like you.
Yeah, like you. You have 99 of them.
Yeah.
Just like you have 99.
Yeah, because Noah, with relative identity, it still applies even with a real distinction. So even if it's a conceptual or real distinction, it's still going to be this. You can still apply relative identity.
It's not conceptual. Hold on. You're both kafir. For Coptic, it's not conceptual, and for Noah, it's not conceptual. They're real differences.
Yeah, no way you wouldn't say for you it's also conception because Allah's hand is something, it's a real entity. And Allah's feet is also a real entity. So there's going to be really distinct, it's going to be really distinct things, right? But yeah.
All right, let me tell you what we believe then. Maybe because you're a lot smarter than those kuffar out there.
Like a smoker.
One second.
Like a smoker.
Okay, so I'm here. Yeah. Okay, so the classical position of our understanding, our creed is basically the attributes of God like power and will and knowledge are not identical to God's essence. Nor they are separate from Him. So their being non-identical returns back to the manner in which each is rationally conceptualized in the mind.
Great. So you
in the mind. So the reality of an essence.
Your own metaphysics.
Bro, I'm talking,
That's fine.
bro.
We're just saying. We're going to accept the fact that you have a metaphysics. That's fine. But what you want to do is you want to apply your metaphysics to somebody else's metaphysics, right? And they have a metaphysical commitment that's different than yours. Right? We're talking about metaphysical possibility. That's what we're talking about.
So
we're not talking about your Leibniz law, which doesn't have anything to do with classic logic, right? The point is that you have your own special metaphysics, and we're like, fine, okay, great.
Yeah, then don't say.
But then you're saying
you're
applying my metaphysics to Christian metaphysics.
Hold on.
False. It's ridiculous.
Okay, hold on.
No,
then
you're giving
don't say. And don't come and say that the Trinity is logically coherent. You can say it's metaphysically necessary. You can say anything, but not logically coherent. That's what I'm saying.
It's the same logic, Noah, as your.
It's not the same logic, bro. You said it's real distinction. Hold on. If you say, not gooning, bro. Your mother's picture is not here.
No, go ahead.
I don't have your mother's picture to go, bro. What are you talking about?
Noah, can I explain to you something? I know it's conceptual distinction, right? There's conceptual explanation.
Yeah, well, Thomas Aquinas, the Kafir, said it. Like, I don't know. That's my problem with the Orthodox. You know what I mean?
Go ahead.
One second.
Go ahead, Noah. Answer.
Say this. 1 second.
Shut up, Hamza.
I'll close this. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, Noah. Even if they're conceptually distinct,
Yeah, now you're a monolist.
That still goes. No, I'm saying about you. You're conceptually distinct, right? So even if your properties are conceptually distinct, it still goes against the absolute identity.
He's not saying
So
that.
Absolute identity doesn't even still allow for conceptual distinctions. So it's
Coptic. He's not saying that. He's saying there's a like you, man. Attack him on that.
I know. He's saying no. Let's just say hypothetically that there's a conceptual distinction. Okay. There's a conceptual
You're a
distinction.
modalist.
I'm saying there's a real distinction. You're saying
if you say that, okay, I'm sorry.
But even if there's a conceptual distinction,
yeah, honey, listen to me.
No,
if you were to say that they are really distinct from one another, now you have three gods, which you reject.
No,
if you say, hold on, man, hold on. If you say that they are conceptually distinct, now you are a modalist. There's no absolute distinction between God the Father.
Coptic, say yes to that. That's true. Yep. Say
How does kissing the Blackstone help?
No. Say yes.
Better than kissing the cross pagan.
I want to say something, guys. I muted everyone. I just want to say this and then we can talk, right? Because you guys didn't understand what I was saying. I'm saying, yes, in the Trinity, the persons are really distinct from each other. You can still apply relative identity even if they're really distinct from each other. Relative identity doesn't say anything about whether you can apply it only if it's real distinction or conceptual distinction, right? With identity, right? With absolute identity, you can't even still have a conceptual distinction. So even if you're affirming there's a conceptual distinction, that still goes against the absolute identity, and you will be appealing to relative identity. And so therefore, it's not going to really be a massive symmetry breaker between the Trinity and you affirming just distinct properties, right? Because that's still going to violate absolute identity. Because absolute identity still wouldn't allow for conceptual distinction. Because in absolute identity or Leibniz's law, basically says with the law of the indiscernibility of identicals that if two things share all the same properties, including modal properties and conceptual properties, right? They can't be, then they're counted as one and the same thing, right? But you want to say that there is still a conceptual distinction, right, between the properties, which means that will violate Leibnizian identity, and you will get two things and not one thing. And you will have to appeal to relative identity to count them as one thing. And so it's going to be the same as the Trinity. Even though in the Trinity there's a real...
So you will have to seek... Oh, sorry. So you will have to... Shut up, Hamza. Shut up. Don't be a parasite in the fucking room, bro. Retarded subhuman.
No,
anyway.
Daniel,
okay, I thought we were friends. All right,
So
all right, you fucking you polytheist. Go ahead and explain to Coptic how
is this the morality of Ali?
Gods is different than their story.
Is this the morality of Ali or what?
Fuck Ali. Now back to you.
What?
You don't know what you're dealing with. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know
guys,
you're fucking.
and you are.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Who
bro.
I am.
Look at
I'm gonna
that.
own you. Yeah.
You're a kafir, bro. You're a kafir.
Yeah, man. I'm not the type.
I think all the Shias are takfirin, bro.
Yo, you spoke. You called me kafir. Let me explain now. I'm not the typical kafir, right? I'm less kafir than your fucking 99 gods, who you affirm differentiation.
Bro, you literally ran away. You literally ran away from me, bro.
Why are you cutting me off?
You ran away from me, you coward. You're a coward. I
literally
if
let
you have
you
one.
question me. Fuck. You know how we look. 1 second, everyone. You know how weak you are. I let Coptic.
Nergis, would you let him curse the Imam Ali like that? Like, exactly. Are you fine with it? Is he a Shia? I'm asking Nergis. She's your boss. I'm asking her.
I know you're trying to hit on her. Is Nergis my? She'll always love me more than you. It's like I care what she thinks. I let Coptic.
You're 7 years old. Or
1 second, bro.
What the fuck is wrong?
Let me finish.
Yes, now you're muted, right?
Gods.
Now you're muted.
Look how he's trying to hit on her.
He cursed the Imam Ali. Is that okay? Is he a Shia?
That's why he's.
He cursed.
Who said that?
Yeah, so he cursed the argument. He cursed the Imam Ali, right? Is that okay with you?
No,
I can't be mad at Eddie Murphy.
Is he a Shia now?
Let me tell you
Is
why.
he from the Shia?
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Yo, even Nergis takfired you, bro.
Imagine a woman calls me kafir and I give a fuck. Now back to the fucking topic, right? Yo.
He believes.
Imagine
I let explain to him. He doesn't care. Like, he's not traditionalist. Okay.
It's not about traditionalist. This is not a traditionalist, bro.
What the fuck, man?
Bro, this is literally kufr. Like that guy should be stoned right now. If you were to say this in front of me, I will grab stones. I will stone the shit out of you. You coward. You are a polytheist.
That's my point.
You're a kafir, bro.
No cup.
Yes. I will stone
Don't
you,
repeat
bro.
yourself. Already. Let me finish now. That's my point. You're a
face.
Everyone shut up. You're a fundamentalist. You're a piece of shit human who reads scriptures from his forefathers who would stone me to death because of some shit your forefathers. Right. You're a piece of shit human being, bro. You can't think on your own. This Coptic is an enemy of Islam, isn't he, Noah? Everyone knows who Coptic is. He's big in this space. He has a name. And he hates Islam, and he dominates you. Why?
You have to be convinced with Coptic Prince, right?
Coptic, I like you, by the way.
No,
Coptic, I like you, bro.
Really quick, did you hear my argument before Hamza ran away from? Because they're all getting it.
Shut the fuck up, Megatron. No, I will Decepticon your ass, bro.
They're all talking about begetting here because one time, one person said subsistent relation of origin from another. That's the rational origin of begetting.
What's the beef?
Like you realize that like how your God is saying the things that you guys are describing. Your God says he can't do.
Somebody fill me in. All right, so
your God says he can't
it's
beget,
not,
nor
it's not,
can he be begotten. and yet you guys are talking about subsistence. You guys are talking about things being eternally generated from the origin, which is Allah's intrinsic nature.
Shut the
which
fuck
you
up,
say
man. Okay,
is
fine.
His essence. So, Hamza, you did concede that
We're
your God
Catholic.
does
Fine,
beget.
fine. I'm
Your
Catholic.
God does
Okay.
beget, and he
Let me
does
fill.
begot, and
Let
he
me
gets
fill in
begotten.
Brock.
So again, right? Your horrible metaphysics is talking about the Trinity, but yet you're still using.
I want to fill you in, Brock, when he's done.
The same metaphysical.
I will.
You're still
Okay.
using the same
Thanks,
metaphysical
Megatron.
principles as the Trinity.
Let's do it.
I will. Megatron, stop. Let me fill in Brock real quick for everyone. So, Brock, this is the argument. I am a Shia philosopher mystic. That's what I'm classified as. Noah's a Salafi. He's like the terrorist.
You're a kafir, bro.
Yeah. I'm a kafir.
You're a kafir.
I said I'm a
You
kafir.
You
I'm a
cursed
kafir.
Imam
I'm a
Ali.
kafir, right?
Yeah.
Finish.
You don't believe
Let me
in God.
I don't.
Yes,
Rhetorically,
what?
I do, but let me finish for Brock.
No,
Let me
not
finish for Brock.
rhetorically. No,
Have some patience.
You're a kafir,
Fucking
bro.
terrorist.
What is it about?
Okay, I said I'm a kafir. Let me finish for
Yeah.
Brock. I'm trying to fill him in.
Yeah, you don't believe in God. A kafir is someone
trying
who
to fill
doesn't
you
believe
in,
in
Brock.
God.
Brock, I'm trying to fill you in. I'm trying to fill you in.
Bro, don't
Okay,
let him
good.
fill you in, bro. He's a kafir. He's gonna fill you in some
Okay, bro.
12 verse Shia bullshit.
I'm gonna give you shabahat. Look, Brock, I'm a regular Muslim.
You're not a Muslim. Don't
you
say
guys
that.
shut the fuck up. Let me finish
Let
and you
him
can
give
speak.
his WWE
Wait, so Hamza, you better
intro.
not say-
Stop.
Okay, alright, okay. But he's not a Muslim, just FYI to all the Christians and all the Jews here, that guy is not a Muslim. That guy is a kafir. He cursed the Imam Ali.
Messing with his
Okay, let me finish.
WWE intro. Please allow him
Alright,
to give it.
okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead with your WWE.
Wonderful warrior.
Okay, Brock. So, besides everyone else's bullshit, right? Is Brock even here anymore? He left. Oh my god. How embarrassing. My point. Yeah, go ahead. No, you're a
Sella,
kafir.
can you
Fucking
unlock
idiot.
here so he can get in just to see the room?
Who's Salaf?
I mean, I guess he could knock it
Who?
down.
I can't believe Salaf still
Mir?
exists.
Mir?
I can't hear
Salaf.
him.
MEIR. Mir?
Who's trying to get in?
MEIR.
That's how you.
But Hamza should not have a problem with the way described or defined beget and begotten at all.
Yeah, he still has to deal with the verse in 112, though. I don't know how they explain it. He says Allah cannot beget or begotten.
Why are you refuting him on beget and begotten?
Every time you speak, fucking.
Is he holding to the Quran? I mean,
Hold on, we don't have a problem.
I don't.
with the way he defined it. Yeah.
I have a problem with
so
Noah's.
then Allah
I have a problem
so
with
you're
Noah's
abrogating the
polytheist
words of
house.
Allah. Oh, this is better.
The
So
way
you're
he
abrogating
defined
Shut the
it,
fuck
there's
up,
no
man. You don't know what the fuck's going
Hamza,
on.
you
You're
ran away.
abrogating it, huh?
Yeah, Hamza, you ran away from my debate, bro.
Are you saying
Okay.
ran away because I let you speak the Coptic?
All right, do you want to have a formal debate?
You're pissing me off.
No, you see, you literally said I'm gonna go take a break.
Yes.
You said that I'm gonna go take a break, and then I'm gonna have Coptic.
I said yes.
Carry on from there.
I said yes. I was trying to, because I talk too much and people get mad. Wallah, I talk too much and people get mad. You want to have a formal debate with me? You're gonna get fucking ruined. Yes, I agree. Let's have a formal debate. I'm gonna own you on everything in life.
I mean, you couldn't get out of what I was trying to
someone
say.
kicks in, bro. We're trying to set up a debate.
Even Megatron cooks you, bro, on Begetting Begotten, whatever.
No, but we have no problem
You're
with
stupid,
Megatron's.
You're stupid.
Yo, Noah,
You're literally
Noah.
stupid.
I don't know why.
You know when you're losing? Hold on. No. Not against. Hold on. Let me clown on this guy. No, you know when you're fucking losing? When someone like Megatron agrees with you. That's when you know there's something off. Something's wrong. with your beliefs.
Everybody laugh, guys. Everybody laugh.
I mean, whatever, you can say whatever you want. I mean, you're just conceding. You couldn't handle it.
Megatron, you're retarded. Let's be real.
I mean, you couldn't handle it.
Agree that Noah's your best friend.
The fact that
Noah's
you're
your best
attacking me
friend.
personally just
I'm not.
just shows it.
What are you on about? I'm not attacking you
I
personally.
don't care what you call me. You're basically.
I didn't call you anything, dumbass. I didn't call you anything.
About a composite dot.
Yeah, that's what Noah believes.
Yeah, that's what you believe, bro. You believe that No, you believe. You believe your God is composite.
What a fucking liar you do, you dumbass.
Okay, hold on. Let me lay out the argument. Okay, shut up, Nergis. Nergis,
Everyone shut
can
up.
you
Go
stop
ahead.
being? Can you stop? Can you stop?
Shut up.
Bro, you don't, Scylla, you don't know what is going on in here.
The one thing Hamza demonstrated, along with the curse he made, was a non-composition of God.
Hold on,
This is something you guys have a problem with, man. Noah, you guys have a problem with composition.
Why are women always speaking over me? I hate that shit. Go ahead, tell me why.
Stop it.
Marcus,
Daniel, what is the wrong thing by Jeff, bro?
I love you.
Stop being such a sexist, bro.
I got you in the DMs. In the DMs, man. Noah, go ahead. Give me that. Why am I a polytheist, Noah? Fuck.
I didn't say you're a polytheist. I said you're
good. You can't, you fucking idiot. Of course. Okay, why? Okay, that's polytheism, you fucking idiot.
Polytheism? What?
Isn't it? Isn't it?
It's not. What?
One second, Coptic.
That guy's lost. I swear to God.
Bro, everyone's jumping on. Just me and you.
That guy's lost. I swear to God. Christians, have him, please. Tell him how Jesus loves him, guys. Coptic, do preach in most, please. For fuck's sake, that guy's lost for fuck's sake.
Don't fall into it.
Yo, what the fuck is that?
He's laughing because he loves me. Look, Noah.
Daniel,
Allah's Coptic, you're fucking up my game.
How's that 1 second? Daniel wanted to say something. Oh, he left. Okay, because he wanted to say something and I interrupted him last time, but he ended up leaving. That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, Noah. If Allah's composite and he's comprised, because that's what composite means, of eternal beings, meaning that it's not conceptual, it's not some shit in my head, that he's actually composed of things that are real outside of my mind. That's fucking polytheism, bro.
But Hamza, you're gonna face a very big problem. So Hamza, okay, let me ask.
1 second, Coptic. We'll deal with that. Fuck this fucking polytheist stuff first, man. Get to whatever you're saying. No, don't you agree? If my God is comprised of 1 part, 2 part, 3 parts, but these 3 parts are eternal, and they're technically independent, and I'll prove to you that in a second, even though you say they're dependent, which is a contradiction.
I know that. And I just elaborate. This guy, he's a Shia. He cannot speak on Muslim topics. You are Shia, bro. You are rejected by all Muslims.
That's not an
argument. You are not Muslim.
Is that an argument?
You are Shia.
Hold on.
You are not a Muslim.
Hold on.
You cannot speak on our topics.
I got Muslim.
If you want to ask any questions to any other
Muslims,
Who said that? Ahead, but the Shia is not a Muslim. Shia in our belief system.
Fair enough.
He's a non-believer.
Fair enough. Okay.
SK,
let me reply.
To get married for one day
with
and
respect.
yourself on a day-to-day basis.
With respect.
Yourself. You got a tradition of whipping each other. Bro.
You are not. I'm trying to respect. Let me respect. Okay, don't. Look, I'm trying to. Hold on, Noah. Hold on. He asked me something.
Okay, let's go. Which one is more important? Which one is more important?
Gave him. Hold on.
Which one is more important, him or your God? Okay, your God is more important. That guy's more important more than God. Yeah, I gave him a. I gave him a thumbs up.
So
are
let
you
me
mad
address
about
him
that?
in less than 1 minute, and I swear to God, back.
Because you got mad with me thumping him up. Like what the fuck is that, child?
So let me just address that.
Okay, you can address him after the argument because I have to go. I have to go, man. Would you say that anything?
Bro, don't be like that. Okay, fine. Yo, SK, I'm about to vote out your sister. Anyways, no, go ahead. Back to you. The argument, you said.
Okay.
Are you gonna vote on my sister?
Your polytheist argument.
When I killed your people in Afghanistan, when I killed your people, I'm the Taliban.
Hey, SK,
kill everyone in my family.
No,
I'm not gonna get offended, bro. I'm not gonna get offended. That's fine.
Motherfuckers be fucking your people on a day-to-day basis.
SK.
That's fine. You guys are such genius.
You can come back up after they're done.
Yeah, and I agree with them, by the way. I will take your whole family concubines. Anyway, Hamza, anything that is composite of parts depends on those parts and on their composition. Would you agree or disagree?
100% your God's composite.
Okay, so anything that depends on something else for its existence is contingent and not necessary, correct?
100%.
Okay, God, if he is the ultimate ground of all existence, must be necessary and not contingent, correct?
Correct.
All right, if the universe were created from God's own substance, God would be composite of parts. Therefore, the universe was not created from God's substance, and God is not composite. Thank you.
I disagree with the third premise. Wait, everyone shut the
You
fuck up.
You agreed to the third premise, you fucktard.
No, I didn't. I agreed. Hold on, don't be a bitch. I agreed.
I'm not your
that
mom,
God is-
Hamza. Come on.
1 second. I agree that God's necessary and not contingent. Your third premise was that if God creates something contingent, yet it's himself, he becomes contingent. I need an argument for that fucking premise.
I didn't say that. And you accepted that argument. Hold on. Granted, you accepted the argument, you fucktard. You accepted the premise.
No, dumbass.
You accepted it.
Which premise?
Is that guy a philosopher?
Which premise?
Like, how have you not hit? How have hit by a car yet, Hamza?
I'm trying to have you restate the premise. So
like, did you pass the first grade, or like that was a little bit too hard for you, bro?
What's
What is wrong with your shit
you
ass?
fucking failed. What's the third premise? I'm gonna fucking own you. What's the third premise?
God, if he is the ultimate ground of all existence, must be necessary, non-contingent, correct?
First premise, I agree with.
That's not the first premise. Should I say the premise one more time?
Yes.
Okay, I wrote it down here.
Good. I don't have to. I memorized. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
First
So
premise.
anything that is composed of parts depends on those parts and on their composition, correct?
Is contingent. Can we add that?
Anything that is composed of parts depends on those parts and on their composition, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Anything that depends on something else for its existence is contingent. Would you agree?
Agreed.
Okay. Premise 3. If God, if he is the ultimate ground of all existence, must be necessary and not contingent. Would you agree?
If God, yes, I agree.
Okay. If the universe were created from God's own substance, God would be composed of parts. Therefore, the universe was not created from God's substance, and God is not composite. Your God is composite because you said that we're created from God's substance. Shut your bitch ass up.
I have a problem. I never said that. I have a problem. Look, now you have to look. If you're giving me an argument, I have a problem with you. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. I have a problem with premise 4. Do you have an argument for premise 4? That the universe is created from Allah's substance.
You're the one who said that. You're the one who said that.
I never said that.
Okay, well, what do you say? Where we come from?
I never said the universe is
Where we
created
come
from a
from?
substance.
Yeah, where we come from?
From Allah. I never said it's substance.
Anyway.
No, you can't just give up now. You can't just give up.
Yo,
Don't
that
give
guy's
up.
retarded, I swear to God. Let's get back to Christians. They're
You're
more
fucking
fun.
retarded. Give me
They're
hold
more
on,
fun.
no.
At least
You-
they
you
say
haven't-
that God
yo.
created the universe out of nothing. So
You're
shut the
assuming
bitch.
God has substance.
How
Does
fucking
God have
contradictory.
substance or what, man? No.
Bro,
second,
that's
bro.
him, Nargis. Fight
You
with
need to-
him, not
bro.
with me, Nargis. Are
Huh?
you stupid?
He never said God has substance. That's
One
not-
second.
Yeah, but
You
right.
need
Okay,
to-
how
no,
we
Nargis.
were created from God?
Nargis,
How
I
we
don't
were
need your
created
help.
from God?
Noah.
I don't need your help, Nargis.
Noah,
Shut up,
you
you
just-
whip.
Noah. Did you just give me Noah? You said
Scylla. He's the one that said that to
why?
her. Come on.
Noah,
I'm on your
Noah.
side. Scylla.
Wallah, he's a feminist.
Scylla, I'm on your side. That guy thinks that God created the universe out of himself.
Noah, you
Salah
gave
to
me
Nargis,
premise.
not
Why the
Hamza.
fuck is Salah cutting me off? 1 second,
Salah.
Noah.
Her name is Scylla,
gave,
bro.
Oh my God! Don't run. You gave me premise 4. Do you have an argument for premise 4 that the universe is created from Allah's substance? Give me that argument.
Bro, you're the one who should be saying this. You're the one who said that we are created from God.
Dog,
What do
you
you
said
mean?
it, not me. You said it. You said it. You
Okay,
said
how we were
premise
created
4
from
that
God.
the
Okay, all
universe
right.
is
Teach
created
me.
from
Educate me.
Allah's
Educate me.
substance. Allah's substance.
Okay. Educate me then. How we were
will.
created from God.
I'm trying.
Yeah. How we were created from God.
I'm trying to take this. You don't have to repeat the question. I heard you the first time. I'm trying with the Socratic method. So I'm re-asking you. You made the statement. Premise 4. The universe is created from Allah's substance. Do you have an argument for that?
Yes, I don't have an argument for that, but like you should explain. No.
No,
You should
give
explain
it.
to me.
Stop.
Listen. Hamza, don't be an asshole. You're a grown man, right? You're not like 13 years old, right?
I'm a kafir and I'm 12.
Yeah, I
Now
know
give
you
me
are
the
a
fucking
kafir.
argument.
I know you're a kafir.
So give me the argument.
All right. So, okay, how we were created from God.
His substance. You tell me. You made the fucking premise.
So, see, he said substance.
I'm gonna back up your claim.
You said God is substance.
Yo, what the fuck?
I'm gonna back up your claim.
Your God is not just like 99.
Hamza. Oh.
Nervous laughter.
You're the idiot
Nervous
here,
laughter. Noah, you made the claim. One second. Noah,
You are the one who's claiming that we're created out of God, you fucktard.
Bro, you gave me the fucking argument.
You're the one who said the argument. You're the one who's arguing. Okay, am I claiming, Hamza, that
So this
God...
is, okay, fine. Let's move on. I don't want to repeat ourselves.
Yo,
one second.
Hamza.
Let me finish.
Yo,
I let
Hamza.
you finish. Let me finish.
The
One second.
Astaghfirullah.
I know. Let me finish. Fuck everything you believe in. Let me finish. So now we know that Fair enough. You can't. You have no authority to claim that premise 4 is something real because you don't have an argument.
You
for it.
said we're created. You just now said that we're created from God's substance, right?
I never said that.
What the fuck, you fucking liar! You Shia liar!
I never said
You're
that.
a liar,
I
nigga.
never said
It
that.
doesn't hold to substance. It's
Said it. You just said it, Nargis. You just said it.
I was
You just said it.
Is God contingent upon
Noah, you're running.
substance? His own
Noah, you're running. You're censoring. Noah, you're not
Hamza,
Nargis. You're not
Hamza,
helping. You're helping
Hamza,
him right now.
Hamza,
Noah, you're
you're
not helping.
saying.
Noah,
Okay,
you're
am I
fucking
claiming,
censoring.
Hamza? Am I claiming that we're created out of God, or you're the one who's claiming that we're created out of God?
Let me answer. Fair enough. Let me answer.
Does it take that much time?
Nervous laughter.
What the fuck? Yo, which one is claiming that? Am I claiming that, or you're the one who's claiming that?
You don't have to repeat yourself. Let me finish now. You said premise 4 was that everything was created from the substance of God. You stated that, didn't you?
Yeah, I stated that according to your belief, yes.
Wrong. I don't believe everything's created from the substance of God. I don't believe God has a substance.
Okay, all right. So how we were created from God? Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't believe Allah has a substance.
How?
You have to provide an argument.
Bro, 3 letters. H-O-W. How we were created from God, you fucktard.
Guys.
How?
How being created from God doesn't mean he has...
Oh my
doesn't
God.
mean... Hold on.
It's not going to answer the question. It's such a coward. Answer. Nargis.
You never use the word create.
Sela, can you tell Nargis the word that I said to her and you cut me off? Sela, please. Yeah, it's better coming from a woman, I know. Hamza, you have to answer the question. How we were created from God. Go ahead.
Allah doesn't have a substance. Do you believe Allah has a substance?
Of course he does. He believes in 99 substances.
I know. Hold on. Let me get to that. Do you believe Allah has a substance?
How we were created from God.
Yes.
Yes, what, nigga?
99 substances, but will is not one.
on. Yes.
Silla, you
God.
don't really want to run that argument on me. I will cook you the same way Hamza and Nargis were cooked, right? Now he's not answering the question because he's cornered. He doesn't understand what the fuck he believes in. He doesn't know his God either.
I said yes.
I'll call you polytheist.
What do you mean by yes? How we were created from God, you fucktard. Do you speak English? Do you speak Arabic?
I said yes.
Okay, what? Yes for what? It's not a true dichotomy. It's not a true dichotomy, bro. It's not a yes or no. How? I'm asking you how.
Shut the fuck up, bro. You're starting to piss me off.
Can anyone like ask him the question, guys?
How? Hold on. If you ask me,
yes, thank you. So you don't know how we were created from God.
You're censoring. Shut the fuck up for a second, bro, because you're pissing me off. Let me finish. Are we created from God? Yes. How? The mechanism? Look how scared you are of me. Well, he's making like Frodo voices. How? I don't know.
Yeah, Bila Kaif. Can you say Bila Kaif? We're created from God, Bila Kaif? Without howness? Without howness, right?
Yeah, I can say no, not without. That's not what Balakaif means, dumb fuck. Is that what Balakaif means?
Yo, you're
Is
low
that
to
what
your mic.
Balakaif means?
Hamza, you should mute your microphone.
Is
You're
that
not representing anything right
Is
now.
that what Balakaif?
You're literally low tier, bro. Yeah, you're ignorant, bro. You don't know anything.
Is look how he censors me. Is that what Balakaif means?
I'm not censoring
without
you,
cause? Is that it means without cause?
I said without howness, you fucktard. I didn't come in your ears.
So we don't
Listen,
know.
right? You have hearing problem.
Noah, I'm about to come in your mouth, right? So it means without not knowing, right? How? Don't go on mute. No, I take it back. I take back what I said. I didn't do what I didn't. My bad. I apologize for that.
Well, why this guy is still here? So, like, why are you always entertaining dumb fucks?
It means you don't know how. It means you don't know how.
Like,
say yes. Let's move on. You fuck. Balakaif means I don't know how, right? I don't know
is
how.
there
Allah
anyone
created.
who's more intelligent, more than this guy, to challenge the Athari Creed?
Yo, fuck your ethnic creed,
Salah.
99 God believer. I
Salah,
already
shut up,
told you all that.
shut up. Hamza, shut up. Salah, do you think that I worship 99 gods?
Salah, you better say yes.
I was just kidding.
What do you mean no?
Oh, you were just raising
1 second,
hell.
Noah.
Okay.
1 second.
All right.
Salah, so
I
you
just
think
wanted to do the 99 whatever.
he does believe in
You know
99
that's a
gods.
stupid argument, right?
You're hamar. Shut up, Noah. Salah, you
It's
don't believe in...
humar, yeah. It's humar, not hamar.
I said
Hamar, it means
hamar.
redness. No, you said hamar.
Not ahmar. Ya hamar, you're so dumb in your life.
I said redness. I think
that anyone that says that any of us
Silla, I swear to God, that guy is Harumzada.
somebody's being misrepresented. So
That guy's Harumzada, I swear to God.
Oh, no, hold on, Salah. Noah's being represented incorrectly?
no, what I'm
so
saying
mad.
is that anybody that's saying that any of us have more than one God is misrepresenting the other person's.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you
I
would
never
team up
said you worship any other gods. So shut your
you would
bitch ass
team
up.
with a Wallah, you would team up with
Yo, Jews, I
for your
swear
whole life.
to God, Jews are more monotheist more than you.
follows logic. And
You're not a muwahid, bro. You're not a muwahid. You're not a Muslim.
Your allies, yeah, Noah, your allies will always be women in this life. How about that?
Yeah, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I do have.
You don't like women? Wait. So you have a problem with Fatma?
No, I love her. You got
so now you love women. You fucked up.
only her, bro.
How about Nargis? How about not this Nargis? I'm talking about the other Nargis.
Which Nargis?
The other Nargis. He knows it since he's a 12
No,
Shia pagan.
I love.
You love Nargis? Would you do mut'a with her? Yeah, would you do mut'a with her?
He doesn't take all of that.
Shut up, Nargis.
He doesn't take that ideology, idiot.
I would do. Hold on.
You're such
hold on. Let me answer.
a dimple in the fucking back.
Noah,
You shut
ask
up,
the question.
stupid
Ask
Arab.
the question again.
Who is that BB?
Everyone chill. Everyone chill.
Bad bitch.
Noah,
Okay.
ask again.
You just
Ask
put
again.
your,
Ask
like,
again.
Palestinian.
1
Shut
second,
up, you
BB. 1
cross-licking
second.
pagan.
Yo, Noah, ask the question again. You said I would do mut'a with Nargis, right?
Yeah, would you
The
do
mother of the
mut'a?
12th Imam.
Yeah, would you do it? Would you?
With her, I
like,
wouldn't.
No.
Let me
I'm asking like genuinely. Genuinely, I'm asking.
I'm answering genuinely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
With her, I wouldn't because I'm not like I don't believe because I'm a piece of shit human being. I don't believe I'm worthy of that. Right. But your mother, I totally.
Okay, but like now you believe you are God, right? Since you're created from God, you yourself are God. You yourself is God, right? You're God.
To your mother, I believe I am. To your mother, I believe I am.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Shut your fucking mouth, bitch. You want to clown? I'll clown over and over. Your mother believes I'm God, so what's the problem, Noah? I'm your God, you fucking piece of shit. Good bitch. Stay silent. That's what I like.
Do it up the insult.
I like to. No, fuck that. No, he insulted people I revere. So I'm gonna insult
I
his
didn't
mother
insult any
and her
people. Did I
descendants.
insult people you revere?
Shut their fucking mouth.
Did I insult anyone you revere?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I
what did I say, bitch? Yeah. What did I say?
I'll tell you.
What did I say?
You said that already. I'm trying to tell you. If you shut the fuck up. You thought I was worthy of doing mut'a with her, and I'm not. I'm only worthy of doing mut'a with your mother. Is that cool?
Whatever.
Good. Look how. I take it back. I don't mean offense. I like you, Noah. I take it back. We're good. Your mother's a good woman. I don't mean that.
Silla.
Well, I apologize.
Silla. Can you, like, he insulted my mom like 100 times here. Can we do something about this child here? Like, this is, I think, for adults only.
Are you gonna ban me?
Silla, can you just move him
Are you gonna
down?
ban me because I fucked his mother?
In Islam, isn't jihad justified?
Move me down, Salah. Wallah, you can move me down if you want. No, are you gonna attack him after I attack your mother?
Or what if you just charge him jizya?
Your mother's my bitch, you fucking fag. I didn't fucking bring up any of your revered people, you fuck, so I'm gonna fuck your mother over and over again until I give a twin like you fuck. Piece of shit.
Oh, guys.
Shut the fuck up, chick. I'm talking about fucking this guy's mother. So you give me a second, let me fuck his mother, then I'll get to you, Sheikh. Noah, anything else after you attack the people I revere? I'm gonna fuck your mother over and over again until I reproduce a piece of shit like you. And you're gonna stay silent when I say this shit about your mother, you disrespectful scum. You don't even respect your own mother, you don't defend her after I talk about fucking her. Wow, such a bitch that you are in your life.
Look at the Shias, guys.
Yeah.
Look at the Shias. This is the morality of the
Yeah,
Shias.
yeah, the Shias. Fuck your mother.
Yeah, look
Don't
at
ever
those
talk about people I revere.
Bro, you're
you've learned the lesson.
literally the glitch in the system, bro. Look at your fucking face. Your face is
Yeah, that's
stupid
right.
as
I am.
fuck.
I'm the glitch in your
Your bitch ass face is stupid as
I agree.
fuck, bitch. Like you like you're the cum stain on a theater.
I'm ugly.
Oh,
I'm ugly.
Yes.
I know that.
Talk like this.
I know that.
I don't
You're
know
one that
why
brought
the
up
fuck.
Mut'a
I don't know why the fuck
because
we
you
still
brought up
having
Mut'a
that
with
guy here.
someone I
Actually.
revere. You brought up fucking some girl that I revere.
So it's mut'a is something bad, right? So mut'a is something bad.
For me, I'm not.
Hold on. No. I didn't say that. So now you affirm that mut'a is something bad, right?
No, me doing.
Okay, what is okay? No. Is it allowed for you?
Really?
Yeah. Is it allowed for you?
For me, it's allowed, but I'm not worthy of her.
Yeah. Okay. So
That's
خلاص.
like a
So you
commoner
can
marriage.
have mut'a
Let me
with
answer.
Nargis, bro.
Let me answer. That's like a commoner having mut'a with Queen Elizabeth. Like, how dare he ask for her hand? You know what I mean? That's the same
Yeah,
thing.
but you can do that, right?
With your mother, I can. With your mother, I can.
Guys, come on, yo.
I'm done. I just wanted him to fucking. He brought it up. I liked Noah until he brought it up. So I had to clown on him. So I had to put him in his place, man. Don't bring up people you revere. I never brought up Aisha. I never brought up Abu Bakr. I never brought up Omar. I never brought up Othman because you respect them. So I don't bring that shit up. But you brought up Nargis.
I didn't say any bad thing about Nargis. You're the stupid one.
You think
misunderstand what I'm saying.
You think I'm worthy of doing mut'a with Nargis? You've insulted her.
You said you're allowed to do it, right? Are you allowed or you're not allowed?
Yeah, but not with her. She's better than me.
Yeah, so you're allowed.
She's better than me.
So you're allowed to do it with her.
Yeah, but not. No, she's way better than me. I don't deserve it. Yeah, my dude. Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a shower.
With your mother, I deserve time and time again. With her, not really. Idiot. Anyways, let's move on. Yeah, go on. Ask the question about.
I was gonna ask, like, what the type of dependence there is, like, what type of dependence there is between the attribute and the essence, if the attributes are not the essence. If he believes the attributes are not the essence. If he believes the attributes are the essence, then never mind.
I'm almost done blow drying my hair. I'll be back after these messages. What's up, God?
Nothing much. What's up, deep?
Just finishing the last section of my hair. Maybe you can entertain our guest till I get back.
Or I guess.
Nargis, what didn't you understand about my argument? They're all talking about begetting. Every single thing that they're speaking of comes forth from Allah.
I grant you the begetting begotten based on your definition. That's actually like the metaphysics I hold to.
Yeah, but do you omit?
But they are literalist readers of the Quran, so your problem is with them. Like Noah would have a problem with your argument.
Yeah, but what do you mean literalist words? So you omit verses that you don't like?
Who said I take the Quran? Who says it's a verbatim speech?
But so Hamza is gonna omit this verse?
Hamza doesn't take it either.
But then he's not a Muslim? Because how could you be a Muslim without the Quran?
Who says the Quran is verbatim speech of God? They need to prove it first.
So then a scribe misunderstood begotten.
There's no. It's a faith claim. A bath. So there's no evidence to prove that the historic Muhammad in the cave actually received, and these are the exact words of the historic Muhammad. So they need to first prove that and bring forth evidence of that before they even make an argument for the Quran's truth value, right? This is how you should debate, not preservation and stuff like that. These are points you need to ask. Because all religions come from, like, especially with scripture, come from a faith claim. So this is why I don't think anyone can point a finger at anyone else's scripture. They all are just faith claims.
Okay.
Also, like, you need to ask things like, does God have sound, etc., etc. If these are verbatim speech of God, like, you know, the Qiraat would come into question. How is that? There shouldn't be any. This is a very lofty claim, for which, like, evidence of a very solid kind must be provided. You know, and if both are eternal and both are like, if the speech of God is eternal, right? As they say, and Quran is that eternal speech. Therefore, there are two gods here. One is the Quran, one is Allah. Because he's not going to say God is his word, right? He's going to say the Quran is distinct from God because his speech is distinct from him. So there are two eternal beings here. One is the word, which is one God, and God, which is the other.
It's familiar.
Hey guys, Happy New Year. Anybody want to help me out? I'm like a little bit unsure lately. I just really believed in God, but now I don't know.
What happened?
I don't know. I've just been doubting it a bit. Started to look at the Bible. Not sure it's true.
I think you should go to another room because this is just a room full of savages that will only destroy your faith even further. Sorry.
Layla, I don't know how anyone is interested in this topic right now when what's going on in Iran is so engrossing.
Yeah, my dad is like sitting glued to the TV.
Me too. Me too.
What's going on?
To hear.
I haven't watched the news.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe she looked at that.
Oh?
She looked at that, yeah.
What? I'm sorry.
My mom just left 2 weeks ago.
She's there?
No, she left 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
But all my family is there. She's
Really?
still there.
Your family is there?
Yeah, all my family is there.
Well, have you heard from them?
No, I don't know what's going on. I didn't know the
Oh my
news.
gosh, it's the 5th day. The IRGC is standing down. They've got demonstrations in like cities all over the place. They're chasing the police down. They're freeing political prisoners. They're chanting.
Half the stuff they show us is hyperbole. Every time my mom was there, even during like the time of the other protests, I called her quite a few times. She's like, "Why are you getting so hyped? What's going on?" She didn't.
You should call her now. You should call her now.
She's not there now. She's in Germany now.
Well, the other
My aunts,
relatives. Yeah. Can you call them?
I can. What time?
Yeah. It's they're chanting for Pahlavi to come back. He's got a big plan for detailed plan. Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince. I know everybody laughs at that.
He's so dumb. He lives by me actually.
Yeah, he's in LA. Yeah, Southern California. Yeah, but there's a group of them that have a plan for transition, and it's very detailed. Well, people on the street, the people on the street in the last few days have started chanting his name. It didn't start out like that.
Every other day there's a protest, like in France, so in Iran. It's such an intrinsic part of like the culture.
Oh my God! You don't think that this regime could ever be overthrown?
No, not for now.
When could it be?
It just needs they're too powerful, man, Michaela.
I don't know. You got to watch some news outside of, regular news stations. Have you watched this Goldie girl?
No.
Selah? Well,
I mean, they've been under sanctions forever, So what you guys do is you destroy people's economy, terrorize them financially. They're like, but they're so bad. Then you regime change. That's the fault.
Yeah, the problem with us is sanctions.
Let people do their thing, man. Stop interfering.
Yeah, the problem can't possibly be the corruption of.
And that.
Let them be corrupt. Don't put sanctions. They want to be corrupt. They stay corrupt.
Yeah.
Don't
Every
say
country is corrupt.
They're doing good. Oh, that's the regime's fault.
It is sanctions. Great part of it is sanctions.
I think I know what is going on in Iran, guys. It's very easy to understand, which is
Yeah, it is definite involvement. It's always been their involvement.
You guys agree with communist China? Of course not. But you don't dare put sanctions on them.
You don't agree with Khomeini, but don't put sanctions on a country for freaking years. Especially such a freaking creative and productive lot of people.
Do you like Khomeini?
No.
Bunch of hypocrites, man, in this country. Fuck.
Yeah, they're bastards. For how long? They're just people hungry people. That's what you're seeing. It's the sanctions. Fill up bellies, everyone's quiet.
I'd love to hear if you call one of your relatives to see what they say.
Every time I do, they ignore me because this is quite a common, but I'll call them.
Yeah. Yeah, just to some information.
It's freaking Israel attacked Iran. And I called them, they were having a party at my auntie's house.
Oh, God.
So now
and it was bombed 2 streets down, by the way. They got bombed 2 streets. We're just used to that shit.
Yeah.
No one fears that. No one.
You worry more about
having
them
a fucking party, like blasting music and stuff. I was like, what's going on? Oh my God, did you die? He was like, no, these fuckers blasted us 2 streets down. What the fucking motherfuckers? This is why I don't even bother calling anymore. They're just doing their own thing. Like if it falls on us, okay.
Have they ever tolerated the protesters the way they are right now?
I've been in a few of those protests. Like I've seen them, even from my childhood. They the ones we're seeing nowadays are a little overdone. It's done for the media, to be honest. But I mean, a lot of this could also have some Zionist involvement. Iran is not just it doesn't have its enemies within, right? It has enemies from outside too. It's a very complex politics.
Yeah. Michaela, the guy that was in the other night, they've changed. There's a propaganda going out trying to say that they've changed. I think they're trying to show that they've changed. So.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and I listened. I listened to some videos actually of Pahlavi being interviewed by this someone. He referred to that kind of, what do you call them, the reformers? That's how they label themselves, the reformers. And he was saying that's too late for that. Pahlavi's saying it's reformers. So.
They're reformers. They're the other ones. What are those called, Sela? Those weird ones who wear uniforms and march. The Marxist kind of Iranians. What are they called? Sela, they have like a uniform they all wear. Mujahideen Khalq. Yeah, they're the group. They're weirdos. Then there's the Sahionists, there's communist Iranian, there's all kinds of branching outside.
Nargis, we rarely get to see in LSF. We haven't seen him in like a year and a half, and you're not even saying hi to him. We also have a communist Christian.
Oh, LSF.
A communist Christian on the stage who says in his profile, I'm the Catholic, polytheist, Muslim, atheist, free grace, Trinitarian, Hebrew, Israelite, Calvinist, Eastern Orthodox, original sin, Christian still sin, butcher. Jesus was a communist who promoted socialism under the gospel. If you do not convert to the communist gospel, you will burn for eternity. I am a communist Christian on stage.
All right.
So, yeah, I think they should both be greeted and appreciated. LSF and Steve, brother, Happy New Year and communist. What's up, Arvon?
Does he have the doctor's letter that allows him to be here? This is nutcase, man.
Well, communist, how are you doing, sir? Would you like to say hello? Communist. Okay. Well, that wasn't his name before. It was RPG Ministries, but he's apparently had a change. What's been going on with you, LSF?
Hey, dude. Yeah, I've been away for a while, so yeah, I'm back with a vengeance.
Well, I'm happy to see you, my friend.
Yeah, you too.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a year.
Yeah, yep, I think that's right. Have you been on the Discord streets?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, how's that going over there?
Usual shit show.
Did you run into that guy named Jonathan over there? He's in the Calvinist room a lot, or at least sometimes. Jonathan, I don't know, but he's kind of like he's a Christian nationalist.
Yeah, he's in PNR.
Yeah, PNR. That's right, PNR. Interesting character.
Yeah, it's a few interesting characters over there.
Yeah, but what have you been up against, my friend? Michaela's here. She's a Christian, so Selah, Megatron. What's been happening?
Yeah, well, I'm leaning towards the Gnostic point of view.
Wow. Okay.
You like Elaine Pagels, huh?
Not from the mythological standpoint. It's not the kind of mythology of the cosmology. The general kind of model.
So are you saying that you're gearing away from Christ rising from the dead physically?
Yeah, I think it's more likely a spiritual resurrection. So I think all that was really required was Peter and Paul. They're the only two people who need to actually encounter, which they could have done, in visions. And the gospel writers then elaborated somewhat on the history.
Do you affirm the Trinity, LSF? I forget. Are you Trinitarian? No. Okay. Okay. Why aren't you a Muslim? Just curious.
Because I don't think anything about the Quran is factual. I think I just took Christianity and bastardized it.
All right.
Not entirely convinced it was even a Muhammad.
Wow. What did you say, Noah? Oh, your volume's way down. No. I mean, it's super.
Yeah.
How about now?
Better.
Yes, better.
Okay. So I was asking, did you really ask him if he was why he's Muslim?
I did.
Okay. Well, okay. Why you're not a Muslim, LSF?
Because I don't believe Muhammad received revelation.
You didn't what?
I believe Muhammad ever encountered the angel of real.
Listen, I'm not gonna go into an argument because I'm done. But let me ask you a question. Would you as LSF give away your life and be influenced by a guy who is not receiving the revelation? Like the disciples, for example, they were ready to give away their lives, right? They were
several people that burned with called Waco guy.
Mm-hmm. So how can we?
Oh my God, what's his name?
David Koresh, yeah, and Jim Jones' crew.
Yeah. So why would where do you think that influence of the people that followed him come from?
You just need a charismatic guy with a good story.
But is not what do you mean charismatic guy with a good story?
Well,
can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, what do you? A charismatic guy story. People will follow them.
Charismatic guy with a good story. Okay. So that will be easily influencing people if you're charismatic and you have a good story.
Well, yeah, it has the possibility of doing that, yeah.
A possibility, but not people be giving away their lives for him, right?
Well, yeah, just like David Koresh's crew all gave their lives for it. So did the Jim Jones.
All of them were false ones, right? They didn't receive actual revelation, but by the way, they were witnesses of revelations. There were people that witnessed Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, getting the revelation.
Like his wife, right?
Yeah, Aisha, was one of them.
Yeah, according to the story.
It's not a story. It's we have evidences that happened from multiple people, not from one person only.
You've got supposed eyewitness statements.
Yeah, eyewitness testimony of eyewitnesses.
Do you believe people get abducted by aliens and experimented on?
Sorry?
Do you believe people are abducted by aliens and experimented on?
No.
Well, there are 10,000 people on Earth, eyewitnesses, who claim that happened. Why don't you believe them?
Because they are lacking the historical method of authenticating whether something is true or whether something is false. Right? Hold on, LSF. You don't know who are those people. You don't know their community. You don't know what the people are like saying about them. Know their memory, for example. They are. Hold on, LSF. If we're gonna go with this argument, then we're gonna have to disregard Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. There will be no God, no religions, and that's gonna be a different story, LSF.
Yeah. So, what your religion's true, and it's isn't?
Yes.
How do you work that out?
There's only one religion. I don't believe in a religion called Judaism or a religion called Christianity. The only religion is Islam, is the religion of Abraham. He was not a Jew, neither was a Christian. He was just a monotheist.
He was Hebrew. Genesis 14:13.
Mark, can you check your DMs whenever you can? I just sent some info.
Good boy. Anyway, so that's the thing, brother. Right? There's only religion. And that's why we say about the Jews and the Christians, they are the people of the book, right? Why would they lie even? Like, if people who witnessed their revelation lied, other people, anyone who will lie or say anything bad about the Prophet, he will be caught. Or he say something about the Prophet that he didn't say, he will be caught. And the hadith will be weak, not authenticated. There were people that literally after these narrations to know whether they are authentic or not authentic.
How do you know that the people who went after are reliable?
Wait, what? Do you know Imam Ahmad Coptic?
Yeah.
Ahmad ibn Hanbal. He had a musnad, right? That was before Bukhari and Muslim. Right? LSF, like, listen, this is very important. Before Bukhari, before Muslim, there was a guy called Ahmad Hanbal. He's a major scholar in Islam. He's the scholar that I follow his school of thought, right? That person spent his life literally collecting ahadith, collecting narrations from Yemen, from Hijaz, from everywhere around Arabia, gathering all these ahadith, and he puts it in his musnad. So it's not we have only Bukhari and Muslim and Tirmidhi. No. We have.
I was saying because you were saying that you had scholars who went out to see the reliability of the narrators, right? Like how do you know about that? These scholars that went out to see if the narrators are themselves reliable.
Because other people are saying that about them.
But it's going to be like an infantry. It's going to be like a regress stuff. How do you know that other people?
No. It's not going to be the same way, right? Because you have, for example, a narration. People of Hijaz are saying one narration. They are saying, for example, none of you shall slap his brother on the face, for example. That's a hadith about the Prophet, right? So the people of Yemen are exactly the same thing. The people of whatever the city name is, right? So you would ask them, how did you know this? I learned from X, X learned from Z, Z learned from Y, all the way up to the Prophet, right? So we'll be asking about those people in the narration, whether it's narration from the Hijaz, because you can have the same hadith from different narrators. This is very important. So that's why you can have two narrations. Both of them are the same thing. One of them is weak and one of them is authentic. Why? Because the people who have narrated this one are more reliable more than the other ones. You know what I mean? And you do not take from them, you take from the other ones. So those people from the Salaf and the Khalaf and the Tabi'in and Atba' Tabi'in, those who followed the earliest people that have followed the Prophet Muhammad, they only have this chain of narration, and it was compiled also by Imam Tabari. He has Jami' al-Bayan fi Tafsir al-Quran. He was an interpreter of the Quran, exegesis of the Quran. He was also gathering around all the different narrations.
800s, though. That's in the 800s.
All the different narrations about a verse. So, for example, Qul Huwallahu Ahad, the very first verse, he will gather all the ahadith that the Prophet said about that specific verse, and then the people who are specialized in the hadiths, like who authenticates the hadiths, they would verify or falsify. You know, so this method it was a given back then. It was not something that was, came hundreds of years after. These were already narrated between them. However, it was not compiled because of what happened.
Do you need to the whole idea of the science of hadith, right, is to see if a narration is authentic in the sense that you can use it for halal and haram, right? But for the seerah and the tafsir, right, you can still have weak hadith. These weak hadiths can be accepted if they're not for halal and haram.
Yeah, if it's unrelated for halal and haram, yeah.
Oh yeah. And the weak hadiths are accepted, or
in Sirah Nabawiyah?
Yeah.
No, you have to add here what about like the Sirah before the revelation or after the revelation?
The Sirah before or after? Weren't they all written after?
No. Yeah, they all written after, but like there are some things that you can take from before. However, it's not really authentic. Like there are difference of opinions about it, right? And it's very crucial to get the Sirah. Most of the, like for example, the sealed neck, you can say 80% of it is authentic, and that's like the clue we can do, right? Implications and stuff. Yeah. So, ever heard about the witnesses of the revelation, LSF?
How long after Muhammad died did they write down these cities?
The hadiths were not written down; they were like orally preserved.
They stopped writing them around the 1500s. That's when they stopped writing them.
Oh, the first Sirah was Sirah ibn Ishaq, right? No, that was survived.
I don't know if it's Ibn Ishaq. So
after the Quran was standardized in the 1100s is when they didn't have an official codex.
1100s?
In other words, they didn't have an official codex.
What do you mean by 1100s?
So in other words, they built their standardization,
what?
and then they created a manuscript codex. So it's not like the New Testament where the text was codified and standardized before it was being mass transmitted. They have it the other way around. They needed to standardize their text first so it's understood, and then it was because when we look at all the Qurans like before like 1900, there's like 5 or 6 variations. So it's only until after that time where they codified the Quran. Before that, we have them, and you guys can check. We have them in France, Germany, Italy, Great Britain. We have them all out there for you guys to see that there's tons of textual variants before the 10th century.
Yeah, please give me the textual variants.
Yeah, you can look in the museums. They have the examples inside of every single museum, and there's plenty of German scholars that know about your language more than you do.
Okay, give me the sources, please.
It's not my fault that you guys don't want to read this stuff.
Give me the source Stop
You want me to give
crying,
you? You want me to give you
Megatron.
more explanations? Okay.
No, I need the source, not
The
explanation,
source is
not your.
inside of the libraries and museums that they're in. A list of the ones that have the there.
Bro, which hole did you get this out of? Anyway, so
This is all
okay,
public knowledge. I mean,
so
you guys can
Anas ibn
use
Malik.
little personal attacks to.
So
just,
Anas ibn
squirm
Malik
your way out
reported
of
that
it.
four
Go ahead
men.
with your tequila. Tequila.
Okay, so Anas ibn Malik reported that 4 men from the Ansar. The Ansar are the people who are in the Medina. Do you know, like, the Prophet migrated from Mecca to Medina, right, Alasaf?
Yeah. I've heard stories, dude.
Okay, so you know about it. Do you know how the Quran was, like, preserved or they collected? The collection of the Quran? Huh?
Yeah, I know the story.
Okay, so I don't have to say it.
I think you're talking the story of Uthman when he collected all, like when he.
No, not this one.
Oh,
no,
okay.
no. Sorry. This is before Uthman collected this one.
So you've got 200 years of oral transmission before the Hadith were written down.
Yes, just like the Quran.
Wait, but no, I think it is fair for us to kind of give them a little bit more of a background on Sahifa.
The Quran.
Well, the Quran we have manuscripts of, as well as the Sahifa of Hammam ibn Munabbih, right? So oftentimes we think that hadith weren't written down until after the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But we've actually discovered evidences, right, that point in the opposite direction. So as you all know, the Prophet, may peace and blessings be upon him, had companions, right, and they had their companions, right, and their disciples. So one of the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was Abu Huraira. Abu Huraira came very late into the life of the Prophet, but we have the most number of hadith being transmitted from Abu Huraira himself, right? So he had a disciple by the name of Hammam, and he wrote down about 160 hadiths in this thing called Sahifa. A Sahifa was like, think of it like it's like your book, your own notepad, right? And what had happened was when the Crusades or the Crusaders took over the land, when the Crusades happened, much of the relics that they found, they took back with them to their own lands, right? So the Sahifa, or this notepad, was actually discovered in a museum about 150 some years ago. And they carbon dated the Sahifa, right? And it goes back, they determined that it definitely goes back to right around the time of the Prophet, maybe 20, 30 years after him, maybe 40 years after him, but not that far after him, right? And they found 160 hadith in this little notepad. Now, all 160 of those are present in Sahih al-Bukhari today, right? Which is the most prominent collection of hadith that we have, right? That's like the biggest hadith corpus, like the biggest book of our hadith corpus. So when we find 160 and those have been carbon dated to go back, right? It tells us that no, those were actually written down by the Sahaba themselves. We just don't have evidences left, right? Because they either got taken away. I mean, they might still be in existence, but we just don't have a copy other than the Sahifa. So if anybody wants to know what it is, feel free to Google it. I'm sure you could find a copy
Yes.
of it.
So you see the 4 codexes? These are 4 codex Qurans before the Uthmanic Quran. So these 4 codexes, and I'll tell you where they are and where they're located today, because they're not owned by a Muslim country. These codexes to include like Surah 1, Surah 113 or 114. There's different wording, many verses, different verse counts. Widely used in Iraq for decades before the Uthman. Islamic sources admit that Ibn Dawood and Aleph, I don't want to butcher these words. It's just this proves, just this one alone proves that there's more than one Quran. Then we have the other one, which was in a Syrian Quran, which is from 630 to 655. This contains 2 additional supplementary surahs, Surah Al-Had and and I don't know, I'll put it in the chat. There's different surah orders, different verse numbering, treated as authority by many companions. And this is also recorded by Ibn Abu Dawood, that records this Al-Tabari. They're quoting this actual codex. This is how they know that they have different versions of the Quran early on before the Uthmanic Codex, because a lot of these verses that are not in the Quran that we have today, they're quoting verses that are not the same ones that we have in our Quran today. They're quoting these codexes. These hadiths are quoting these codexes with these understanding of the text.
First of all, that's not true, right? Because
I could prove that.
While you pull that up, I think the issue with the argument is that you're saying that because there's these other manuscripts that exist, now the Quran, there must be different copies of it, right? But I think what you're overlooking is that the manuscripts that you are talking about are not complete versions of the Quran, right? But more so think of it as like excerpts that people have taken and written down. So just because if you find an excerpt of something and say, hey, look, there's a manuscript that existed before the one that you have in your hands, right? That does not mean that both of the things can exist at the same time, right? The manuscript that you're talking about, can you find me any sort of a contradiction in that manuscript? If so, what is the name of that manuscript? And if you don't mind linking it, because I haven't heard this argument from any historian. I
put the 4 codexes in there, and then after this codex is going to be the Uthmanic Codex, which is the official Quran the way it is right now. And that's from 650. So all the ones you are from 1630s. 1650s, and 1630s, So all 4 of these are from that before the Uthmanic codexes. So we have these, and there's different sequences, there's different wording. I mean, I didn't even go into the Sana Palamas yet, but they're saying that there is a Sunnah, which they're going to say is a non-Uthmanic manuscript. The non-Uthmanic manuscript is going to be what's underneath the lower text of the Solemn Palaces. So there's different wording, different verses sequence, different surah structures, erased and overwritten with the standardized text. So this is a hard manuscript to prove another Quran did. It's going to be difficult for you to say there wasn't another Quran when you have a lower text that's another Quran. And this is not even included in the first 4.
Wait.
This would be 5.
You're talking about the Sana manuscripts.
Can I tackle this real quick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chuck.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chuck. Megatron, do you know how...
And this is all post the standardization in pre-10th century. So they codified it and standardized the text after the 10th century. You have these variants before the standardization. This is proof in history. You guys can look this up. Wait, the Vatican.
Hold on. Let me just
every other organization that's in love with the Quran, just like the rest of the world is, and they preserve it for you guys because they had means of preserving them.
All right, let's talk about it then. Let's
don't own most of the manuscripts.
You guys derailed. LSF wasn't interested in Islam. He was questioning.
Sorry, dear.
It was Megatron.
But these guys,
Michaela,
the book is directly from God.
Michaela, blame Megatron.
We know that it's not directly from God.
Yeah, Megatron.
Michaela,
don't take the bait, Megatron.
Yeah, blame
I shouldn't have, but these guys think they know about their book, and it's
all right.
Hey, can I speak? Somebody says, "Why don't you believe in Islam?" You tell them, and then they just go on a big cope and try and.
Yeah, I spoke with you, and she didn't have a problem with that. Only after Megatron started speaking, then she had a problem. So
no,
yeah,
I
she
just
didn't have a
stopped
problem.
listening, and then I came back in, and you guys are
Okay,
still
no
going
problem,
at it.
man. Yeah, I just want to say one last thing about the Sana'a manuscript because that's just a retarded argument. The Sana'a manuscript has 926 parchment, right? 925 parchment of the Sanya manuscript are accurate 100% with the current Quran that we have right now. Right? That's number one. Now, where actually the real variants come from? It's come from the 926 parchment 926, which Megatron is referring to. The variants are not actual variants. You can see if you were to take a look at it, you will see that do not say it's actually from Surah At-Tawbah, my favorite surah and your favorite surah, Megatron, chapter 9 of the Quran. In chapter 9, this surah is very special because we do not say in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate or the most merciful, right? So it says in the beginning, do not say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
I know nothing about this.
No problem. So it says there in the parchment, do not say in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. So, and there are also other things like corrections inside of it, not changing the way it recited. There are other ways of saying it. So it's most likely, first, we don't have to accept it, right? Second, because we don't know who owned it. Like, we don't know which parchment does that refer to. Second, it's accurate 100% with the Quran. With the 925, only that one page is not like accurate with the Quran. Why? Because it's more likely that someone was learning or trying to memorize the Quran, and that's why he's correcting himself, because the variants are not in the word itself, where it's above it and underneath it, and before and after it. It's not in the actual words.
Okay.
So try another game. I'm gonna go to eat, guys.
Yeah,
Have a great day.
go eat. That's fine. So in
Yeah.
600 CE, which is 7th century, right? They're saying that they have this, this extensive library, which they don't. They have some of their precious manuscripts not even in their possession, like the Sana manuscript, the Birmingham, and there's fragments from others, right? This is in the Hajjaz script. Now, the Kufa script emerges in the 700s, right? There's only 70 to 100 manuscripts. The year before was only like 30, and many fragments. Then in the 9th century, so we're talking about 100 years, they only have now in this, this is like in, they have like 200 to 300 manuscripts in this time, the Abbasid period, throughout the whole 9th century. And remember, there's no standardization yet. The standardization happens after 900 CE. So collectively, before 900 CE, they probably have 2,000. Not even 2,000 manuscripts. We have within the first, by the 2nd century, we have 5,000 in just the Latin alone. They don't even have this in like the one language. We already have it in multiple languages. This is the difference between what we talk about preservation and what they talk about preservation. They started to preserve the text after the standardization. Before the standardization, there was different scripts it was written in, different versions it was written in. There was no consistency with the verse numbers or even the way the verses were pronounced or even, sung the way they talk about, when they talk about recent. There was none of that. And all this evidence is all over the world, in every place to see. I don't know why they just deny this. Why do they do this? It's weird. There's all public knowledge, man. It's like it's out there. They have Wikipedias with this shit.
Okay, great.
If God was that worried about the minutiae that we all sit on Discord and Clubhouse arguing about, he would have revealed it now, not 2,000 years ago, when nobody could read, nobody could write, or hardly anybody could. And it was just oral stories to convey a message. If everyone, Jesus Christ had a great message, and it just gets completely lost in all these silly little arguments.
Well, this is why Sicario and his people created Islam to punish Christianity, to punish us. This is a pure punishment from God. Islam is a punishment from God to the Christians for all the things we've done. I'm a huge believer in this.
Yeah, Paul said, forget petty arguments about genealogy and the law, etc., because they're not productive.
What is this Gnostic tendency you have now? What do you mean by that?
It's mainly to do with the model of how things come around. So I don't believe that God creates. I think things are emanate from God, realms of existence. It's kind of near
we call God the creator and sustainer. How is that different from emanation?
Big difference.
Creation is something outside of God.
He believes in the Sophia,
okay,
and the demiurge, all those things. You know about that stuff?
I know about the demiurge.
You know about the Sophia? You know about Sophia?
No. Is that what he believes in?
It's the Sophia. Well, something like it. Not maybe something in that direction. That's what I was asking.
But Plato doesn't, whatever he's back to, Plato, I think, doesn't have a demiurge, does he?
Yeah, they do. The demiurge.
They do? Plato does?
It's not Plato, Thomas.
No, Plotinus. Oh, okay. That's where the Gnostics got that from?
No, it's a big thing. The Gnostics have been around since the very beginning.
Beginning of what? They were there before Christianity, right?
Yeah.
They were.
Right.
Demiurge is before Christianity.
No. Yeah, the term demiurge is just in Greek. But I just talked about it, but not in the same way that like the Gnostics believed in it. The Gnostics didn't actually use the word demiurge. We just used that word for what they refer to as the creator. This demiurge just means creator in Greek.
Right, but there's something above the demiurge. There's a god, the one god above the demiurge.
According to the Gnostics, yeah. According to Plotinus, I don't think so. God would be this demiurge. I'm not 100% sure about that, but it's not the same. That's what I'm trying to say.
Marcion was one of the early ones. He couldn't reconcile that Jesus was lined up with the God of the Old Testament, because the God of the Old Testament is evil, and Jesus wasn't. So he thought that the God of the Old Testament, the Creator God, was an evil entity, and the world is like a spiritual prison.
Can you explain how you come to that conclusion? What's your evidence?
Personal revelation.
Genocide, ordering genocide, sounds pretty evil. I don't know.
Are you thinking about the Amalekites?
Genocide is not. Well, that was Moses.
No. The command to genocide came from God.
What did the Amalekites do to get into that position?
Well, we can read. Let's read the verse.
Okay, yeah, sure. So you kill their kids and their babies and their sucklings and their animals.
Wait. That's what God said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the verse.
Sure.
Go to the verse.
Sure. What is it? 2 Samuel something.
15, is it?
15.
Because now we have to hold the feet to the fire.
I think it's talking about Exodus. I mean, Moses. Oh, you're talking about 2 Samuel. Okay. All right.
I think it was 2 Samuel. I forgot exactly what it was.
You know, this is Jesus revealing this to them, right?
Well, that's the claim, right?
No, that's the truth. That's what we believe. That's what we believe.
We're talking about what the Gnostics say about that.
Right. It says, now go and strike Amalek and devote to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them. Kill both the men and women, children and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. That's 1 Samuel 15:3. God ordering them to kill them.
Yeah, you gotta read that verse. Or you gotta read some verses before and after that.
Well, yeah, but sorry, but you can't have an evil baby. Babies aren't evil. They're incapable of doing anything immoral because they can't walk or talk.
Can you read a couple of verses before and after? Why that response was necessary? Or why that response was called for?
It's now ever necessary to kill babies. Sorry.
All right. What did these Amalekites do that provoked that reaction?
Whatever they
babies
not
do.
justified to kill their babies. That's what we're trying to say. And by the way, a lot of church fathers believe this. This is why many of the, especially Alexandrian church fathers, they took this metaphorically. The way that they understood this was to strike out evil. So like Amalekites was like a representation of evil, and adults and like men and women would be like an evil that is complete, whereas the children or the kin would be like evil in progress or sin in progress. And the animals, so like why kill the animals as well? Evil, like triggers towards evil. So like this is blotting out evil or sin from your mind, basically. This is how a lot of the early church fathers believed it, because they could not reconcile a God that was the God of love ordering a genocide.
Can I add to this?
Yeah, they were pussies then. They shouldn't be considered Christian then. They're whatever. They're
also, if it
they
wasn't
can't
about-
reconcile. They can't reconcile these. Yeah, that's how you're representing them. I think you're misrepresenting them. The way you're representing them, if this is true, then that's what you're saying about them. I don't think this is what they're talking about. I don't think you're reading it.
You should probably go read it.
I think you use a very Orientalist way of looking at things.
Yes, this is an Oriental faith, by the way.
Yeah. No. What you're talking about is
No. Like this whole religion started in the Orient.
Well, also another thing. How come do we see the Amalekites a little bit later on?
Mitzvah,
if they're wiped out. We see the Amalekites later on.
Yeah, so that just means that the Jews didn't genocide all of them. But that doesn't mean that the order was to genocide all. Like the Jews didn't always do God's command to its entirety, right? But the command was still to genocide them, if you take it literally.
So I love how atheists take that a little snippet and just run with it. And then when you present the evidence, they just quiet down.
Yeah, but like you understand what I'm saying. Just because the Jews didn't slaughter all of them, that doesn't mean that the command was to slaughter all of them.
What sect of Jehovah's Witness are you part of, Benny?
I'm not Jehovah's Witness. What are you talking about?
Say what type of sect, because Jehovah's Witnesses don't get into politics. They'll probably view as political, saying what type of sect that they're in.
There's also other stuff too. So like if you consider interest to be immoral and evil and a sin, which early Christians absolutely did, why is it in the Old Testament that the Israelites are commanded to not charge interest to their fellow Israelites, but charge interest to non-Jews?
That's why we gave them, that's why the kings and the queens of those times gave that permission to the Jews to do that. They couldn't do anything else.
I understand.
Don't you understand? That's all they wanted them to do was finance.
That's the kings and queens of Europe much later. Why is it in the Bible, God said, right, that you can charge interest to the goy, but not to your fellow, brethren?
Yeah, that's the reason why the kings and the queens didn't borrow money to other Christians. They let the Jews broker it.
I understand that. I'm asking, why did God give that command?
What's wrong with that command?
Because is it interest wrong? Isn't it a sin?
If you
not
love
if the Jews
someone,
lend them
you're
the
not going
money.
to take advantage.
Not if the Jews lend them the money.
No, according to our principles as Christians, this is why in Christianity,
You got to look up the history.
we're not allowed for like.
You're not going to take my word for it. You have to look up the history and the Torah laws in the banking system. I'm answering the question.
No, you're not.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Is it a sin? Is usury a sin?
No.
No, it's not a sin according to the church.
The sin if we do it to each other. It's not a sin if you allow someone else outside you to borrow the money from.
That's not true. Not according to the church.
That's what. So then you don't know what you're talking about.
No, not according to the church. The church says it's a sin. That's like saying you can't kill your fellow Christian, but you can kill non-Christian. That's not a problem. It's the same thing.
I'll post the Wikipedia for you, my brother.
That completely destroys objective morality.
Exactly.
Does usury include any getting interest, any kind of interest on loans, or just excessive interest?
So historically speaking, it was any kind of interest. Nowadays, we would define it as like excessive interest. But this is why for centuries, for over 1,000 years actually, in the Christian world and in the Muslim world, honestly, there was no interest.
I put the Wikipedia link in the chat there, Benny Adam. And you can look back to see how long these things have been recorded, right? And they have these ancient laws that they applied even till today, right? And this is the framework that they've used throughout the banking system. So
yeah, and he says it's immoral.
So he's saying it's immoral. No. It's not immoral. You don't understand. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You should read up a little stuff. I don't even know where to start. I wouldn't even know where to start.
According to the church.
I think you're still a Muslim.
Why?
This is Muslim shit.
According to the church. How am I still a Muslim?
Listen,
according to that
basically a farm. Listen to me. If you have a farm.
The Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, the Apostolic churches is interest a sin.
To each other.
Is murder a sin?
To one another.
Only to one another, so I can go.
Well, if we're at war,
that's not a sin.
Unless there's rules of engagement.
But I can go to like war. I don't know, India and just start slaughtering people, and that's not a sin.
I know we did it when we discovered America.
Was that right?
I'm not saying it is.
Okay,
so were they being charged for murder?
Objectively.
Were they being charged for murder?
Objectively.
No, they weren't.
Whether they were or were not
they
charged,
looted. They did everything not to their own people.
Was it or was it not a sin according to the church? Yes, according to the church, killing people, whether they are Christian or non-Christian, right, is a sin. Raping people.
You feel uncomfortable with the history. Right? You feel uncomfortable with the history.
No, I'm not uncomfortable.
I understand.
And you're trying to justify.
I'm not justifying it.
Yes,
I'm telling you the rules.
You are saying we can charge interest to non-Christians, but you can't charge interest to Christians. Why? Because it's immoral to do it to Christians. But I do the same thing about rape, murder, any adultery, anything like that. No.
Did they try all the pirates that went that discovered America and the islands? Did they charge them with rape and pillaging? They didn't, right?
They could have. Did they commit sins?
They weren't. You know why? Because they weren't representing the church.
What if God
they weren't representing the church. That's number one. Number two, that's far beyond the bounds of what we did during that discovery time. They weren't Christians out there.
God is great. Yeah.
You know? Don't be upset. Own up to it, bro. Own up to it, Benny. Own up to it. Just a stranger.
We're all God. Own it. Come on, people.
Nah, not Mormon. We're not Mormon.
Okay, bye. Happy New Year. Get a life.
Happy New
Bye.
Year.
Love you all.
Happy
Love
New
you
Year.
all.
How
Love
you
you all.
been?
Happy New Year. Bye. I hate you. Bye. Love.
Yeah, Benny, you're just making excuses. Like you're still arguing like a Muslim. Like you're trying to do takia over here. I'm trying to tell you, you want to be Christian, you have to accept that there are a lot of things that happen under the Christian rules. And that's it. Like the Pope went to Canada, apologized to the natives, even though it wasn't directly his fault. But there were some heretics out there, saying they were representing the church, and abusing children, and they found a bunch of bodies underneath this church. It was really messed up.
He apologized if it wasn't wrong.
Apologize because it is wrong.
Exactly my point. So it is wrong to do these things to people that are not Christian. Would you not apply the same interest, charging usury? Is charging interest wrong to any, or just to charge interest to or to Christians?
The Christians.
Okay, so you can charge interest to non-Christians.
Correct.
Find me anything from a church saying this.
All right. We worked around it by having the Jews lend us money.
Again, find me anything from an
What money were they
apostolic
using?
church.
They were using Christian
Find
money.
me any decision from an
Just look up the
apostolic
history
church to say
of how
that you can
how
charge
the Jews
interest
got
to a
into banking
non-Christian,
system.
but you cannot charge interest to a Christian.
Just
Find
look at the banking system that was created.
Oh my
It
God.
was the Christian kings and
don't answer that
queens. And it was the Christian countries that had the money, and they used the Jews as brokers, and that's how they lent. That's how they made the loophole, and they worked around. And you say you borrow the money from the Jews, you're not borrowing it from the kings and the queens. They were also Christian. They worked their way around it, and it didn't look like you were actually borrowing the money from them.
Okay.
That's the
They
loophole.
did that loophole because you are not allowed to charge interest. Period.
To your own.
No.
So why couldn't we borrow the money from the Jews then?
We weren't supposed to. That was done illegally.
Well, that was the reason why it was given to them.
No. We weren't supposed to do that either. That was done illegally.
That
According
you
to
have
the
to
church.
reconcile with your church fathers.
No. That's according to the church. You're not supposed to be borrowing money on interest either.
With your Eastern, church fathers.
No, this is not a matter of East or West. This is Christianity as a whole.
What about Muslim financing? How about that?
What about it?
That is somehow they don't have charge interest, but the service charge it matches the interest rate.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit. Like modern day Muslim financing is complete bullshit. The service charge will fluctuate depending
It's the same thing, Benny.
Yeah.
You're making
I'm
the
not saying
same
the Muslims
argument.
are the golden standard, bro. I'm saying that it's immoral. That God says that our understanding is that usury is immoral. It is a sin. So why is it in the Old Testament God commands that you can commit this sin to a non-Jew, but you cannot commit this sin to a Jew? That would be like God saying you are allowed to rape a non-Jew, but you cannot rape a Jew.
The Jews said that's actually that's probably in the Old Testament too. Yeah, not the Talmud, but I'm just saying that's. I don't think you're allowed to rape. Period. It doesn't matter whether if they're.
That's the point. Because it's a sin.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's usury.
No, that's different.
No.
Did you just compare rape to a monk?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know what type of interest rates you're getting, my friend.
Yeah. That's kind of weird.
It can go up to like 200% in like payday loans and shit like that. We're really fucking up here.
Okay, but all right. But if you're a farm, right? You need money early season to get the crops going. You're not going to sell them until possibly the middle to the end. But you have to borrow money from somebody, right? So this is has always been the case, especially with farms. So how do you work your way around that? Like you're gonna borrow money from somebody.
Ask God.
Okay, see that's why you're just being ridiculous.
No, I'm not being ridiculous. It's very clear. Christian teachings have for thousands of years taught us that usury.
Not Christian.
Yes,
not Christian. No, they get this from the Torah.
Oh my God.
They get this from ancient, like the Aramaic, like this
Has
doesn't. We're still new to the game.
Said the opposite. Every apostolic church has said universally that usury is a sin. You cannot charge interest. This has always been the case for almost 2,000 years.
The verse you're talking about is Ezekiel 18:13. 18:13 to 17.
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
Who's the person that came and said Happy New Year's?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
And peace and blessings to the true believers of the Messiah.
Who's that?
And, and then people get muzzled if they blaspheme.
Well, we've got somebody here that's struggling with this faith, he said. And that's LSF. And he never really got to exactly what he was saying there. He's taken more of a Gnostic view, though.
What's up, Andrew?
What kind of... Oh, hey, how's it going, Rob?
Hey, Rob.
Wait, is that Rob,
Hey,
Rob the Christian?
No, I'm not Christian. Just finished watching.
Oh, yeah, this is the other Rob. Yeah, he's okay.
I just finished watching the Da Vinci Code. If only that were true, that would have been better for the world. There we go.
So, what if I told you he was a Christian?
Who, Da Vinci?
Yeah, what if I told you he was a Christian?
Oh, perfect. Where did he go? Oh, he left? Oh, makes sense. You came too late.
Well,
Benny was crying about no interest loans in the Bible.
Did you hear
Who
that,
was?
Rob?
Benny Adam.
What do you mean crying about no interest loans?
Like saying that it's against the rules, that you're not allowed to charge interest, and how like the Christians interpreted this, but just telling them that they still lent money out. They just let the Jews do it amongst Christians. He's saying that you're not allowed to charge interest at all.
Interest.
At all.
Right. That was never the model. It was charging interest to the poor. The idea is like if someone was begging for food and you promised him a hamburger in exchange for two, to use an old economics example, that's the primary sin.
Andrew, if you're there, you weren't around earlier today, were you? Were you listening at all?
Yeah, I did. I heard quite a bit.
With the whole atonement and where that guy Nicholas went off on the sort of side tangent and stuff like that. I don't know how much you read with that stuff.
Well, he got trapped there, I think. He was saying some stuff. The thing about always telling the truth, he shouldn't have said that. And then the atonement, I don't know. He was saying some stuff that was kind of a little bit odd.
He's only been a Christian for 2 years, right?
Yeah, he's fairly
I remember the exact thing that he said, but he said something that immediately I sort of questioned how long he'd been in Christianity, because he just said something so sort of almost unchristian, if you like, or typically unchristian, that I was like, how long have you been Christian? Something about God, and I was like, Christians wouldn't, to my mind, I was like, Christians don't say that. How long has this guy been a Christian, right? Is he just making stuff up, or did you just hear it like recently or something? I just don't remember the exact thing, because it went on with different people, didn't it? And Euro was there as well. So, yeah, to my mind, I've not heard a Christian yet justify this atonement business is necessary for all people. Even if I granted it was necessary for some, even if I did grant that, which I'm still not entirely sure, but I'll just be agnostic on that. The whole that is necessary for everybody business. Nobody today, I thought, gave a sufficiently good response to that.
Sheik didn't say anything to that?
Who?
Sheik on stage, he's a Christian.
Say anything about it.
To the atonement necessary.
Oh, yeah. It's.
Oh, you're cutting out.
Breaking up.
Yeah, he's breaking up.
It's necessary. How do you think?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Sheik.
You're breaking up, Sheik.
Can you get a better signal there or something?
How's it now?
Yeah, it's
better now. Yeah.
All right. Yes, it's completely necessary. Otherwise, how else would you get to heaven? Would you go to Lowe's or Home Depot and get a ladder and try to climb to the heavens?
Well, God just forgives you, huh? Without the
yeah, He forgave you, but you have to accept it. You know, you don't accept the gift. If somebody gives you the key, and then you slap the key away and say, "Hey, I don't want it," you know,
what if you accepted it and you recognized He was God and you were, contrition?
Then your sins are forgiven. You inherit the kingdom.
Right, so we don't need the atonement then. Well, it sounds like you're on my side of the fence then. Andrew, what do you think now?
That's a little bit of
another
a stretch, my friend.
Christian who doesn't think the atonement is necessary.
I truly think it's necessary. It's not by my strength that I'm saved.
Okay, but I thought you said it wasn't necessary.
It is necessary.
You just said that as long as you get forgiven by God and you accept it, etc.
It's the repentance and forgiveness.
Yes, you can repent and forgive. And the atonement still isn't necessary. I can repent for my sins, or somebody can.
Hey, if a
You're
non-believer,
not making an argument for the atonement. You're making an argument for not atonement, as far as I can.
hey, if a non-believer believed in God today, will it change anything?
Well, yeah, they believe in God, and if God existed, they'd probably get some reward.
Think about the thief on the cross.
The point is that the atonement seems unnecessary, at least not for everybody.
Well, if it's not for everyone, then I don't know what to say, because it says, "For He so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that he shall ever believe shall receive everlasting life." It doesn't say a particular people or particular gender or it just says who shall believe.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that you need the atonement, right? As long as you believe in Him, then the atonement isn't necessary, which is the point I'm making, that the atonement isn't necessary.
He is the atonement.
That's right.
No, but the atonement here, we mean He dying on the cross and all that business, right?
The atonement is the shed of blood.
Yeah, but that's not necessary, though. That's the point.
Well, how do you come to that conclusion?
Restoring a broken
Because God can forgive you and can say, "Hey, your sins are forgiven. If you want a relationship with me, the door is open."
Amazing. By your perspective, that should work. But the
Yes,
perspective.
so why wouldn't it work if He's an unconditionally all-loving God and wants
But
a
the reason
relationship?
why it doesn't work is you're not the creator of the universe. You're not just in the way that God is just.
You're just not following it.
I'm giving you reasons to think that it's not necessary.
But that's not the steps that God. That's not the steps that God told you to do that, though.
No, but we want to say that it's necessary, because if you say it's unnecessary, then that's going to put shade on God, because presumably you don't think God does unnecessary stuff, and especially if He wants a relationship with people.
Well, atonement is not unnecessary.
Well, that's what you have to argue for, and I'm saying it is unnecessary, at least for some people.
So sin.
Why is it necessary? Without repeating the claim that it's necessary, you have to justify it. I had this whole discussion for 3 hours this morning. Nobody could do it.
No, your problem was you didn't like free will. You said you don't have free will, but yet you make terrible choices, and then you want somebody else to be accountable for those choices.
What's free will got to do with anything? Even if I grant free will, you can still freely choose God without the atonement, right?
Sin equals death. So in order for sin to be forgiven, it had to be put.
Yeah, but that's again just God's arbitrary rule. Not all sin needs to be require death. That's just God.
What is sin? from your understanding.
Well, doing something God's nature, wishes, desires, commands.
So even the smallest or greatest of sins, no matter how big, how small, it is the attempt of something outside of God. So even how small it is, and it separates them from God.
Yeah, but that's only because God wants it that way, not because the sinner necessarily wants it that way.
Then why
God
does He
can
give
arbitrarily
people
set
free
up
will?
like strict rules, but then don't expect it to sound good to somebody when you set up strict rules and then make yourself the only way to overcome that. Because I'm saying it's not necessary.
Then,
If you just
then,
said, well, he
then
set
why
it
do you
up
have
that
the
way.
choice for the free will? You know, did God point a gun to Adam and Eve's head in the garden and say, "Eat this apple, and I'm going to kick you out"?
But I think, Sheikh, you've got to pay attention here because I'm granting free will. So free will is not a problem here. The people that are going to have a relationship with God are only those who freely come to Him, right? He's not going to force people. That's not going to be a loving relationship, right? So people have to willingly come to them. So if you believe God exists, you believe that you do sins, you believe sins are wrong, and you ask for forgiveness, what prevents God from opening the door to heaven? And if all of that's the case, need the atonement of dying on the cross.
It's the people's choice. They want something good. If they want peace, they want love, they want all the abundant, amazing things. That is God. If they don't like any of that, they go their own way.
Do you think you're responding to my critique now, or are you just saying something else?
No, I'm responding to it. Maybe it's not.
My critique is something specific because what you said has got nothing. Doesn't even approach my critique.
Well, you say free will has nothing to do with it, but guess what?
I'm granting you free will, buddy.
Yes, you said you granted it, but the thing you do with the free will, that's what is the major factor. You can either go to God or not go to God.
Let me see if I can break this down for you very simply. Let me ask you something to see your perspective on this, Sheikh. If it's the case that somebody freely believes God exists, does the best they can to follow God's commands, occasionally stumbles and falls, recognizes that they've done so, recognizes that it's wrong, and asks forgiveness, and they do this all of their own free will because they want a relationship with God, why is that not sufficient to have an everlasting relationship with God in heaven?
What do you mean that's not sufficient?
I'm asking, why is it not sufficient?
That's what Christianity is. People are going to stumble. People are going to fall short. It even says in Scripture, "Blessed are those that hunger and thirst in righteousness and fall." You know, they recognize it. They strive for God. They recognize, hey, I've fallen. You know, this is sin separates me, God. Please, I want to follow you, and then it makes it right because God.
But then you don't need the atonement, though. Sheikh, you don't need the atonement then.
Jesus, the atonement was done with
on the cross, right?
The atonement was done with Jesus.
If you don't need the atonement, then why even argue? Just go like Home Depot or Lowe's and get a ladder and try to climb
it. Is there anybody else that can respond to me? Because
you need the atonement with Jesus. You need the shed of blood for sin.
Okay, Jesus. Now you have to make the argument why it's necessary. Can you do that?
Because that's what God acquires, death for sin. It's an act of
any other Christian that
repentance.
can actually attempt to mount a defense here?
Knowledge.
Isn't just, hey, that's the way God set it up. That's not a defense, my friend. I'm sorry.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
What type of nonsense is this?
A justification for why it's necessary. Not that God says, because I said
Because
so.
God says so. It doesn't matter because God says so.
Oh dear.
That's
This is what
what it is.
Christianity does to some human minds. Whatever God says, that's the justification because God said so. Come on.
Because God, the blood purifies. It's God's. That's why He had Him white blood over the walls. God, some with God in blood. Some with God in blood.
Tell me why He can't forgive people who freely want forgiveness. No, He exists and wants a
Then
relationship.
God wouldn't be just then, because the fact that you got three people. Let's say I went to you and I broke your television, and I go to someone else and I say, hey.
Didn't you try this morning?
No, somebody else did, but I want to do it my way.
You're going to repeat it yourself again.
No, check it out. Then I go to Jesus after I broke your TV. Jesus, can you forgive me? Yeah, no problem. But guess what? Your television's still broke. How are you going to be happy? With the sacrifice of Jesus, it's like the television was never broke. You didn't even notice anything being broke because the television is never even broken in that aspect. That's how great the love and forgiveness is.
Well, hang on a moment. If the television's not broke, then what's the problem? If he forgives you, what's the problem?
So if that television smashed in a million pieces and Jesus forgives me and I walk off and everything's all good and la la la, but you're going to be mad because your television's broke. Nobody has made it right. With the atonement, everything is made whole.
Let me just make sure I'm understanding your analogy here. Your analogy is, let's say you and I break your TV, and then I go to Jesus for forgiveness. Is this your analogy? Sheikh?
Yes, you go to Jesus. Jesus forgives you.
So I'm not asking forgiveness from you. I'm going to Jesus for forgiveness, even though I broke your TV. Is that right? Sheikh, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. I want to understand I want to make sure I understand your analogy. I broke your TV, but instead of asking forgiveness from you, I don't say anything to you. I go to Jesus and ask. Is that correct?
Well, it's aspect. You ask for forgiveness for God, but you also ask forgiveness from the other person, and I'm sure the person's also going to want to be made whole in that aspect.
Okay. All right. Well, there's two different cases here. I try to do this. Hang on a second.
Rob, sorry
hang on
to interject.
Okay, please don't interject. And if you're sorry, that's not an excuse to keep
interjecting. But this is just a television. That's here on that's being paid for is it that you can't even pay back because you dug yourself so much of a hole.
There's two scenarios. One is I sin against another human being. The other is apparently I sin against God and no other human being. So which one of your two, with your analogy is I'm sinning against another human being, right? That's what your analogy is supposed to be analogous with. I sin against another human being, right?
Well, when you're sinning against another human being, you're also sinning against God because it's God's law and God's decree that keeps everything perfect. And when you're going against God's rule to affect someone, congratulations, you sinned against both parties.
All right, so the scenario is actually I'm sinning against another human being and God, or I'm just sinning against God. Is that that's the two scenarios, yes?
So another example is like if I don't follow the law.
Those are the two scenarios where I commit sin, apparently.
Like for example, another example is if I don't follow the law and I stole your TV, I went against the law of the United States of America.
Sheikh, please don't just ramble on. I asked you a very clear question. Is the only two scenarios in which we sin? We sin against another human being, God simultaneously, and we sin against God alone and no other human being.
Sometimes it's not even that we sin against another human being. Sometimes
that's the God only case.
We put ourselves in the sin when we're doing debaucherous things.
Who are we committing a sin against in that case?
You're getting a sin against God's law, something that separates you from God.
Great. So there's only two scenarios. This is according to you, yes? You agree with what I'm saying, and now we're going to go through the atonement and see how well this works. Scenario number one, I sin against you and God. Scenario number two, I only sin against God. Those are the only two scenarios, yes?
There might even be a person, there might be other things, you know? There might be
what are you talking about?
Let's say, let's say you did like let's say you were goon maxing profusely and it destroyed your health, and it says to take care of yourself and treat your body as a temple, and you're smoking cigarettes and goon maxing all the time.
Okay, so that's like the equivalent. So that's the third option, which is sinning against yourself. Apparently you can sin against yourself. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
And against God simultaneously.
Oh, yeah, because it's God's law. God's law is put into position to
so
protect you.
We got three scenarios, yes? Scenario number one.
There's more.
we're gonna go through them and see if this atonement business actually helps you or hinders you. So scenario number one, I sin against you and God. Right? If I ask your forgiveness and you provide it to me, and I ask God's forgiveness and He provides it to me, are we all settled now? Are we all settled, or is there something still outstanding there?
And then once you get God's forgiveness, it is blessed, it's good. Then you're good to go.
Right, and we don't need the atonement scenario, yes?
No, you definitely need that atonement.
Why is that necessary? I just asked you, if you ask forgiveness, are we all settled? You said yes.
Because in the archives or the history books of heaven, when you're going to be written down, you do this evil type of stuff.
Yes, but I asked forgiveness, and I meant it.
And you meant it.
Yes, obviously.
Then you have then maybe your heart turned from stone to flesh because Jesus changed you, and then you made it right by the
We don't
mercy
need
of
the
God.
atonement, yes? Why is the atonement necessary in that scenario?
No, you definitely needed the atonement because
Why?
not by
I
your
keep
strength
asking
that
you
you're
why.
convicted.
Why?
Because it was you in the first place, but when you repented and you saw how evil you were, it was by God's mercy that you were convicted, and then you changed ways.
Right, but again, the atonement isn't necessary. I keep going back to that. You keep telling me it's necessary, and every time you try to explain it, you explain it where it's not necessary.
Atonement is because if sin is not free, forgiveness is not free.
Why not?
Rob, I like you as a person, a homo.
You see how difficult this is for you guys.
You're just not happy.
You're struggling mightily here to
No,
justify
your
that the
problem
atonement
is
is necessary. Even in the first case, we haven't even got to the other
you
cases.
have free will, and no matter if you go left or right, and if you go left, you want the results that go right. But if you go right, you want the results that go left. You want to be able to turn left and right at the same time.
Is this you like desperately trying to cope?
I'm not coping. I don't have to cope.
Seems like a cope to me, because free will, it's got nothing to do with it, so we've already granted free will. Can you see how difficult it is for you guys? I was with my family just after watching the Da Vinci Code, and I said to them, these Christians have this idea, I wish the code was actually true. The world would probably be a better place, right? If it was, in fact, Mary Magdalene was married to Jesus and there was a bloodline and blah, 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 that whole story, probably would have been a better world. And I said to them, this atonement business, and they sort of looked at me with these wide eyes. And when I explained the atonement, they were like, baffled why the atonement is. And I said, I speak to people online all the time. People can't explain this atonement, why it's necessary. They battle like hell to do so. All loving God wants a relationship and now claims that he's got to die. Nobody can seem to give
atonement is because so you can't pretend the sin didn't happen. That's what atonement. So you cannot pretend it didn't happen.
Nobody's pretending it didn't happen. In fact, you acknowledge that it did happen, and you
that's
ask
why.
forgiveness.
That's why your atonement act like so people just repent, act like it didn't happen. It's dead. It's part of justice.
His justice has been done.
When you do wrong, justice has to be served. So the atonement is part of getting justice. You being forgiven is not free, bro. Those blood sacrifices were value back then. Those offerings, sin offerings and burnt offerings, those were money. That's how they traded. So you have to pay your debt for what you did.
People doesn't mean that that's a good thing. Because they did it in that way.
That's how they got
back then doesn't mean that's good. By the way, I'm impugning God, not ignorant people 2,000 years ago. They were just ignorant,
But atonement wasn't for God, it was for the people. It wasn't for God, it's for people.
Yes, but God can just forgive us, what I'm telling you. You guys say, no, the atonement is necessary. I say, why is it necessary?
Yes,
you can't give me a reason.
I just told you because the debt, because there's a moral debt after sin you have to pay. Like you pay fines.
Why is there a debt that needs to be paid apart from forgiven? Come on. I'm waiting, You're the one who wants to jump in.
So you cannot pretend it didn't happen.
Why is it the case?
So you cannot keep acting like wrongdoing didn't happen. You can't make it that easy for humans just to be forgiven because they're going to keep doing what you're doing.
That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow at all. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that if the atonement
What doesn't follow?
People would continue sinning. That doesn't follow whatsoever. And in fact,
no, it's not about continue to sinning. It wouldn't acknowledge. Listen. It's about acknowledging it.
Yeah. If the atonement happens, that gives people free license to keep doing it. They go, look, my sins are forgiven. I can keep doing it. So in fact, the atonement can do exactly what you're saying. The absence of the atonement doesn't entail that would happen. Maybe some people would. It doesn't entail it. But certainly it can also happen with the atonement.
So you you think because when you're paying a fine, when you pay a fine, you think you can just continue to do it again?
Listen to the example. I just think you're not following. If I do something to you and you forgive me, and you say that's all that's needed, what's the problem there?
What's all that's needed?
Your forgiveness. Recognizing that I did something and asking your forgiveness, and you give me forgiveness. What's the problem with that? What else is necessary there, and why?
It depends. Different levels, different stuff. It's just you can't just say some things. That can be forgiven. Yeah, that can be forgiven. But when there's laws broken, things like that, and you have witnesses, you have to come forward with your sacrifice and your offering and do the ritual.
No, you don't. Because if the victim forgives them and they don't ask for any sacrifice or anything else other than forgiveness, then justice is done and everything's cool.
Yeah, you could say that, but that's not how it was back then. That was like that now, but that's not how it was back then.
Yes, but again, you're talking about bloodthirsty.
Okay. In the beginning, God was working with these people, having them do things, bringing things into the earth. So that's how it was at that time. It's not like that no more.
Are you saying it was worse then than it is now?
So it's not necessary now then. It was only back then.
After Jesus did what he did, you don't need blood no more. It's already done. We're into this time.
Part is what I'm saying is unnecessary. You keep claiming that it's necessary. What, for the people at the time?
It was necessary for them back then.
Why?
They didn't have money, bro. They didn't have dollars and cents.
God's forgiveness. What's more powerful than God's forgiveness? Is there anything in this world that's more powerful than God's forgiveness?
Do you know how God is setting up his government, how he's setting up this nation, how he's training these people to be his people?
Notice when I ask a probing question and you don't answer it either.
It was their part of their ritual. You
don't have an answer.
Every time I give you an answer, you answer a question with that answer. And then you try to say somebody don't have an answer. I keep giving you an answer, and you say that's not right.
What's more powerful than God's forgiveness?
What do you mean what's more powerful than forgiveness?
Am I speaking a different language? Is that question unclear to you?
He's asking you for the atonement. They go together. His forgiveness and atonement go together. It's all God. What are you talking about?
I asked you what's more powerful than God's forgiveness. He says, I forgive you.
Okay, so if he tells you to you being obedient is more powerful. You not breaking the law is more powerful than him forgiving you. How about being obedient?
That apparently is
I just gave you an answer. That's more powerful. Your obedience is more powerful than forgiving you.
Oh, really? The obedience that no human being can actually give in their entire lifetime. That thing. The impossible standard, that's more powerful, is it?
Your obedience is more better than his forgiveness.
See how difficult this is, Andrew? It's been like this for days. I haven't yet found a good Christian.
Well, you making circles with yourself. If somebody gives you an answer and you want an impossible answer.
See how tricky this is? Maybe you should invite.
Like me asking, why'd your grandma cook chicken? Why'd your grandma need seasoning for her chicken, bro? Why did your grandma need seasoning for her chicken?
Yes, I think you've done quite enough. Yeah. This is difficult, isn't it, Andrew? Seemingly.
Well, you don't have an argument.
Okay, that tells me all I need to know about you as an interlocutor. Thank you for.
You don't have an argument why God needs an atonement.
I don't don't know what your thought is, my friend. I can't remember what you said on this topic, but Mia's here. Mia, are you a Christian, right?
No, I am.
Why is the Christian? Sorry, you are or you aren't?
I am not negative.
Okay.
No, it was asking for forgiveness back then.
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
God.
Rob. I didn't hear you.
That's fine. My question wouldn't apply to you if you're not a Christian. So I thought you were. It's fine.
Well, he understands the Old Testament, though. Rob, he might have something to say about the animal sacrifices.
No, I wasn't talking about that. The atonement, right? Mia, you don't. Do you believe the atonement happened? If you do you think it's like necessary for all people?
The atonement, as in Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross?
Yeah.
No, that's my rejection of Christianity. So no.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So this wouldn't apply to you then, right? That's fair enough.
Well, I believe Jesus was crucified.
How are you going to ask in the beginning? How are you going to ask for forgiveness for something they don't know? They don't.
Please, stop talking. Please stop.
Rob, could I say something?
Please do.
He keep on saying how they're gonna ask for forgiveness for something that they have an offense. When God gave Moses the laws and commandments and statutes, they were in sin. So that is why he gave the animal sacrifice for, their way of atoning for when they were sinning. Accidental sins, there's different kind of sins, and depending on those sins, it will be based on what kind of sacrifice you should give. If it's animal, grain, or your first, that's offering. That's not sacrifice. But yeah, it's because
I wasn't talking about animal sacrifice, but if you want to, we can talk about that. I think that's also problematic. Killing an innocent animal. If you ask forgiveness, again, I'll ask you the same question I asked the other Christians, right? If you ask forgiveness for a sin, particularly a smaller sin, but if you ask forgiveness for a sin, why is it that God not forgiving you absent any sacrifice? Why is the sacrifice necessary? Why can't he just forgive you? Because you and I would forgive other people who quote sin against us, especially if it's a smaller sin, right?
What if I told you all atheists are gay?
But hang on, Jay.
So I said, Rob, if I asked you for forgiveness, what would you require from me?
Hang on though. I did ask Jay to respond there. So we can use the animals, but I think that's also problematic, like Jesus dying on the cross.
I think because the culture was based on what do you call it, agriculture farming, right? Agriculture farming.
Agriculture, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Because the culture was based on that, right? That was a way of indebting themselves or giving up something that God knew. This is what I'm thinking why they use animal. God knew that was a big effect on them. He knew if you gave up a bull, you knew that you probably been paying or rearing this bull for like a long time, and it probably cost you a lot of money to even get one bull. So that's my idea, or why I think God could possibly use animal, because our culture was based around animal, nature, farming, fruit, stuff like that. That's my assumption. I don't know.
Okay, so just to be clear, if I summarize your position, I think what you're saying, if I can steel man it, is that God asked them to sacrifice because there he's taking something from them that they value, and that's like they're paying the price. Is that the idea? So not only do they have to ask forgiveness, but they have to pay the price by one of the things they own that's valuable being taken from them. Is that the idea?
Right. You learn from your mistake with consequences, and your consequences is loss of your works, if that makes sense. So I don't know if you know, in other parts of the book, it talks about how when you ask for forgiveness and turn back to God and follow his laws and commandments, he'll give back all of your fortunes, right? So yes, I do think that his punishment is take away from you the things that you've worked for, the things that you've inherited.
What's the purpose of that?
What's the purpose of what?
Insisting that you kill an innocent animal? What's the purpose according to you?
Of killing an innocent animal? I don't know if there's a reason given for.
That was part of their currency.
Sorry?
It's a personal cost to you, so it's like a fine. It's like paying a fine. So you won't.
Yeah, it's like paying a fine. You know, you're indebted to God that you could say that you've seen your wrong, and that is His way. He says that is a pleasant odor to Him. That's what He says. That
So
when you
for
burn,
him, yes?
yes, it's for Him. It is our way of showing Him back love. That's what He said is pleasant to Him. I don't know, but that's what God say.
I don't want to say that.
Smelling the frankincense, smelling the grain, smelling the animal. He said it's a pleasant combination that is pleasant to Him. I don't know how it works.
No, I don't either. That's a big mystery. But here's the thing. So in this particular case, right, we're not talking about where you sin against somebody else. But you say, is this animal sacrifice business for sinning against people or sinning against God, or what? Which one?
Repeat your question. Sorry.
Is this a sacrifice of animals? So you've done something wrong, right? In one case, you do it to God. In one case, you do it to human beings. Are both of those cases covered by sacrificing an innocent animals? Because you obviously got to ask for forgiveness. No. Because if you hang on 1 second, though, let me finish the question. Because if you've got to ask for forgiveness, yes. Because if you sacrifice and you don't ask forgiveness, then you're not forgiven, yes. So if you said, I don't think I did anything wrong, or I'm not asking forgiveness, but I'll sacrifice the bull, that's not sufficient, yes. God is not going to forgive you if you don't ask forgiveness and sacrifice. And He will give you forgiveness if you only sacrifice and don't ask forgiveness, right?
Atoning for sin, so you have to be aware of what that sin is. You don't just give sacrifices, right? So you have to know and be aware of what your sin is or what you're atoning for. Sorry.
Yes, obviously.
When you inflict sin on a man, that same sin is done unto you. So
but then why do you need to sacrifice? You don't need to sacrifice an animal then, right?
Depending, I'm not totally sure of all the laws, but I know that if you've caused a death or you've caused loss of animal, something that you have to compensate back for it. Like you have to give the person back the money for whatever it is that you've killed or what it is that you've lost.
If you don't kill them, if you beat them, what now?
If someone beats you,
you beat them.
I beat them.
Yeah.
And it was on purpose to like kill them, or it was because we were arguing.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Okay, depending on what's the reason why I'm doing it, the judges.
I don't like the other guy. I just don't like him. He's an unpleasant person. So beat him up now.
Okay, and if it does result in him potentially dying or something like this, or it results in him not being able.
Just beat him up.
Okay, he did not die. The judges may say, depending on the reason or how it went back and forth in regards to how the story went, they may judge to say that they should also be inflicted with punches or with whatever it is too, because it says an eye for an eye. And
okay, so all right, I get it. But then no animal sacrifice is necessary there, yes? So the animal sacrifice is necessary when you sin against God.
Right. Most times out of none, that's what it's for. Most time out of none is when you're sinning against the commandments. That is for God. Yes.
Okay, but let me ask you something, Jay. If it's the case that you sin against God and it wasn't a major sin, and He simply forgave you but did not ask you to sacrifice an innocent animal, would there be a problem with that?
If that's what God asks, that's what God asks. You know.
Okay, so there's no reason that He has to include the bull, yes? He doesn't have to.
But that's what He chose. He could choose whatever He wants. It's not for me to tell Him what He chooses or what He find pleasing to Him, because He says that's the way how we show love to Him. He's telling us, if you want to follow me, right, and you want to me to keep on blessing you, because this is the reason why they're also following it, right? showing love, and if you want to keep on getting blessed, and your fortune that comes with your inheritance that's been given to your forefathers, these are the things that you have to do forever and ever, and for generation upon generation, and you have to teach it to your children. So that's what God chose.
That doesn't seem loving to me. Why is that loving? I don't want to sacrifice an innocent animal. If I've done a minor sin, all I'm expecting is to, if I genuinely recognize it's a sin and I'm genuinely asking forgiveness, I'm expecting the sin to be forgiven against God. I'm not expecting to kill an innocent animal. And I don't think that's the loving thing to do. In fact, I think that's a bloodthirsty thing that's going to tell me that I'm actually dealing with like a sort of a bloodthirsty dictator, not an all-loving God.
I don't know if you know the stories. He is a very merciful God, because the numerous times that we've sinned against him, took on other nations, cost him, he could have just wiped us out. However, the reason why he hadn't wiped us out is because he made a covenant with Noah that he would never do again. Do you understand?
He was bloodthirsty once, and then he was mistaken, did he?
No, he wiped out what he has. That's to be honest, that's still a continuance in
that's
his,
a different story. That's also problematic.
One second, Bob.
But it's separate to the sacrifices.
Right. I'm saying it's still a trait that he maintains, because even he's told the army to go into another nation to wipe them out too. So it's not. It's just that he just said that he's not going to do it to us again, like to his people, to the Israelites again. But he still has that trait to say that when there is evil among you, like, it could be the nation that's inflicting you or whatever, that you can go in there, wipe out the evil, so that it doesn't infiltrate to you, the Israelite. So it's still a trait of God. It's just that he doesn't say that he's going to inflict it on the Israelites again.
This is a separate point, right? All I'm bringing up is the animal sacrifice. I don't know why you went to all of that stuff. That stuff is also problematic. You're just bringing up more problems. But I don't want you to bring up more problems. I want you to deal with just one problem at a time.
Okay.
And the problem
Repeat the question, because maybe I didn't hear the question. So.
Yes, I said to you that if I did a minor sin, and I recognize, I obviously believe God exists. 2, I recognize that I've done a sin, and I ask forgiveness, then I'm expecting to be forgiven without sacrificing an innocent animal. And if I am told to sacrifice an innocent animal, and then I'm told that that's the loving thing to do, I'm going to think it's not a loving thing. I'm going to think I'm involved with a bloodthirsty dictator who wants to see blood of an innocent animal spilled, seemingly for no good reason, especially when I'm doing minor sins. Because I wouldn't ask that of anybody else. So why the hell would God ask me to do it for him?
The sins that are committed, I don't know if you say they're minor, but that's what God chose. God never. I don't know who told you God is. One second. I don't know who told you God is only a loving God. God has many traits within the Bible. A God of war, a God of mercy, a God of forgiveness.
Bloodthirsty. One of those traits.
I don't know. You in your perspective, you could say that it is. He could be perceived as bloodthirsty because
there's a lot of blood, right? Animals, nailed to the cross, whippings.
No, that is not the God in the Old Testament. That is the Christians saying that that is the same God that
You're not a Christian.
I am not, sir.
Oh, okay. So you're just trying to defend the slaughter of innocent animals.
No, not defend. I'm just explaining. There's nothing to defend because I'm not the one that created it. I just believe in it.
Yes,
there's nothing to defend.
I'm questioning whether it's a morally good thing, and I'm questioning why you believe this and why should anybody else, and why you think this is loving to kill innocent animals.
You just think
I never claimed it to be loving. I never claimed it to be loving, Rob.
They use those as for a feast though. Wasn't about being. They could still
God commanded it separate from a feast.
I've got a question for both.
I mean, that's like you calling the meat butcher today, like killing innocent
animals. Well, you'd be a butcher today if you did it, or back then, whichever.
Please, right. Here is my question. It's a hypothetical. If God's rules were you have to sacrifice your child to me to keep things as they are, would you do that?
Sorry, there was background noise. I apologize, LSF. Just say that again.
Right. If God's instruction was sacrifice your child to me, would you do that?
No, but not without like an exceptionally good reason. The chance of me doing that is like close to zero. It would have to be like an extraordinary reason, unbelievable reason.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where they draw the line.
Like I said, I can't even imagine a reason. Maybe something like LSF, everybody else will be tortured to the point of madness for as long as they live. Maybe then, even then, it would be like super hard for me to do. But absent that, I can't imagine something else where I would do that. So maybe to save like 7 billion people from like 100 years of moment-to-moment torture, that's like barely, they can barely survive or something, maybe. But other than that, no, I wouldn't sacrifice it. And if he asked me to do so, I'd immediately think that I'm not speaking to an all-loving being. But if somebody like Jay just acknowledges he's not all-loving, great, then I just don't think it's God anyway. So now I've got a good reason to fear this and not to worship it. Or if I am worshiping and I'm only doing it because I'm scared of consequences. Right? And that's what we call a malevolent dictator.
So
God requires you to fear him. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you love God and what you believe. 1 second, no, he does. And that's the reason why I'm saying it's not about my perspective, but God requires it, and it's a sense of fear. Because if you don't fear nothing, you're gonna overrule what you don't fear. Because he's not controlling. Huh?
So the way Kim Jong-un rules North Korea is right. He's following God's command. He gets the North Koreans to fear him.
So
following God's footsteps.
So that,
right, apparently.
Unless you're trying to say the North Korean guy, he's God.
No, but he's essentially God in North Korea, and he's following God's thing. They all fear him. So he's obviously doing something right according to you.
Hey, so look.
I did not.
As a non-believer, look. As a non-believer, right?
Why are you jumping?
If God came to you, listen. If God came to you.
No, my friend, just stop doing this. I'm speaking to this other lady. Why do you keep jumping in here? We're already finished with you. You didn't get very far. The lady wants to speak here. Let's allow that, please. Yes, but I'm saying to you, Jay, that's exactly what Kim Jong-un does. He has his entire, North Koreans, all of them fear him.
But you can't equate human
the wages
to God.
of sin in North Korea is death. Does that sound familiar?
You can't. No. That's Christian. I keep on repeating that to you. The wages of sin in the Old Testament is not death all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Only some of the time.
The wages of sin, even God is saying, for it to equal to death, it has to be when is it like adultery or something like that, like you sleep with another man's wife or something like that. That's how you become deaf, or something that's outlandish, because obviously I think what did they say is like you brought impurities to the community or something like, and they want to take that out, right? So but you cannot equate man to God. God even says that himself.
Why?
To say that he's not like man, because God told you what he is. He said he's not like man. He's not. He doesn't have the heart of man. Man's heart is wicked.
No, but man can emulate what God does. If it's the case that you ought to fear God, well, that's exactly what the North Koreans do with Kim Jong-un. They fear him. So he's doing something godly. He's following God's footsteps, right? He's modeling God, imitating God.
That's for me. That's blasphemy, because they try to do that. They try to do that with the Babylon Tower. They try to be equal with God. That's why they're trying to reach up the sky. And what did God do? God banished all of them. Poof. God killed all of them.
Rob, why are you saying that? I mean, I don't know why you brought that up.
What is the evidence that the people in North Korea fear Jim, whatever the hell his name is? What evidence do you have that they do fear him?
Reports coming out of there from people who have escaped, people who have gone to visit there, people that have been killed when they step out of line. There's overwhelming evidence that the North Koreans are like in fear of Kim Jong-un. They'll jump up, they'll clap,
have you seen videos
all kinds
with millions
of things.
and millions?
Do you know anything about this place?
Yes, I do. I know enough about it.
Okay.
Have you seen millions and millions of people who come out to celebrate him? Do you
Yes, they come
celebrate
out.
the
They're
person
forced
you
to come
fear?
out under fear of.
How do you
a
force
fear of,
millions of people to come out?
Fear,
If
my
they don't-
friend. That's how you do it. You fear. Do you know how he does it? What happens is when somebody steps out of line, number one, either they're executed or sent to the gulag. But here's
It's
the
your
insidious
protection
part.
from your
What he does
Western
is
mind,
he punishes
and
their
you're
entire
projecting it
family
on
as
North
well.
Korea.
Please don't
It's
speak
just
over
that,
me.
look, the North Korea.
Please don't speak over me. Okay? I'm telling you what he does. So he punishes that person, and then he punishes their entire family. That sends a fear message to the entire population.
Basically.
If
You're
you step out of
propagandizing,
line,
the whole thing. And
if you
I'm
step
not saying
out
that.
of line, okay, this guy, never mind. Carry on, Jay. But
Let me ask you something.
He's doing what.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
So look, if as a non-believer, if God appeared himself to you,
this guy again.
Listen, bro, if God appeared himself to you and he made it, and it was known that he was real, and he asked you for your forgiveness, and he wanted you to sacrifice your kid to get into heaven. If not, you're going to hell. Would you do it?
No, I think he's a moral monster. And if I had the power to stop him, I would. If I couldn't, yeah, I'd still think he's a moral monster. And if somebody else could stop him, I wish they would.
But when you look out into the world,
Rob, I wish you wouldn't.
Thanks for that irrelevant question.
Rob, I'm legitimately asking you a question. I wish you wouldn't put me down. I just asked for evidence.
Don't talk over me when I'm speaking.
Provided.
I gave you evidence.
You talk over me too. You don't let me finish what I was saying.
You just be talking about nothing.
But
Rob, my name and God. Oh, God is a bit baffled for me, though.
So Jay, my point here is that we have our own preconceived notion about certain things that are not in the text itself, right? So, yeah, you should fear God because He is the Creator.
There you go. Well, that's exactly what North Korea is doing. So
No, but you don't compare it to some man, a fat guy. Well, let me finish, please. You don't compare it to a man. Like God is. This is the problem with this type of thinking. You comparing some rinky-dinky fat alcohol drinking man to God? It's ridiculous.
What do you think I'm comparing to God?
It's not the same level of comparison.
What do you think I'm comparing to God?
You're attributing a human emotions such as fear that men could put on other men to what God, that ultimate creator.
Presumably
It's
you
not the
think
same
that
level
when
of
people
fear.
fear God, it's a good thing.
It's a
So
good
if they
thing.
fear another human being, what's wrong with that? Do
No.
people fear Jesus? Probably yes, yeah.
You should fear God because He is the creator, and
Because he's going to hurt you if you don't, yes? That's exactly what a
you will be
dictator would do,
punished for
same
your
as Kim Jong-un.
actions. You will be punished for your actions.
There we
Right?
go. Kim Jong-un does the same.
You know what? You got it, Rob, because you're not understanding. You can't compare God to a man.
I sure can, and
You
I
have to understand.
I can do it, and I'm doing it now very successfully.
Remember, Rob is operating from the idea that God is all loving. So if you don't fall within those paradigms, then that's where the problem is. I don't really understand why you think that. If you
Because
look
God
out
is
in
the
world,
greatest conceivable being. And
right,
if he's not all loving, then he's not God, right?
All loving has to do with your like being raised, and then the problem that you had, and then why you kind of like left the church or deny what you were raised in believing. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's happening, because when you look out in the world, there isn't an all loving world. Some of it's loving, some of it's destructive, some of it's light, some of it's dark.
If you don't punish your kids, they're going to be spoiled.
Why are you talking over the other guy?
It's common sense. If you don't punish your kids.
Please stop talking, man. There's too many people who are randomly butting in here, and I'm going to have to start putting people in the audience. Stop this now.
Bro, because you're questioning God with non...
Carry on, God. I'm going to have little patience with people who keep interrupting. Your point is, God, that there's not all love in the world. I agree with you. That doesn't mean that God can't be all loving. So what point are you trying to make here?
You're saying that doesn't mean that God can't be. You're not actually proving that God is. And that you're kind of saying...
Do I need to prove to you that God is all loving? Is that what I need to do? Why am I obligated to do that?
I'm just saying in the observation, there's no need. I'm just saying that in the observation of this conversation, what you are not doing, What you are not doing is providing any argument that God is all loving. I understand that some people think about that, and they think that God is the loving one and the devil is the bad one, and they like to separate it because they don't want to give God any of the glory of the negative stuff. They only want to give him the glory of the good stuff. I mean, we've been in these rooms. I don't know why you're recycling kind of the same argument, other than that's what you believe. You think that God is supposed to be the God that you don't believe in. It's supposed to be all good.
That's correct.
Meaning no bad involved. So I'm saying
that's correct.
When you look out into the world, there isn't all good. So we're this idea, in my opinion, this incorrect idea that any God is
Christians
all
are wrong.
good.
Two things. I'll tell you two things. One, from inferring it from the Bible, and number two, the philosophical idea that God is the greatest being, of which there is no greater, which entails that he maximizes all of the virtues, and one virtue is that he's loving. And it's better to be all loving than partially loving. If you were partially loving, you wouldn't be the greatest being. If you were all loving, you would have maximized that loving attribute, which is one of the virtues. So now I've given you two reasons to think that he's all loving, both the Bible and a philosophical idea of the greatest conceivable being.
Well, that goes against what you were saying to the woman, because you were pointing out the parts of the Bible where it shows that God is not that. So which one is it? What are you inferring from the Bible specifically? That God is all good, or that God does all these terrible things that you say is also bad?
But were you not following what was going on? How long have you been?
I was, and now I'm asking you a very specific question. Are you saying that what you infer from the Bible is that God is all good, or that God does some bad?
No, I infer from the Bible that, and this is what other Christians also say, that he's the greatest conceivable being. And one of the great making properties is that he's all good.
Okay, so you personally infer from the Bible that God is all good. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, so God, when he does these negative things to people, like the woman who's bringing up, and that you were also bringing up, of like, he did this to people individually, specifically, you're saying that none of those things that God does in the Bible are bad, right?
No, I'm saying some of them are bad. So there's a tension, there's a conflict between an all-good God and bad things.
So what are you inferring from the Bible? Because I'm confused. You're saying two different things.
I can tell you very confused. Most other Christians are not confused about this. They understand exactly what's going on. Why are you confused?
I'm not talking about other Christians. I'm asking you simple questions, which you seem to be giving me two different answers. What do you infer from the Bible?
I'll explain it to you again. I only want to do this once, Scott. I'm not going to go through this for a long time here, because this is basic stuff that basically all Christians understand. So if I've got to bring you up to speed with them, I'll do it once and once.
We're not going to do the deviation.
If you still remain confused, I'm not going to burn a lot of fuel trying to explain it to you.
The question. You're not explaining it. You're saying two different things.
Okay, no problem. That's fine. No problem. Then you can remain confused. That's all right.
You don't think you're saying two different things because you're being
dismissive
right now.
You can remain confused. That's all right.
Okay, so which one are you saying? So I'm confused. Which one were you saying?
It's all right.
Confused.
I'm actually okay.
Why are you running from the conversation
I'll speak to somebody who's not confused, because I don't want to burn a lot of fuel.
But I ask you to say A or B, and then you say A.
That's fine. It's all right. My friend, you can be confused. Other Christians are not confused about this.
I'm asking for clarification. It's very simple.
That's okay. Well, I'm not going to give it to you. How about that?
Okay, so then you don't want to have a conversation
No,
about
I don't want to have a conversation with you. I want to speak to people who understand this, that I don't have to spoon feed them this. They already understand this.
You are saying two different things at the same
time. I'm sure you believe that.
Yes, whether he has or not, he doesn't want to engage.
Yeah, we're not going to continue with you.
Keeping this going.
You keep believing that.
I mean, like, we're having an open dialogue. Why not just let that room flow?
Whether or not you believe that God is all good, because that's the basis of your argument.
You're going to keep pushing it, aren't you?
And now you won't even stay on one side?
He said he doesn't want to engage with you.
Let's move on.
I don't know what the
I don't have this problem with Andrew.
Divine, allow it. Leave it, because I understand what you're saying, Divine. Don't worry. Leave it alone.
She's saying two different things.
Yeah, he is. Don't worry. Just leave it alone. Is there rules? They say don't allow them to let
Divine, you're incapable. You're incapable of understanding mutual exclusivity. Rob is saying the Bible seems to be teaching that God's all good. And it seems to be teaching that he does things that Rob thinks are bad. So the Bible's not true. You think that means that they're contradictory statements.
That's not what he said.
Yes,
That's not what I asked him. I
Rob,
asked
You and Andrew understand this, right? It's like basic stuff.
You infer.
Divine's
And
okay.
he said that he infers.
You have to
I asked
screen
him
through
about
something
his
with this.
opinion, not about what you explained it as. About his explanation, how he saw it.
You
And
said you
I
think
infer.
that the God of the
I
Bible
asked
is
him,
all
does
loving.
He said
Or all
what
good.
the Bible infers, and he said that God is all good. That was the beginning thing, and I said, okay, what about the bad things that you just brought up? And he said, oh well, no, those are bad things also. So then I said,
Right.
So is God all loving, or is he also capable of bad things? And he said, well, both. And then when I pressed him, he said, oh, you don't get it, you're confused. That's what happened.
He thinks there's a contradiction in the Bible. That God's
It's not
supposed
the
to be all
contradiction in the
good.
Bible, it's what he infers from it. What does he get from it?
You know, what he infers from the Bible, you ask him.
Right.
I
Okay.
asked him what he got from the Bible, whether or not God was
Converse.
all
Okay.
good, meaning 100%
Once again.
good, incapable of evil. He said yes. Then I said also, is he incapable of the evil that you just brought up? He said yes. That's a contradictory statement.
No, it's not. It's showing that he thinks there's a contradiction in the Bible.
He's not talking about that. I asked him what he infers from it, what he believes. He's not a Christian. And he keeps on bringing up, I don't understand.
Right. Because he talk about the truth of political way of viewing it too. He didn't only talk about religion. He said, Converse, he said two things. He said in the Bible it talks about all loving. Then he talks about like socially, the Almighty God has the concept or the trait of being all loving too. So he's saying, how come now in the Bible with these bad traits that he was asking me about, he's saying that there's,
I know, I heard all this already.
Right.
He just said, he asked Rob, do you think that the Bible's teaching that all loving God, right? He says that he thinks that the Bible is teaching an all loving God, or all good God, sorry. And then he said, but doesn't it seem to teach that he does bad things, right? Can't you infer from the Bible that he does bad things? And Rob says, yes. That's not contradictory if you're not a Christian, right? You can think the Bible's saying two things that are contrary.
If that's true, he's pointing out a contradiction. He's not positive.
All right.
But the bad things God do is out of love, though. It's hard to people punish their children out of love.
Right,
That's
discipline them.
Well, that wouldn't be a bad thing if you don't think if you think you should do that.
I mean, but
You don't think your parents should recommend you for wrongdoing?
I said it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Help these people converse.
No, I think we need to. Well, I think we need to have an exodus.
I just get it.
What, an exorcism did you need or what?
Need a mass exodus.
You're mixing. I think the Rob.
If you know God uses our pain as lessons. He uses the bad things to teach us.
No worries.
So we learn.
I think Rob is possibly using. I don't know if in the New Testament it talks about God being unloving, right? However,
He didn't say all loving, he said all good.
All good. Maybe.
It say God is love. It say God is love.
1 second, sir. Just allow me to drop because the conversation was between me and him. I think possibly he's talking about in the New Testament that it talks about God being all good. I do not know because I haven't read the New Testament in full entirety, so I don't know. However, the God in the Old Testament, the one that is talked about that reigns over the Israelites, and he says those are his people and his children or whatever, right? That God, in the concept of how humans perceive good and bad, he is not all good. He's not. He asks you to kill people. He asks you to what's it called? You could say discriminate, against certain nation.
So
he asks you to.
So Rob, can I ask you a question?
What's that?
Yeah. So I just joined, so I haven't been following. I've only listened to like a minute, but I already think I understand what was said. It sounds to me like you were simply pointing out that for those that take the position that God is all good, you showed examples in the Bible where he wasn't good, pointing to an apparent contradiction. Is that basically what happened?
Kind of, sort of, but it was more around the atonement. So it started with, the Jesus thing, which we talked about this morning, but then this lady Jay wanted to talk about like the sacrifice of animal. And I was asking the same sort of question I was asking this morning. So that's kind of where we were with this, right? Because she thinks that it's a good thing, or when God says, "Hey, sacrifice an animal," because He finds the odor of the burning flesh or whatever else.
Gotcha. And you're pointing at
or whatever, right? And I'm going, hang on a moment. What prevents you from simply forgiving the sin without you slaughtering an innocent animal? And she said, "Oh, but this is the loving thing to do." I went, "Whoa, hang on a moment. I definitely don't think that's the loving thing to do." So that's where it kind of originally sparked from.
Okay, got it. So I mean, this is pretty straightforward for people to understand.
I said that.
Don't you remember?
No, you're representing me incorrectly. I never said that God was right by killing no animals. I said that's what God finds pleasing to Him. So I do what God asks of me. Because He said that's the way of showing Him love. Because He said that He presented to me.
What's the difference between pleasing to Him,
honey,
and what Rob said?
Yeah, so
Make it clear.
So it sounds like what you're
Rob
saying is it's pleasing to Him, but not necessarily good. And Rob was saying that these things aren't necessarily good. So it sounds like, if anything, you're in agreement.
He said, what's the point of atonement? Why do he need blood? Why does he need the atonement?
Right, he's saying that it doesn't serve any purpose except that it pleases Him.
It wasn't saying it was good or bad.
She specifically said it's not necessarily good.
Let's just make sure we
right. He said that I did say it is necessary humanly.
Right, I know.
Human morals. That I said it was good. I never said it was good.
The argument was about why can't people go straight to God.
I beg you, please. I'm defending my own self, please, so that he can hear what I'm saying.
Look, y'all be saying, let me talk, but y'all get to say.
Sir, you don't have to be here. You really don't.
Please, mods, don't bring that guy up again.
Rob, what I was saying, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying, right, was obviously he presented to say that I find that what God does is humanly with morals is a good thing. And I'm saying I never said it was a good thing. What I answered was that God finds it pleasing, so I do it because I want to obey God. God said that's to do, so I do it. I don't put my human morals or views on it. I just do what God tells me to do. God don't care about how I view it. God cares about, are you doing it, yes or no? That's what I said. That's why I said I think you presented me incorrect.
Yeah, but now you're just granting me that God is the dictator. He's not a good being. You don't worship Him because He's good. You worship Him because you fear Him, and He's a dictator. And I presented to you Kim Jong-un, and then you got upset about that. I said, but Kim Jong-un is following God's thing. So what's the problem with it?
Like when there are words that were added or conclusions or opinions, how to distinguish your own bias. People just don't think.
If Gaza does not belong to the Jews, then why is it called the West Bank?
What? Gaza and West Bank are totally different places.
Are you the truck driver, Shake?
Yes.
What's up, bro?
How you been?
Chilling, man.
Is this a new account for you, or?
Yeah, that's a new. I change my account every like 3 months.
I'm gonna add you back.
You know what's funny is Louis has Michael Sarah, or what's his face? McLovin. And he's a Jewish actor.
I know that guy.
Yeah.
That's a hilarious movie. I haven't watched movies in a long fucking time. I'm really depressed, bro. Why do I have to why is my Instagram is full of fucking Nick Fuentes videos on all these fucking people speaking about politics? I lost myself.
I think even if the people don't like Nick Fuentes, they show it up to him because those people, I can't resist to go in the comments and write something like, F those people that watch Nick Fuentes or something.
In Instagram right now, you can see your algorithm, right? So I went to the algorithm. I know all of it, like body lifting, whatever, soccer, all that. Then there's one that says, so I went there and see, and there is a videos of Nick Fuentes was saying, I'm gonna go in a war with Iran, like he's gonna fight for Iran. That was kind of funny movie, the video though. He said that he's gonna fight for Iran, and he's gonna go to Tel Aviv, and he was gonna like control Tel Aviv. You go on watch the way he was. Oh, he was saying, "Oh, Soleimani."
The other one I seen was like, no disrespect to the Muslims, but he goes like, there'll be a situation happening, and then the Muslim will be like, the Quran says, "Wooly wooly wally wooly 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 wally." I'm like, what the? and then I think I used it like 2 times like that style on Clubhouse, and it pissed off a lot of people. I loved it.
Yeah, this is the guy that records rooms. He's in the audience. I don't know why you go on, but yeah.
Correct that line of thinking that you left in Rob's mind. You can point them to Psalms 51, verse 16 to 17, where he says, where it's said, you don't delight in sacrifice, or will bring it. You do not take pleasure in burnt offering. The sacrifice of God is a broken spirit, a broken and contritious heart. Oh God, you will not despise. So there's many verses in the Psalms and different part of the Bible where God doesn't say he takes pleasure in burnt sacrifice. It's something that was written in one of the Levitical codes that the priest lead in order to atone for their sin. Yeah. But more likely, what God would like you to do is not sin, right? And not worry about having to
sin. As pointing out, as he has said multiple times now, she can't Rob on this point because she is in agreement with Rob. They're both maintaining the position that this is not necessarily good. She's stated it now at least 5 or 6 times. So I don't know why people are trying to force her into a position that she doesn't want to take.
Well, I mean, it's not about forcing her to take that position. It's more like I've heard what the dialogue is. She's sticking to her point of view, and she necessarily could refute him by just simply, saying what the verse says.
She can't refute him when she's in agreement with him. They agree on the same point. You seem to be thinking they're in opposition. They're both saying the same thing on the limited question. I didn't say anything about loving him. I'm saying on the point about whether his actions are necessarily good, and they gave a specific example involving sacrificed animals, and you said very clearly many times you're not saying that that's necessarily good.
And we wasted a whole hour about nothing.
No, we didn't.
No, you didn't, because you were trying to find out.
And then this lady, and now I didn't know this ahead of time, but this lady essentially doesn't believe in God. She believes in a malevolent dictator who is transactional at best, and at worst will punish her badly if she doesn't do what she says.
Yeah, but I don't think she understands what you believe.
Yeah, but I don't really have to phrase it like that. Why don't we just simply say what she
doesn't believe in God?
She believes she's using the term God. She believes in a God that isn't necessarily good.
No, that she said multiple times, but she also thinks she's arguing with Rob and not. So I don't think she's fully understanding the
arguing. Who is making this assumption? I would never argue with Rob.
She gave me 100% when I said they were in agreement, and she did it 3 separate times. She's not saying that. I don't know why people.
Who I'm arguing with the people that she was interrupting.
So you understand? You're agreeing with an atheist, right? Just so you understand.
No.
Not just an atheist, but a strong atheist.
What's wrong with agreeing with an atheist to agree on the same
He presents, right? Because his viewpoint, right? He's saying the God that I believe in is not our loving. He's
saying the God that I believe in is not this. And I agree. My God is not all of it. My God is a God of war. I believe that my God is a God that will ask you to go into a nation and kill people. I do believe that he can ask you to do those things. So Rob is saying that your God doesn't have good morals and values. Okay. Why am I going to fight him over that? If he believes that, there's nothing to fight over. That's his opinion. Doesn't have to be my opinion.
Yeah, Jay's position is very clear. I don't know why people keep trying to distort it.
Yeah, but I think the implication of the position is that she doesn't actually believe in God. So now she's got a very weird definition of God, which is essentially a malevolent dictator. And I think not just Rob the atheist, but just about every other atheist, and most Christians, and I'm going to say that most people on the planet won't recognize this as God. In fact, they probably think that she's being hoodwinked by Satan. That's probably what they're going to think, and I would too. So her coming along and saying, I believe in God, she's got this idea of, hey, she essentially said, I believe in Satan, but it's God. That's what she's doing. So I just want to expand out the implications of her position. This is why Christians and Muslims fight tooth and nail to never say that God is in any way bad, because once you do that, you just give up this divine notion of God, and you know. I
never said God is bad. We were talking about one second, talk. We were talking about the things that he do, his actions, or the things that he give permission or allowance for, right? And I was saying that morally, or how we view morals in God's humans, I would not say that it aligns with anything that will connotate to being good. That's what I said. I never said that God himself is not good. I never said that. That's not what I said. And that's what I was interrupting about. But however, we can agree in that I did say is that what's a call that's contrasting to you is that I don't think God is just loving. He has his ways to punish you, and he has his ways that to also kill and
this
also
is the
to make
point,
war.
Jay, that you're falling
That's
into
what I mean, that she doesn't understand her obligation, what she's saying.
This is Jay. This is where you're falling.
Wrong.
Jay, you're falling for a trap, right? You're falling for a trap. When in fact, like, the point of evil, what God has given us is free will, right? Evil is created by man's act, evil per se, right? So evil exists when there's absence of good, right? But evil is not something that's not the intention of God when he created Adam and Eve and gave us the garden to live in the garden of evil. Adam and Eve chose to do evil, right?
I don't see what
so the point, Euro, is that evil is man's creation, not God's creation. That's the point, Euro.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about who created evil.
No, this is where Jay, I get it, but Jay keeps thinking that God is causing the evil. It's men causing
the evil.
Whatever she thinks is her beliefs. I don't know why.
No, that's not what I believe. So if
I know you don't believe that.
That's not what I believe.
Jay, I know you don't. I've stated several times what you believe. You indicated several times that I'm reporting it accurately. I'm saying I don't understand why people can't just accept what you actually said, and instead are trying to change your beliefs.
God crazy. She's basically
why would God punish? Wait, 1 second, Tom.
Jay.
No, remember what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. In the human perspective of what is good and bad. Remember, that's what I said. In the human perspective of what is good and bad, or what's morally correct or wrong, you will perceive God as not being all loving. That's what I said originally. So please listen to my words. I am not saying that I view God as not loving. That's not what I'm saying. Please listen to my words.
Yeah, but then you say at the same time, Jay, you agree with Rob 100%. When
no,
in fact,
I do
you're saying
not.
right
I
now.
agree with what you said. Oh my goodness. I agree with what you said. What did you said? I don't agree with what Rob fully said. What did you say?
What Euro said was that you agree with Rob.
Yeah. So you're not in agreement with Rob.
Why? No.
Yes, no.
Rob?
You've moved away. At every conversation, you're moving away from Rob's in agreement with Rob. I just explained, now you're saying that human perspective. So Rob doesn't think that, right? So are you, so let me re-ask the question that Euro asked. Are you in 100% agreement with Rob?
That God is
So
all
I
love.
never made that claim.
No, no, I want
Right.
the
I
same
never
question
thought he
to be
did
asked
as well. I never thought he did. I never thought that he made that me and Rob agree. I thought he was presenting that the God that I believe in is different than what Christian believe in. God is saying that God is all loving, and he was saying, well, okay, he understands that I don't believe it, and Christians and Muslim would think that I'm believing in Satan. Isn't that no? And I'm saying, okay, I get that point. And then also you were also presented to say that from a human perspective and how I may view it as a human and how I view morals and values as a human on a human basis, right? And how society-wise we view morals, I could say possibly, yeah, who morally thinks that is okay as a human to say, oh, we should go around killing people? No. However, that's what God allows people to do, and he may tell us to go and kill people. And I said, that's what God do, and I just follow the book. I don't put my human feelings or emotions in it. That's what I said.
Do you think if God sends man, let's say like a good man like Euro, to kill evil, do you think Euro is doing evil or he's doing good?
Wait, say that again, sorry.
So if God sent Euro to go slaughter evil men that are molesting kids and doing all kind of wicked things, right? Is Euro doing evil or good?
Euro is incapable of evil.
No, he's incapable of evil.
No, I mean, that's
You're not the servant of reward. In that case, you're not.
Jay, I actually think I'm getting a little bit more from your picture here. Tell me whether I'm understanding this correctly, because you talk about from the human perspective. So one thing is how humans perceive things. Do you think we can accurately, at least to some degree, ascertain whether God is doing something actually evil or actually good? Do you think we can do that?
No, because we don't understand the full picture, and that's not from my perspective.
Okay. That's what I thought you might be saying. That
right.
is like a massive problem for you, a huge problem for you, because what this means is that two things. One, God's moral intentions is unintelligible to you. And number two, it puts you in a skeptical scenario. You can never tell whether God is doing something good or bad. You can never tell. So if he tells you he's good, in fact, he can be bad. This for you is like an ugly problem. I think you should reconsider this problem. It's like really bad. This is why the Christians, another reason why the Christians don't want this. This puts you in a moral skeptical position where now you don't know that God's good. If he tells you he's good, you can't even trust that.
No. Rob, that's not what I said. I said I follow what it says in the book. If God says he's not man, I believe it. If God says he's all good, I believe it. If God say what's it called to that we should go over in this nation and kill, I believe it. That's what the people them did in the book. However, my personal view, I'm saying, or how human try to comprehend something, right? I would say that I don't fully understand the full totality of God. I'm still rebuilding my own faith, and I don't think God ever aimed for us to fully understand Him in full totality.
But he does want us to understand Him, so that we can trust Him when He says good things, and He says He wants us to trust it, because actually there's no way to actually prove it beyond a doubt, right? Because in this case, He's more powerful than you. He could be malevolent, and there's no way you would ever know. But what he wants to do is have you trust that he's good. So he does want us to understand, because if he doesn't want us to understand, we should rightly be skeptical. Where maybe whatever he says we have to do because he's like powerful, but now we've got good reasons to think that he's not all good. Right? And what the Christians want to say is that he is all good, so that we can trust his word.
Rob, you know what I do? You know what I do, and I think what other Christians or other people that are outside of my beliefs do, they try to put their own human feelings in their decision making when it comes to God, or their relationship when it comes to God. If you do that, right, because our human emotion keep on fluctuating, you will never be concrete when it comes to your relationship with God. Because if you're basing it on your emotion of how you view things, and if you think it's wrong and right, then when you feel like God potentially could be letting you down with these emotions that we have in humans, right? You're going to turn your back on God. That's what we're going to do. So that's the reason why I take from that's why I take from a abstract view, and I don't take it from my emotion as a human. I just say, God says I should do this, he says I should turn right, and I don't evaluate to say, oh, is this a right turn or is this a wrong turn? No, I blindly, you could say, to a certain degree, why is that problematic? If I have food, if I have, because remember you're saying that what's problematic is if I don't, if there's unknowing. But I'm saying that I have knowing that God knows better than me, and I fully trust that God knows better than me, that whatever he commands of me to do, that I am okay with making that step, even when I think that there is fear, there is unknowing of what's to come after that wall. There is the comprehension when it comes to human awareness is not there. I'm okay with making those steps because I believe that my God is almighty and more powerful than me, more knowing than me. That he knows better.
How can you trust what he tells you is good?
How can I trust what he tells me
that he's good, or that anything that he says is good? How can you trust that?
How can I trust?
Maybe he's lying to you. Maybe he doesn't know everything. How do you know any of these things?
No, because he told me he's straight. One second, Rob. Because he told me that's not what he do. He told me he does not lie.
That's exactly what a lying God would do as well.
No. He told me, and this is what he's saying. One second. There's certain attributes about God that has been listed, right? There's certain attributes, and that is one of them. That he says that he doesn't lie and he doesn't change, right? And that he doesn't have the heart of a human heart, because a human heart is wicked. That's what he said, right?
I understand that, but the problem with your position that the other Christians don't have the same problem is that you're in a skeptical scenario. You should be doubtful that that's true. And the reason that you should be doubtful is because you already think that God is unintelligible. We can't understand whether something is good or bad. So we can only understand it from a human's perspective. Now, the Christians are going to say, no, it's true that we don't understand all of God's, everything about God or whatever, but we do understand when he tells us to do something, it is good. And one of the main reasons is because he is all good, which means he can't lie. Now, in your case, you can't say that because you think that the good is unintelligible. We can't even understand whether it's good because his ways are not our ways. The Christians don't see it that way. So the problem for you is you're in a skeptical scenario. So when he tells you all these things and you trust it, you are doing so blindly and ignorantly because you cannot justify in any way that, in fact, what is being said is true. That's not the same problem that other Christians have.
That is not true.
Worse problem.
No. That is not true. You know why that is not true? I cannot confidently I'm believing with factual sense is because if we from the position I'm in, right? Because I'm telling you, I'm basing my faith on that in the book and saying that the things that are in the book has already been done. So I'm not blindly believing because if I try to say, okay, these things have been done. So whatever is in the book, there were people that believe.
How do you know they've been done and he's not lying to you?
Because it's in history. And as in they're not being.
I'm not talking about historical facts because that you can use history for. I'm talking about things that are not historical. When he tells you this is good or do this or do that, why would you think that it's something you follow? Maybe he's lying to you. Maybe the test is you shouldn't follow it. I'm presenting you a skeptical scenario.
Because in the book it says that he doesn't lie.
That's what a liar would say to you, Jay. I'm not a liar. Do what I tell you. I'm not a liar. I'm an honest person. That's exactly what a liar would do. The Christians have an answer for this. You do not have an answer for this. That's what I'm telling you. That's why your position is much worse than the Christians. Much worse.
And that's the reason why the Christians choose to do that, because they need a certainty when it comes to their emotions. They're based on emotions. They make the decision based on what makes them feel good. No, Rob, this is my opinion. I'm not saying you to agree, because you've been saying a lot of stuff about me. One second, Rob, you've been saying a lot of things about me, and I don't agree, and I have a shot. So just allow me to say my point, and then you can say, because that's what we've been doing. I haven't,
But please don't go to the emotional thing. That's just your opinion. That's not interesting to anybody.
Well. I think it's your opinion when you were saying that I believe in a
I was
Satan.
giving you reasoning. It wasn't just an opinion. I'm giving you reasons why.
That is your opinion. That is the reason or perspective that you have is your opinion. It's your opinion, sir. It's
so
no
when you give
fact.
an argument,
It's
that's
not
just
matter
your
of fact.
opinion.
Where is the matter of fact? You can't even be sure of the matter of fact because it's not something that we can see with our own eyes. Come on, let's be genuine. Let's be genuine. If we're gonna talk about human perspective, come on.
Okay, I've just run out of patience with you now. Jesus Christ. Sorry, everybody else. I just ran out of patience there.
Oh, man.
I don't know if anybody else is listening. I've explained why her problem is problematic. Then she pivots over to the Christians, and they're all emotional. This is just... why are people doing this tonight and today? I don't know, you've been here the whole day. It's driving me absolutely nuts.
What is upsetting of our position? It's just upsetting her, Rabbi.
She's in a skeptical position. I point this out to her and I say, here's why it's skeptical, and it's not the same for the Christians. And she just ignores this. It's like I'm not even saying anything here. Then she pivots to, well, the Christians just want an all-loving God because they're emotional. I mean, I've never heard such drivel, and I critique the Christians regularly. There's people like Caleb and Andrew here who are sort of knowledgeable Christians. I don't think that they're doing anything emotionally. They're thinking about this and going, hey, I want to defend this, and I want to defend an all-loving God. And there's reasons why. And what she's got there is a reason that opens up like this massive skeptical scenario against that view, which the other Christians don't have.
Why does it bother you? Is your atheism anti-Christian or is it just anti-religious?
What difference is that going to make? What bothers my friend is when somebody can't follow a line of reasoning and then they pivot over and start talking about the Christians are emotional.
But what I'm noticing with you're doing, Rob, is simply only assuming that atheism is against Christianity or only religion.
Atheism is the view that God doesn't exist. I mean, come on now.
Right.
Why are you pivoting to this?
So no, but she may have a different perspective, right? And that's fine.
I'm telling her the problem with it, and she's just going, nah, but look, these Christians.
Maybe she doesn't see it as a problem, Rob.
I'm explaining it like I would explain this to somebody that's like very young as well. I'm not doing something like super complicated here. And after a while, it gets frustrating that the person keeps just either ignoring it or pivoting to the Christians, and the Christians do not have the same problem.
Well, maybe that's the way she's analyzing her belief system because she comes from Christianity, right? So she's seeing the wrongs of their perspective, and she's in that level right now. But there's nothing wrong with having a dialogue.
Yes, there is something wrong with it, my friend. You can say there's nothing wrong with it. I'm saying there is something wrong with it. Okay.
In what ways is she wrong? What is wrong with it? Can you explain that?
I've just explained it. I don't want to do it again. It's late for me. I don't want to have to keep repeating it. I just told you what was wrong with it.
No,
it's like you weren't listening either.
No, I'm listening, but I don't.
No, you weren't. Because otherwise, you tell me what I said was wrong with it. Then.
Well, I didn't hear every part of it.
There we go. You didn't hear any of it, did you?
No, I heard.
And I just said like less than a minute ago.
May I?
I mean. Hey, Elliot. Sorry, man.
I'm just thinking about like why she would have this conception of God rather than the Christians, but I don't know. Maybe it's like the combination of like having this kind of skepticism plus God being all good. Maybe she's sort of taking into account, taking very seriously like considerations of like evil, suffering, and stuff like this.
Did you hear her position, Elliot? Were you here did you hear her position?
She said that God is not all good. I don't recall much of the stuff.
People jumped on us at that, Elliot. People jumped on us. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from a human perspective, we can say these are evil. But in fact, when God says that it's good. And then she said, and then she went on from that and said, but we can't even understand, words to the effect of we can't even understand, God's goodness or whatever. She didn't use those words, but it's essentially like God's goodness is unintelligible to us. We can say this is all evil, but God says it's good. But she's got no way so it's like she's not even saying that we should be in alignment with God. It's like whatever God says is unintelligible. I think it's wrong, but God thinks that it's right. So he's all right. Like he's all good, apparently, but in some unintelligible way. It's like shooting herself in the foot. And I said to her, how do you know he's all good? And then she starts appealing to the book. Oh, because he said so in the book. But that's exactly what a liar would tell you. Now, if you are telling me that it's bad, the Christians don't think that it's bad. At worst, they're going to say it's like an instrumental idea and there's a greater good. She never said any of that. She was clear that going around killing people is bad from a human point of view, but God somehow is good. Right, so she basically opened up the skeptical scenario. It's like God's goodness is unintelligible. When he does something, I don't even know if it's good. I can't tell because I think it's bad. He thinks it's good. Now there's a complete mismatch between me and God.
It is a problem. It is a problem. I think one of the problems that comes from this is called like the problem of language within religion. That's like about, us trying to use our quote unquote limited kind of language to describe the aspects or the nature of God. But like, if you can't, like, if we can't give like we can't assign like a determinate nature to God, like think of classical theism, like God is triomni and, self-contained and, aseity and perfect goodness and this kind of stuff. These are determinate properties. These are properties of God. And like from these properties, you can generate predictions and expectations and all kinds of stuff. But if you can't if you can't clearly define what a thing is, how could you, what sort of explanatory power does it provide? I don't think it does. It sort of becomes, like you said, unintelligible. It sort of risks becoming incoherent. This is really problematic.
And it also puts you into moral skepticism, right? Anything he says, you should be doubtful of. Or at the very least, you can't show that it's good. Now, the Christian is going to say, hey, God is the greatest conceivable being. So one way I can know that it's true is because he never lies. Why is this the case? Because he's the greatest conceivable being. She and other people like her, there's been a couple of others on the stage tonight, or at least my time tonight, have also given us this idea. This guy God and there was somebody else here who seemed to be like more of this, I believe in the Torah or the Tanakh or whatever the case is. They're just giving up that God is all good. And this just puts them in a skeptical scenario, right? How do they trust that anything he's saying is true? Because the liar will be indistinguishable from the true person, at least if he's like good at it. And God is obviously very good at doing this stuff. So if he's going to be malevolent, there's no way that they can tell. And so now they should be skeptical. So just throws a skeptical scenario that the Christians go, no, but he's all good. Therefore, one of the things we can do is trust that the scripture is accurate and then he never lies. But these people are throwing away the all goodness. So they don't realize this, of course, and so they're attracted like the skeptical scenario. Now maybe, and that's what I said, but you actually believe in something that's akin to Satan. And she went, no, but that's what Rob said, and people jumped on me. But actually, no, she wanted to get out of that. She didn't want to claim that she believed in something akin to Satan. She wanted to believe that she believes in something good. How does she know it's good? It's unintelligible to her. I mean, it's just, I don't know if people realize it, and I'm trying to explain it to them. But then she pivoted over to the Christians. Hey, the reason the Christians want to believe in all goodness is because they're just emotional. Because she's got some interpretation of the Bible that says that basically either God does something evil or it certainly appears to humans that it's evil. She's granting that it appears to humans as evil. Whereas the Christian is going to say, no, it's not actual evil. It's not intrinsic evil. At best, it's instrumental evil. And that there's a greater good that comes from it. They're never going to say that God does something actually evil.
Rob, I was kind of listening to the exchange. I didn't really necessarily get that from her. It sounds like what she was saying was, well, first she answered the question. She said she had faith, right? And then, and I'm a Christian, and I do understand.
Countdown.
I'm sorry.
When she said, I have faith, what was she answering there?
To believing if whether or not God is good and what he does is everything he does good.
But say the word faith doesn't get you out of the skeptical scenario. You just acknowledge that you are skeptical, right? And you just now don't have a good reason to believe it, so you're going to believe it anyway. That's what faith cashes out to in that answer, isn't it? That's like a terrible answer.
No. Faith. No. Faith doesn't mean you're skeptical. Faith actually is the antithesis of skeptical. Because if you're saying I have faith in something, right? You're taking it to a level where, it's faith in his belief in things I haven't seen or felt or experienced or anything like that. So you can't be skeptical, right? You're believing in something.
We're on the same page. When you say faith in that scenario, you don't have a good reason to believe it. correct? She doesn't have a good reason. So when she said the word faith, it's absent good reasons because I gave her the skeptical scenario. She didn't have a response. So the retreat was, I believe it on faith. That's the way she used it, yes? According to you.
No, the way you surmised it, I don't believe that she was using it like that. The way you just said, I can agree with you, but I think she's just saying, and I guess I'm saying as from a Christian myself, and I think you said she kind of don't align with Christians, but I'm just saying, again, in any concept of faith, right? I mean, I don't see how you can be skeptical if you have faith in something, if you have belief in something.
Yeah, but what is faith?
the only hold on, let me finish.
What is faith? Define faith.
I just told you. I just told you. I'm gonna tell you again. It's belief in something I felt, experienced, seen, heard, right? But you have faith that it's going to happen. Okay, so.
But it's not a good reason, yes.
Okay, that's your interpretation.
If I give you a skeptical scenario, Countdown, if I say to you, hey, I'm offering you a skeptical scenario, how do you know X, right? And you're like wondering how you can justify it. You're not going to tell me faith is a justification.
Who's determining as being skeptical?
I bring up a skeptical model. So in this case with her, I say to her, how do you know that what God is telling you is true or good? And her response can't be, I have faith, right? She can't be saying that. That's not a response. How is that a response? What we're looking for is a justification for how you can get out of the skeptical scenario. You're breaking up.
That's because you see being skeptical.
What do you think you need to do to answer a skeptical scenario, Countdown?
That's because I keep telling you, because you think it's skeptical. I'm listening to the conversation. I don't think it's skeptical.
Do you know what a skeptical scenario is, though?
Yes, I do know what a skeptical scenario is. But the thing is which again, that's this subjective. Okay, especially in this kind of conversation that we're having, it's based on opinion. You know what a trust fall is?
It's not based on opinion. I'm giving a
hold on. Do you know
that she should be skeptical that this being is all good or all trustworthy?
You think she should be? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's your opinion.
I'm giving the reason why she should be, because your opinion that in the world it's not just an opinion, but you don't do the same thing as other people, and I'm also going to get frustrated with you.
It doesn't matter. You see, this is the problem. You guys create these forms, right? And then when someone comes in and challenges you, and you can't really answer to it, you just want to kick the person off, just like you did this lady that was checking you. Again, you have the issue. That's why I asked you a question. Do you know what a trust fall is?
A trust fall.
Trust fall. Yes.
Are you pronouncing that? I don't know what that is. If whatever you're talking about.
Okay, maybe I'm saying. Okay.
I don't know what that is.
So basically, you turn your. Okay, well, I'm about to tell you. So when you turn your back on a person, right, and that person says, "I'm going to catch you."
Oh, I know. You don't know about now. Okay, now I understand. Okay. Yes, and you close your eyes and trust they're going to catch you. That's different to faith, my friend. That's different.
No. That's definitely faith. How do you know they're going to catch you?
Why does somebody why do they use the word faith instead?
You can call it faith, fall, trust. They're all synonymous with each other.
Okay, it's synonymous. Let me ask you this: right. If I present you with a skeptical scenario,
sure they are.
You say, "Listen to me." If I present you with a skeptical scenario, and your response is, "I just trust," do you think you've given me an adequate answer to the skeptical scenario?
Okay, so you asked me that question 3 times, and I'm going to tell you again. You are the one determining that it's skeptical.
All right. I give up. I give up. I really give up.
If I feel it's skeptical, it's something that I feel is kind of shady, kind of shaky, right? Then
that's not what a skeptical scenario is.
Well, what is skeptical? I'm talking about not the scenario. Just skeptical. You're presenting a scenario that you feel, right, is on shaky ground. Okay.
That you should doubt. That you should doubt.
That I should doubt, or you should doubt.
the person that I'm presenting it to, obviously.
Right. Okay. So, okay. Let me try to, if I can align with you. If it's something that I don't feel confident in, right, but I haven't experienced it, I don't know anything about it, and I'm not confident in it. Okay, that's skeptical. That's a skeptical scenario. Okay, fine. I'm not going to say.
That's not what I mean by it.
Okay. All right. Well, what do you mean by a skeptical scenario?
I'm giving you reason to doubt, in this case, that you should trust God's word or that he's good. You think that he is good and you trust it, and I'm giving you a reason not to. You can't then just say, but I trust it. Because I'm giving you the reason why you shouldn't trust it. So your response cannot be, but I trust it. That's not the response after I give you a skeptical scenario.
Right. I understand your point, and then I'm saying that's based on your interpretation. Okay, let me give you another example. See, what she was saying was, from the human mind and our carnal mind, this is the issue I have a lot of times with these kind of conversations, because see, then we have to determine who's right and who's wrong, because anybody that does anything can justify why they did it, right? And so that's on a human level, right? So when we're talking about from a human standpoint, you see something in some way, I see something in some way. What makes what I'm saying greater than what you're saying, or what you're
good reasons, my friend? Good reasons.
Well, but again, Rob, reasons. What you're saying, that is subjective. That is subjective. That's not
anything
objective.
That is not subjective according to you.
Oh, sure. 1 + 1 is 2.
But
okay, neither you nor I can argue something like that.
Idea.
I'm sorry?
You can't really be saying this. I hope I'm misunderstanding. I really hope I'm
you know what? I actually think you intentionally want to misunderstand, and that's the problem. Because again, I think she eloquently laid out her case. You know, and I'm talking like
what case do you think she laid out?
The case that she has belief that everything God says and does is good, 1, and 2, when you come back with, well, how do you know and prove it and all that stuff like that, right? And she's saying, well, I understand your point based on maybe something that you and I might look at from a human carnal mind, but that doesn't. But she still has faith that everything.
How else can you look at it other than a human mind?
I don't need any other way.
Or a God's mind or somebody else's mind?
That's where the faith comes in. That's where the belief comes in. That's where the trust
now comes in. Now you're just going back into the word faith again.
A reasoning model.
It's not going to be
I mean, like I said,
holy crap.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, I think she did a great job as a Christian.
I can imagine.
And it sounds like I don't.
It was a great job. I can tell.
Okay. Well, I mean, so I understand. Are you an atheist, Rob?
Yes, I'm an atheist.
There you go.
There you go.
Yes.
Hey, Captain, can I ask you?
Wait for that the whole time.
Captain, let me ask you something. So, I mean, that's like a really common thing that theists say. That it sort of feels like intuitively right. I think for them to say, well, we are just like we just have like creaturely infallible minds, and God has none of these limitations. So it's just really hard for us to understand like who God is or why he does what he does, this kind of stuff. It's a very common view among theists, but like that does present like some problems, like with how we conceptualize kinds of things. Like, like we may not be able to like clearly understand like the nature of God, like in its completeness or entirety, but people often like, and Aquinas like very famously did this, like he sort of like, he tried to tackle this by like describing God in terms of like metaphor and analogy, like metaphors and analogies, and that's how like we can understand the nature of God. But it turns out like if you don't like in order for something to be an analogy, there has to be you have 2 situations, and you have at least one common between that is shared by both of them. And if you're just skeptical of these things, then, like, how is it that you can even build an analogy in the first place? Do you understand where I mean here? It's probably...
But again, I think you were starting off on the false premise that the person that you're speaking to, the person that believes in God, is skeptical or should be skeptical because you're skeptical. That's where I think we part ways.
Any when you ask other Christians, why do you think God is good? They don't simply say because the Bible says so. Right? Or if they do, you say, but why do you agree with the Bible? They might say, because he's all good. She specifically either thinks he's all good or gave it up. She was like very adamant in the beginning. He's not all good. Rob, how dare you say he's either not all good or he's not all loving? One of the two. How dare you say that? Where the Christians fight hard for this. Because if they do have that, then they don't fall prey to the skeptical scenarios in the same way as she does or other people do. And of course, they think he's the greatest conceivable being. Right? So there's advantages to having this great making property being. Right? Okay, there's disadvantages because they're going to defend against it. But when you give this up, I think you just don't believe in God anymore. But then you're in the scenario that you can't trust it. And when I say, hey, how can you trust it? And the person just says, well, I trust it. Nobody who's rational or reasonable is going to think that that's an answer to the question. What you're looking for is justification. The Christians will say, because he's all good, we can trust that his revelation is true and that he never lies. But you see that? That's a problem, right? Because now she said, but I trusted him. Well, why are you trusting it? You're being irrational. You're just trusting it with no good reasons. In fact, I'm giving you a reason not to do it, and you just hand wave it away and say, well, I trusted anyway. And now I'm expecting to accept that that's a good answer. Come on now.
We trust that he has our best intentions. He loves us. So he might lie to you on purpose. Now, I'm not sure if he can. Does he say he never lies?
Yes, but somebody who's a liar will tell you they don't lie, right? If they want to deceive you, they're going to tell you untruthful, but in fact they're lying.
Again, I think that's... I think that's a false equivalency there. I mean, what if I'm telling the truth? And I am telling the truth.
How do you know whether you're telling the truth?
Well, how do
you know that the other person, in this case God, is, or the powerful being is telling the truth? How do you know?
Okay, well, I mean, I guess if you believe in the Bible, I'm talking from a Christian standpoint, you believe in the Bible, and I believe that everything in the Bible is true. And then I believe that everything God has said he was going to do up to this point has been done. So then that would, but again, we're talking about things that hasn't been done yet, which is where the trust and faith come in and all that other stuff. But I guess if I can come and answer it in a different way, but it has to be me believing.
Do you think God is all good and all loving?
Absolutely, yes.
She doesn't. Okay, she does not.
Yeah. That I would disagree with. But I think listening to what she was saying, because she was saying from the standpoint of a human, and certain things that we can say God has done, right? From a human standpoint, our carnal mind.
We can only evaluate it from a human standard, can't we? So saying from a human standard is irrelevant. We can only evaluate it from a human standpoint. Now, either we have a reliable, accurate way to evaluate that, or we don't. And in her case, apparently we do not have an accurate way, which means that whatever God says, he could in fact be lying about everything, almost everything, everything but
okay. So if I guess. Okay, so I can finish my point before you cut me off. Again, I think that she was trying to just speak in general. I'm not going to, defend her too much more because, I need to start getting paid for this. But just let me just say this: just listening to her, it sounded like she was just talking about in general. I'll give you another example, another analogy. When you have a child, right, and let's say that child is about to stick their hand in the socket. And, I don't know if the people that don't agree with you pop the child in the hand. Don't do that, or you're a little stern with the child. Don't do that. Whatever you do to get that child not to do what that child is about to do. And that child looks at you and that child starts crying like you did that child wrong, right? That child genuinely believes that you did that child wrong, right? That doesn't mean that the child was done wrong. That's just what the child believes.
How does the child know whether it's been done wrong or not?
If the child is crying, that's because the child feels that you did something.
I understand that. And you are saying that, in fact, the adult didn't do something wrong, correct?
Right.
How does the child know that the adult didn't do something wrong?
They don't.
That's a skeptical scenario my friend. That is a textbook definition of a skeptical scenario. What the child wants to know is that, in fact, the adult is either they're wrong or the adult is wrong. What they want to get is that level of understanding which is the case. And now you tell me they can't. That's exactly the problem that she has with God.
Right, but I'm not talking about the problem that she has with God. Again, just from listening to what she was saying, I think it would talking more in general. And the point being is that again, that's a skeptical scenario as far as I'm concerned and you're concerned. But the child, that's not skeptical, right? She just didn't. Mom or dad just screamed at me. Mom or dad just hit me. That's not skeptical, that child, right?
What that means, though, Countdown, is that the adult is now bad.
To the child,
if the child is correct, the adult is bad. Now, either it's the case that the child is correct, or the child is incorrect.
I did not say anything about who's correct and who's not. This is perception, okay? So from the child's perception, right? The person that chastised them is wrong. Because in that child's mind is not qualified enough to understand what was just done to them as far as a punishment that was levied against them, which was really to save their life. And it's much like when you're talking about with a human being, in our mind, we see certain things that God can do. I'm just talking about in general, right? And say, man, that was wrong. I don't agree with that. It's the same concept, brother. That's all I'm
you
trying
say
to say.
It's wrong and you don't agree with it, are you right or wrong about that?
No, there is no. In general, I'm just saying it's subject to the person thinking that. That's all. See, again, you want me to answer that in absolutes, and I'm trying to tell you that you cannot.
Are we systematically deceived when we think something is wrong in the world?
Are we systematically deceived when we see something is wrong in the world?
Yeah.
Okay. If you feel that something is wrong, right? Then you feel something is wrong, brother. I don't know how ever.
That's not a response. Come on, man.
It is because
you feel something is wrong. You think that's
you're right, and exactly feel, and everybody's feeling is different.
My question was: are you systematically deceived about what you think or feel, or not?
And I'm answering yes, based on that person. Somebody else may not see it the same way, Rob. I don't know how you can't figure this out. I mean, the fact that you and I are having this back and forth right now is two differing opinions. You don't see something the same way that I see it. And as well as everybody in this chat that's listening to this conversation.
It's not about that. I don't know why you keep going to that. In your scenario with the child thinks that the parent did something wrong. Now, either it's the case that the child is correct about their assessment or they're incorrect.
Does the child think that they're correct?
Presumably, yes. If they have no other evidence, they're going to think they're correct.
Exactly.
Now the question is, are they in fact correct?
Well, in our opinion, in my opinion, of course they're not correct. But again,
how do they know they're not correct?
In their opinion, they felt it was wrong.
Ask about their opinion. We already know their opinion.
You are asking their opinion. That's all it is, an opinion. It is not an absolute. It can never be absolute.
Great. Now
it's an opinion.
It cannot be proven.
It's not. No. It's brother. Listen. When
all
we are talking,
opinions, is that correct, Count? I mean,
no, it's not always of his opinions. Is in this particular scenario and what we're talking about, right? Like you asked me, and another question, and my answer was 1 + 1 is 2. That's objective. You can't argue with that. Water is wet. You can't argue with that, right? That's not an opinion.
I'm not asking you about descriptive facts. I'm asking you about prescriptive facts.
Right. And the problem is, and again, just listening, it really boils down to you feeling a certain way. And if someone else doesn't feel that way, feel. That's the key. Feel. Because I'm telling you right now, I don't agree with what I'm hearing you say. And I can do that because that's my opinion.
Why would I care about your opinion? Why would I care about your opinion?
Well, the fact that you spent the last, I'm having this conversation with you, a person before me had a conversation with you, and then you actually kicked the woman off. Right?
Why would I care about your opinion on its own, though?
Well, you're definitely invested in it if you saw fit to take time out of your busy schedule to have this kind of conversation.
Why would I care about it? I'm asking you.
Are you having a conversation?
Restart. What happened? Like someone
This guy just thinks that every moral position is just an opinion.
That's definitely what it is. Absolutely what it is.
Moral skepticism.
Okay, so fight back on that.
He gave this scenario of the child and the parent. The child thinks when it's been beaten that something bad has happened. The parent thinks that something's good happened. I asked him, how does is the child correct? Is the child ultimately correct? He said, well, but from the child's perspective, they are correct. In other words, that something bad happened. But did something in fact bad actually happen, or are they deceived? He said, initially, well, the child can never know. And I said, well, thank you very much. That's the textbook definition of a skeptical scenario. The child will keep having an opinion that it's something bad. And if it carries on having that opinion, then there's no reason for it to have any other opinion about this. Unless there was some reason to show the child that they were wrong. And then they go, actually, I thought it was bad. But in fact, it was a good thing that happened to me. I just didn't realize it. But according to Countdown, the child doesn't know this or can't know this. So that's the skeptical scenario. So when this other lady says that it's bad, then we should agree with her that it's bad. Now we should be skeptical of this being. And then she says, but the being is good. Well, why should we think the being is good? You just told me that this thing is bad. Now we've got this mismatch. Now we have a skeptical scenario. The human thinks it's good. Apparently God thinks the human thinks it's bad. God thinks it's good. But now we're justified in thinking it's bad. But now we should reject God as saying anything good. This is the textbook definition of a skeptical scenario. I don't know why this is difficult to understand.
And Countdown, you said this isn't quote unquote a skeptical scenario? Or is he strawmanning your point?
It's an opinion.
I didn't ask you.
He's not responding, right?
Countdown, are you there? I remember you said one thing I thought was kind of interesting. You said, I should be getting paid for this. You said, I should be getting paid for this. So I want to ask, do you consider yourself, instead of a wandering sellsword for hire, you're actually, all right.
Elliot.
Two failed jokes back to back gotta hurt. That's fucking cringe.
I know they're horrible. I already know what you're gonna say. They're horrible.
Love.
Moral of this story, you've got to try and stick to God is all good. Otherwise, you plunged into the skeptical scenario. Obviously, thinking that God is all good is going to open you up to the evidential or logical problem of evil or those sort of things. But I don't think there's a no-win scenario for a Christian here. I mean, I think you have to defend them. That's what most of the literature does. That's what very people do. And they try to defend all good God. Giving that up is just
There is no problem of evil, Rob.
Well, I don't think you know what it is. To say there's no
I know what the problem
obviously tells me you don't know what it is.
I know what the problem of evil is.
What is
it? Then how can you say there's not a problem?
It's not.
Why?
Because there's 3 ways to approach it, right? Depending on where you want to attack it. It's needed, right? It is needed to sort of strengthen or train the individual. Free will is the second point. Free will exists, therefore evil happens due to free will, right? We were taken away from what? The Garden of Eden or whatever, right? So it's a punishment that it happens. Or we could say we just don't know why things happen, but at the end of the day, they happen for a reason. And if God is all good, right, there is a better reason
That's the worst answer you could give of the three. That's like the worst answer.
No, it's fine.
Now you're also in a moral. Now you're also in a skeptical scenario, so you don't want to do that. You can try the other two.
All good. I said premise one is true, right? We can actually say what?
I heard what you said. You gave three answers you thought worked, right? So you have like a soul-building theology. You've got free will, and you're talking about skeptical theism. I said to you, skeptical theism is the worst one. You definitely don't want that. That's the one you want to reject at the end. You want to try and defend the other two.
Right. Is that the least what? Like, explain why.
That's the worst response, because that entails moral skepticism. Then you're in the same boat as the other people when you go down that route. You don't want to do that. Plus, it's deeply unsatisfying for a Christian anyway, but maybe you don't care about that. But the philosophical answer against it is at least moral skepticism. Then you're in the same boat as the other people. So you just don't want to go down this whole business of skeptical theism.
Rob, do you think
do you accept that evil needs to exist, Rob? Do you accept?
Of course not. But that's how I present you to the Christians.
So what's evil to you? Is death evil?
Yeah, well, death is a suffering. So yeah, death would be evil unless somebody wants to die. That would be different. But if they die against their own free will,
you do know that the biological, like bioorganisms need these evil, bad experiences so as to evolve. They need to know.
You definitely don't want to try that.
Exposed to a certain environment.
Suffering. Rob, you should probably be more specific and say unnecessary suffering.
Well, no, I mean, I could just say any suffering, but I could do unnecessary as well. I typically do unnecessary these days. But
really? So you would bug yourself into a pleasure machine?
Really? I think heaven is a place where there's no suffering.
Sure. But unnecessary suffering is the bad thing. Maybe you do.
No, but even suffering, but I can argue suffering. Any suffering is bad.
Why? You wouldn't
because you can have a place where there's no suffering and nothing's lost, right? Heaven is such a place.
No.
Rob, let me see.
Can I just answer?
I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
In the like biological sense, you need suffering. You need to be able to detect a thorn so that the next time around you don't go walking around in thorny areas that are going to get splinters in your leg and give you bad health.
No, you don't. So not in the God world, you don't. No. In a not God world, yes, but not in the God world. No, my friend.
No, in the God world, we're not in the God world. We, if you follow, we're not in the God world. We're in a projection from an.
Are you a believer? Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay, so are you arguing from your perspective or somebody else's?
From my perspective,
great. Well, then, in your view, God can make it such that thorns never hurt you, so you don't need to feel any pain at all.
Well, we're not in heaven.
You're Superman. You're immune to those things, yes?
We're not
you
in
don't have a problem with pain and suffering with thorns or anything else.
No, that would be a state where you're in state with God. But right now, we have been projected into this cosmos, into this universe. And there's a certain laws that have to go through, and some of that include suffering, necessary suffering.
You got to prove that it's necessary.
That's the only way life can exist without this.
Prove that that's the only way life can exist. Go ahead. You can't assert think that that's going to work.
Darwin is whatever he used to preach evolution.
No, but he's making a case that you've got to have this. Why must you have it?
Well, it's quite obvious. He gave you an example, Rob.
I mean,
if you look at the example, I want to know why it's the case that it has to be. Because I responded to your example, right, with a thought. I said, no,
you're saying if God could basically give you all the knowledge that you need instantly, right? What you need.
Say anything about that. I'm asking this guy to justify why you've got to have the suffering.
Yeah, so like I was trying to explain, if you think about the origin of matter, of organisms on Earth, if you look at the primordial theory, it says that there were certain organic compounds that somehow were formed in the oceans millions or billions of years ago, and they were in inhabitable states. But these molecules then started adapting and changing until they were able to overcome these harsh forces at the beginning of the Earth, and slowly evolved into unicellular and multicellular organisms, conquering mountains and ice sheets and everything. And this whole evolution cannot happen without this necessary suffering. That is it cannot, because that's how it DNA forms and transforms.
Is that the way God set it up? Is that the way God set it up, Andy?
Yeah,
Rob. Andy, sorry. So God can set it up. God could have set it up a different way, right, Andy? He doesn't have to set it up only one way. Yes.
What are you saying? I didn't hear you.
I'm saying that if you think that that's the way God set it up, He could have set it up a different way. Yes.
Well, the fact that
how many Christians, or at least some Christians and many Muslims, think that he did it, that there was no organisms or any of this evolution crap, that he magicked Adam and Eve from nothing, or maybe from a blood clot in the case of Muslims or whatever, right? He performed magic. There was no progenitors.
Okay, so I believe in theistic evolution. So I don't take the...
Yes, but what I'm saying to you is it doesn't have to be that way. And many Christians, and at least, I won't say many, some Christians and many Muslims for sure, think that it's the case that this theistic evolution is
that's
bunkum,
the
right?
understanding.
So there's another alternative, is what I'm saying to you. Yes?
Yeah, that's the understanding, and the understanding of ancient people, because they regarded physical phenomenon that were not explainable with the science of the time. They regarded that to be a miracle, and so they talk about spontaneous
miracles
of Adam and Eve and so on and so forth. But in our times, we can describe these physical phenomena using science and understand. And so our description of creation, for example, in this time and age will be different. Both Muslims and Christian scholars, although most of them right now on the fringe, are starting to introduce this concept of theistic evolution into
Hamadi, going down this route. Is it possible that God can do it some other way? That's not theistic evolution.
Yeah, it's possible.
Right. Okay. So telling me a long story about the theistic evolution, I'm just going to say, well, God doesn't have to do it that way. So now I'm eliminating this idea that the pain and suffering is necessary to evolve, because you don't need to evolve. You don't, and many believers don't think you evolved, but in fact you were created as you are, or at least Adam and Eve were created as they were, right?
You see, if you understand it from at least the Neoplatonian way, is that we are created by the necessary being to experience this for his own pleasure. And we experience this life which has all this good and evil. We go back to him. We go back to the necessary being.
Can you argue your position? Why are you arguing other positions here? Tell me. Why are you arguing somebody else's position?
Listen, and maybe in union to the necessary being, in that state can we live without unnecessary suffering.
Are you going to give me other people's points of view again? Why are you doing this? I'm critiquing the God view, the all-good God, and if you're a Christian, you think that God is all good, and you want to make the argument that an all-good God, that suffering is necessary.
Yeah.
And now you give me theistic evolution. I said God doesn't have to do it that way. And now you tell me about some other view again.
It doesn't matter if he doesn't have to do it that way, but he's done it this way, and we're here on earth because of millions and billions.
But then I'm just saying suffering isn't necessary. You say, why is it necessary? Because he made it this way. This is not an argument. You understand that, yes? You're not making an argument now.
I have a quick question.
Rob, how do you know that he didn't have to do it this way?
Because he's all powerful and he has options to do other things.
Right. So how do you still know that this was the only way? How do you know that? What if there is an in fact reason why it had to be done this way?
Well, that's what I'm looking for. That's what the Christian has to present, right?
Yeah, no, but you're making an assumption that it didn't have to be this way. It very well could have had to have been this way.
Yeah, that's what you have to demonstrate.
No, you have to demonstrate why it didn't have to be this way.
Because he's.
See, for us, it is this way. So because it is this way, it had to be this way. Why?
That's we have to justify that.
No, you justify why it doesn't have to be this way.
Well, just like say, like he can say that we can imagine.
No,
he can say we can conceive. He's saying that we can imagine a world where God did it in a different way, and there seems to be no like contradiction or problem with that world. And so he's saying if God has the ability to do that world, why shouldn't we also?
That exactly. If you're an all-knowing God, and we're assuming right that the God is good, then it needed to be this way, and you can't just say it didn't need to be this way. How do you know?
Because it seems like we can imagine worlds where that isn't the case.
Just because you're able to imagine a world that isn't the case, that does not. Whoever's talking over me needs to stop, please.
It's horrible.
Okay.
Horrible is what I'm talking.
I'm trying to say is that
you're a fucking snitch, by the way.
Just because you can imagine a different world does not necessitate that it could have been done this way, or like what I'm trying to say is that it would have been a better way to do it. Obviously, whatever needs to be achieved, or whatever outcome is there's a goal in mind or something that needs to happen. Like, why does a diamond have to go under pressure? Why does olive oil have to be pressed to get oil? There's a reason, and this is the best way to go about it. And you can't just say there could have been a better way. How do you know?
So say the problem with that though, I think, is that this is the same move that the atheists could pull on the other side, right? We're talking about like, why does the universe exist? Why do we have these laws? They could just say, well, look, Caleb, just because you can imagine that the universe could be different ways, maybe it has to be this way, and we don't have to ask those questions, right? So in the same way that the theists could say, well, look, we can imagine a world where there's different laws of nature, different things like that, and that gives good reason to ask why we have this particular world, right? And then you could say that's evidence for God. In the same way, they could say, well, look, we can imagine that there's difference necessary, and so if that's the case, it seems like unless we can establish that there's a problem with it, we should think that those possibilities are possible. It would be the burden on the person saying it's not possible, because logical possibilities are very lenient,
I'm not saying that other probabilities weren't possible. I'm not saying that it's not possible that all of our buildings were built out of chocolate. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we're not from the place to say that it could have been done better, especially if there's a particular outcome in mind. First of all, you don't know what the outcome is in mind, and you don't know if it could be better because you don't have the ability to compute at that level. Is that anything different?
Yeah, I mean, look, you're right. I don't know. We don't know for certain, right? Like for the divine skepticism position, we grant that you could very possibly be right. It might be the case that there is a good reason, but the point is that it seems very unlikely because although you could say that that's hypothetically true, we need good reason to think that it is justified. And I think what Rob and atheists would say is that that's going to open you up otherwise to skepticism, right? Like if you and I, Sayla, were walking and we saw a drowning child, and you go to save it, I say, no, Sayla, wait a minute. God might have a really good reason for letting this child drown and die. You wouldn't say, Caleb, come on, like, and I'm like, Sayla, we can't know God's reasons. God might, in fact, do it, so we don't know what we should. We don't know if we should help the child or not. No, of course not. You would say that that's ridiculous, and you'd say that we should stop that from happening, right? So, like, we don't usually use that reasoning in most other cases with suffering.
Well, to continue, I just want to say Happy New Year, Caleb.
You too.
Can you mute?
Rob, do you agree with that in terms of the skepticism issue and that there's something?
Yeah, pretty much.
Rob, can you mute up? Thank you.
No, not at the moment because we're talking about this one. And so if somebody was kicking a puppy and it was screaming out loud, you're not going to go, well. And the person said, I'm good. You're not going to go, well, I'm sure there's a good reason. And if they don't tell you the reason, you're going to be highly skeptical that in fact there is a good reason. And they just keep kicking the puppy, right? So what we're looking for is the reason here. And absent that, we could in fact have, and what we hopefully, Sayla, you are the same. I don't know if she's on the phone.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
You can hear me. You're not not like the other people, or at least the other lady who thinks that God's goodness it basically cashes out as unintelligible. She doesn't even know. You think that we can understand God. So when God does things, we do something similar. We're made in the image of God. Hopefully you think that. And so when God does something, in many cases, we're very much aligned with God. And that's how we can assess. But I would do this. Oh, I see God would do it too. That gives me a reason to think that my morality is in line with God's. I'm doing the right thing in many cases, right? Well, you do think that, don't you?
The thing is that it's like we take the position that and we look from our perspective, right? We look at it from the humanist perspective, and that's helpful in many ways, but sometimes I think it's not in this way. If you have a child, right, and you don't want them to put their hand on a hot stove, sometimes you might let them touch something hot, but not enough to really cause them permanent damage, right? So, let's say my teacup, the outside of it is a little bit hot, but not enough to cause permanent damage. I may let the child touch that and say hot, so they can understand a level of hot. Now, for us, right, what we're experiencing, how do we know that there's not a level of evil and depravity that we can't even fathom? How do we know that our experience on earth here, tasting and sampling what evil looks like, is not merely to prevent us from a permanent damage? We think it's a permanent damage because we live in this finite, we live in a particular paradigm where we think that, this is it, right? And from our perspective, it's that way. But what if we found out that actually this was, because we have very limited perspective, this was equivalent to touching something that was nothing in comparison to a permanent evil depravity that could be. This is just us getting an understanding of what we do not want forever and ever and ever. This is just the understanding to say, you know what? I know what is good now, and I know what is evil, and I do not want that. Thanks, but no thanks. I freely want to live in unity. I freely want to live in love, and I freely want to do good things.
Do you think we have to experience that, though? Or can we know it without the experience?
I think that there is something particular that occurs through experience. I think that there's one level of understanding by being taught, but it's like learning Taekwondo in the library. Yeah, but I'm going to get my ass kicked if I try to go to the Olympics with it. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure how that's analogous.
Well, it's analogous to an eagle trying to work its way out of an egg. If you help it, it's going to get its ass kicked also. So it's something that I can't comprehend, that this life and its experience grants me, that I just don't quite comprehend, but I think that it is necessary. It couldn't have gone about it differently. Because if we could have gone about it differently, then we would have gone about it differently if it was the better way.
But look, Sailor, if you ask most people, they want to avoid pain and suffering as much as possible. Now, it's true to say that some people won't learn and they might need pain and suffering. But I think most people want to avoid it. And if you ask people, it's like, think of the Matrix, right? Neo plugs in, they plug Neo's head in, and in 10 minutes, he learns to be a Kung Fu master, right? Now, you could say to somebody, how many rational people said, you know what? I'm going to go through the sweat, blood, and tears of 20 years of learning to be a Kung Fu master. Or you can plug me in and I'll learn to be a Kung Fu master. And of course, my muscles in the 10 minutes, move up, become as powerful as if it took me 20 years. The whole thing happens in 10 minutes. How many people are going to go through something?
My love, how can you, once again, you're looking through your human experience. How do you know that in the lens of infinity, this isn't the 10-minute plugged up to the Kung Fu machine? When we're dealing with a time that is ongoing forever, how do you know that this isn't the 10 minutes and equivalently?
Because I can feel it. I can feel it for a prolonged period of time.
No. So what? But comparatively to infinite, this could be a drop in the sand. This could be the 10 minutes in the movie. If you're say that, though. Listen. You're using the 10 minutes to say that it's quick. Okay, you're using the 10 minutes in movies to say that it could be a quick download. And what I'm saying is that from your human perspective, you think it is not quick. But what if you have the revelation of eternity? All of a sudden, this could be nothing more than a 10-minute.
Well, I can't even conceive of eternity. I mean, I can conceive of the notation about it. I can't even conceive of that idea. But this stuff is very real. And so when you say that, I think, Sailor, it's easy to say here, like abstractly, but somebody that's going through suffering, and you say to them, but hang on a moment, if they go through like months of it or even years of it, say, not a problem, don't worry about it, but tap them on the head, say, it's only for a short amount of time. I think it's easy to say in the abstract. It's not so easy when it's happening to you. You're feeling like really bad. I wouldn't want to do it because I feel it's like a bit bad, but I would say that's not a problem. It's only for a short time.
A minute ago, you were okay with the 10-minute simulation.
Think about eternity, right?
I mean, a minute ago, you were okay with the 10-minute simulation, with Morpheus kicking your ass to learn Taekwondo. But now, because in your frame of mind, it's 80 years, right? Which is probably like 2 minutes in a mind frame of eons, perhaps. I don't know. It's just that your perspective, you're always trying to. And I understand the inclination to do so, but if we expand out the scope of things, if we're making a lot of assumptions. And what happens when you make assumptions? No, I'm just kidding. Listen, hold on. I have to tell you something that I want you to be very happy with. I went to a thrift store, y'all, and I just found a painting that I'm like walking around the house smiling. That's all I gotta say. It is the most magnificent painting, and it is like so Persian. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Does anybody like appreciate art, or am I just like?
Not really. I would appreciate.
I love art.
Topic.
Forget it.
I love art.
I appreciate art,
Stay
but
on the
not
topic.
all.
You seem to be saying, Sale, how can we say that this sort of stuff isn't necessary, or that this isn't like a really short time? I've only got my perspective. Human beings have only got our perspective. I don't think we can even imagine what an eternity is like. But I can imagine like half an hour or an hour or days of abject pain and suffering. I can imagine that. I've been through some of it, not like as bad as other people. And other people tell me their experience. It's like you want to avoid it at all costs. You'd give $1 billion to avoid it. People often say, would you like to have $1 billion or would you prefer to be dead? One of my mentors used to say that. It's like nobody goes, well, maybe somebody might try and do like the instrumental thing. Hey, look at what this buddy would do, but I'm okay to be dead. But most people would rather be alive. So this idea that the suffering it's just a small amount of thing. When you're involved in it, it's not that small. And we only have our human perspective to do so. So if I say I'm suffering and I want to avoid it, and most human beings do, to kind of, minimize it, say, well, it's just a short period of time compared to eternity. That's not going to faze me at all. Yeah. I'm not going to go, wow, no, I shouldn't think it's suffering or I should embrace this or something else. No, I want to avoid it.
You already conceded that the 10-minute, download with Morpheus would be acceptable. And I'm saying that comparative to an extreme long period of time, this could be 10 minutes. It is from your perspective that you think it is terribly long. When we're dealing with that much amount of time in comparison, this could in fact be just a droplet.
Yeah, but that's like abstract.
I feel like I kicked your ass. There's nothing you can do about it. Now pull to refresh everybody that likes art.
What? You think you kicked Rob's ass? How?
Yes, I totally obliterated him. It's just like...
Oh, so you want something at the moment. I do like you, but are you like extra coffee today?
This is how happy I am about my painting, people.
So did you paint it or you bought it?
No, I found it at a thrift store. It's like
awesome.
It's like the
Sailor found out. Sailor found out that her house is made of chocolate. So I'm just like really ecstatic.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck.
So I hope it never happens to you, but please don't minimize suffering and say, but it's just a short thing. Don't worry about it. No, look, if you try and conceive of eternity, then you shouldn't worry about this. This is the kind of rationalization you seem to be doing at the moment.
For just a 10-minute simulation. Why were you okay with that?
Because it's 10 minutes of the
because there was virtually no suffering there.
Broski, what is 70, 80 years in a time that never ends?
It's the entire life of the human being. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay, but that's from your perspective.
But Sailor,
whose perspective am I supposed to look at it from?
Sailor,
in a perspective that nothing ever, you're not going to stop having an
Some
experience.
perspective that I can't even grasp. I should take it from some other
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
From your perspective, Selah, though, you believe it's going to continue on your experience, but you don't know for certain, right?
Be happy.
So, like, Rob gives a good example. Your painting's awesome. Rob gives a great example of the drop in the bucket in our lifetime to that 10 minutes of suffering to learn Kung Fu in the Matrix, right? So it's awesome.
Yes, because there we have a perception of that, right? Like an accurate perception of it. This whole thing of like 80 years, I agree 80 years, if I just think of it like abstractly, conceptually, 80 years is nothing compared to reality. But 80 years is the only perspective I've got. Reality I can't even perceive, Sailor. So you do this like basically almost inhuman perception comparison thing. Why would this move me in any way? Should I go, wow, let me just take as much suffering as I can. It's only going to be 80 years.
There's ideas out there that we're in a simulation. If it were so like a simulation, then it very well would work that we're in that training program that you presume is very long. And if, right, we're in a simulation and time is not the way that you understand it, then this is just...
Why would I think it's not the case? In the Matrix, time seemed to work the same way. Right? So when Neo was fighting Matrix, they were watching from the outside.
You're making a presumption that after you die, you see presumption that after I die, we don't. And from the lens of don't, this is what I'm saying. Now, does anybody else want to take time to appreciate the painting that I scored at the thrift store today? Anybody?
How much did it cost you?
Dude, $29.99, guys.
Wicked.
Yeah, can I say something on this topic?
Yeah, go ahead. Please don't talk about paintings.
Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to add, like, the point you guys mentioned earlier, like, what, like, are we saying is the suffering necessary or the evil is necessary? Because when we're talking about the suffering that the deer goes through, when the deer is stuck inside, like, say, a cave or something, that suffering, it's somehow the inevitable part of this nature, whatever, right? But when we're talking about the evil is described as an intentional harming of something else. That's different from suffering. Now, the suffering can be part of the evil, but for the suffering to exist, evil is not necessary. So we cannot say that evil is absolutely necessary for the existence of life.
I'm just using them interchangeably here, okay? Is that a problem?
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is there's a definition between evil and there's a difference between evil and suffering.
We know. Well, I'm just talking about it in the case where there is evil and suffering. They're both.
Can I finish my point, please?
I thought you had finished your point.
No, I hadn't. I was still speaking.
You said there's a differentiation between the two of them.
Yeah, there is evil and suffering. If there is no differentiation, why are they two different words?
Because in some cases, I'm just using the case where they are the same.
There's moral evil and natural evil. Right.
To the guy who said that, I'm just talking about the case where the suffering and the evil are interchangeable.
No, I understand that, but I was talking about Selah's point. Like, Selah was mentioning how evil was necessary. And all I'm saying is, yes, suffering might be necessary in this life. We may not be able to avoid the internal suffering that is the human condition, right? But evil is a concept that happens with intention. I don't think evil is the part of our true nature.
Well, I mean, the Christians think it's part of our nature.
Well, that's where they go wrong as well.
Well, I agree, but you're going to convince them that it's...
It doesn't matter if it's part of our nature. I don't even know if it matters. It's like, okay, when people say suffering and evil, they just mean it's bad, right? Like, suffering is bad. Right?
Yeah, you want to avoid it. So if you could, you would not have it happen to yourself, and you try and avoid it for others. Huh? Presumably, most of us, if we see suffering, unless they said, no, don't help me. I've got this like greater reason. We're going to try and move to avoid right in like higher order animals and human beings. Typically, we're not going to just watch it. We're not going to go and add to the suffering.
I think that it's not necessary. Like, then it's not necessarily that evil, like we have to, it's more that, like Aristotle said something about like it's in our nature to want to know. Like, well, hold on, what the heck did he say? Yeah, all men by nature desire to know. That's right. And I think that's true. And that's exactly why we wanted to know, from the knowledge of good and evil, right? We're designed to want to know. And we wanted to know and we wanted to have this experience. And that makes it even more necessary.
How? Why does it make it necessary?
I mean, ask Aristotle.
I mean, just presupposing that we wanted to suffer.
I guess
for suffering is necessary. Is that right?
I mean, ask Aristotle why he thinks by design.
Well, who cares what he says? I mean, why would I care about that?
Why would you care about
He's
Aristotle?
just wildly speculating about something.
Aristotle's wildly speculating about something. I think a good speculation.
Why? No, I'm not. That part's fine. I'm fine with that bit. It's the suffering bit.
Yeah. I mean, even the statement that you said, it says like all like human beings have the inherent curiosity, like the desire to know. It doesn't say inherent element of that desire is to know the evil. So like if he wanted to discover, oh shit, let's see how far I can shift with evil. I want to know. I want to understand the science of evil. Right? If somebody goes that exploration, Hitler happens. If somebody says,
think it's true that some knowledge requires evil?
Now, if some things like, let me try what evil looks like. If somebody tries it, they understand it. That's also part of human condition, right? We are curious, we test it out, and then we understand it. Now, the next following part of that would be whatever you understood from that experimentation of toying with the evil, you bring that wisdom into your next part, which is maybe I understood the lesson and maybe I should be doing the evil. So that part is what I'm saying.
Are you trying to justify evil? That there must be evil so you can learn from it? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm not trying to justify evil. What I'm saying is when we say evil is an inherent part of our life, that is a wrong statement. Evil is what we make of when we don't understand suffering.
I mean, I don't know what the definition of evil is.
Okay. Philosophy of ignorance versus enlightenment. Just disregard everything he says. He's a.
Yeah, that sounded like
pure bullshit necessarily. But I don't know what his definition of suffering is. But
do you not think, Rob, that evil is required for some knowledge, and that evil experiences and suffering in them themselves are their own unique knowledge?
No, I mean, if God didn't need evil, then and He knew.
I didn't say.
In principle,
no one's saying there's necessity in evil. That's not. Or someone saying that. Maybe I'm.
Saying that.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
I'm not.
No. That's true because it's true that we're curious and. God fulfills our curiosity by letting us understand evil. So you're correct in that, but that doesn't mean necessary. It's only necessary relative to the knowledge it produces. Right. Yeah. So that's the answer.
And that is what suffering is.
No. What? What are you talking? No, it's not. Or maybe confused. What are you saying suffering is?
So what I was trying to say, the necessary process that we go. Harville, can you please not interrupt? Thank you. So the process that we all go through, right, where we somehow have to go through a little bit of evil-ish kind of suffering, where we have to do something that doesn't feel right. That little bit part that we cannot change. For example, if I want to eat, I have to climb the tree. I have to pick my hands, pick my legs, and I have to literally exert my muscles, and it's going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you, yeah, then that's exactly what I'm saying, yeah. That it would be suffering, you're right. Do you believe in evil, Moro, or you think it's all from God?
Now, do I believe in evil? As in, do I see it? Do I see people experience it? Yes.
No, I mean, okay. Is evil something which God is in accordance with, or is evil in no way and in no respect in accordance with God?
I think evil is what happens when we don't understand God.
Okay, so that doesn't even make sense. I don't.
So what I'm trying to say is like the nature of the universe and the nature of the human beings and the nature of plant, the nature of water, all these things, they all have somehow some connection, right? Now, in these connections, there are certain elements in life where we see as suffering in terms of biological sentient things, right? The only perspective towards the door of the suffering to the evil is our eyes, our senses.
Okay, right? So you're saying outside of our senses and our faulty experiences, there is no occurrence of evil. The occurrence of evil is only a confusion of our experience? That's what you're saying?
Outside of the experiences of the conscious beings, I don't think, I don't know if evil exists because
Okay, so when a baby gets raped, independent of experiences, is that evil or good?
If a baby gets raped, there's another conscious being involved. Now, if that person is intentionally raping the baby, that action is evil. Like what's?
Yeah, but okay. You're saying it's evil in virtue of the person's lack of understanding, right?
Say that again.
You're saying it's evil in virtue of the person's lack of understanding, meaning it's evil only in respect to their understanding. In reality, independent of their understanding, even if their understanding exists, you can still speak epistemically distinct about what they're understanding, not to understand. You know what I'm saying?
So, can I interest?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so
you're Muslim, or you not?
No, I'll get back to you. But yeah,
to give like a perspective, like let's move it historically. Like the ancient civilizations that were, amazing, and reached phenomenal technological advancement, social advancement, but they fell. The civilizations fell because they were evil. And generations of people from that civilization and neighboring ones learned from those and developed better societies that we have right now. We have the Human Rights Charter and stuff. And I'll give an example of the Assyrians. The Assyrians dominated the Sumerians, who were like, that's where the cradle of civilization was. And they conquered all these people in very violent ways. They even went into Persia and exterminated the civilization there and desecrated their temples and their gods and told them, that you are nothing on this earth and that we can conquer you. Because of that type of attitude, in the end, the civilization that died within less than 100 years because of pressures from the Persian people in the north and the Babylonians who neighbor them, and they disappeared. And the civilizations that occurred as a result of that replaced the Assyrians became more.
Bro, what are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying that you had a bad and evil civilization, and society or the world got to know that this civilization is evil, and so they developed new civilizations.
I don't even think you were listening, bro. You just wanted to interrupt.
I just wanted to talk shit about No.
Beneficial.
Beneficial.
The topic that he's talking about is evil, right? So how does what you had to say just now, how is that related?
Okay, forget it, bro.
Yo, it's my brother K9.
I have so many arguments.
Yo, K9, how you doing, my boy? It's Alvin, brother. Add me back. Continue the conversation, though.
Yo, what's up, bro? Yeah, I think I recognize him.
So, Kenan, if you'd like me to, I can comment on what you said earlier.
I have a bunch of arguments for the problem of evil, so I'm.
Let's. If the moderators are okay with it, we can get.
The story of Job. The story of Job explains it all.
Yeah, K9, we already addressed 3. I'm not sure if you want us to tell you the 3 that we already addressed and see if you have more than those.
Wait, no, I'm Christian. I'm saying I have arguments call it, I think evil proves God. I have arguments for why there being such a thing as evil is evidence for God. It's evidence for Christianity. It's evidence for the Bible.
Okay, perfect. We talked about these three things, so that the intersection of these three things, right? So what did we say? Evil was necessary, right? Because we sinned, the original sin, right? Okay, so it's punishment. Second, hold on. There's another reason. What did I say? I forgot.
Well, that's not what I would disagree with that. I don't think that's true. That evil's necessary.
So
we just don't know.
Can you repeat your position on that so I can download it in my memory bank the way you worded it again?
It's just the faith, ain't it? Oh, is that your belief? Whose belief is he saying?
That was his belief, I think.
Oh, you believe that?
No. Can you repeat what you said that I was like, I agree. Can you repeat that one more time?
Okay, so evil is not necessary. Think of it like this. When God made man, everything in that creation was within God's will. The evil is what was against his will. So let's think, what was in his will in the beginning? Adam and Eve from the very, very start had the ability to sin, but their lives were sinless. Meaning it's part of God's will for there to be such a creature that has the ability to sin, but does not and only does good. Because the fact that they have the ability and choose to do good makes their good works that much greater. Okay? And when man fails, the only reason he allows the occurrence of man's failure is because that bring about for greater goods like forgiveness and redemption. Through man's experience of evil and suffering, they gain knowledge and virtue of forgiveness and redemption. And so, just to bridge the gap, in no way is evil necessary, but it's only necessary to the knowledge and virtue that comes about from it, because there is knowledge and virtue which cannot come about without evil. So it's not God doesn't make sense though. God doesn't need it. What doesn't make sense?
Just specifically the part where, like, okay, I mean, you got Adam and Eve, and these people don't have a sin nature like you and I have, right? So, like, how is it that they do commit the sin in the first place? They don't have a sin nature, they're made perfect.
Right, because it is in the. That's a good question, bro. Because it is not sinful to have the ability to sin. Having the ability to sin is within the will of God. A creature having the ability to sin is within the will of God, because a creature having the ability to sin and not sinning is a virtuous action. And a creature not sinning when they don't even have the ability to sin is less virtuous in the good things he does, because he literally can't do otherwise. He can only do good. So the good works become more virtuous. And another, just add on for anyone who's thinking it, when you say evil comes from God, that's analytically false, because evil is defined as what is not God. 1 John 1:5.
And next question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I was just wondering, like, I mean, maybe I missed it, but it seems like you're saying, like, I know the general picture here is like, okay, you got the God of classical theism, and then, from there you derive like some prediction, or you draw some inference that, oh, there's evil. But I don't see, like, how do you...
Yeah, I'll tell you. Upon the hypothesis that there's an all-good God, you would expect the fact of the world that all virtues are produced by the all-good God. There are virtues which cannot be produced without privation, so it makes sense that an all-good God would allow for a privation so that he can produce all things which are good, because he's all good.
Okay, but
privation just to make it clear, that doesn't make it necessary, because it could still be true that God does not allow evil occurrences, and it's still true upon the hypothesis. It's simply saying that we expect it, which is also what you.
Oh shit!
Oh, so you're just saying like evil is like an absence or a lack of goodness, but that doesn't like that just seems kind of straightforwardly incoherent to me because like absences do not like have no causal power. Okay, they don't produce anything. Like that doesn't seem like it's just a weird. I don't understand.
That's wrong in every single way possible. Watch this. When you walk into a room, is there a knowledge produced in your mind in virtue of the emptiness, or are you unaware of the emptiness?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying.
The emptiness. The point is,
there's what causes,
which isn't just listen. The knowledge of emptiness, which is instantiated into your mind upon your observation of the empty room, is something caused by the emptiness. Because if it was not empty, your thought would not be that it's empty. Your thought would be that it's not empty, meaning that emptiness caused your knowledge. So, the same way, the lack of goodness can cause the experience of suffering the way the lack of light can cause your inability to see. And the way the lack of things in a room will cause your knowledge of its emptiness.
That's not a privation, though. You're saying that the action or the events
is a privation.
You said no, it's not. And here's why. Just listen. Okay. So you started out by saying like you gain some piece of knowledge, right? That's an event. That's not nothing, right?
It's caused by nothing.
Events caused by events. Events cause other events. Events produce effects. Right? So privations are not events.
Of it being empty?
Wait, can you acknowledge what I just said though, so we understand?
Well, I forgot because I was trying to get my thoughts. Say it one more time. I should pay more attention to what you're saying. Say it one more time.
I think.
Okay, go ahead.
So what it was, I think what it was trying to say was like, let me correct me if I'm wrong. Just because there's a possibility of the idea of the evil in our brains, doesn't mean that the action is a must.
No, that's not even the point. That's not.
I can explain myself. Like so.
No. Elliot was actually making an argument. Let him get his argument.
All right, sure.
Elliot, say it again.
I was just saying, like, like I think most people think of like lack of something or the absence of something as like something that can't cause anything. It doesn't produce do anything. So
that.
Hold on, K9. Just let me finish what I'm saying, dude.
I remember what you said. You said occurrences cause occurrences. How can a non-occurrence cause an occurrence? Because only occurrence.
No, I didn't even use the word occurrence at all, dude.
You did.
Just not listening, man.
You did.
Just listen to what I'm saying, dude.
You did say
let him finish first.
Yeah, just shut the fuck up, dude.
But you did say that.
Why is it so difficult, man?
Just know you did. That's what you.
So I had the basic idea is like, what is a privation? A privation is absence, right? It's an absence or a lack of something, right? That's what it means for something to be a privation. It's like evil is a privation of good. This is kind of the general picture, but as it turns out, like evil is like this. It's kind of this. I don't know. I mean, like how do we get to like an evil? How does this like even explain like an evil act or something that somebody does? It doesn't. Like because acts are those are events, and events are causal things. They produce effects. Okay, this is just the complete opposite of like absence or lack of something. Wow. Yeah, it's just a different way to think about evil.
Lord have mercy. You literally have no understanding of what anyone means when they say evil is a privation.
No, we don't have to get personal. No.
Just hold on.
They do mean it's
1 John 1:5. It says, "What is sin and evil is what doesn't walk in accordance with God." Okay, meaning good and evil in respect to actions pertains to how they are in the will of God or not in the will of God. You notice how I'm not instantiating a new ontology? It's just God's will related to the action. Okay? Now, you're right. The occurrences which are evil do have being, because it's things with being acting improperly. So the being itself is good. because all of that being came from God. What's bad is that the being is not walking in accordance with God and is going against the relationship of his will to the action is negative, and they're acting in accordance with that action, and that's what makes it evil. That makes sense?
It's kind of ridiculous.
So what he's trying to say is like the possibility is there, but
I want to understand what's ridiculous about what I said. Because I use simple terms. I used very layman language. I didn't say anything confusing. Tell me what was
trying
confusing.
to say that good is light and evil is the shadow cast upon?
Actually, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's right.
That was deep, man. Much respect.
at the same point in a different way. Earlier, what I was trying to say was when we look at the intention of the let's break down the process of evil into different blocks, right? So the first step would be a thought that comes into our mind, right? Now, from the moment the thought appears to the action is done, there is so many things. Now, what can a mind can think of? Proper way of thinking that K9 was mentioning earlier. Now, the ability to think properly, that's in us. It's already there in the system. It's inherent in the system. But maybe we do not think of all the things that we have to consider when we have to think about the action of the evil. Because in the thought stage, like, you could easily think, okay, so is it going to affect me? Is it going to affect this? Is it going to affect that? If we don't do that, if we're somehow, because of our lack of habits of thinking that way, or because of our conditioning in our society to prioritize certain things in a certain way, we're not able to do that. And those people who are not able to do that are not utilizing all of God's creation, which is being able to understand the shadow. Looking at the shadow doesn't mean that, so if, like you said, right? So if you're trying to run away from the shadow, you need to see the light. Now, is the light there? That light is there. And it's going to, when it's not in a complete form, evil might happen.
I think a better way. You would play an amazing drug dealer. Have you ever considered it? Like going and tapping?
Oh, man. That's terrible. That's terrible, horrible. I think a better way to think about evil.
A lot of people.
Evil is like, I don't know, a disposition or like an action or an event. It's not an absence of anything. It doesn't even.
It's an absence of God's accordance with it.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain like why the rapist does what he does. I'm just saying he's not
privation theory is to say that evil doesn't have an ontology.
I'm not saying. I'm not.
It's denying the ontology.
What? I think you're deliberately being dishonest, Elliot. I think I sufficiently answered everything you said, but I want you to repeat it one more time. Repeat what you just said one more time, because I'm going to answer every single thing you say, because I don't want you to feel like you won even a little bit. I want you to stay on me for the rest of the...
This is like a competition. I think Sully can explain it better than I can.
So repeat what you just said. You said...
It's like a weird motivation to have.
You said actions are not a privation, and that me saying it's a privation of God's accordance with it is not an explanation of why people do evil things. That's because I didn't present it as a cause for people doing evil things. It was simply a descriptor of what it is to be evil.
The point is that everything you're saying is compatible with many theories of theistic theories of the good, where you're just saying like, God has a standard. If you're out of accord with his standard, that's sinning. Okay, but that doesn't tell you whether you're subscribing to the privation view or not, right?
compatible with a bunch of other
Yes,
views.
it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because
why would you think that?
I'll tell you what it does.
If you're going to say that you're making this a fucking completely elementary mistake,
I'll tell you why it does.
Okay.
I'll tell you why it does. Because acting in accordance with God's will instantiates the being of goodness. Not acting in accordance with God's will separates you from being and isolates you from the instantiated goodness which was before.
I mean, you're missing the point, though.
No.
Which is that, listen, it's my point, I'm telling you that you're missing my point.
I'm not.
The point you're missing is that anybody who's a theist can say, look, God has a standard, and he's saying that according to his standard, what you're doing is wrong or right. Okay? Now, you can then, on top of that, say, okay, what it means to do something good, is to partake in being, and what it means to do something evil is to somehow, move away from being or something like that, right? But that's not just, built into the idea that God has a standard.
Dude, are you stupid? Me talking about God's standard was because Elliot said evil occurrences as being, and how can a non-occurrent cause an occurrent?
Yeah, I mean, you can make
evil occurrence. The answer. I'm going to answer.
You're saying you're moving away from that.
I'm going to repeat the answer. I'm going to repeat the answer.
It is something.
I'm going to repeat the answer.
It is something you have to actually sort of give semantic account for.
Evil occurrences have causal power from their being, and their being alone. Elliot is correct. That being which they get the causal power from is what's good. In the evil occurrence, all things which have being in the evil occurrence are good. What is evil, the evil occurrence, is its lack of being in accordance with what God wants. So I don't. You just weren't listening.
That's not even a commentary on its ontology. Though.
Be quiet.
The point is that if you're just saying that this thing lacks God's approval, or it's out of accord with God's standard, that doesn't tell us anything about the ontology, does it?
I didn't. That the point was that doesn't. That was the point. The point was the reason that was the whole point.
So it's not answering the question. Okay, but then what all you're saying is that what makes something evil is that it's out of accord with God's standards.
Yes.
Which is okay.
Right.
But that's going to be true of pretty much every theist view, unless there's some kind of descriptivist or something.
Yep.
And the point is that don't you admit that some theists disagree with the privation model?
Yep.
Okay. So
because
fine.
What I'm saying is not true of only privation theory. I'm explaining what my position's view of evil is. That's all I'm doing. I'm sure other positions share things of my view.
Right, but I don't know if you even really take the privation view.
I do.
Okay, but you're just saying, the only thing that's being, it's deprived of is God's approval or something. Right.
It's not only that he hates them and separates them from being. They're separated from being. There's less being present when there is evil. There is more being present when there is good. There's literally more and less being. I don't know what you're confused about, bro. Stop fucking rage baiting me.
Hey,
that part I think is the.
Put some respect on Sully's name, okay?
That is.
No.
We just said is the privation view, But then the point I'm making is that Elliot's asking you about the semantics of that because, it is semantically a strange thing to say. But if you do something evil, your being is diminished because a lot of people are going to think, well, look, you exist as much as you did. Right.
But that's false. You don't exist as much as you did. You exist less. You exist less evidently.
Right. So I understand that's the view, and then my point is just there is more semantic detail to sort of unpack.
Which I added though.
Right.
I added that he's just being dishonest. I added that in the beginning. He's just being dishonest.
So what do you think the account is when you say what does it mean to say something exists less? How do you understand existence as something that comes in
existence is being, there's less being, there's evil.
Like it's not in its true. I know, but what it's trying to do.
Simple. That's the okay. Look, when you do a good thing, the presence of God is around you because that's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit fills wherever you are. God's energies fill wherever you are. Okay, so every time you're doing, God is actively increasing of that place. There is more existence there because of the good thing. Then when you do a bad thing, God leaves. First Romans 1:25.
Okay, so when you say,
Romans 1:25. First Romans.
when you say like the Holy Spirit being present, is that? Hold on. I assume he's not leaving completely, because then you get to like non-existence.
Well, that's hell.
But,
that's hell.
The point is
it's non-existence because it's him completely leaving. That's the point.
So like annihilation is hell, or okay, but Converse has like basically the exact same view as you, by the way. But okay. So, but there's still like something to be said if we put like just sort of so that we can separate them for the sake of discussion. Forget about like good and evil, and just this notion of like being on its own. If this being that you have in mind, the presence of the Holy Spirit comes in degrees, right? Like, what about the location in which the Holy Spirit is or isn't present, and like the other objects there that are just not the same? They're not the Holy Spirit, like things that are distinct from the Holy Spirit.
I don't understand the question. What's the question?
So the point is that, like, if I just said, here's a rock, right, and this rock exists in space, and the Holy Spirit is like distinct from the rock and the space that it's in, right? The presence of the Holy Spirit could be more or less there, right? But like, what about the rock? Like, what's going on with the rock? Is the rock a being?
Right, I see what you're saying. So it's a good question. The being of the rock itself doesn't become more good because it's a new being around the rock, because the being of God is a being distinct from the rock itself. But I'm saying the being which God is, his energy, increase in presence with the physical thing. So probably Catholic, but so while the rock itself is still physical and a distinct being, the rock exists with God's energy, and the rock can exist with or without God's energy. The same with us. When we exist with God's energy, there is more being in us. The Holy Spirit fills us and exists with us, simultaneous to us. And when we reject the Holy Spirit, we exist without him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, this existence without him stuff is a little strange, because
that's what Scripture says.
If being is one sort of basically, if there's one sense of being, then it seems like for the rock to exist requires at least a little bit of this being, right? Which is basically
that's true, because the Holy Spirit is always with everyone. It's just more or less. You're never.
Yeah, so I'm a Spirit.
You're never.
Yeah, then I guess the kind of picture of it is strange to me. It always kind of has. So let's say you have the being of the Holy Spirit, which is goodness, and then you have more or less goodness, right? And that's so the privation model doesn't seem to go into the negative ever.
That's exactly what it is. The privation model is just where the Holy Spirit is and where the energies are. Where the energies are, they negate the privation. Where the energies are not, there is a privation.
Like, why does God allow for there to be privations? Freedom or something?
Well, in the Garden of Eden, originally, it was for freedom, because the freedom for sin brings about the greater virtue of righteous actions by choice, not just by force. So, but when Adam sins, he allows the failure, because the failure can bring about virtues that couldn't be brought about otherwise, like redemption and forgiveness.
Okay. So those virtues are not imminent in the good itself. Is that right?
No, they would be.
So they're already there, right?
No, they're not there, but they're imminent in the goodness itself when they are there. They're not eternal, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Well,
if they're not eternal, then
God, I think God forgives eternally, but only in that sense is it eternal. I don't know if that, but the active occurrence of forgiveness is what I'm talking about. Even though God forgives eternally, in that sense, forgiveness is eternal. The active occurrence of Him forgiving is something which occurs in time, and that could not be brought about without evil. Because if there was no evil, what could God forgive?
Yeah, but I mean, okay. I say let's try an analogy. Like I say somebody gets into a car accident and you're trying to explain why they got into a car accident. Okay, and the way you explain why they get into the car accident is you say because it was caused by the absence of like safe defensive driving or whatever. Like nobody's gonna accept that. You're gonna throw that right in the trash, bro.
But that'd be true. That would be true. That was your point, bro. Thanks for interrupting.
Well, I mean, if you want to understand this in the proper evil cases, like let's just take like a simple one where it's like
he gets on the phone.
There's a. We can wait a second.
No, he's an asshole. Look, and then he leaves.
Nah, man, we're listening. If you want to finish our points, so.
Well, it was more for him. I mean, Congress is still here, and he takes his view too. I don't know. I was just going to give like a basic example for the crowd of evil, where it's like there's certain situations where somebody's in trouble, and if you at a very low risk to yourself, like have the ability to help them, like you're just walking by and somebody's drowning, and it's like very easy for you to just throw them the flotation device so that they don't drown or something. Cases like that where people just like negligently like walk by and like just don't even bother. We usually blame them for that, And so, like cases where God could easily help people where He's not doing that, in very similar situations, basically, people want to say, "Oh, well, it's for greater good" or something that He doesn't. I mean, I don't. You could make the same sort of cases with humans if you wanted to. You could say, well, yeah, the guy, he seemed like he didn't give a shit and he just walked by, but, really, he just knows better than you do.
No, yeah, I mean, you just answered.
There's nothing wrong with that. Wait. What was wrong with that? But replace him with God. So God, that person there with the ability to save, and they didn't. Right, but it's part of God's plan. Like, I don't get what's wrong with that.
So,
I'm not saying that that's not even the example. I mean, you're changing the example completely. It's like, the point is just in the standard case, if somebody were to, like, negligently walk by and do nothing, we would say, like, you did something bad. Like, that was bad that you didn't stop and help them.
Oh, so that's
I agree.
So
okay.
That's what Rob was trying to say too, though. Like, you answered your own question because you said why, right? So yes, God created the universe, God created the earth, evolution, and then earth happened. And then now you're in a situation, you're walking by, and I am seeing that there is a possibility that I can help. Like, I have that knowledge, but I'm not exercising that. Why? You answered the question, negligence. I was negligent towards it. So when God created me, God gave me the possibility to look at from all angles, all human instincts. And I could use all the senses. I only used my sense, like my eyesight. I saw the image. I saw what's happening, and then I'm not using anything about it. I didn't
think about the tremble that I felt inside of my heart. I kind of suppressed that. Maybe consciously, subconsciously, that's the human level activity that's happening. The negligence is happening at the human level. The negligence, it's not happening at the level. God didn't create this universe.
I don't.
The concept of morality.
I'm not saying negligence. I'm not saying ignorance, right? I'm not saying like you didn't know what was happening, right?
No,
I'm saying negligence as in like know what was happening and you like neglected to help them.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Why is God the problem?
Okay. Look, the point is that on the one hand, we tend to think somebody's doing something wrong in that kind of situation, right? And on the other hand, we have lots of cases where it seems like that position where he could help somebody and it would be a risk to him, very low cost, very low risk to him to help them, and he just doesn't,
How
people are like suffering or drowning or
how I see
all kinds of different
circumstances. How I see this is God created a brain with different kinds of nervous system that is different kind of synapses, the neurons, like they talk, and there are millions of them, right? So now if God created all these possibilities of all these ways of thinking that we could do, and somehow over the year, over the conditioning of whatever the information we get from, like are we getting this information, whatever information we have, that information we get as a child to a young adult shapes how we perceive this world, how we perceive the suffering that's happening in front of us, right? Now, in accordance to that, if the person somehow uses the instincts from the beginning and works on what's available in the commons of the nature, which is science, and then utilizes its own logic and goes ahead, that person, if that person walks by, that person is definitely going to go and save that person. A person somehow who is not able to wire their brain in a way that somehow should be naturally, because the possibilities are there. Right? So when this happens, evil happens only when there is an error in the system of the brain, in the system of the synapses.
This is like a totally different kind of like topic.
It's not, because when you look at
I don't know why you think that. Like I think that there are people, in fact, like this happens when people are in court for committing crimes. It's like, there are people who just do bad things and they don't have some kind of neurological impairment or something. Like, I don't like, you can be a rational person who reasons well, and it's just your goals. You just have bad goals. You're just a selfish person. Like I don't.
So
I don't see why.
Are you saying so all the people who have done evil and are in jail, if they were sent to a psychologist and did like a diagnosis?
I'm not saying anything about everyone who's in jail. I'm not making that kind of generalization. I'm just saying I'm saying there are some people who do evil things who don't have some kind of like, brain impairment or something, who are not like, acting completely irrationally. Like they understand exactly what they're doing and have bad goals.
So that's the point, though. The limit of evil is only till the consciousness level. It's not reaching beyond the consciousness. It's not reaching beyond like consciousness and reaching towards the metaphysics. The problem.
Okay, look, you're kind of like rambling